Konoha's silent cover-up. The official statement from Konoha regarding Mizuki's death was that he had succumbed to a sudden illness. However, only the members of the council knew the truth behind his untimely demise. This decision came directly from Sandaime Hokage, who deemed it necessary to suppress the incident. If word of what had transpired at the council were to spread, it would not only tarnish Konoha's reputation but also reduce the once proud Hyuga clan to a laughingstock. Thus, the matter was buried in secrecy, and every member of the council was strictly instructed to act as if the meeting had never taken place. However, no matter how well a village tries to contain a secret, some things are bound to linger in the hearts and minds of those involved. The absurdity of what had unfolded that day had begun to take root in the thoughts of many council members. Hyuga Kuroto, once regarded as an ordinary jonin, was now seen in a new light. The way he handled the situation with cold precision, his composed demeanor, and his sheer strength, there was something exceptional about him. And that realization led to a change in how people perceived him. Some were in awe. Some developed respect. And some were fearful. Among those most terrified were the members of the Hyuga clan's main family. After their humiliating failure, Elder Aoyama and his associates withdrew entirely. They no longer attempted to create trouble for Kuroto, nor did they dare to leave the safety of the Hyuga district. Yet, the one person completely unaffected by these shifting sentiments was Kuroto himself. Rather than concerning himself with the ripples of his actions, Kuroto remained focused on his personal goals. He had no interest in politics or internal strife. His attention was solely on refining the Yin seal and mastering the 8 inner gates technique. As he had predicted, working on both simultaneously was proving highly effective. Each day, he began by exhausting his body through rigorous 8 inner gates training. He carried this fatigue throughout his daily responsibilities, pushing his endurance to the limit. Then, at night, he drained his chakra reserves into the Yin seal before allowing his body to recover during sleep. This method forced him to break past his limits again and again, aligning perfectly with the core principle of the 8 inner gates, continuous self-surpassing. The results were undeniable. His training efficiency had skyrocketed by 50%. Of course, such an intense regimen came with consequences. The strain on his body was immense, but Kuroto had planned accordingly. He divided his week into alternating cycles, training rigorously on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, while dedicating the remaining 3 days to recuperation in a specialized nutrition tank to heal hidden injuries and cellular wear. But even on his rest days, Kuroto wasn't idle. While his main body recovered, his consciousness transferred into his earth chakra clone, continuing its cultivation. And just like that, 2 weeks passed in a blur. During this time, all external matters that didn't require his direct involvement were left in the hands of Shisui, Itachi, Yagura, and Pakura. Then, unexpectedly, a letter arrived at the Hyuga clan's patriarch's residence. Hyuga clan's patriarch's mansion, Konohagakure. Seated in his study, Hizashi Hyuga finished reading the letter and placed it on the table before him. His sharp eyes scanned the gathered elders. "What are your thoughts on this?" The room fell into silence. Elder Sada finally spoke, his voice filled with disbelief. "So, the people on the moon, they actually exist? It wasn't just a bedtime story." "Well, we won't know for certain unless we meet them," Elder Fukiage reasoned. "We are distant relatives, after all. I don't see any immediate harm in making contact." He paused, then asked, "Who was the sender?" "Otsutsuki Toneri," Hizashi replied. "He claims to be the current patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan." A heavy stillness settled over the room. For centuries, the existence of the Otsutsuki clan had been spoken of in hushed whispers, passed down through generations as a legend rather than an established fact. No recorded interactions had ever taken place, making this sudden outreach all the more puzzling. Hizashi furrowed his brows. If the stories are true, it has been centuries since any contact was made. Why now? What could they want? Elder Aoyama, his eyes glinting with ambition, leaned forward. Regardless of their reasons, this is an opportunity we cannot ignore. A few of the other elders nodded in agreement. The truth was, the Hyuga clan's standing in Konoha had been slipping. With the Uchiha clan growing in power and the recent scandal at the council, their influence was being questioned. If the Hyuga clan were to regain their former prestige, forming an alliance with the Otsutsuki clan could be invaluable. If their celestial relatives were as powerful as the story suggested, they could provide knowledge, techniques, and strength to elevate the Hyuga clan once more. "This might just be the turning point we need," one elder remarked. "It could be mutually beneficial," another added. Just as they were beginning to warm to the idea, Elder Fukiage spoke up, his voice laced with caution. "I don't think we should rush into this," he warned. "We have been out of contact for centuries. Why would they suddenly reach out? This is suspicious. He folded his arms. Before agreeing to anything, we need to understand their true intentions. What if they seek something we are not willing to give? Hizashi exhaled, rubbing his temple. That's exactly what concerns me. No matter how promising this opportunity seemed, there was no denying the unpredictability of the situation. The Otsutsuki clan had lived in seclusion for generations. If they truly wished to reconnect, what had changed? And more importantly, were they allies or something else entirely? A decision made in shadows. Elder Fukiage narrowed his eyes, his voice heavy with caution. What if their intentions are not what they claim? What if this is a trap? His concerns were not unwarranted. Though the Hyuga and Otsutsuki clans shared a common origin, centuries had passed without a single exchange between them. The Hyuga had little knowledge of their distant relatives on the moon, making it difficult to determine their true motives. As discussions continued, the room was divided between those eager for an alliance and those wary of hidden dangers. While the potential benefits of such a connection were immense, the risks could not be ignored. Ultimately, the final decision lay with Hizashi. After a long silence, Hizashi finally spoke, his voice calm yet resolute. I have decided. I will meet with them. The elders exchanged glances. Hizashi had weighed all possibilities. His recent encounter with an Uchiha wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan had made him painfully aware of the gap in power between the two clans. If the Hyuga were to maintain their standing, they could no longer afford stagnation. The Otsutsuki clan's support could prove invaluable. The opportunity had presented itself. He would not let it slip away. Just as he was finalizing his thoughts, Elder Aoyama suddenly objected. I support your decision, Aoyama said firmly, but you cannot go. Hizashi frowned. What do you mean? Aoyama leaned forward. The clan's current situation is unstable. If anything happens to you, we risk complete collapse. The branch family would be impossible to control. Therefore, you must not go. Send someone else in your place. Hizashi hesitated. But the Otsutsuki specifically requested to meet the patriarch. If I do not go in person, we may offend them. Worse, they may see it as an act of cowardice and withdraw their offer. Aoyama nodded. That is a valid concern. Which is why we must send someone who can pass as you. Send Hizashi. Hayashi's eyes widened. Hizashi? That's impossible. He is not the patriarch. Elder Fukiage spoke next, his tone deliberate. And yet, he is your twin. The resemblance is undeniable. If anyone can pass for you, it's him. He will meet the Otsutsuki and assess their intentions. This way, even if they have ill intentions, the Hyuga clan will not lose its leader. Hayashi's hands clenched. This is too dangerous. I will not put Hizashi in harm's way. Elder Sada's voice was level but firm. You and Hizashi share the same level of strength. If you can handle this, he can too. If he cannot, then neither could you. He paused before adding, besides, this is his duty as a branch family member. Fukiage nodded. Yes. This is Hizashi's duty. Hayashi's expression darkened. But, you cannot afford hesitation, Aoyama interrupted. It is the branch family's responsibility to protect the main family. Hizashi fell silent. His grip tightened on the table's edge. Though every fiber of his being resisted, he could see that the decision had already been made. Very well. A messenger was sent to summon Hizashi. Hyuga clan study, later that night. Hizashi entered the room, bowing respectfully before taking a seat. Elder Aoyama wasted no time, setting a scroll on the table. Read this. Hizashi picked up the document, scanning its contents. His eyes widened in shock. What is this? Being a branch family member, Hizashi had never been informed of the Otsutsuki clan's existence. Now, he was being told that not only did they exist, but they wished to meet the Hyuga patriarch. Elder Aoyama explained the Hyuga clan's distant lineage, their shared ancestry with the Otsutsuki, and the unprecedented request for contact. We must determine their intentions before committing to anything. And you, Hizashi, will represent the Hyuga clan in this meeting. Hizashi's eyes instinctively flickered toward Hizashi. But his brother did not meet his gaze. Instead, Hizashi looked downward, silent. That was all Hizashi needed to see. He already knew the answer. If this is the clan's will, then I will obey, Hizashi said, his voice calm. Aoyama nodded, pleased. Good. After rereading the letter, Hizashi hesitated, then made a suggestion. Should we inform Kuroto-kun? He was in Umbu and has experience with situations like this. His insight could be valuable. Bang! The table trembled as Aoyama slammed his fist down, his face twisting in fury. Do not mention that name. Hizashi stiffened in surprise. Aoyama's voice was sharp with disdain. Why would we involve him? Are we so incompetent that we need to rely on that disrespectful brat for everything? A heavy silence followed. In truth, Aoyama had his own reasons for keeping Kuroto out of this. This was not just an opportunity for the Hyuga clan, it was also a chance for the main family to reassert dominance over the branch. And Kuroto, one of the most talented and rebellious branch family members, was an obstacle. Hizashi, realizing Aoyama's bias, quickly tried to explain. Aoyama-sama, I did not mean any disrespect. I only thought that Kuroto-kuin's experience as an elite jonin would be beneficial. Aoyama cut him off. This is a Hyuga clan matter. It is classified. No one is to learn of this without our explicit approval. And that includes Hyuga Kuroto. Do you understand? Seeing that Hayashi also remained silent, Hizashi nodded reluctantly. Understood. Good, Aoyama said coldly. Prepare yourself for the meeting. You leave soon. Hizashi stood and turned toward Hayashi, offering a small, reassuring smile. Don't worry, brother. I will handle this. Hayashi finally met his gaze, but he said nothing. And with that, Hizashi left, walking toward an uncertain fate.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hizashi's house, Hyuga District. After returning home, Hizashi began to make preparations for the meeting with the Otsutsuki. In the past few years, although has continued his gentle fist training, however, because he is mostly involved in the internal matters of the Hyuga clan, he rarely participates in actual combat, therefore, he has no doubt become a little dull. For a shinobi about to engage in life and death, this is very dangerous. Even a little negligence can become the cause of death. Hizashi understands this very well, so the first thing he did after returning home was to gather his shinobi tools and enter the training hall. Just as he opened the door, he saw Neji coming out of the training hall, and asked, Neji, you were training at this hour. Well, muttered Neji, then he noted the shinobi bag around Hizashi's waist and asked, Otasama, you are. As far as Neji can remember, it's been a few years since his father last used those shinobi tools, so seeing Hizashi carry the shinobi bag, Neji couldn't help but get curious. Hizashi noticed Neji's gaze, and explained, I have to perform an important mission tomorrow, it's nothing too dangerous, but I still need to be very careful, so I am going to train for a while to make sure that I don't mess up. Enough about me, what are doing so late? You should be resting at this hour. Oh, this, muttered Neji, and explained, this month's assessment is a taijutsu battle. I want to sharpen my skills and make sure that I don't mess up this time and lose to Suzuki like last time. I see, nodded Hizashi and encouraged Neji, I believe you can definitely defeat the Uchiha boy. Neji smiled, hee. Then looked at Hizashi and asked, Otasama, will you come to the academy to watch the assessment? Everyone's parents will be there. Hizashi asked, when is the assessment? Neji replied, next week. Next week, muttered Hizashi, then answered after a pause, if the mission goes as expected, then I will definitely be there. Neji's eyes beamed in joy, and he said, this time, I going to beat Suzuki and become number 1. Early dawn of the next day. Before the first light of the day could reach Konoha, Hizashi led 2 guards assigned as his guards by the main family and quietly left the village. Since this meeting between distant relatives is a secret, so the location of the meeting was not around the village. It's in the east, quite far from Konoha. While traveling through the forest of the Land of Fire, Hizashi secretly glanced behind and breathed a sigh of relief. A little far away from the 3 of them, an elite squad is following. It is the duty of the elite squad to protect the 3 of them in order to make sure that any information they gain from their meeting with Otsutsuki isn't lost in case of an accident. After a day of traveling at full speed, the 3 Hyuga could finally see the meeting place. It seems we are almost there. Hizashi nodded, let's take a rest here and recover before continuing forward. The 2 guards nodded, yes. Somewhere in Konoha. With a smile on his face, Deidara walked through the dark passage. Since the 5 cages are unable to reach any conclusion in regard to Danzo and Akatsuki's threat, Deidara, Tsuchiki's guard, is stuck in this underground place. With his nature, it's obviously impossible for him to continue to stay in such a dark and gloomy place for so long, so after pestering Sand-aimed Tsuchiki for a long time, he was finally allowed to move freely for a while. Although he can only roam around in Konoha, that's still better than being stuck in a dark and dingy room, right? With such a mentality, Deidara made his way towards the exit. As he approached the exit of the underground passage, he could almost see the bright sunlight and cheered, I can finally be free. Excited, Deidara's pace increased, and just as he came out of the underground passage he noted 2 people in Konoha shinobi gear waiting at the exit. One of the two Konoha shinobi greeted Deidara. Nice to meet you once again, Deidara-san. This is my friend Sarutobi Asuma. We will be your guide in Konoha. Where would you like to do, Deidara-san? Deidara's smile disappeared. Guide, huh? And you again? Really troublesome. Kurene's smile didn't disappear because of Deidara's deflated expression, and she said, please bear with us. Then she suddenly remembered something, and bowed down. Also, I want to thank you for that time in the Land of Frost. Deidara was confused. What are you talking about? Seeing that Deidara wanted to play ignorant, Kurene decided to play along, and said knowingly, don't worry, we won't ask you anything about your organization. I just want to thank you. If not for you, me and my comrades would have perished on that day. As soon as the organization was mentioned, Deidara realized what the woman in front of him was talking about. His mood irked and his expression changed. I have already told this several times. I am not Dojin, nor have I joined that damned organization. Yes, I know, nodded Kurene with a smile. You know nothing? You aren't even listening, complained Deidara in annoyance, and added, humph, if I ever meet those people, I am going to teach them a lesson. As soon as Amatsukami was mentioned, Deidara's expression became gloomy. Because of this stupid misunderstanding, the entire Uegaku suffered from destruction at the hands of the Akatsuki organization, which made him hate Amatsukami. Seeing Deidara's reaction at the mention of Amatsukami, Asuma was doubtful, and asked Kurene, are you sure, Kurene? Is he really a member of Amatsukami? Kurene nodded. As far as the information we have on Deidara and Dojin, he is that person, and as you already know, the leaders of all the villages also believe that he is Dojin. Of course, this is just a guess. As long as Deidara doesn't confirm this himself, we can't confirm this. Asuma nodded. As Asuma and Kurene were whispering things with each other, Deidara shook his head. Forget it. It's useless to explain to you, people. Then he took out some clay from his shinobi bag, and while playing with it in his hand, he muttered to himself, now then, where should I go first, and threw the clay on the ground. Poof! The clay produced white smoke and took the form of a giant clay bird. As the clay bird appeared in front of everyone, Deidara smirked at Kurene and Asuma, and said, if the two of you can keep up with me, then I don't mind having the two of you as my guides. As Deidara was about to fly away, Kurene took out something from her shinobi bag and showed it to Deidara. Do you remember this? Seeing the clay figurine in Kurene's hands, Deidara frowned. That is. He immediately appeared beside Kurene, snatched the clay figurine, and while observing it, he asked, where did you get this? Well, since you want to play this way, then I will be happy to oblige. It was Dojin who gave this to us in the Land of Frost. Deidara clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH, that fake. The clay appears quite similar to the one he uses, and the design is fine too. However, that person has not worked on the finishing. Therefore, Deidara is annoyed. If someone is going to copy him, they should at least put in all the effort. Doing half-heartedly just ruins everything. Of course, Deidara doesn't believe that anyone is capable of copying his art. Putting that aside, Deidara injected chakra into the clay figurine as he tossed it on the ground. Poof! As Kurene and Asuma stood on the back of this white clay bird, Deidara returned to his clay bird, and while the two birds took to the sky, he asked Kurene, you say that Dojin saved you? Tell me what kind of person that guy is. Looking at the mountain before them, Hizashi nodded. This is it. He took a deep breath, and ordered, since we are early, map the area, and check the surroundings. The two guards nodded in unison, as you command, Hizashi-sama. And with a flash, both of them disappeared in different directions. Hizashi didn't laze around, he too disappeared from his place and rushed to the top of the mountain. Scouting the terrain, eliminating all the possible traps, and confirming the safety of the surroundings is very important for a shinobi. A shinobi must ensure in advance that if things turn south, they have a possible retreat. The location of the meeting is close to the eastern border of the Land of Fire. The sea is close by. The top of the mountain is a good vantage point. On normal days, if the weather is clear, it is possible to see the sea. With such intention, Hizashi arrived at the top of the mountain. Just one look and Hizashi was able to clearly observe the surroundings of the mountain. Hizashi has to agree that this is a very good meeting place since there are no enemy nations on this side of the Land of Fire, so the number of Konoha outposts on this border of the Land of Fire is not too many. Additionally, there are no villages close by, so there is no way information about this meeting will be leaked. After making sure that everything was fine, Hizashi disappeared and came to the meeting point. Whoosh, whoosh. It didn't take long for the two Hyuga guards to return as well. Hizashi-sama, I didn't find anything unusual on my side, reported one of the two guards. Same on my side. There was nothing unusual. The Hyuga guard gave a similar report. Hearing the two, Hizashi had a thoughtful expression. I didn't find anything unusual either. This can mean two things. Either they have enough confidence in their abilities that they don't need to rely on traps, or they don't have any ill intentions and they genuinely want to make a connection with us. I just hope that it's the latter. Although Hizashi hopes that it's the latter, however, he can't shake the feeling that something is off here. Although distant relatives, the two sides haven't been in contact for several centuries. And now all of a sudden, they want to make contact with the Hyuga clan? No matter how you think about it, this is odd. Hizashi shook his head and took a deep breath, as he muttered, now is not the time to think these things. Time passed minute by minute, and before they knew it, the sun had set and it was night. Several hours passed and there was no sign of anyone showing up. One of the two guards couldn't help but ask, Hizashi-sama, no one has come till now. Are they really coming? Before Hizashi could answer, suddenly, the other guard pointed at the bright moon in the sky and exclaimed, Hizashi-sama, look there, someone is floating in front of the moon. As Hizashi and the other guard looked at the moon, their eyes widened in surprise as they saw a person hovering in the sky. The three people were beyond shocked. In Konoha, scratch that, in the entire shinobi world, there are very few people who have the ability to fly in the sky. As far as Hizashi knows, except for the sand-named Utsutsuki, only the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the leader of the Amatsukami organization have this ability, so seeing another person with the ability to fly really shocked the three Hyuga. The person hovering in the sky looked at the three Hyuga people indifferently, then asked lightly, who among the three of you is the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan? The words spoken by the person were very light, but without any problem, they reached the three Hyuga. Although the person seemed to be a young man in his early teens, however, his demeanor didn't allow Hizashi and the others to underestimate the young man. In response to the young man's question, Hizashi took a deep breath to calm his nerves, then took a step forward as he spoke, I am the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. The young man looked at Hizashi in disappointment as he muttered to himself, is the strength of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan only at this level? What a pity, it seems that living in the shinobi world didn't prove to be fruitful for these people. Although we share the same ancestor, these people seem to have degenerated. Hizashi frowned upon hearing the young man's mutter, however, he wasn't offended and asked, may I ask your name and your identity? The young man replied, I am Otsutsuki Toneri, the leader of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Toneri, thought Hizashi, then asked the young man, Otsutsuki Toneri-san, what purpose do you have in making contact with us? Toneri's expression became cold as he ordered, return the Tenseigan, degenerates like you are neither worthy of possessing that treasure nor can you people ever hope to control it. The Tenseigan, muttered the three Hyuga in dismay. This is the first time he has heard the term Tenseigan. Toneri was displeased upon noting the expression of the three Hyuga. He felt that they were trying to play ignorant, and spoke, don't try to act ignorant, I have already met your servant once. Hizashi couldn't understand what the young man was talking about. He felt that the leader of the Otsutsuki clan was misunderstanding something and spoke, I am sorry, I don't know what is Tenseigan, can you elaborate? So that's how you want to play around? Well, this isn't out of my expectations. Muttered Toneri as he sighed in disappointment, and added, the elders were right, reasoning with you people is useless. Hearing the young man's words, Hizashi felt a chill in his heart. From the very start, the attitude shown by the young man doesn't seem to express any intention of cooperation. He was looking down on the entire Hyuga clan and asking to return something. But Hizashi is ignorant of what that something is. Hizashi tried to reason with the young man, however, it didn't seem that Toneri had any intention of listening. The two Hyuga guards on the side realized that talk wasn't possible now, and only a battle was awaiting them, so they rushed towards the young man as they said to Hizashi, Hizashi-sama, let's go. In response to the two Hyuga guards coming towards him, Toneri raised his hand, and muttered, that's as far as you come. As a result of Toneri's move, before the two guards could get any closer to him, both of them were suspended in midair and were unable to move. Immediately after that, Toneri clenched his fist. Ah! With a painful cry, the bodies of the two guards were crushed. What Hizashi worried most has happened, and now there is only one thing he can do. Distract the young long enough so that the team following them from a distance has the opportunity to retreat and pass the news to the clan. With this goal in mind, Hizashi ran, but his direction wasn't toward Konoha. Konohagakuer. In the early morning, Neji left the Hyuga clan and his direction was the Konoha Ninja Academy. Today is the day of the assessment, and Neji is prepared for a tough battle. This time, he is going to win for sure. With this thought in his mind, Neji arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy. As soon as Neji passed through the gate of Ninja Academy, he noticed someone's figure quietly warming up under a tree. Upon getting closer, he found out that this was none other than Suzuki, and greeted him, Suzuki, you came so early. Suzuki shook his head and pointed to the other side, that guy is earlier than me. Neji looked over and found a kid his age taking laps of the ground. It wasn't hard to realize that he had been running for quite a while. Seeing him, Neji was surprised, Rock Lee too. Correct, this is none other than Rock Lee. Although Lee is unable to use ninjutsu and genjutsu when it comes to taijutsu, Rock Lee is very strong, and from his determined expression, it's obvious that he is going to go all out in today's assessment. And this wasn't it. Next, Suzuki looked in the direction of Hokage Rock, and said solemnly, I heard someone say that Naruto didn't sleep the entire night. He went there yesterday evening, and has stayed like since then. Neji followed Suzuki's gaze and looked on top of the Hokage Rock. Although the distance is large, Neji noticed the outline of a figure sitting on top of the head of Yondaime Hokage. Doubtful, Neji activated his Byakugan and looked there once again. This time the outline of Naruto's figure was clearer, and considering the way Naruto was sitting, Neji guessed what he was doing there. Is he absorbing natural energy? Neji may have failed to sign a contract at Mount Mayaboku, but he gained enough knowledge to be able to figure out Naruto's purpose. Nodded Suzuki, yes, and said with a smirk, I hope that Naruto can show me the power of senjutsu. Seeing Suzuki, Rock Lee, and Naruto working so hard, Neji had to sigh. It's quite obvious that he isn't the only one who is diligently training. Whether it is Sasuke, Rock Lee, or Naruto, everyone is putting in all their efforts and training in order to become stronger and perform better in the assessment. But it doesn't matter, this time it's going to be me, thought Neji as he hardened his fist. At this time, Sasuke looked at Neji, and asked, what about you Neji? I'll warn you in advance, recently I have learned a new jutsu, if you don't have anything new, you won't stand a chance against my new jutsu. You will know when we face each other in battle, said Neji with a chuckle, and added, since Otosama will be coming to watch the battle, I can't afford to lose. On the other edge the mainland. Boom, 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 violent roars and explosive noise resounded through the forest as Hizashi held his injured left shoulder and ran. His steps were messy and he didn't have much chakra reserves left. All the kunaus, shuriken, and other tools were also used so he didn't have anything left to resist. At this stage, all he could do was run away, and that's what he was doing. Looking back at the fire, he muttered, by now, the news must have reached them. Passing the news back to the main family is what Hizashi cares about most at this time. From the brief contact he had with the young man, he was able to feel the young man's contempt for the Hyuga clan. The young man's attitude towards the Hyuga clan, coupled with his strength and techniques frightened Hizashi. Hizashi knows that he is not a cage-level shinobi, but in the Jonin rank, his strength is among the best. And such a shinobi is completely helpless against Otsutsuki Toneri. The kind of strength that the young Otsutsuki has is way above his level, perhaps even a character with cage-level strength will be helpless against Toneri. That's why, let alone killing or injuring him, just being able to escape this long from his has consumed every ounce of his strength. All this while, there has been something on Hizashi's mind. Why, if we are descendants of the same ancestors, why is he treating the Hyugas in this manner? And what is this Tenseigan that he speaks of? I have never even heard of this term before. Hizashi couldn't figure out the reason and continued to run. He looked at the distant horizon and muttered with a bitter smile, it's already past dawn, huh. The only good thing is that the young man doesn't seem to be very well versed in chasing and escaping. This has allowed Hizashi to use his experience and throw him off guard several times. If not for that, he would have been long dead by now. However, the problem is, Toneri is learning and adapting at an extremely fast speed, and it won't be long before Toneri catches him. Despite knowing this, Hizashi didn't panic. His job was completed. Now even if he were to die, it wouldn't matter that much. In fact, this kind of death is better, at least he would die the way he wants to. The only regret in his heart is his son Neji and the promise he made to Neji. Thinking of his son, Hizashi couldn't help but cry lightly, I am sorry son. I may have to break the promise, but I know you will forgive me, after all, you are such a kind soul. Floating in the air, Toneri indifferently looked at the staggering figure of Hizashi and muttered to himself, does he really think that he can escape? No one can save him, persisting and resisting is futile. And Toneri increased his effort. After a while of chasing and running, the two arrived at the edge of the forest. It was near a beach, and the smell of the sea reached Hizashi's nostrils, clearing his mind as he realized that there is a cliff in front of him and he no longer has any place left to escape. Toneri landed in front of Hizashi, and said, your resistance was futile, and now have nowhere left to run. Kneeling at the edge of the cliff, Hizashi sighed, I guess, this is the end for me, as he spotted a figure from the corner of his eyes. Toneri also noted that figure, but it wasn't someone he recognized, so he said, no one can save you. Then he raised his hand and used Bansho Tenin on Hizashi. Toneri wanted to retrieve Hizashi's memory before killing him. Konohagakuer. In the early morning, Neji left the Hyuga clan and his direction was the Konoha Ninja Academy. Today is the day of the assessment, and Neji is prepared for a tough battle. This time, he is going to win for sure. With this thought in his mind, Neji arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy. As soon as Neji passed through the gate of Ninja Academy, he noticed someone's figure quietly warming up under a tree. Upon getting closer, he found out that this was none other than Sasuke, and greeted him, Sasuke, you came so early. Sasuke shook his head and pointed to the other side, that guy is earlier than me. Neji looked over and found a kid his age taking laps of the ground. It wasn't hard to realize that he had been running for quite a while. Seeing him, Neji was surprised, Rock Lee too. Correct, this is none other than Rock Lee. Although Lee is unable to use ninjutsu and genjutsu when it comes to taijutsu, Rock Lee is very strong, and from his determined expression, it's obvious that he is going to go all out in today's assessment. And this wasn't it. Next, Sasuke looked in the direction of Hokage Rock, and said solemnly, I heard someone say that Naruto didn't sleep the entire night. He went there yesterday evening, and has stayed like since then. Neji followed Sasuke's gaze and looked on top of the Hokage Rock. Although the distance is large, Neji noticed the outline of a figure sitting on top of the head of Yondaime Hokage. Doubtful, Neji activated his Byakugan and looked there once again. This time the outline of Naruto's figure was clearer, and considering the way Naruto was sitting, Neji guessed what he was doing there. Is he absorbing natural energy? Neji may have failed to sign a contract at Mount Mayaboku, but he gained enough knowledge to be able to figure out Naruto's purpose. Nodded Sasuke, yes, and said with a smirk, I hope that Naruto can show me the power of Senjutsu. Seeing Sasuke, Rock Lee, and Naruto working so hard, Neji had to sigh. It's quite obvious that he isn't the only one who is diligently training. Whether it is Sasuke, Rock Lee, or Naruto, everyone is putting in all their efforts and training in order to become stronger and perform better in the assessment. But it doesn't matter, this time it's going to be me, thought Neji as he hardened his fist. At this time, Sasuke looked at Neji, and asked, "What about you, Neji? I'll warn you in advance, recently I have learned a new jutsu. If you don't have anything new, you won't stand a chance against my new jutsu. You will know when we face each other in battle," said Neji with a chuckle, and added, "Since Otosama will be coming to watch the battle, I can't afford to lose." On the other edge the mainland. Boom, boom, boom. Violent roars and explosive noise resounded through the forest as Hizashi held his injured left shoulder and ran. His steps were messy and he didn't have much chakra reserves left. All the kunaus, shuriken, and other tools were also used, so he didn't have anything left to resist. At this stage, all he could do was run away, and that's what he was doing. Looking back at the fire, he muttered, "By now, the news must have reached them." Passing the news back to the main family is what Hizashi cares about most at this time. From the brief contact he had with the young man, he was able to feel the young man's contempt for the Hyuga clan. The young man's attitude towards the Hyuga clan, coupled with his strength and techniques, frightened Hizashi. Hizashi knows that he is not a cage-level shinobi, but in the Jonin rank, his strength is among the best. And such a shinobi is completely helpless against Otsutsuki Toneri. The kind of strength that the young Otsutsuki has is way above his level. Perhaps even a character with cage-level strength will be helpless against Toneri. That's why, let alone killing or injuring him, just being able to escape this long from his has consumed every ounce of his strength. All this while, there has been something on Hizashi's mind. Why, if we are descendants of the same ancestors, why is he treating the Hyugas in this manner? And what is this Tenseigan that he speaks of? I have never even heard of this term before. Hizashi couldn't figure out the reason and continued to run. He looked at the distant horizon and muttered with a bitter smile, "It's already past dawn, huh? The only good thing is that the young man doesn't seem to be very well versed in chasing and escaping. This has allowed Hizashi to use his experience and throw him off guard several times. If not for that, he would have been long dead by now." However, the problem is, Toneri is learning and adapting at an extremely fast speed, and it won't be long before Toneri catches him. Despite knowing this, Hizashi didn't panic. His job was completed. Now even if he were to die, it wouldn't matter that much. In fact, this kind of death is better. At least he would die the way he wants to. The only regret in his heart is his son Neji and the promise he made to Neji. Thinking of his son, Hizashi couldn't help but cry lightly. "I am sorry, son. I may have to break the promise, but I know you will forgive me. After all, you are such a kind soul." Floating in the air, Toneri indifferently looked at the staggering figure of Hizashi and muttered to himself, "Does he really think that he can escape? No one can save him. Persisting and resisting is futile." And Toneri increased his effort. After a while of chasing and running, the two arrived at the edge of the forest. It was near a beach, and the smell of the sea reached Hizashi's nostrils, clearing his mind as he realized that there is a cliff in front of him and he no longer has any place left to escape. Toneri landed in front of Hizashi, and said, "Your resistance was futile, and now have nowhere left to run." Kneeling at the edge of the cliff, Hizashi sighed, "I guess, this is the end for me," as he spotted a figure from the corner of his eyes. Toneri also noted that figure, but it wasn't someone he recognized, so he said, "No one can save you." Then he raised his hand and used Bansho Tenin on Hizashi. Toneri wanted to retrieve Hizashi's memory before killing him. Hyuga District, Konohagakuer. The Hyuga clansmen who were on a mission to observe Hizashi returned back to the village in panic and reported everything they witnessed to the patriarch. As Hizashi learned the proceedings of the meeting, he became speechless. Elder Fugaku frowned. "What exactly did Hizashi say to them?" "We couldn't hear their conversation," replied one of the Hyuga shinobi, and added, "But what's important is that they didn't talk more than a minute." Hizashi-sama also ran in the opposite direction of Konoha. Hizashi probably intended to divert their attention so that your team could return back to the village and report whatever you people witnessed, muttered Elder Sada, and added, "It's clear that this was a trap for us." Knowing this, the elders were quite glad that they selected Hizashi. If Hizashi personally went to meet them, things would have become very bad for them. Hizashi asked, "What about Hizashi? We have to." The chances are very low. Although they observed from a distance, knowing that person's strength, the possibility of Hizashi still being alive is very small. Hizashi waited for Toneri's attack to hit him, however, nothing happened, making him confused. He opened his eyes and saw the direction of Toneri's hand. It wasn't directed towards him, but towards the person on the beach. That person, under the effect of Toneri's Bansho Tenin, was suddenly lifted into the air and was pulled towards him. While pulling the person, Toneri continued to keep a close eye on Hizashi. He didn't care who that person was, all he cared about at this point was Hizashi. The only reason Toneri even bothered to attack that person was to eliminate him so that no information would leak about him. After all, there is still someone in the shinobi world who not only stole Gadomazo from the moon but also stopped the meteorite. Toneri isn't sure whether he is ready to face that man, therefore, he has to be very cautious about the things he does in the shinobi world. He has to at least make sure that no information is leaked about him. What Toneri didn't expect was that as that person got closer and closer, the expression on Hizashi's face changed. The look of despair and hopelessness changed into shock. As he got closer to the two, he observed both Hizashi and Toneri and muttered lightly, "Well, this is unexpected. I didn't expect that I would encounter something of this sort at such a corner of the mainland." Hizashi apologized to the person, "Please forgive my insolence. I seem to have caused unnecessary trouble for you." Surprised at Hizashi's sudden change, Toneri stared at the person deeply. Considering Hizashi's respectful attitude towards this person, Toneri realized that this person might not be an unlucky bystander who happened to witness something he shouldn't. The person chuckled lightly. No problem, I was itching for a fight anyway, let me test how strong the most talented Otsutsuki is at this age. Click. With a click sound, an opening suddenly appeared under Toneri's feet. From that opening, a centipede made out of white clay came out and entangled around the body of the young Otsutsuki. With the first attack successful, the person warned Toneri, don't die on this one, it would be a disappointment, and jumped away along with the injured Hizashi. And then there was a violent explosion. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Toneri walked out unscathed. His expression was still indifferent. He didn't really care about the sneak attack, but he would be lying if he said that he isn't curious about who the other person is. Upon a closer look, this person is wearing a black cloak with a golden pattern and a strange mask. Considering his aura, it's quite obvious that he isn't an ordinary shinobi. What's more surprising is that this person seems to know something about him and the Otsutsuki clan. Toneri wants all the information that this person may have. Perhaps he might learn something about the person who stole Gadomazo from the moon and find a way to retrieve it. On Hizashi's side, seeing that Toneri was unscathed by the explosion, Hizashi couldn't help but sigh, and immediately said to his savior, Dojin-sama, he is very strong. As far as I have discovered, normal ninjutsus seem to be ineffective against him. Moreover, he is also capable of using similar powers as your leader and Uzumaki Nagato. Dojin nodded, I know, as he looked at the figure of Toneri coming towards him. This encounter with Hizashi and Toneri was internally a coincidence for Dojin. She was here for her regular training and never thought that she would end up encountering such a situation. Initially, she was dumbfounded, however, she soon figured out the ins and outs of the entire matter. Just like Hyuga Kuroto, Toneri must have felt the presence of another Tenseigan in the shinobi world when Aoki activated the sleeping Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. Further story is easy to figure out, he must have searched the shinobi world for a while, and upon finding nothing, he should have contacted the Hyuga clan. This also explains the presence of Hizashi. In Dojin's personal opinion, Toneri must have requested a meeting with the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. However, they didn't know Toneri's intentions, so the main family dared not let the patriarch come in person and sent Hizashi to figure out what the distant relatives want from them. With this understood, Dojin looked at Toneri, and clicked his tongue in disappointment, tch, just a puppet, huh. It's not difficult for Dojin to see through the other party. Being someone who constantly uses puppets and clone bodies, Dojin was able to instantly see through Toneri's disguise and realize that this is just a puppet. And as she figured out that the opposite Toneri is just a puppet, she lost interest in the fight, because there won't be any benefits from this fight. If it was the real Toneri, she would have used everything at her disposal to either kill him, or subdue him because that would allow her to find a way to go to the moon and take control of the giant Tenseigan there. But since the other party is just a puppet, it can be discarded anytime, so there is simply no point in fighting it. Of course, this doesn't mean that she wouldn't protect Hizashi from Toneri. With such intention, she put her hands inside her cloak, ready to start the next wave of attacks. Hizashi nervously looked at the enemy in the distance. The calmness he had when facing death had disappeared. The presence of Dojin gave him hope. Perhaps I will be able to survive this time. In this shinobi world, the Amatsukami organization is no less than legendary. Each and every member of this organization is extremely powerful. That's why the presence of Dojin means a lot. Hizashi knows that the young man of the Otsutsuki clan is extremely strong, so even though he is worried, he still believes that Dojin of Amatsukami would be able to fight him. Floating in the air, Toneri looked at the two people, and said to Hizashi, hope seems to have rekindled in your eyes. You seem to think that this person can save you, is that correct? Toneri wasn't fazed by Dojin's previous sneak attack. Toneri doesn't that anyone other than Gadomazo and probably the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan can hurt him. Therefore, he didn't take Dojin's presence to heart. Dojin muttered in an annoyed tone, he talks too much, and he seems to be looking down on me. Then she looked at Hizashi, and asked, so, what do you think? Will I be able to save you? This, maybe, Hizashi answered in a hesitant tone. To be honest, this was the first time he had met a member of Amatsukami, so he didn't know how to interact with them. All the members of Amatsukami are highly respected, and they don't make any move unless a large amount of money is involved. So, he is not sure whether Dojin would be willing to save him. Dojin said with a smile, don't worry, you will be fine, your luck is very good that you stumbled on this island while in distress. Since I am a generous person, I will save you. Initially, she was excited and a bit nervous when facing Toneri, but the moment she realized that this is just a puppet, not Toneri in person, she became calm. Although she can't kill or subdue Toneri, Toneri won't be able to hurt her either. Hizashi thanked Dojin, thanks, thank you very much, and, please be careful, he is. He also wanted to give the details of Toneri's identity to Dojin but finally chose not to. The connection with these distant relatives living on the moon is a secret of the Hyuga clan. He can't reveal their details without the permission of the main family. Besides, Hizashi doesn't think that Dojin needs any information from him because based on what he has observed so far, Dojin seems to know a lot more about the Otsutsuki clan than he does. As Hizashi was thinking about these things, suddenly Dojin appeared before him. Hizashi interrupted his thoughts and looked at Toneri. At this moment, the young Otsutsuki raised his hands in the direction of the two people and once again used Bansho Tenin. Instantly, a pulling force acted on Hizashi and Dojin's bodies, lifting their feet off the ground and dragging both of them towards Toneri. Hizashi panicked and screamed, "No, my body? I can't control it." Unlike Hizashi, this was within Dojin's expectations, and exactly what she wanted. As her body was pulled by Toneri, she took her hands out of her cloak and threw a few figurines of explosive clay at Toneri. Her throwing speed wasn't less, and under the strong pulling force of Bansho Tenin, the speed of the figurines further increased, and those figures were close to Toneri in an instant. Even if the previous explosion didn't cause him any significant damage, he still remembers their effect and knows that he can't take too many attacks head-on. So the moment he saw clay figures around him, he immediately changed Bansho Ten into Shinra Tensei in an attempt to repel the explosions. Katsu. It didn't even take a full second, and all the clay figures had exploded in a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. It's a pity that the explosions were unable to hurt Toneri as they were blown away by his Shinra Tensei. And it wasn't just the explosions, even Dojin and Hizashi as well as the surrounding forest were swept away, as if rooted off the ground by a powerful tornado, and fell a few hundred meters away. At this time, Toneri finally landed on the beach and muttered indifferently, "Is this the best you can do?" Click. Toneri hadn't even completed his words. Suddenly Dojin's figure appeared out of the ground behind him and locked his body, as he said, "Were you talking to me?" Toneri was frozen in surprise. "How did you?" He had sensed carefully, there was no one underneath the ground when he landed there. But suddenly, this person appeared out of the ground, surprising him. "That's a secret," said Dojin with an evil smirk, and added, "Don't worry, you'll have ample time to figure it out back at your home." What? Toneri was taken aback by Dojin's words, but before he could ask any further, Dojin detonated her body. Boom! The explosion caused by the detonation of her body was several times larger and more violent compared to all previous explosions. Centered at Toneri's body, the area in the 100-meter vicinity was blown away by the explosion, setting off a huge quantity of shoot and smoke into the sky. As the shoot and smoke cleared, Toneri's figure became clear. Unlike before, this time, he was badly damaged. His face was charred, and the kimono that he was wearing was burned off. There were some holes in his body, and his left arm was missing. Looking at the distressed appearance of Toneri, Donjin couldn't help but be amazed. Well, that puppet has some grade, it was able to survive this level of explosion. Toneri looked at Dojin in anger. His previous indifference and coldness have disappeared. Now he was angered at Dojin, and shouted, "How dare you!" Once again he raised his hand, but having learned his lesson, this time he didn't use Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tenin. Instead, he created a giant golem. Under Toneri's control, the rubble, rocks, and trees around him came together and started taking the form of a humanoid figure. And in the blink of an eye, a giant over 10 meters was standing on the battlefield, ready to crush Dojin under Toneri's instructions. Hizashi blankly stared at the rock giant. The golem created by Toneri wasn't like the earth golem that the shinobi of Iwagakuer uses. It's different, and several times more powerful. For a moment, he couldn't help but compare it with the Uchiha's Susanoo. If we also gain such strength, perhaps we too. But Hizashi knew that this was quite unlikely. As Hizashi was awed at the giant golem, Toneri ordered the golem, "Kill them." But before the golem could take a step ahead, suddenly, a white light was shot from the sky and turned the golem to dust. "What?" Toneri exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't understand what happened. The tall and mighty rock giant that had the power of destroying the entire island within a few minutes was destroyed by seemingly harmless white light. And he didn't have any opportunity to figure out anything as the white light, that destroyed the golem, approached him. Although Toneri is extremely talented, he is still not knowledgeable enough to be able to understand the essence of the white light. All he could do was sense the presence of more than one chakra nature in the white light, and feel that it is very dangerous. Moreover, because of the previous explosion, the machinery of the puppet's legs wasn't working properly, so when the white light approached him, he wasn't able to completely dodge it, and barely shifted his body to the side. Fush! It came in the blink of an eye and soon disappeared. The duration was very short, but for that short period of time, Toneri's heart trembled. Although he tried to avoid it, the white light still brushed his waist. The part of his body where the white light touched him, broke down at atomic level and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an extremely smooth opening. "Damn you," cursed Toneri looking at the damaged body. He never thought that he would face such a situation in the shinobi world. He is being defeated not by the Hyuga clan who has the Tenseigan, not by the person who stole Gadumazo from the moon, but by someone whom he happened to encounter on this no-name island by pure coincidence. Thinking of this, shame and anger surged in his heart. Toneri raised his head and noted that the masked person had taken this opportunity to fly away on the clay bird. "Don't try to escape," he shouted in anger, as chakra surged around him. Toneri raised his only and controlled rocks around him to attack Dojin. Rocks and rubble around him hovered in the air, and under Toneri's control, they attacked Dojin standing on the back of the clay bird. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Facing the flurry of attacks, Dojin controlled the clay bird and deftly dodged all the attacks. Initially, it was fine. However, Toneri continued to increase the number of rocks, which caused Dojin to start struggling. After a while, one of the rocks hit the clay bird, leading Dojin to fall to the ground. With the current state of his body, walking and running were extremely difficult tasks for Toneri, so he floated in the sky and approached Dojin. Looking at Dojin's distressed state, Toneri said, no matter what you do, you cannot change the inevitable. You were doomed the moment you decided to struggle and didn't accept your fate. Now, As Toneri was speaking, he suddenly felt the chakra in Dojin's body flaring. Soon, he saw Dojin's body merging with the birds. What the? Witnessing such a thing, Toneri subconsciously felt that something is wrong. But he didn't have the time to react as he was swallowed by a blinding light. Boom, boom, boom. The scale of this explosion was much bigger than any other. The forest was swallowed by it, and the entire island trembled. At the same time somewhere in the sky, it took Deidara a few days to get rid of Asuma and Kurone, but he managed to do that. After making sure that he was finally free to roam around for a while, Deidara started searching for clues about Amatsukami and Dojin. He wants to collect proof in order for the leaders of 5 great shinobi villages to believe that he is not Dojin, and that's what he intended to do. However, despite searching for days, he couldn't find anything about Amatsukami and Dojin. Now he was bored of searching for clues and started traveling on the back of the clay bird to clear his mind. In the middle of his journey, he suddenly discovered a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust and smoke in the distance. What's going on there? Curious, Deidara stood up and took a closer look. It doesn't seem to be caused by the volcanic eruption, which means someone was probably fighting there. I guess I'll take a look, perhaps I might find something interesting. With such a thought in his mind, he controlled the clay bird to fly towards the mushroom-shaped cloud. Arriving at the center of the explosion, he jumped off the back of the bird and landed on the island. He was amazed at the extent of damage caused by the explosion. Tisk, tisk. Wonderful, wonderful, this must have been amazing to witness. As Deidara was admiring the sight of the explosion, suddenly, something crawled out of the ground. The thing that appeared had a very poor state. It had lost its legs and was barely crawling out with the help of only one hand that it had left. Looking at its state, Deidara couldn't help but mutter as he observed the puppet from up close. The remains of a puppet? It's surprising that it wasn't destroyed. Damn you, screamed the miserable figure in a hoarse tone of voice, and fired a chakra sphere from its mouth. On the other side of the island, feeling the violent tremors coming from the other side, Dojin muttered with a smile, although I used quite a lot of clay on that one, the result makes it worth it. Hizashi asked, won't he find us here? Don't worry, that puppet wouldn't be in the state that it would try to search for us, and even if it is, it won't be able to spot us here considering all the chakra dispersed on the island after that explosion. Besides, I have another thing coming up for him, answered Dojin, and added, just wait for a while, you will soon figure it out. I see, nodded Hizashi. The two people didn't have to wait for long, and suddenly the island trembled once again. Boom, 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 it has begun, said Dojin, as a smile appeared on her face. The arrival of Deidara was a pure coincidence that Dojin hadn't predicted, but since that person has also appeared here, then why not put him to good use? With such intentions, she chose to hide with Hizashi, while Deidara was forced to fight the remains of Toneri's puppets. Hearing the sounds of explosion, Hizashi asked, are you still fighting him? Dojin giggled lightly and said in a sly tone, I suppose you can say that it's me. Then changed the topic, anyway, we can go now. Oh okay, nodded Hizashi. Dojin nodded, and then she looked closely at Hizashi. It's quite obvious that he is badly injured, and wouldn't be able to return to Konoha on his own. So after thinking for a while, she took out a healing potion from her cloak, and gave it to Hizashi. Drink this, it will help with the clotting of blood. Thank you. After thanking Dojin, he drank the potion handed over by Dojin. The possibility that Dojin might be giving him something dangerous didn't cross his mind, because there is no need for Dojin to use roundabout ways. With his current state, Hizashi isn't capable of putting up any form of resistance against someone like Dojin. So, without any worry, Hizashi drank the potion handed over by Dojin. With that done, Dojin created a clay bird, and instructed Hizashi, sit on that, it will take you back to Konoha. Hizashi nodded, okay, and did what Dojin instructed him to do. As the bird took to the sky, Dojin advised Hizashi, next time be more careful, your luck won't always be as good as it was today. I will keep your words in my heart. Thank you for everything you have done for me Dojin-sama. I will never forget this favor, said Hizashi as the clay bird flew towards Konoha. He didn't know why Dojin was so kind to him, however, he is going to repay that kindness one day. Dojin nodded lightly and waved her hand as she too disappeared. After sending off Hizashi, Dojin didn't wander off either and quietly returned to Anchor Vantian. On her way, she tried to estimate Toneri's current strength. Since she was fighting only a puppet, accurately estimating Toneri's true strength is quite difficult. Although Toneri's strength, speed, and other factors cannot be determined at this stage, Dojin can at least conclude that Toneri seriously lacks any combat experience, and his understanding of the shinobi world is also limited. Of course, this is a major weakness that anyone with good experience can take advantage of, but this is still not the biggest problem as he can gain enough experience with time. Toneri's biggest flaw is his arrogance. Toneri tends to think that the people of the shinobi world are inferior creatures compared to him, believing that no one will be able to match him, and this habit of his will come to bite him in the back sooner or later. Even in the canon, Toneri only emptied Naruto's chakra and spared his life without giving it a thought, believing that he was invincible and Naruto wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, he was defeated by none other than Naruto. Dojin was able to feel the arrogance carved into Toneri's bones and realized that it would be impossible for her to communicate with him. But I suppose I can't blame the boy, the ones who raised him are at fault. Perhaps in the future, I will have the opportunity, muttered Dojin with a thoughtful expression. Anchorvantian. As soon as Dojin returned to the flying fortress, Karin and Gaara came to meet Kuroto in the laboratory. Due to frequent entry and exit in Anchorvantian, and relatively similar behavior and habits, the two children have vaguely understood a few things. They seem to have realized that all these people in the different bodies is none other than Kuroto. Since the two children were already aware of the existence of clones, Kuroto didn't bother to transfer his soul back to his main body. He met the two of them and asked, "What happened? Is something bothering the two of you?" Karin shook her head. "Nothing is bothering me. I just wanted to show you this Kuroto-sama." Then she opened her eyes, revealing 3 black tomo spinning in both of her eyes. Kuroto was surprised, and a smile appeared on his face. "Your physique is really wonderful. The visual prowess of this pair of Sherinon is also restored in such a short time." "Hehehe, thank you." Karin smiled. Kuroto patted her head, and asked, "So, what do you think of this pair of eyes?" Karin immediately answered, "These eyes are much better than the previous ones. They are less uncomfortable." "I see, as expected," nodded Kuroto with a smile. He wasn't surprised. Unlike the pair of eternal Mangekyu Sherinon obtained from Danzo, this one is pure and isn't affected by the greedy nature of chimera buds, so it's quite obvious that it is more peaceful and more comfortable. As Kuroto was thinking about these things, suddenly, Karin looked at him, and said, "Kuroto-sama, about that thing. Since you asked me to give it a thought, I did it, and I have decided." Kuroto looked at Karin, and noting her determined expression, he asked, "All right, so what's your decision?" Before Karin could answer, Gaara interrupted, "Kuroto-sama, Karin-chan, she is not good enough. She is weak. It's not safe to leave such a responsibility on her, so please let me carry out that task. I will make sure that I handle the task of your resurrection properly." Kuroto blinked his eyes and looked at Gaara in surprise. He was wondering why Gaara came to see him this time but didn't expect this to be the reason. Hearing Gaara's words, Karin was offended, and said angrily, "Gaara-kan, who are you calling not good enough? You are the one who is not good enough. I shouldn't have asked about this from you." Humph. Although Kuroto told her to think about it deeply before making a decision, however, how can a child think about it deeply on her own? She had to consult someone, right? But the problem is, other than Kuroto and Kasa, Gaara is her only option. So, she mentioned this to him, believing that perhaps he would be able to help her reach a decision. The two discussed it for a while and reached the conclusion that Kuroto must be brought back to life no matter the cost. This is the least they could do for him considering what he has been doing for them. This line of thought helped Karin finalize her decision, and that's what she wanted to tell Kuroto, but she didn't expect that Gaara would treat her as not good enough and want to take the responsibility of resurrecting Kuroto. Gaara avoided Karin's gaze, and said, "What I said is true, you are weaker than me. If someone should shoulder the responsibility of resurrecting Kuroto-sama, then it should be me. I am stronger, and you would just make trouble for him, so just stay quiet, and let me do it." "Gaara-kan, I am warning you, don't you dare look down on me," shouted Karin in anger. "So what? What are you going to do? You know you can't defeat me," said Gaara, not paying much attention to Karin. You. Seeing the two children bickering, Kuroto shook his head with a smile. It's quite obvious that Gaara is not looking down on Karin, he is actually trying to protect her. As far as the two understand, resurrecting Kuroto would require the sacrifice of Karin, and Gaara doesn't want that. Therefore, he wants to take the task on his shoulders, believing that he will be the one sacrificed, not Karin. His intentions are pure, but it's a pity that it won't work. After seeing through Gaara's intentions, Kuroto shook his head. "First of all, stop arguing." The two children stopped immediately and looked at Kuroto. Kuroto nodded, and looked at Gaara. "I am really happy that you want to carry out this task, however, you are not suitable for this. But, Kuroto-sama, I am stronger than Karin-chan. I know I can do it." Gaara tried to reason. Kuroto shook his head. "No, that won't work," and explained, "You may be stronger than her, however, strength is not the factor here, the descent is. To resurrect me, you would have to bear the Rinnegan, which is not something that anyone can do. In order to be able to bear the Rinnegan, you need to be a true descendant of Rakudo Sennin, and only the people of the Uchiha clan, Senju clan, and Uzumaki clan are the true descendants of Rakudo Sennin, which Karin is and you are not. There's just no way around it. Of course, this doesn't mean that the ones who aren't the true descendants of Rakudo Sennin won't be able to bear the Rinnegan, it's just that the probability of such a thing happening is very low, and Kuroto won't take chances." Hearing Kuroto's explanation, Karin snorted, "Humph, so you still want to do it? You would only mess up things." Gaara looked away in disappointment. Kuroto patted Gaara's head, and said, "You don't have to worry too much. Karin's physique is extraordinary. If it is someone else, they will definitely die when resurrecting me. However, this might not happen in the case of Karin. There is a strong possibility that she might survive." Not only Gaara, but even Karin was surprised, and asked, "Really?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes. If appropriate measures are taken, then might survive. This is Kuroto's calculation." Hearing Kuroto's response, Karin showed a brighter smile, and Gaara also breathed a sigh of relief. Both children have unconditional trust in Kuroto. If Kuroto says that Karin might survive, then she will. They don't need any explanation. After Gaara was convinced, Kuroto sent him back and brought Karin to his laboratory. While making preparations for the surgery, Kuroto once again asked Karin, have you really thought it through? Because once we start there is no going back. Karin nodded, yes. You have given me another life. Currently, whatever I am, you are the reason, Kuroto-sama. Being useful to you is my dream, even if that means death for me. Hearing Karin's words, Kuroto stopped what he was doing and looked at the girl for a while. Her expression was clearly telling that she was dead serious. Since that's the case, I won't question her determination. He thought, and nodded, in that case, let's start. Yes, said Karin as she lay down on the operating table. After making all the preparations, Kuroto walked beside the operating table, and spoke, firstly, I will carry out a basic physical examination of your body to make sure that your body doesn't have any abnormal condition. Once I make sure that everything is fine, I will conduct an eye implantation surgery. Eye implantation, muttered Karin, and asked, does that mean today you are going to start the fusion of eyes? That's correct. Nodded Kuroto, and explained, I have chosen an orthodox method of fusion, and this method requires a lot of time. The sooner the operation is performed, the better. Based on Kuroto's understanding, there are several methods that he can choose, but in his opinion, in those methods, there are too many uncertainties, and currently, Kuroto is not looking for uncertainties, so the most orthodox method is the best, and the safest. Besides, Karin doesn't have any experience using the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, so asking her to use the other methods will be very dangerous for her. I see, muttered Karin. Kuroto continued, as per my calculations, this entire fusion process should take several months at the very least. But considering your special physique, this time may be shortened. Regardless, you'll have to be very careful the entire time, because a little carelessness might lead to the destruction of these eyes and your death. Karin became a little nervous, and asked, what do I need to take care of? Kuroto answered, for one, your daily training will stop, and even movement will be restricted. Second, you won't be seeing anything until the fusion is completed. And thirdly, you might have to endure severe pain for the next few months. Karin said with a smile, as long as I can eat and sleep I will be able to endure anything. Since you are prepared, we will start, said Kuroto as he approached the operation table. While carrying out a comprehensive physical examination, Kuroto asked Karin, by the way, do you know why Gaara wanted to take your place? Karin nodded with a smile, he wants to protect me, so you know the reason, muttered Kuroto, not so surprised. Karin snorted, Gaara is stupid, and his intentions are easy to see through. And what do you think about his intentions? Asked Kuroto. His intention of wanting to protect me makes me happy, however, nothing would have changed my mind, answered Karin. Kuroto was slightly surprised by Karin's response but chose to remain silent. After the physical examination was completed, Kuroto confirmed that Karin's physical state was perfectly all right. Her body seems to be ready to act as the facilitator for the fusion of the two pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon into the Rinnegan. Since everything appeared to be perfectly fine, without any hesitation, Kuroto took out the other pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, and said, now, I will place the other pair of eyes in your eye sockets, be ready. Karin nodded, trying to appear normal, but it was obvious that she was extremely nervous. Kuroto caressed her head, to comfort her, and said, take deep breaths, you will be all right. She took a few deep breaths as per his instruction, then said, I am fine now, please start Kuroto-sama. Kuroto nodded with a smile, all right, and began the operation. Since he had done something similar a long time ago, doing it again wasn't so difficult for him, and soon, both the pair of eyes were layered over each other. Feeling that her eye sockets were too crowded, Karin said in discomfort, my eyes are swollen, I feel that they might tear apart. Kuroto reassured, don't worry, they won't. Then he injected the fusion agent into her eye sockets while explaining, I have injected the fusion agent to start the fusion, you'll have to endure this state for the next few days as the fusion agent acts. I see. As she was about to nod, suddenly, her body started to shake, she curled up, and said in a painful tone, Kuroto-sama, my head is hurting too much. Kuroto immediately activated his Byakugan and observed Karin's head. As he looked at Karin with his Byakugan, he saw her chakra draining rapidly. And it wasn't just draining, it was reacting violently and distorting. Kuroto knew that this was bad, and immediately injected more fusion agents. With the assistance of the fusion agent, Karin's state stabilized to some extent, and she started taking deep breaths. Kuroto asked, how do you feel now? Karin replied weakly, I feel like my head is burning, it's too painful. Kuroto had predicted that such a situation may arise, however, he didn't think that it would be so bad. Now it seems that even if it's Karin, things will not be easy, muttered Kuroto and started to think of a solution that he could use. Soon, he had a solution in mind, I suppose that is the only solution. The solution is derived from Nagato's example. Initially, Rinnegan drained Nagato to the point that he had become shriveled and old. However, this all changed when Nagato implanted Shadame Hokage's cells. Not only did Nagato return to normal, but he managed to gain better control over Rinnegan. So, the solution is Hashirama's cells. Kuroto will have to use first Hokage's cells. However, the problem is that Karin's situation is somewhat different from Nagato's. When Nagato implanted the Hashirama cells, he already had Rinnegan and Gadomazo as well, so he was able to suppress those cells and fully fuse them in his body. Unlike Nagato, Karin can't do this, as she is constantly drained by the 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. It's not impossible, however, it's incredibly difficult, so Kuroto has to think of a way around it. What to do, he muttered, a little unsure of what approach he could use. After a while of ragging his brain, Kuroto suddenly had an idea. That's it. The answer is Tobi, muttered Kuroto in realization, and added, Tobi can help Karin. As for how will Tobi help Karin? The answer is pretty simple, just think of the time Obito relied on Tobi. After being rescued and healed by Madara, Obito wasn't in any condition to help out Kakashi and Rin. He may have wanted to immediately rush to them, but considering his physical condition, let alone helping them, even reaching there would have been impossible for Obito. At that time, a special Zetsu avatar, Tobi helped Obito. Tobi covered Obito's body like armor and provided him with the chakra supply. With the help of that chakra supply, not only Obito was able to break through the cement wall, he was able to bear the evolution of his Sharinon into Mangekyo Sharinon and cause the annihilation he performed after that. Inspired by Tobi, Kuroto came up with the idea of creating a similar armor for Karin that would be made up of Hashirama cells. Since Karin needs to put all her attention into the fusion of the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, she wouldn't be able to survive the Hashirama cell implantation. Therefore, something like Tobi would be very helpful for her. With the assistance of an external armor made up of Shadame Hokage cells, the burden on Karin will be reduced and she will be able to take a breather. Moreover, the supply of Yang Chakra from the armor would also improve the success rate of the evolution of the 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon into the Rinnegan. Therefore, the armor is the best choice. With this in mind, Kuroto gently caressed Karin's head, and said, bear with the pain for a while, I know what to do in order to ease it, however, it will take some time. Karin gritted her teeth and said with a smile, I can hold on, no worries Kuroto-sama. Kuroto nodded and went to the cell cultivation room. Here, he took out the Hashirama cells, as well as Tobi's cells from the cold storage and started to work on them. The idea of creating such an armor made up of Hashirama cells isn't new, he thought about it a long time ago, that's why he has always kept Tobi's cells with him and made a lot of plans on how he would make the armor. The reason he never actually made the armor is that he is always too busy with something or the other and doesn't have enough time to bring that idea to life. Now that there is a need for that armor, Kuroto can finally create it. After working on the cells, Kuroto had all the data before him, and using that data Kuroto first drew a rough sketch of how the armor should be. Unlike Madara, Kuroto doesn't need the armor to have any consciousness of its own, providing that won't be too difficult for him. However, there is no need. What he needs from the armor is to have the ability to be able to supply chakra to Karin, have a strong defense, should augment her strength, and should not affect her mobility. The armor should be made up of Shadame Hokage-sama's cells for the supply of Yang chakra. However, it is an undeniable fact that if only those cells are used, keeping the armor stable would be very difficult. They are too aggressive and would try to take over anything they are implanted into. It is necessary to use other cells as well in order to make the armor stable. But the question is, whose cells should I use? Should I use a white Zetsu? Initially Kuroto has such an idea. However, upon thinking it over, he shook his head, because even white Zetsu is not invulnerable to Hashirama cells. If a lot of chakra is supplied to it, it turns into a tree and dies. Kuroto can't allow such a thing in the armor as it would put Karin's life in danger. Therefore, he has to use someone else's cells. Again the question is, whose cells should I use? Kuroto thought of all the strong people still alive in the shinobi world, and some do seem to meet the requirements. First is Uchiha Shisui. He has gone through Hashirama cell implantation and survived, so theoretically speaking, his cells should be able to manage. The second person is Nagato. He has also implanted Hashirama cells in his body, so his cells should also be suitable. And the last person is Obito. He would need to test using the cells of all three in order to find out which cells have the highest compatibility. But the problem is, Kuroto doesn't have Nagato and Obito's cells with him, and undoubtedly, obtaining their cells is next to impossible at this moment. So, the only option left is Shisui, and coincidentally, Kuroto has Shisui's cells with him. Let's first try using Shisui's cells. With this in mind, Kuroto took out Shisui's cells from the cold storage, and after performing a few tests on them, he checked the compatibility. 13%, muttered Kuroto, looking at the readings. Although the score isn't good enough, his cells seem to have some compatibility, but he is not sure whether such low compatibility would work for the armor. Do I have any other option? He muttered with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, an idea flashed into his mind. Why don't I try using my cells? Because of continuous exposure to Tenseigan chakra and Ryua Miyako, Kuroto's body is no longer what it used to be. Kuroto has confidence that his cellular activity is higher compared to Shisui. Therefore, using his cells is also an option. And if it doesn't work, I can use Tenseigan chakra until it works. With such an idea in his mind, Kuroto took some of his cells, and after performing some tests, he checked the compatibility of his cells with Hashirama cells. 36%. He was taken aback by the readings. This is a very good score. What's more, surprising is that this score is coming without any external input from Tenseigan chakra, which means that his cells can be used. With this clear, Kuroto immediately devised the plan and started the development of armor. Kuroto decided to go with the ratio of 70 to 30 for his cells and Hashirama's cells. This ratio will ensure the stability of the armor, and it will also make sure that it will be able to supply enough yang chakra. And since this is the first iteration, Kuroto named the armor type I Biological Armor Day. A beep sound repeatedly echoed in the cultivation room as Kuroto patiently waited for the incubation process to complete. After a while, the beeping stopped, and the lights on the incubators turned red one by one. This is a sign that the cells placed into the incubator for fusion have not survived. The failure didn't affect Kuroto all that much. He understands the cancerous nature of Hashirama cells, so this was well within his expectations. Unaffected by failure, Kuroto emptied all 500 incubators and placed a new batch of petri dishes inside them for incubation. His current focus is the manufacturing of the Type I biological armor as soon as possible. For this, Kuroto is not paying attention to the cost of manufacturing. Regardless of how much it would cost, Kuroto is using all the resources accessible to him, because the cost of not using all the resources would be too much. Karin's life would be at stake, and there is a possibility that even the 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon will also be destroyed. Putting aside how important Karin's life is for his future goals, the loss of a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon alone would be too much. Each pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is an invaluable treasure in the shinobi world, not to mention 2 different pairs that are close to evolving into the Rinnegan. No matter how rich he is, even Kuroto can't afford to bear such a loss, so here time is of the essence. With this in mind, Kuroto continued to change the batch of petri dishes after repeated failures and stopped only after the incubation of the 23rd batch was completed. As for why he stopped, the reason is that in the 23rd batch, one of the incubators flashed a green light instead of a red light. This meant that finally, this set of cells survived the incubation process. Noting this, a gleam of joy appeared on Kuroto's face. Awesome. To be honest, Kuroto hadn't expected to succeed so early. And if not for being lucky, the incubation wouldn't have resulted in success for the next 20 to 30 batches. Well, it doesn't matter how I achieved the result, the fact that I succeeded matters, muttered Kuroto as he took out fused cells and put them for shaping. This time, he is not going to make a complete clone, but a hollow armor. For this, he needs to use a shaper, otherwise, the cells will grow randomly, and only God knows what form the cells might end up taking in the end. With this in mind, Kuroto put the cells inside a shaper and then placed them into a nutrition tank for the cultivation process. While the cells were growing into armor, Kuroto started to record data. This entire ordeal has brought him a lot of experience and data on dealing with the Hashirama cells, and he plans to use all this data while creating the Yang clone in the future. Although creating Yang clone will be much more difficult compared to this armor, the data from this will definitely prove to be useful at that time. For now, Kuroto knows that he has all the resources necessary for the creation of Yang clone. The only factor that he needs to consider is the cost. Thinking of the money that he might need to spend for the creation of Yang clone, Kuroto feels a little distressed. Even now, in order to make sure that the armor is completed at all costs, Kuroto completely ignores the factor of cost. Although he succeeded, the funds he consumed weren't small. Moreover, not long ago, he accidentally created a hole in Anchor Ventian while trying out dust release. Although the defense of the fortress isn't compromised, the hole still exists and he would have to repair that. Counting the funds required to fix that hole, and the recent consumption of materials, he has nearly emptied all his backup funds, and couldn't help but sigh. Money is such a problem. I do wonder we'll ever be free of this worry. A few hours later, after a few hours of hard work, the Type I biological armor was finally completed. As soon as the armor was completed, Kuroto took it out from the nutrition tank and went to the operation room. Here, Karin was curled up in pain. However, she wasn't screaming or crying. Instead, she clenched her teeth and trembled. Kuroto caressed Karin's head and gave her some of his chakra to ease her pain, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I have brought something that will ease the pain." Karin said, "I am not afraid." Kuroto nodded, and instructed her, "For now stand up, and remove your clothes." Karin did as asked. After getting up, she removed all her clothes. After she had removed all the clothes, Kuroto put the Type I biological armor on her body from her back and attached an extension, that looked like an umbilical cord, at her navel. After she had put on the armor, Kuroto explained, "This is a temporary armor I created for you. It is made up of my cells and the cells of Shadame Hokage. This armor has a lot of yang chakra and it will ease the pain." Since Karin had bandages wrapped over her eyes, so she couldn't see the appearance of the armor, and asked, "Kuroto-sama, what does the armor look like?" Well, Kuroto scratched his cheek awkwardly. Because he was too hasty in creating this armor, he didn't pay much attention to its appearance. This armor was designed to fulfill its purpose, which is why it still has several flaws in its design. It looks a lot like your typical white Zetsu clone. But if you consider that this is just a temporary model created in an emergency, and Kuroto didn't have enough time to pay attention to details, then this armor is very good. Just as he was planning to explain that this is just a temporary design, and he will create a better one for her in the future, Karin suddenly exclaimed, "Kuroto-sama, the pain, it has gone. My head doesn't hurt anymore." Kuroto activated his Byakugan and looked at Karin. Through his Byakugan, Kuroto could see Karin absorbing chakra from the clone through the umbilical cord. The absorbed chakra continuously towards her eyes. Because of the external chakra supply, the draining of chakra from her body stopped. At the same time, the violent reaction also subsided. Thankfully this worked, muttered Kuroto in relief. Although this armor doesn't have many features, it saved Karin's life. So, Kuroto can say that the funds weren't wasted. After repeatedly confirming that the violent chakra reaction in her body had subsided, Kuroto breathed a sigh of relief and started to test the changes in her body after wearing the Type I biological armor. For one, because of the external supply from the Type I biological armor, the yang chakra in her body has enhanced, which is the reason the discomfort caused by the 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyou Sharinon also subsided. Although just a piece of external layer, the effects of the Type I biological armor are still so amazing. The cells of Shadame Hokage-sama are really a treasure trove of wonder. These results were well within his expectations. However, expectations and reality are generally quite different. However, here, the data he obtained from Karin's body clearly surprised him. It seems the results are this good because Karin is an Uzumaki, thought Kuroto as he looked at Karin's red hair. Of course, this is just a conjecture, and it's entirely possible that it is because of Karin's special physique. What's actually the case cannot be determined at this point. He will have to conduct some research on that. It's just that Kuroto has limited data at this time and cannot conduct research to find out the exact reason. Regardless of what's the case, if I use Karin and Shodame-sama's cells and manage to perfectly fuse them, I might be able to obtain a perfect sage body that is very close to Rakudo Sennin's level, muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Among the 2 sons of Rakudo Sennin, the younger one, that is, Otsutsuki Azura, was born with the body of Rakudo Sennin, and if the information Kuroto has is correct, the Uzumaki clan and Senju clan are the direct descendants of Otsutsuki Azura. So, theoretically speaking, as long as the physical traits of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan can be fused into a single body, then it is possible that that body will have the traits of Otsutsuki Azura. What's interesting here is that as we know, the strength of Otsutsuki Azura's yang chakra is enough to undergo several cycles of reincarnations, which means that if a body that has traits of Otsutsuki Azura's body is obtained, the threshold of eternal life can also be reached. Although this type of eternal life is imperfect, it is better than nothing. Unaware of Kuroto's thoughts, Karin liked the warmth of Type I biological armor and spoke in comfort. Kuroto-sama, this is so good. I feel my entire filled with warmth. My head doesn't hurt anymore either. Karin's words brought Kuroto out of his train of thought. He looked at her expression, and explained, that is because this Type I biological armor is constantly supplying you yang chakra through the umbilical cord attached to your navel. I don't think you are aware of this, but this armor is made up of Shadame Hokage-sama cells, who was a member of the Senju clan. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are the descendants of the same ancestors, so both clans are highly compatible with each other. Therefore, the yang chakra that you are receiving from this armor has a very positive effect on you and your body. Is that so? Muttered Karin as she tilted her head. She sort of understood what Kuroto was explaining. Kuroto nodded, and continued, Shadame Hokage-sama was likely the strongest Senju in the history of the Senju clan. Although he died a few decades ago, his cells still remain and are extremely strong. So strong, that keeping them under control is a highly challenging task. Even I can't confidently say that I can keep them under control, that's how violent they are. In a normal situation, it won't be surprising if those cells eat up the biological armor and start to affect your body, turning you into a tree. Karin's smile disappeared. What? She looked at Kuroto in fright, and asked, Then, does that mean I will turn into a tree? Kuroto smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't happen. As I said, that is only under normal situations. For one, I have reduced the activity of Shadame Hokage-sama's cells before using them for creating the armor. And secondly, this armor has only 30% cells of Shadame Hokage-sama, for the rest, it has my cells. As long as I continue to inject my chakra into the armor once every few days, Shadame Hokage-sama's cells won't be able to take over. Hearing Kuroto's explanation, Karin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I don't turn into a tree. Kuroto's expression turned serious as he spoke. Even if you are safe now because of the Type I biological armor, you can't be careless. In fact, you have to be extra careful now that you have this. The way this armor works, it will supply you with yang chakra. However, there is a cost, and the cost is that it will constantly absorb nutrients from your body to create physical energy. After all, for molding chakra, mental and physical energies are required. Mental energy will come from the chakra I will inject. However, the physical energy will be taken from your body. Therefore, your food intake will increase to maintain the supply of nutrients. Additionally, the presence of those pairs of eyes also means that your mental energy will be drained constantly, so you must also meditate regularly. Unlike Zetsu, which can continue to exist with water and sunlight, the Type I biological armor requires proper nutrients. And the only way it can obtain nutrients is through the host. Karin will have to provide for the armor as well, therefore, it's quite natural that her appetite will double. When she heard that she can eat as much as she wants without any restrictions, Karin became happy. After he had explained everything to her, Kuroto took Karin to her room and instructed her to rest. While returning back to his laboratory, Kuroto couldn't help but think about another feature of the Type I biological armor that he just realized. Because Type I biological armor doesn't have a sentience of its own, it's possible to control it using Tenseigan. Moreover, Kuroto can even use Tenseigan soul descent and transfer his soul inside it should he feel like it. Well, that's an added advantage, but I guess I won't be using it. Konohagakure. Under the evening glow of the setting sun, Neji left the Konoha Ninja Academy and returned to the Hyuga district with an excited smile on his face. Although his father wasn't able to come to watch the assessment, Neji is still very excited. The reason is that this time, he defeated Sasuke as well as Rock Lee and ranked first in the assessment. As for Naruto, well, he had indeed managed to absorb a lot of natural energy and entered the Sennin mode during the assessment. However, all the natural energy he had absorbed was exhausted before his match against Sasuke or Neji, and was easily defeated by Sasuke. Overall, this time the winner is him, and he wanted to tell this news to his father. Thinking of the smile that his father would have upon learning this news, Neji's footsteps quickened and he hurried back to the Hyuga district. However, as soon as he entered the Hyuga district, Neji noticed that there was a strange silence in the district. All the clansmen he encountered on the way seemed to be rushing somewhere. What could have happened? Muttered Neji with a doubtful expression. Remembering that his father had gone on a mission, and didn't even come to attend the assessment despite the promise he made, Neji couldn't help but feel a little uneasy and his pace quickened. After returning home, Neji learned that his father had returned back to the village in the early morning. However, he was injured and couldn't return home and was kept in Konoha hospital for treatment and questioning purposes. Treatment is kind of obvious considering Hizashi's injuries, however, questioning was unexpected. Normally, he wouldn't be put under such serious questioning considering his identity, but because there is the involvement of the Amatsukami organization that the village cares about, Hizashi had no other choice. But even if that's the case, Hizashi didn't know whether to reveal the details. The cause of this incident is a secret meeting between the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This matter was regarded as a top-level secret by the main family, and the main family forbid him to reveal any information related to that meeting, so when facing the village's questioning, Hizashi didn't reveal everything from the start. Because Hizashi didn't reveal everything, the Hokage faction had no choice but to put pressure on the main family of the Hyuga clan to reveal the reason behind Amatsukami's involvement in the Hyuga clan's affairs, who the mysterious enemy is, and how they are involved with the Hyuga clan. From a certain perspective, it is in the best interest of the Hyuga clan to reveal these details to the Hokage faction. After all, these distant relatives on the moon don't seem to have any good intentions. Hizashi's condition is a clear sign that they are hostile towards the Hyuga clan. So reporting the details of these distant relatives will not only earn the trust and support of the village, and the main family will be able to protect itself with the help of Konoha. However, after the members of the main family learned Toneri's purpose behind this meeting, the main family was reluctant to reveal these details. Although the main family is unaware of what Tenseigan is, based on Toneri's behavior and his eagerness of wanting it shows that it isn't something simple. And considering the way Toneri talked with Hizashi, it seemed that he was certain that the Tenseigan is within the Hyuga clan. As the main family of the Hyuga clan realized the implications of this information, a serious disagreement arose in the main family. The patriarch Hizashi believed that they should tell the truth to the village, reveal the existence of Otsutsuki and Tenseigan to Hokage-sama and ask for their support. However, the elders of the main family were opposed to Hizashi's approach and believed that rather than worrying about Hizashi and the village, they should focus on understanding the Tenseigan and finding out what it is. The elders of the main family believe that if someone as powerful as the Otsutsuki also wants to obtain the Tenseigan, then it must be something extraordinary, and as long as they manage to find it, the pressure from the village would mean nothing. This disagreement within the main family caused them to remain indecisive and they didn't reveal anything. The attitude of the main family wasn't hidden from the eyes of Sandaime Hokage. By now it's quite obvious that the Hyuga clan is trying to conceal important information from the village. The information could be related to a Matsukami or a potential enemy. Since Hyuga clan refused to reveal the information, the relationship between the Hokage faction and Hyuga clan became tense. This is also the reason why Neji felt a strange atmosphere within the Hyuga district. Because Hyuga clan refused to reveal critical information despite Hokage-sama's repeated requests and questioning, a lot of Umbu were instructed to keep surveillance around the Hyuga clan. The presence of Umbus around the Hyuga district couldn't be hidden from the eyes of the Hyuga clansmen, and this caused the Hyuga clansmen to feel nervous and uneasy. On the other hand, as Deidara returned to Konoha, he was also left speechless upon being put under questioning. Firstly, it was just casual questioning from Oniki about where he went and what he did. However, as Deidara revealed details, things changed. The next set of questions that he faced was the identity of the person he fought, what were his name and his origin. Deidara had no answer, and the reason is also obvious, he didn't know these details, to begin with. However, everyone refused to believe him, even Oniki was a little doubtful this time, and couldn't help but consider the possibility that Deidara might really be Dojin of Amatsukami. Hizashi insisted that it was Dojin who saved him. Coincidentally, Deidara was also present in that place around the same time. This can't be a simple coincidence, everyone thought this. And no matter what Deidara said, everyone refused to believe him. Meanwhile, everyone started to use their own resources and network to carry out their own investigation. Somewhere in the land of T. Ka. With an ear-piercing mechanical sound, a puppet walked through a dark passage. The puppet was alone, and it didn't seem anyone was controlling it. Still, it was moving orderly and walking deeper into the cave. After a minute of walking, the puppet stopped, and spoke apologetically, "Sorry to keep you guys waiting. At this moment, several figures walked out of the shadows and revealed themselves. What took you so long? We almost thought that you got a cold feet, said one of the figures sarcastically. The puppet chuckled. Ha ha ha, well, I don't know about the cold feet, but I seem to have the rusty feet, so it's difficult to walk anyhow. I apologize for being late, and I greet the members of the legendary Akatsuki organization. That's right, these people are members of the Akatsuki organization, and all of them are dressed in Akatsuki's turtleneck cloak. At the center is Tendo Pain, and beside him is Konan. Then there is Uchiha Shinichi and Sasori. Sasori curiously looked at the guy and said, a puppet, huh? Interesting guy. Are you sure you want to send this puppet and not come in person? Shinichi also added, you have been inquiring about us for a while now, and repeatedly expressed your intention of wanting to meet us, and now that we are finally here, you send this puppet. Are you looking down on us? The puppet glanced at Shinichi for a while, then it looked at Tendo Pain, and said, I wish to make a deal with the Akatsuki organization. Shinichi muttered in annoyance, you got some nerve ignoring me. The puppet remained silent and continued to look at Tendo. At this time Konan asked, what do you want from us? The puppet spread its arms and explained, as you can see, this puppet of mine is broken beyond repair. So, I want the puppet maker of your organization to make me the strongest puppet in the world. Something that wouldn't lose to anyone. Sasori was surprised by the other party's desire, and asked, well, it's not impossible, however, such a thing has a price, what do you offer in return? The puppet raised its finger and spoke, I will give a piece of information in return. Sasori raised an eyebrow, information? What kind of information do you think you can give us in exchange for the puppet that you want? The puppet smiled, the kind of information no one except me knows in the shinobi world, and something that you people desperately want to know. Shinichi muttered in surprise, is there such a thing? The puppet nodded, I have information about the origins of a Matsukami. I know where the base of operation of a Matsukami is, and I know the identity of the leader of a Matsukami. I bet that no one except me knows this information, and this is something you people desperately want to know. Sasori exclaimed in shock, you have information about a Matsukami. Not only Sasori but Tendo Pain and Konan were also the same. As the puppet said, Akatsuki desperately wants information about a Matsukami. Compared to information about a Matsukami, a puppet would be nothing. Only Shinichi narrowed his eyes, coldly looking at the puppet, a hint of killing intent hidden in his eyes, as he thought, does it really know something about a Matsukami? You have information about a Matsukami, asked the members of Akatsuki looking at the puppet in shock. Indeed, nodded the puppet, and added, I won't say that I know everything, but I do know quite a lot, more than anyone in the entire shinobi world. All four people of Akatsuki were surprised by the puppet's claim. After recovering from the shock, Tendo looked at the puppet and asked, answer me, who is the leader of a Matsukami? Not so fast, firstly I want my puppet. So, as long as the Akatsuki organization creates the kind of puppet I want, I will give all the information that I have. The puppet added, trust me when I say this, without the information I give you, you won't ever be able to guess who the leader of a Matsukami is, and where their base of operation is. Konan spoke in a sharp tone, and why should we trust your words? Ha ha ha, right, I need to at least show that I am credible enough. Muttered the puppet, as it raised its hand toward the members of the Akatsuki organization and said slowly, be careful. Then without waiting for the members of Akatsuki to respond, it released a strong repulsive force towards them, Shinra Tensei. Instantly, a strong repulsive force acted on the four members of the Akatsuki organization. Everyone was caught off guard by the puppet's sudden move, and their bodies were being pushed back by a violent repulsive force. Just as they were about to lose their footing, Tendo raised his arms and muttered, Shinra Tensei. Instantly a strong repulsive force was released by Tendo Pain. The two repulsive forces collided and a loud explosion occurred. Boom! As the confrontation became more and more intense, the air inside the cave was compressed and the space was distorted. Boom! Another ear-piercing explosion occurred, and the whole cave shook violently. As a result of the explosion, both Tendo and the puppet were pushed back violently. This was just a short exchange of power, however, it shocked not only Tendo but also Konan, Shinichi, and Sasori. Everyone had a serious expression as they looked at the puppet. As per their knowledge so far, the only people who are capable of using Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin are Nagato and Yama. And now, out of nowhere, a puppet appears that has a similar ability. What's more, shocking is that the power the puppet displayed is also not inferior to Tendo. Compared to others, Shinichi is more shocked. In fact, rather than shocked, he is afraid. If until a while ago he scoffed at the puppet's claim of knowing Yama's identity and secrets of a Matsukami, then now, he is no longer so sure. Considering that the puppet is capable of using those jutsu, it is indeed possible that it knows the identity of Yama and the secrets of a Matsukami. And this is bad, very bad. He must be killed at all cost. Shinichi made up his mind. In order to keep Kuroto's identity a secret and to make sure that the secrets of a Matsukami remain protected, he made up his mind to destroy the puppet and kill the master of this puppet before he can give out any information. The puppet and its master, unaware of Uchiha Shinichi's thoughts, smiled at the members of Akatsuki, and asked, I think, you should be able to trust me now, right? Konan asked sharply, just who are you? Well, I guess I can say that we have a common enemy that is a Matsukami. And since the enemy of an enemy is a friend, so I am a friend for you guys, said the puppet, and added, trust me when I say this, without knowing the information that I have, it is impossible for me or your Akatsuki to defeat a Matsukami. And even if we know this information, we would need to work together if we want to defeat them because their full strength is beyond anyone's imagination. Tendo pondered over the puppet's words. He could sense that the puppet wasn't lying, so after a while of thinking, he spoke in a deep tone of voice, all right, I agree to this deal of yours. A very wise decision, responded the puppet as its master sighed in relief. Earlier, the master of the puppet planned to teach Tendo a lesson in order to get the upper hand in their cooperation. However, from that short confrontation with him, the master of puppets realized how terrifying this person is, and as if that's not enough, this is just one of the 6 puppets that Uzumaki Nagato controls. If the information he has on Nagato is correct, then these puppets even when combined don't hold a candle to Nagato, so it's really hard to imagine just how strong Nagato is. Fortunately, this was just a test of strength and none of them had any plans of killing the other party, so it went all right. Otherwise, even with the massive chakra support that the puppet has, it wouldn't be able to suppress Tendo. Unaware of the puppet's thoughts, Sasori looked at Tendo, then shifted his gaze to the puppet, and asked, so, what kind of puppet do you want? The strongest, replied the puppet. Huh. Sasori looked weirdly at the puppet, and said, even if you say that strength is of various forms, what qualities do you want the puppet to have? Do you want it to be speed type, strength type, or overall type? What is your preference and what is your standard? The puppet replied, this is your business, and I am not a puppeteer, and added, I will leave these things to you, just know that I want the strongest puppet. As strong as you can make. The master behind this puppet doesn't really have that much knowledge about the puppets. Most of the puppets he has now are either broken junk or old puppets he found at that temple, so he doesn't have any specific standard to define what is the strongest puppet. Knowing that everything was up to him, Sasori nodded helplessly, all right, I'll make you the strongest puppet. I will wait for my puppet to be completed, it said, then left the cave under the watchful gaze of the members of Akatsuki. At the border of the land of tea. Crossing the land of tea, the puppet suddenly stopped on a tree branch, and shouted, come out, I know you are there, don't try to hide. As soon as these words were spoken, a figure revealed himself and spoke in a regretful tone, yair. I didn't expect that you would discover me so soon, it seems my skills are getting dull. The puppet's tone darkened, noting the identity of the person following him. Uchiha Shinichi? Why are you following me? Does Akatsuki want to break the deal? Looking at Shinichi's silent expression, the puppet said, cooperating with me is in the best interest of Akatsuki. Only by working together can we defeat a Matsukami. The master of this puppet wasn't aware of Uchiha Shinichi's true purpose of coming after him. He assumed that Shinichi was acting as per the orders of the leader of the Akatsuki organization and he was trying to figure out his identity. Since the other person is misunderstanding his intentions, then that's all the better for him. Such a misunderstanding will affect the cooperation between the two sides, and the intelligence of a Matsukami will not be leaked to the Akatsuki. With this in mind, Shinichi decided not to give any reply and activated his Mangekyou Shurinon. Looking at the pair of Mangekyou Shurinon slowly whirling in Shinichi's eyes, the puppet knew that there was no room for talk, and only fists could speak now. It appears that firstly I have to teach you, people, a lesson, only then will you people realize your place and agree to cooperate. Spoke puppet in anger, and prepared for the battle. The current state of the master behind the puppet is different from the past. If it was before, he would have definitely chosen to hide and escape if put in such a situation. However, since he got his hands on that thing, he is no longer afraid of anything. Whoosh. With a quick body flicker jutsu, Shinichi disappeared from his place. Shinra Tensei. The puppet didn't bother to figure out the direction from which Uchiha Shinichi would attack him and released a repulsive force in all directions. Boom! The repulsive force released by the puppet swept all directions. As the dust and smoke cleared, the view became clear and the surrounding terrain changed. Trees, grass, rocks, and animals in the surroundings were blown away and a flat ground was left. Shinichi was naturally not exempted from suffering. His movement was intercepted by the repulsive force and he was thrown backwards. Standing in the center of the messy battlefield, the puppet looked at the pathetic state of Shinichi, and mocked him, is this level of Uchiha's legendary Mangekyou Shurinon, just like your patriarch, you two are vulnerable in front of me. Embarrassed, Shinichi got up from the ground and said, so, my guess was correct, are indeed someone from Konohagakure. It's nothing to be surprised about. Muttered puppet, and said, if Akatsuki wanted to figure out my background, then you have done that, so can we stop already? The master controlling the puppet didn't want to turn against Akatsuki yet, especially when he was in urgent need of a puppet. Bah, damn it. I got mud in my mouth. Shinichi spit out the mud in his mouth, then looked at the puppet and asked, you were a member of the Hyuga clan, right? The master of the puppet was taken aback. Since the other party had already guessed it, so he didn't bother to hide it and nodded, yes. Then asked, how did you figure it out? Damn, so, he really is a member of the Hyuga clan? It seems he might really know boss's identity, thought Shinichi inwardly and looked at the puppet with the intention to kill slash. Shinichi no longer doubted the puppet's words. In his opinion, if anyone has a chance of finding out the identity of Yama, and the secrets of a Matsukami, then that has to be a member of the Hyuga clan. Having confirmed this, Shinichi decided that the person behind the puppet had to be killed at all costs before he did any damage to Amatsukami. With this in mind, Shinichi no longer played around and got serious. Before the puppet could understand what happened, Shinichi suddenly raised both hands, and immediately countless wires, that were buried under the ground, appeared on the battlefield, and intertwined around the puppet, binding it, and restricting its movement. What? The puppet was taken aback as it realized that its movements had been restricted, even raising its hand became impossible. What's more shocking is, the puppet couldn't even realize when Shinichi prepared such a trap. As the puppet was trying to figure this out, suddenly the Uchiha Shinichi standing in front of it exploded into white smoke. Poof? What? That was a shadow clone all along. The puppet was startled. And before he could figure out anything, suddenly a murderous voice came from its back. So, you are someone only with raw power, and no battle experience. It makes sense. Now, although I do have guesses about your identity, I want to confirm it. Let's see, who are you? Just as Shinichi prepared to use genjutsu, the puppet lost its strings, metaphorically, and broke into several pieces. It seemed that the master of the puppet cut the connection as soon as he realized that his secrets would be seen through by Uchiha Shinichi. Obviously, he didn't want his secrets to be discovered, because that would put him at a serious disadvantage. So, the master cut the strings of the puppet and disappeared. Seeing that the person seemed to have escaped, Shinichi was disappointed and looked around, trying to see if he could find any trail of chakra that would lead him to the puppeteer behind the puppet. TCH, so this was a miss, huh? He muttered in an annoyed tone of voice as he realized that he couldn't find anything. After a while, Shinichi looked at the puppet fallen on the ground and muttered to himself, still, what kind of ninjutsu is it that allows him to control puppets from a long distance? What's more surprising is that I can't even see the connection. Sigh, this is really annoying. Being unable to figure out the method the puppeteer used, Shinichi looked helpless. Although he was mentally prepared for the failure, this type of ending is still a bit unacceptable for him, especially when he was so close to it. Forget it, I will figure this out later. For now, I have to deal with what's coming. He shook his head with such a thought in his mind and turned around. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this time, 5 figures, each one wearing the turtleneck cloak of Akatsuki organization, were rushing towards him. These 5 are none other than the Kiri squad of Akatsuki, comprising Baiwa Juzo, Hoshigaki Kisame, Shinoik Mijita, Kagaya Takashi, and Kyo. It didn't take long for the 5 to surround Shinichi. Standing at the center, Juzo looked at Shinichi helplessly, and said, I am not really surprised. I had expected that this day would come, still, it came sooner than I predicted. There was no need for questioning and trying to figure out what happened. Without Nagato or Madara's permission, Shinichi attacked the puppet, and this act of attacking someone who would cooperate with Akatsuki and help them fight their biggest enemy is clearly betrayal. Before coming after the puppet, Shinichi was prepared for this to happen, therefore, he was neither worried nor scared and said with a smirk, I guess. But still, I thought that it would be Sasori coming after me, didn't expect that it would be you, Juzo. Juzo held the hilt of his Kubikuribasho, and said while pointing at Shinichi, Shinichi, I told you several times that nothing good will come to you if you do this. The only place you have left will also disappear. You should understand that Akatsuki won't forgive traitors unless you have a proper explanation. There is no going back now. Shinichi smirked. Akatsuki was never the place I wanted to be. This was just a means to me. But I do consider you my friend, but that's that, and this is this. I did what I wanted to do and I have no intention of explaining anything to anyone. If you want to stop me, then fight already, else step aside and let me go. I have no time for chit-chat. Hearing Shinichi's words, Juzo understood that Shinichi had no intention of going back with them. Shaking his head in sadness, he drew his sword and pointed at Shinichi. The hesitation and struggle were clearly apparent on his face as he pointed Kubikuribasho at Shinichi. To Juzo, Shinichi is a close friend, and they have worked together for several years. To a certain extent, their team was the only team that developed into a close friendship over the years, and both watched out for each other's back when facing any enemy. Now having to face someone he has trusted his back with, it's obvious that Juzo is hesitant. In fact, Juzo is not at all surprised by Shinichi's betrayal. Shinichi stopped pretending in front of him long ago, therefore, Juzo was very well aware of the fact that Shinichi was not loyal to Akatsuki, and would one day betray them. But out of friendship, Juzo kept this a secret and never reported anything about Shinichi's attitude/intention to anyone. Juzo had also prepared himself to fight Shinichi on that day. And now that that day has really come, Juzo realizes that it's really difficult for him to fight the only remaining friend he has left in Shinobi world. Knowing that he really can't fight Shinichi, Juzo put down Kubikuribasho, and sighed, I hope you know what you are doing. Shinichi understood Juzo's hesitation. He smiled lightly and muttered lightly, I know what I am doing. Thanks, Juzo. Then he disappeared with a quick body flicker. Seeing Juzo allowing Shinichi's retreat, Kisame said with a smile, Juzo-san, I didn't expect that you would be soft-hearted with him. But, that aside, we allowed him to retreat despite having a numeric advantage. How are we going to explain this? Takashi said in a regretful tone, here I thought that I would be able to face him and see how strong his Mangekyou Sharingan is. What a shame. Mijita shook his head. Rather than shame, I will call this a blessing. I don't think anyone except Kisame and Kyo would have managed to survive if we actually faced him, and even then, we couldn't have stopped him. This result is much better. Takashi retorted, we are more people, we could have defeated him. Mijita shook his head, he has that weird Mangekyou Sharinon ability and Susanoo, there is no fighting against these two powers, we would be dead. Having been a descendant of the Shinoik clan, Mijita is aware of the danger of the Uchiha clan. As per the history he has read, their entire clan was crushed and exiled by the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Mijita doesn't want to face a Uchiha, not if he can help it. While Takashi and Mijita were arguing, Kaio looked in the direction Shinichi disappeared and wondered, where is he going to go? Does he still have a place left in this world? At this time, Juzo picked up his Kubikuribasho and resheathed it. Kisame asked, what are we going to do? Juzo answered, we failed, now we are going back to the base. Kisame asked, aren't you worried? Juzo shook his head, I don't think they expected us to catch Shinichi in the first place. I don't even understand why they sent us, whatever, let's just go back and see how things proceed. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the wind, a figure traversed through the forest. This is none other than Shinichi, and his direction is the land of fire. Before he went after the puppet, Shinichi had already planned his route of escape, so although he was a bit nervous, he knew what he was doing and wasn't all that worried. Of course, this doesn't mean things will go easy for him. The sudden appearance of a spiral whirl in front of him clearly showed this. As soon as Shinichi noted the appearance of spiral whirl, he came to a sudden stop and looked at the man coming out of the whirl. This is none other than the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. He looked at Shinichi in silence, then said, Shinichi, you disappointed me. People might be wondering why Madara appeared here so fast, and the reason the Kiri squad of Akatsuki was able to intercept Shinichi so early. The answer is quite simple, and that's Zetsu. Similar to Shinichi, Zetsu was also tailing Shinichi, and in doing so, Zetsu discovered Shinichi's act of betrayal and relayed the information back. Shinichi looked at the self-proclaimed Madara with a gloomy expression. In Akatsuki, there are only two people who have a chance of defeating him. The first is obviously Nagato, and the second is the self-proclaimed Madara. Shinichi had expected this man to come after him, however, he appeared a little too fast. The self-proclaimed Madara leaned against a tree, and asked calmly, so, it really was you who leaked the intelligence about our base in Omegakure at that time, right? The War of the Best occurred at Omegakure. At that time, he and Nagato suspected the presence of a spy, but they didn't have any proof and concluded that it must have been the work of Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru had betrayed the organization not long ago, so it wouldn't have been strange if it was him. But now that Shinichi's identity as the traitor is exposed, they realize that it wasn't Orochimaru who leaked these details, but Shinichi who was personally recruited by him. Shinichi didn't care if this secret was exposed, it doesn't really matter now, and snorted, even if you know this, it doesn't change a thing. That is true, nodded the masked man, and said, however, you couldn't have been working alone all this time, then asked, answer me, whom are you working for, is it Konoha or the Uchiha? The masked man didn't consider the possibility of the involvement of a Matsukami. To him, it doesn't make any sense. If Shinichi had been sent by a Matsukami, then Akatsuki would have been finished by now. Using the intelligence sent by Shinichi, a Matsukami could have prepared a solid trap for Akatsuki. In the presence of Yama, both Homusubi, Fujin, Sujin, and Dojin, Akatsuki would have been done by now. Therefore, Shinichi couldn't have been working for a Matsukami. There are only two possibilities left, and that is either Konoha or Uchiha. In the face of the masked man's question, Shinichi shrugged, why don't you try to make a guess? Guess, muttered the masked man, then shook his head, forget it, there is no need. Once I am done with you, I can have all the information extracted from your brain. Shinichi wasn't afraid of the masked man's genjutsu, however, Nagato's ability to read memories worried him. It wouldn't matter if he died, but the intelligence on a Matsukami cannot be revealed at any cost. With this in mind, Shinichi took a deep breath, and said, do your worst. That's what I planned, answered the masked man as he raised his arms, and disappeared in a spiral whirl. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a series of tree stems appeared out of the ground and entangled around his body. Mokiton? Damn, he is not planning to play around this time, thought as he felt his chakra draining. As the masked man stretched out his hand through the spiral whirl and pulled Shinichi inside the Kamui dimension, a blurry phantom appeared at the place Shinichi was standing until a second ago and took the appearance of Shinichi as it turned real. Damn, I thought that I was done for. Good thing that I had activated it the moment he appeared before me, thought Shinichi as he took a deep breath. When the masked man pulled him inside the Kamui dimension, he was indeed trapped. If it was someone else trapped inside the Kamui dimension, everything is over for them. There is no escape unless the person is capable of using similar spacetime ninjutsu. However, Shinichi is different. His Mangekyou Sharinon abilities Hachimon and Nakasawame allow him to not only continue to sustain injuries and fight in his peak state, but also allow him to revert the flow of time for himself such that he can remove things like injuries, illness, and other states from it. This revert in the flow of time is actually traveling back in time. Using this ability of his, Shinichi managed to escape the Kamui dimension and return back to the shinobi world. But just because he can escape Kamui's dimension doesn't mean that he can defeat the masked man. Shinichi understands this, and muttered, fighting him at this time wouldn't be wise. Then without waiting for the masked man to react, Shinichi once again used body flicker and disappeared. The moment Shinichi left, the masked man appeared out of the spiraling whirl and muttered with a sullen expression as he glanced in the direction Shinichi fled, you can run, but you won't be able to escape. Leaving these words, the masked man once again disappeared into the spiraling whirl and appeared in front of Shinichi once again. Walking out of the spiraling whirl, the masked man said with a smile, I can see that you have studied my ability and prepared a very counter against it. But don't think you are the only one who has studied me. I have studied you too, and I know for a fact that you can't defeat me, nor can you escape. You should understand this as well as I do, right? Shinichi didn't answer. He only stared at the masked man, thinking of how he could outwit this arrogant bastard. Self-proclaimed Madara continued, the abilities you have are extremely rare, however, you are not really making use of these abilities in the right way. You disappoint me, Shinichi. You have seen the stone tablet, so you know the truth, yet you are willing to work for them. You are not worthy to have these abilities. You are not worthy of being called a Uchiha. I disappoint you, muttered Shinichi, and said, what makes you think I give a shit about what you think of me? Then his expression changed into anger and he roared, it wasn't the world that killed her, it was you? And you expect me to work for you? You are one son of a bitch. The masked man said, don't be an idiot, and try to see things beyond that. And added, if you help me complete Project Tsuki no Mi, not only will I return you that woman, I will also ease everyone's pain. There will be no disputes, no wars, and no pain in that world. It will be a peaceful world. Don't you understand what's at stake here? I really pity you, for you are broken beyond saving, said Shinichi, then shook his head. I am different from you. I don't care about the greater good of the world. I know what I want, and that's not the genjutsu world that you want. The masked man looked at Shinichi coldly and said regrettably, I won't allow anyone to hinder Project Tsuki no Mi. Since you have made your choice, then there is only one thing left to do. Then took his battle stance. Whew! A cold wind swept past them, swaying the blades of grass. As they landed on the ground, battle commenced. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both moved at the same time, confronting each other. The Uchiha specialize in Shurikenjutsu, coupled with the insight of Mangekyo Shuriken that both of them used. The confrontation was a sight to behold. The symphony created by the collision of Shuriken echoed throughout the forest. Ding! 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 Suddenly, Shinichi retreated backward as he stretched a steel wire with his right hand. Followed by Shinichi's pull, steel wires, that were hidden until a while ago, appeared around the masked man, making it difficult for him to move around. Hiss! But this wasn't all. As the masked man suddenly heard the sound of the burning of exploding tags from behind him, he noted that a lot of exploding tags were thrown on him by Shinichi. But the masked man wasn't panicked. He took out Uchiha fan and used it to protect himself from the explosions. Boom! 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 Through the cover of smoke and dust, Shinichi tried to find the masked man. He knows for a fact that such a simple attack won't kill the masked man, and he isn't trying to see if the masked man is dead or not. What he is trying to see is whether the masked man has used Kamui or not. As the smoke and dust settled, the figure of the masked man became clear. That is, Shinichi's expression froze as he stared at the Uchiha fan in the masked man's hand. Shinichi obviously recognized it. The masked man smirked, and after quickly weaving the hand signs, he released a fire-style jutsu. Fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Whoosh! Shinichi retreated backwards, just in time to dodge the fireball. He had identified the jutsu the masked man was going to use upon noting the hand signs, therefore, he wasn't hurt. However, just as he retreated backwards, the masked man waved the Uchiha fan, causing the flames of the Great Fireball to amplify several times. The amplified Great Fireball was like a tsunami of fire, and Shinichi had no way of avoiding it. He tried to retreat backward, however, the speed of the tsunami was faster, and he was engulfed by the tsunami of fire. By the time the tsunami went out, his entire body was burnt black. Now he had no other choice but to once again use Hachimon to restore himself back to his peak condition. Once Hachimon is activated, he will maintain his peak condition, and no matter how many injuries he sustains, they will all disappear. The masked man saw Shinichi using his Mangekyo Shuriken ability, and asked, I do wonder how long will you be able to keep that up, how much visual prowess you have left. I do wonder how long will you be able to keep that up, how much visual prowess you have left. Hearing the masked man's words, Shinichi's expression darkened, and he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. As the masked man pointed out, even prior to this fight, Shinichi's visual prowess had decreased a lot. The recent use of Nikasawame and Hachimon has again affected his visual prowess, causing his eyesight to blur. In fact, being able to keep his visual prowess for so long is already surprising. Shinichi has always been very careful when using the Mangekyo Shuriken. Ever since he joined the Akatsuki, there are very few instances when he actually used any of the abilities of the Mangekyo Shuriken. But even then, he is close to going bling. And there is a very good reason. Back when he had just awakened the Mangekyo Shuriken, Shinichi was unaware of the fact that he would lose his eyesight with each use of Mangekyo Shuriken. He was too reckless at that time. In his desire of wanting to avenge Kuromi's death, he rushed into the root base alone and used his Mangekyo Shuriken ability to kill Root Shinobi. After that, he fought with Kuroto using all his abilities and further lost the visual prowess. In that short time, he had already consumed more than half of his visual prowess, just like Uchiha Sasuke did in the canon. However, after Shinichi learned how Mangekyo Shuriken works from Kuroto and understood that he will go blind if he used Mangekyo Shuriken every time, he realized that he couldn't overly rely on Mangekyo Shuriken. And he has always kept this thought in his mind, precisely why after he joined Akatsuki, he rarely used his Mangekyo Shuriken. But even if Shinichi was careful by then, what he did before was irreversible. Sigh. I can't continue to fight him, this is exactly what he wants, thought Shinichi as he looked at the masked man. If Shinichi continues to fight him, not only will he lose and die, but he will also be giving away important information that is something Shinichi can't afford at all costs. Making up his mind to retreat at all costs, Shinichi took a deep breath and then disappeared with a body flicker. Looking at Shinichi's back from a distance, the masked man chuckled, "Are you that desperate?" and added, "A while ago you stated that you wanted to kill me, and now you are trying to run away like a coward. Have you given up on the idea of revenge? Did you not love her?" Shinichi was burning with anger and wanted to fight, however, he knew that if he did he would be playing in the masked man's hands. So, he kept himself shut and ran. "It seems I am right, you didn't love her enough, in your heart, your life is more important than hers, that's why, when facing her killer, you are running away instead of avenging her, you are a coward Shinichi, a coward." The masked man continued to provoke Shinichi. It took everything from Shinichi to not fight. So much so that, the blurry vision in front of him confused him a little. Shinichi's small flaw didn't escape the masked man's sight, and he instantly used distant Kamui on Shinichi. Whoosh! Under the masked man's control, a spiral whirl appeared on Shinichi's body. The size of the spiral whirl wasn't too big and it only acted on his lower body. By the time the spiral whirl disappeared, Shinichi's lower body had been cut off and his upper torso collapsed on the ground. Shinichi cried in pain and once again activated Nukusawame. Immediately, he traversed back in time and restored his body. Then he immediately got up, and once again used body flicker jutsu to retreat. Seeing Shinichi run, the masked continued to chase after him as he said, "Let's see how many times you continue this." And once again prepared to use distance Kamui on Shinichi. Plop! At this time, a river appeared in front of them, and Shinichi immediately jumped into it. Whoosh! The masked man stopped on the bank of the river. The river was quite deep, so even though the masked man could see Shinichi in the river, because of the presence of water in between them, directly attacking Shinichi with Kamui was no longer possible. Standing on the bank of the river, the masked man noted the direction of the flow of the river, and muttered, "This river goes all the way to the land of fire." It seems Shinichi had carefully planned his escape route taking my presence into account. But this won't be enough to stop me, thought the masked man as he chased after Shinichi. Shinichi must die at all cost. Not only because Shinichi knows too many secrets about the Akatsuki and Project Tsuki no Mi, but also because Shinichi was personally recruited into the organization by him. As such, his betrayal is the masked man's responsibility and he must deal with the traitor at all costs. Following Shinichi all the way, the masked man tried to kill Shinichi using any means he got. He threw iron stakes at Shinichi from the Kamui dimension and also attacked Shinichi during the short moment he kept his head out of the river for a breather. However, Shinichi kept using Hachimon and Nukusawame to keep his life and restore himself. The two Uchiha continued this chase for a while. As time passed, Shinichi's reaction became slower and his physical state also started to decline. As he felt more and more tired, Shinichi started to rely more and more on the flow of the river instead of putting his own strength and focusing his attention only on keeping himself alive. As the chase continued, the two crossed the border and successively entered the territory of the Land of Fire. Here, the flow of the river has slowed down as the terrain is not that difficult anymore. This may be a good thing for the citizens of the Land of Fire. However, for Shinichi this is not good, as the river no longer protected him and he was left with no other choice but to come out of the river. As soon as the masked man saw Shinichi coming out, he increased his speed and said, "It's over, nothing can protect you now." Shinichi collapsed on the ground and stared at the masked man with a helpless expression. "Man, I didn't expect that the gap in strength between the two of us would be this big." His eyelids were droopy and he barely registered the masked man's figure. Before he escaped the Akatsuki, Shinichi was prepared to face the difficulties. He knew that escaping would be very difficult. However, he had confidence in his ability and knew that he would be able to escape. Who would have thought that just masked man would give him so much trouble, and he wasn't this guy's opponent at all. "I guess this is it," muttered Shinichi as he closed his eyes. The masked man said, "None of this would have happened if you did what I told you." Then approached Shinichi to pick him up and take him back to their base. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the masked man had taken his first step towards Shinichi, several shinobi appeared in between them. Looking at their clothes, the masked man's expression changed. "Uchiha. That's right, these people are none other than the Uchiha clansmen of Konohagakure, and the one leading them is none other than the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku Uchiha," muttered the masked man, looking at the Uchiha clansmen. For a while, his gaze stayed on the Uchiha patriarch, then shifted to Uchiha Itake, and finally rested on Uchiha Shisui. Looking at the Uchiha Shisui who seemed to be ready for battle, his expression under the mask turned gloomy, as he thought, so it seems that Shinichi was working under the orders of Uchiha. By now, there is no doubt that the person who ordered Shinichi to enter Akatsuki as a spy is the Uchiha clan. The fact that Uchiha clansmen came for Shinichi's rescue after his defection from the Akatsuki organization proves this. But for the masked man, this is very surprising considering Uchiha patriarch's nature. In his opinion, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan is an indecisive person. He never expected that such a man would order Shinichi to join the Akatsuki as a spy. Precisely why, the masked man never put the man in his eyes, and he only considered Uchiha Shisui as a genuine threat from the Uchiha clan. However, now it seems that he was mistaken about Uchiha Fugaku, and he will have to pay more attention to Uchiha Fugaku as well. The exhausted Shinichi stood up with support from a Uchiha clansman, and complained to Fugaku, Patriarch Sama, "What took you so long? If you had come a little late, I would have been dead." Fugaku didn't answer and remained silent. He was thinking about the outcome of the battle should they face the masked man. Fugaku has an understanding of Shinichi's strengths. Considering his Mangekyou Sharingan, Shinichi is no pushover, yet the masked man was able to easily push him into such a desperate state without any injury. It seems even Shinichi doesn't have any good counter against his spacetime jutsu, Fugaku thought as he looked at the masked man. However, even if that's the case, Fugaku is not afraid. No matter how difficult to kill the masked man is, he won't be able to harm them. After all, he and Shisui both have Mangekyou Sharingan. But of course, even if Fugaku is not afraid, he can't deny the possibility of the presence of other members of Akatsuki around. Therefore, he didn't make any rash move. If it's up to him, he wouldn't want to incite a conflict with the Akatsuki at this stage, not when the village is not ready to fight the Akatsuki. Similar to Fugaku, the masked man was also weighing things. The masked man doesn't care about the presence of other Uchiha, even the presence of the Uchiha Patriarch can be ignored. However, Uchiha Shisui, I can't risk a battle against him. These are his genuine thoughts. It's not that he can't fight Uchiha Shisui, no, that's not the problem is Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyou Sharingan ability. If by some chance, Uchiha Shisui manages to affect him with his Koda Amatsukami, that would be troublesome. The masked man doesn't have any counter for Koda Amatsukami, therefore, he doesn't want to take such a risk. Moreover, he has to consider the possibility of interference from Amatsukami. Konoha has been cooperating with the Amatsukami for a while now, and he wouldn't be surprised if members of that organization were to appear here all of a sudden. No, I can't risk it, thought the masked man as he took one last glance at Shinichi. You get to live, and then disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the masked man left, then under Fugaku's order, they quickly left the area, and took Shinichi back to Konoha. Anchorvantian. Ka. As he noticed the crow summon coming to the room, Kuroto raised his hand and allowed it to land on his hand. After that, he took out the small scroll tied to its leg, read the content of the scroll, and nodded to himself. Good. There was no change in his expression. The scroll was sent by Shisui, and it told Kuroto that they had successfully met with Uchiha Shinichi and were on their way to Konoha. This entire Uchiha Shinichi rescue operation was obviously arranged by Kuroto. And how did Kuroto know of this? Well, before Shinichi went after the puppet, he had already sent his summon cat to Kuroto, in order to tell Kuroto what he is going to do and that he would probably need some help later. Along with that, he also informed Kuroto about his current situation at the organization and told him that leaving it would be better since he is useless there. Kuroto didn't oppose Shinichi's actions and allowed him to do what he was doing. As for helping him, although he could have gone, he was busy with something very important. Therefore, he told Shisui and instructed him to disclose this information to the Uchiha Patriarch. Fugaku has been seeking Shinichi's return to the Uchiha clan, so upon learning this news from Shinichi, he immediately leads an elite unit out of Konoha in order to make sure that Shinichi is safely brought back to the village. Putting the matter of Shinichi to the side for a while, Kuroto thought about the person who approached the Akatsuki. He didn't have to guess too much, it was obvious that the person was Hyuga Aoki. However, this confused Kuroto. The information that Aoki is exchanging with Akatsuki, Kuroto is not worried about that. It's quite obvious that Aoki doesn't know the identity of the leader of Amatsukami, nor does he know any secret about the Amatsukami. Why is Kuroto so sure? The answer is simple. If Aoki really knew the identity of the leader of Amatsukami, he wouldn't try to recruit Kuroto as a subordinate. That's why Kuroto believes that Aoki is either trying to fool the Akatsuki or has made some misjudgment about the identity of the leader of Amatsukami. Rather than the misjudgment that Aoki has made about the identity of the leader of Amatsukami, what concerns Kuroto more is Aoki's intention to cooperate with the Akatsuki. Based on Kuroto's judgment of Aoki's attitude after he obtained the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan, unless exposed to a stronger threat, he wouldn't try to cooperate with the Akatsuki. And what's important here is that Aoki has labeled Amatsukami as the common enemy of both Akatsuki and, which is quite interesting, Kuroto doesn't think he had any interaction with Aoki while acting as a member of Amatsukami, so what kind of enmity? In the current shinobi world, other than Amatsukami, Akatsuki, and 5 great shinobi villages, the only other power that can put enough pressure on Aoki is the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Kuroto had an encounter with the Toneri's puppet. It wouldn't be strange if Aoki also encountered that puppet. If that is indeed true, then Aoki has probably mistaken the Otsutsuki on the moon to be the power behind Amatsukami. This also explains why he and Amatsukami have enmity. I guess this is a good development for me, thought Kuroto as he thought of how to use this misjudgment to his advantage. I suppose I will wait until I have the opportunity to make those moves, muttered Kuroto with a smile as he put his attention back on the biological armor he had been working on. Shinichi's return caused quite a stir in Konoha. As a former member of Akatsuki, although he didn't do too many bad things, he did after all participate in all of Akatsuki's actions. He was part of the team attacking Konohagakure and Uegakure, including the Tsuchikage. Many people opposed his return and wanted him to be punished for his crimes. For Konoha, Shinichi's return means something else entirely. Even if Shinichi was part of Akatsuki, his return meant that there was another cage-level combat power in the village. At the same time, it also meant that they could finally get an understanding of the Akatsuki organization. The benefits of accepting him back in the village far outweighed the benefits of punishing him. Therefore, including the Uchiha clan, many people vouched for Shinichi's acceptance in the village, and the decision was made accordingly. Even if it was decided that he would be accepted, a proper inquiry had to be conducted. So, Shinichi had to spend the last week in the interrogation room and tell everything that was asked of him. Finally, after he gave all the information that was asked of him, Shinichi was allowed to leave the interrogation room and return to the Uchiha grounds. Of course, he wasn't completely free. Although he was allowed to freely move in Konoha, however, he couldn't step out of the village without Hokage-sama's permission. At the same time, a shinobi assigned by Hokage-sama will always accompany him at all times. And now that he was free to move, Kuroto finally contacted him to understand the situation. After the two talked for a while, Kuroto brought him to his former laboratory. As for the shinobi who has to accompany Shinichi, well, fooling that person isn't such a big issue for the likes of Shinichi and Kuroto. Forest of Death, Konohagakure. Following Kuroto for a while, the two arrived at a tree, and as Kuroto removed the barrier, the passage leading underground was opened. Walking through the dark passage, the two arrived at Kuroto's former laboratory. Since obtaining Anchor Vantian, Kuroto has moved almost everything to the air fortress. Now this place is only used for carrying out some small operations and experiments that involve others. For instance, the Hashirama cell's implantation operation that Shisui went through was performed here. Shinichi curiously looked at everything in the laboratory, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Tisk, tisk. Boss, I didn't expect that you would have such a place here. I doubt anyone in the village knows about this place, right? Shisui and Atake do, answered Kuroto as he walked deeper into the laboratory. Shinichi restrained his curiosity and followed Kuroto. Coming to the deepest section of the laboratory, Kuroto removed the seals in the area and revealed a cloning capsule. Inside the cloning capsule, Uchiha Kuromi's body was kept, her injury was healed and her body was spotless. At first glance, anyone would think that she is only asleep, and there is nothing amiss with her. But both Kuroto and Shinichi knew that she was in fact dead. Looking at the lifeless body of Kuromi on the other side of the glass, Shinichi's breath quickened. Boss, she. Kuroto leaned on the wall with his arms folded on his chest, and said, "Don't worry, the promise I made to you will not be broken. That's why I have done everything I can to preserve her body." In order to preserve Uchiha Kuromi's body, Kuroto has used all the latest technology he can access. This is done in order to fulfill his promise to Shinichi. For the resurrection of Kuromi, the better the state of her body, the less difficult it will be to bring her back to life. Shinichi nodded and once again looked at Kuromi. This time, his eyes got wet. He immediately turned his head to the side, trying to make sure that Kuroto didn't notice. Seeing through Shinichi's intention, Kuroto smiled and left the storage room without saying a word. After a while, Shinichi walked out of the storage room with swollen eyes and marks of tears on his face. Seeing that Kuroto was looking at him with a smile, Shinichi rubbed his eyes and said, "Ah, I got something in my eyes, it was really uncomfortable." Kuroto shook his head with a chuckle. "Sure, whatever you say." Shinichi knew that he couldn't fool Kuroto, and sighed. Then he looked at Kuroto and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Boss, thank you." Kuroto waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. This was the content of your deal. And don't thank me yet, she still has to be resurrected, which will take some time. I hope you can wait a little more." Shinichi nodded. "I will." And asked, can you give me an idea of how much time will it take?" Kuroto thought about it, and explained, "I can't say for certain, but at least 3 years. Based on Kuroto's speculation, after he crosses the threshold of the 6th path level, and fully grasps the yin-yang release as well as creation of all things, he will be able to bring the dead back to life as well. But he will be able to do that only after he has completed Project Godhood. Considering the current progress, of the 6 clones, 4 are nearly completed. The factor of chakra sources is also being taken care of thanks to the yin seal and 8 inner gates that he is working on. The optimization of the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual, looking for location, preparing the ritual ground, and other things will have to be considered as well. Therefore, Kuroto believes that it will take him at least 3 more years to complete Project Godhood. 3 years muttered Shinichi with a thoughtful expression and nodded. "I understand." The promise Kuroto made was to resurrect Kuromi after 15 years. Currently, it hasn't even been a decade, so 3 more years don't exceed the agreement. Kuroto smiled. "Good." And added, "Since that's out of the way, let's talk about Akatsuki now." Shinichi's return caused quite a stir in Konoha. As a former member of Akatsuki, although he didn't do too many bad things, he did after all participate in all of Akatsuki's actions. He was part of the team attacking Konohagakure and Uegakure, including the Tsuchikage. Many people opposed his return and wanted him to be punished for his crimes. For Konoha, Shinichi's return means something else entirely. Even if Shinichi was part of Akatsuki, his return meant that there was another cage-level combat power in the village. At the same time, it also meant that they could finally get an understanding of the Akatsuki organization. The benefits of accepting him back in the village far outweighed the benefits of punishing him. Therefore, including the Uchiha clan, many people vouched for Shinichi's acceptance in the village, and the decision was made accordingly. Even if it was decided that he would be accepted, a proper inquiry had to be conducted. So, Shinichi had to spend the last week in the interrogation room and tell everything that was asked of him. Finally, after he gave all the information that was asked of him, Shinichi was allowed to leave the interrogation room and return to the Uchiha grounds. Of course, he wasn't completely free. Although he was allowed to freely move in Konoha, however, he couldn't step out of the village without Hokage-sama's permission. At the same time, a shinobi assigned by Hokage-sama will always accompany him at all times. And now that he was free to move, Kuroto finally contacted him to understand the situation. After the two talked for a while, Kuroto brought him to his former laboratory. As for the shinobi who has to accompany Shinichi, well, fooling that person isn't such a big issue for the likes of Shinichi and Kuroto. Forest of Death, Konohagakure. Following Kuroto for a while, the two arrived at a tree, and as Kuroto removed the barrier, the passage leading underground was opened. Walking through the dark passage, the two arrived at Kuroto's former laboratory. Since obtaining Anchor Vantian, Kuroto has moved almost everything to the air fortress. Now this place is only used for carrying out some small operations and experiments that involve others. For instance, the Hashirama cell's implantation operation that Shisui went through was performed here. Shinichi curiously looked at everything in the laboratory, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Tisk, tisk. Boss, I didn't expect that you would have such a place here. I doubt anyone in the village knows about this place, right? Shisui and Atake do, answered Kuroto as he walked deeper into the laboratory. Shinichi restrained his curiosity and followed Kuroto. Coming to the deepest section of the laboratory, Kuroto removed the seals in the area and revealed a cloning capsule. Inside the cloning capsule, Uchiha Kuromi's body was kept, her injury was healed and her body was spotless. At first glance, anyone would think that she is only asleep, and there is nothing amiss with her. But both Kuroto and Shinichi knew that she was in fact dead. Looking at the lifeless body of Kuromi on the other side of the glass, Shinichi's breath quickened. Boss, she. Kuroto leaned on the wall with his arms folded on his chest, and said, "Don't worry, the promise I made to you will not be broken. That's why I have done everything I can to preserve her body." In order to preserve Uchiha Kuromi's body, Kuroto has used all the latest technology he can access. This is done in order to fulfill his promise to Shinichi. For the resurrection of Kuromi, the better the state of her body, the less difficult it will be to bring her back to life. Shinichi nodded and once again looked at Kuromi. This time, his eyes got wet. He immediately turned his head to the side, trying to make sure that Kuroto didn't notice. Seeing through Shinichi's intention, Kuroto smiled and left the storage room without saying a word. After a while, Shinichi walked out of the storage room with swollen eyes and marks of tears on his face. Seeing that Kuroto was looking at him with a smile, Shinichi rubbed his eyes and said, "Ah, I got something in my eyes, it was really uncomfortable." Kuroto shook his head with a chuckle. "Sure, whatever you say." Shinichi knew that he couldn't fool Kuroto, and sighed. Then he looked at Kuroto and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Boss, thank you." Kuroto waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. This was the content of your deal. And don't thank me yet, she still has to be resurrected, which will take some time. I hope you can wait a little more." Shinichi nodded. "I will." And asked, can you give me an idea of how much time will it take?" Kuroto thought about it, and explained, "I can't say for certain, but at least 3 years. Based on Kuroto's speculation, after he crosses the threshold of the 6th path level, and fully grasps the yin-yang release as well as creation of all things, he will be able to bring the dead back to life as well. But he will be able to do that only after he has completed Project Godhood. Considering the current progress, of the 6 clones, 4 are nearly completed. The factor of chakra sources is also being taken care of thanks to the yin seal and 8 inner gates that he is working on. The optimization of the Kekii Genkai absorption ritual, looking for location, preparing the ritual ground, and other things will have to be considered as well. Therefore, Kuroto believes that it will take him at least 3 more years to complete Project Godhood. 3 years huh, muttered Shinichi with a thoughtful expression and nodded, "I understand." The promise Kuroto made was to resurrect Kuromi after 15 years. Currently, it hasn't even been a decade, so 3 more years don't exceed the agreement. Kuroto smiled, "Good." And added, "Since that's out of the way, let's talk about Akatsuki now. Let's talk about Akatsuki now." As the matter of Akatsuki came up, Shinichi's expression became serious, as he said, "I think you should have been able to guess the reason why I was unable to contact you the entire time. I was under the suspicion that they were using White Zetsu to keep a watch on me at all times." Kuroto nodded, "Yes." The fact that Shinichi had always maintained a perfunctory attitude towards the organization obviously aroused others' suspicion. Even if Juzo tried to cover up Shinichi's act, it was noticed by others. Additionally, during the Konoha collapse plan, Obito instructed Shinichi to destroy the Uchiha clan. In Shisui's absence, this shouldn't have been too difficult for Shinichi considering his main Jakushari non-ability. However, Shinichi not only did not destroy the Uchiha clan but led them outside Konoha such that they didn't suffer any damage when Tendo flattened the village with a massive Shinra Tensei. Even before that war, Shinichi was under constant surveillance. However, after that, his movement was also restricted. Because of these reasons, Shinichi chose to go after the puppet. Because of being under constant surveillance, he couldn't pass any intelligence about Akatsuki to Kuroto, and he knew very well that it was only a matter of time before his identity as a spy will be exposed. Rather than being caught passively, it was better to take the initiative and solve a hidden danger that may cause problems for Kuroto, and escape the clutches of Akatsuki. And that's what he did. Shinichi shrugged. That's why. I don't know much about what's going on in the Akatsuki. Although I did hear that the organization is trying to recruit new members to regather the strength they have lost with the defeat of Hiriko and Tobi. New members, to fill in for the two of them, muttered Kuroto, and asked, do you know whom they are targeting? Shinichi shook his head. No, I have no idea. Then said with a thoughtful expression, but, upon thinking, if they are trying to fill in for Hiriko and Tobi, the people they are looking for must be pretty strong. I don't know if such people even exist anymore. Nodded Kuroto, then asked, is there any other information? Shinichi thought about it for a while, and said, it seems that they are trying to gather intelligence on the remaining Jinchuriki. Prime targets are Yondaime Mizukage, Jinchuriki of Rokubai, Jinchuriki of Nanabi, and Jinchuriki of Hakusabi. Kuroto nodded lightly. I see. Among the nine-tailed beasts, Nibi, Yonbai, and have already fallen into the hands of Akatsuki. The ones remaining are Ichibai, Sanbai, Rokubai, Nanabi, Hakusabi, and Kyubi. Of the remaining 6, they are specifically targeting 4 at the moment. This also means that the Akatsuki doesn't have any plans to target Ichibai and Kyubi right now. Akatsuki doesn't need to collect intelligence on the Jinchuriki of Kyubi. It's already pretty clear that the Jinchuriki of Kyubi is Uzumaki Naruto. As for the Jinchuriki of Ichibai, well, the entire shinobi world believes that the Jinchuriki of Ichibai was executed by Yondaime Kazekage, so Ichibai is supposed to be dead. So, it's natural that they can't go after Ichibai and the safety of Ichibai is guaranteed. However, the safety of other Jinchuriki is difficult to guarantee. Of the remaining Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki of Sanbai and the Jinchuriki of Hakusabi are currently in Konoha to attend the 5-Cage Conference. However, this conference has also been going on for a very long time, and the cages are supposed to return to their respective villages sooner or later. Once they return to their respective villages, no doubt, they will be targeted by the Akatsuki organization. And if targeted by the Akatsuki, there is no way they can defend themselves, the difference in power is too much, so the chance of escape is very slim. Is there something that I can do? Thought Kuroto. While Kuroto was thinking, Shinichi suddenly thought of something, and said, by the way, I noticed something, and I think it is pretty suspicious. What? Asked Kuroto, putting his thoughts at the back of his mind. Shinichi replied, you should know about Pain's 6 paths. 5 of the 6 paths were destroyed by Shimura Danzo when we were pursuing him. Normally, Nagato tries to find other bodies that he can use as Pain, but for some reason, this time, he didn't try to find a body, and only Tendo Pain has been active. This is indeed a bit strange. Muttered Kuroto, as he tried to figure out Nagato's line of thought. I am done yet, said Shinichi and continued. Originally, keeping a watch over the Jinchuriki of Nibi was done me. However, not long ago, Sasori took away the Jinchuriki of Nibi, and I haven't seen her since then. Kuroto was surprised. What do you think could be the reason? Shinichi explained. I don't know, maybe they moved her to another base that I didn't know of, just to make sure that I don't do anything. But I still find this strange. The Jinchuriki of Nibi is a perfect Jinchuriki, so controlling her is not an easy task, and apart from me, only Nagato and the Masked Man have methods of controlling the Jinchuriki. But as far as I know, both of them have been active, and I don't think anyone is keeping watch over her, which has puzzled me. And it's not just the Jinchuriki of Nibi, there is also the Jinchuriki of Yonbai, and the Jinchuriki of Gobe that was captured recently. Unless they have some new member in the organization that has been keeping a watch over the 3 of them, I don't know what's going on. I see. Muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression, and added, it seems that they haven't been idle this entire time. Kuroto didn't have an answer. However, one thing is certain, during that time he has been busy dealing with Shimura Danzo, developing the Earth Chakra nature clone, training the 8 inner gates, improving the Yin seal, creating a pair of Rinnegan, and working on the Project Godhood. Nagato and Obito are also doing their own things. Under tremendous pressure from the leader of Amatsukami, they are doing everything they can to accumulate strength. Nagato and Obito should be very clear that if they can't deal with Yama and the Amatsukami organization being him, their plans will never be completed. Although he doesn't have enough information, Kuroto is certain that Nagato must be working hard to improve his strength. He might be trying to master the power of the Rinnegan to a deeper level, or maybe working on the wood release and the Uzumaki clan abilities. When it comes to the Rinnegan, Kuroto's understanding is quite limited because most of the knowledge he has about the Rinnegan is limited to the vague information he retained from his past life, while the rest of the information is from his various fights with Nagato. He hasn't had any opportunity to explore the abilities of the Rinnegan, therefore, he can never be certain about the limits of Rinnegan. Considering Nagato's character and obsession, it won't be surprising if he suddenly came up with something mind-boggling. Kuroto may not know much about the Rinnegan, but he does understand Nagato fairly enough. Although Nagato is stupid enough to proclaim himself as the god of the shinobi world, his obsession cannot be denied. Nagato understands when to wait and when to strike. This can be noted from his past actions against Hanzo. When Hanzo and Danzo killed Yahiko, at that time, Nagato went berserk and even went as far as to summon Gadomazo. However, after killing the Omegakure shinobi and repelling both Hanzo and Danzo, he didn't foolishly invade Omegakure looking for revenge. Instead, he chose to hide with Konan and explored the power of the Rinnegan, and made a comeback with stronger strength. At that time, not only did he single-handedly crush Omegakure, but he also defeated Hanzo and took control of the village without the knowledge of the entire shinobi world. Amidst the shadows, Nagato held dominion over Omegakure, unbeknownst to the oblivious shinobi world. So, Kuroto believes that unless Nagato once again gains confidence in his own strength, he will continue to find ways to improve himself in order to become stronger. Despite this knowledge, Kuroto isn't panicked. He understands very well that no matter how hard Nagato works, it will never be enough to reach the six-path level, and as long as that level is not reached, Kuroto will be able to outwit him one way or the other. And as long as Akatsuki doesn't complete the most critical step of catching all the tailed beasts, they won't be able to revive the Juobi. So long as that doesn't happen, he won't have to face someone of six-path level. Based on the information given to him by Shinichi, it is pretty clear that just like the entire shinobi world, Akatsuki was also fooled by him. They still think that Ichibai is currently in the process of resurrection. No doubt, they will continue to believe this for the next few years. So, they shouldn't start the revival of Juobi for the next few years. These few years will be enough for Kuroto to complete his project godhood, and become a true god. With this line of thought, Kuroto convinced himself that he still had some time. Then he looked at Shinichi and asked, "Shisui informed me that your eyesight has severely diminished, and you are nearly blind, is that true?" Shinichi scratched the back of his head, and nodded helplessly. "I hate to admit it, but it is true." Kuroto nodded. "I see." Then said, "Take care of yourself and make sure to not use your Mangekyo Sharinon unless absolutely necessary. I will make preparations for the operation. This operation will help return your vision." "Operation," muttered Shinichi, then asked with an excited expression, "Are you going to implant the Shadame Hokage-sama's cells in my body?" Kuroto nodded lightly, "Yes." Shinichi asked, "Boss, will the implantation of Shadame Hokage-sama's cells really return my visual prowess?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes." And explained, "Not only will your visual prowess return but it will also be enhanced and your overall strength will increase." Shinichi nodded excitedly, "Yosh." Unlike Shisui, Shinichi was not repulsed by the idea of implanting Hashirama cells in his body. He has witnessed the increase in Nagato's strength after the implantation of Hashirama cells, therefore, he is very excited, because he believes that his strength will also increase exponentially and he wants to be strong. Then he asked, "So, when are you going to implant those cells in me? If possible, can we do it tomorrow? Today is fine too, in fact, let's do it right now." Kuroto was taken aback by Shinichi's enthusiasm, and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shinichi's smile disappeared and he said in a depressed tone, "I can't help it, boss. I feel too weak at the moment. You know, just yesterday, I had a sparring session with that kid Itake, and you wouldn't believe it, I lost to him? This is absurd, I lost to that brat? I have to quickly recover my visual prowess, or else it will be very difficult for me to do anything in the future." Kuroto stared at Shinichi as if not at all surprised by Shinichi's defeat. Shinichi was confused at Kuroto's stare, and asked, "Boss, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing," mumbled Kuroto, then said with a smile, "I might have forgotten to mention this, but Itake will also undergo the same operation. So, he too will recover his visual prowess and become stronger. It doesn't matter. Even if both of us undergo the operation, with my visual prowess recovered, I will definitely be stronger than him and Shisui." Kuroto just smiled and said nothing. If it's about individual strength, Shisui is undoubtedly the strongest and will remain at the top even after both Shinichi and Itake undergo implantation operations. This is because he has mastered Senjutsu. If it's about being the most tricky to defeat, then Shinichi can indeed take the top place. However, Kuroto personally believes that among the three of them, Itake is the most impeccable, and the one most likely to win should the three of them fight to the death. The reason is that Shinichi can be too reckless, while Shisui is not ruthless enough. Itake on the other hand is both calm and cold, which makes him the most dangerous among the three. Shinichi didn't know Kuroto's thoughts, and asked, "So, when are you going to perform the operation?" Kuroto answered, "The operation will at least take a month or two. Take that time to prepare yourself." Shinichi was taken aback, 1 month, and asked, "Why so long?" Kuroto explained, "The implantation operation is not an easy task. A little bit of carelessness, and you will end up becoming a tree. So I need to carry out a lot of preparation." Kuroto has already tried a lot of methods to suppress the aggressive nature of Hashirama cells, however, nothing seems to work very well. Shisui had the support of a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, yet he almost became a tree. Shinichi and Itake won't have the support of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, so he has to use other methods to make sure that the yang chakra of the Hashirama cells can be contained well. Understanding Kuroto's reasoning, Shinichi nodded, "I see," and asked, "So, what am I to do now?" Kuroto thought for a while, and passed a Homusubi cloak and mask to Shinichi. "From now on you are a member of Amatsukami, you will be the 4th Homusubi. So, I will also be home Uzubi, muttered Shinichi as he took the cloak and mask with a smile. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way boss, is Deidara also a member of Amatsukami? Kuroto shook his head, no. Shinichi was stunned, really, and muttered, so that means I was worried about him for nothing. Damn, I even risked exposing myself in order to warn him, now it seems that it was all for nothing. He is not even with us. Then he shook his head with a chuckle, forget it, it makes sense that he is not a member, such a guy who can't even communicate without creating those stupid explosions is really irritating. I am glad that he is not a member, it would have been very difficult to work with him. Kuroto ignored Shinichi's ramble, and instructed him, anyway, stay vigilant, I don't think Akatsuki will spare you so easily. Shinichi shook his head with a smile, don't worry boss, right now, Konoha is the safest in the shinobi world. Akatsuki won't try to come here. Kuroto was confused by Shinichi's words, and asked, why? Shinichi explained, Konoha has been labeled as a restricted area, so none of the members would dare to step here. Moreover, you are also present here. So, I have nothing to worry about. As soon as Kuroto returned to the principal's office from the Forest of Death, Itachi knocked on the door and walked in. He wanted Kuroto's instruction on some important matter. Kuroto-san, Yakushi Kabuto has been missing for quite a while now, and there is no information about him anywhere in the village. He didn't seem to have gone on any mission either. How should we deal with him? Itachi has been a little confused these days. He didn't know what happened to his father all of a sudden. A few days ago, he was suddenly transferred to the Konoha Ninja Academy to take over the position of vice principal, while Shisui was transferred to the Konoha Military Police Force and had to take over the position of deputy captain. So, the person who reports the affairs of Konoha Ninja Academy to Kuroto has changed from Shisui to Itachi. Hearing Itachi's question, Kuroto thought to himself with a frown, what in the world is Orochimaru-sama thinking? Wasn't Kabuto placed in the academy to keep a watch on Naruto and Sasuke? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Has he lost interest in them? The talentless Naruto was able to master Senjutsu of the Ryokai Cave, while Sasuke, thanks to his talent, was able to awaken his Sharingan at a very young age. The achievements made by both the kids attracted Orochimaru's attention, and he placed Kabuto in the Konoha Ninja Academy to keep a watch over the two kids. Kabuto has disappeared for no reason at all. It's obvious that Kuroto has a lot of doubts. Of course, this is not a bad thing for Kuroto. With Mizuki's death and Kabuto's disappearance, all the meddling people have gone. So, after pondering for a while, he instructed Itachi, just deal with this matter as usual, report his disappearance to the village authorities, and label him as a rogue nin. Understood. Nodded Itachi, then withdrew from Kuroto's office. Just as Itachi left, another person knocked on the door of the principal's office. Apparently, it was Neji this time. After calling him inside, Kuroto asked, did something happen? Neji looked at Kuroto, and asked after a while of silence, Sensei, I wanted to ask something important, is now a good time? Kuroto asked in return, does this concern your father? Neji nodded, Sensei, Otasama has been kept in custody for more than a week now. Okasama is very worried. Earlier she visited the Patriarch asking for his help on the matter, but there was no result. Can you please do something about this? Please request Hokage-sama to release Otasama, I know he would never do anything wrong. Please Sensei. Kuroto looked silently at Neji. Neji bowed deeply, and asked, Sensei, I know this request is very presumptuous, but I can't see Okasama in this state, she is very worried. I really don't know any other way, please Sensei. Kuroto sighed, I see. He pointed at the chair, and spoke, don't worry too much, firstly have a seat. From his people in the Umbu, Kuroto has learned the entire story behind the custody of Hizashi. He even knows that the main family is currently focused on secretly searching for clues about the Tenseigan, therefore, they have no intention of helping Hizashi at the moment. It's a pity that Aoki had found and taken away all the clues and records related to the giant Tenseigan long ago. Even Kuroto, who was aware of the existence of giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan, wasn't able to find any clues about it, so he knows that the main family is just wasting their time and effort. As for helping Hizashi, if Kuroto really tries, he can indeed help Hizashi. But Kuroto personally believes that this may not be the best course of action at the moment. Because the main family intends to conceal the information regarding the giant Tenseigan and the Otsutsuki clan from the village, so Hizashi is stuck in a dilemma between the clan and the village. If Hizashi remains in the custody for a while, then it's a good thing. The village's intention behind detaining Hizashi is to compel the main family into revealing the secrets that they are hiding. Hizashi is not really at fault here. Therefore, the longer he is detained, the more apologetic the village will be towards him. And from the clan's perspective, Hizashi was detained for the sake of the clan. The patriarch will have to apologize to Hizashi for putting him through this. However, if Hizashi regains his freedom at the moment, then considering the arrogant nature of the elders of the main family, once they fail to find anything about the Tenseigan, they will definitely take out their anger on Hizashi, blame him, the person in charge of meeting Toneri, for not finding out enough information about Tenseigan. Kuroto has already mentioned these points to Hizashi, and Hizashi agreed with Kuroto. Therefore, he wasn't anxious to be released and lived there comfortably. Kuroto briefly explained these points to Neji as well, and said, you just need to focus on your training, and needn't concern yourself with anything else. I am keeping an eye on the matter. With me around, nothing will happen to Hizashi-sama, you have my word. As for your mother, he paused, wrote something on a piece of paper, and gave it to Neji. Give this letter to her. I understand, sensei. Nodded Neji as he took the letter from Kuroto. Kuroto nodded lightly, and asked, is there anything else? Neji shook his head, no, and was about to get up and leave, when suddenly, the door of Kuroto's office was pushed open and Yui rushed inside in a panic. Kuroto-kun, it's not good. Ryama got into trouble with the Uchiha. Hyuga Ryama is a member of the Hyuga branch recently promoted to the rank of Jonin. He is only a teenager and one of the most talented kids among the young generation. Hyuga clansmen generally don't cause trouble, so it's surprising that Ryama got into trouble with the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Kuroto is quite surprised, and asks with a frown, what happened to him? Yui waited for a moment as Neji took his leave, then explained the situation to Kuroto. After listening to the entire story, Kuroto sighed and stood up, let's go. In the past, such troublesome matters were taken care of by Hizashi. But now that Hizashi is under custody, and the main family is completely focused on finding information about the Tenseigan, the responsibility falls on Kuroto's shoulders. Smash! With a low muffled sound, Ryama was kicked out and hit the wall. Ryama wanted to get up immediately, however, he felt dizzy and coughed violently. Cough. Looking at Ryama's state, a teenager, wearing the uniform of the Konoha military police force, walked over to Ryama and said with a smirk, what was your question again? Why was Shinichi Aniki released so easily, while that old man from your clan is still under custody? This is my answer. Now you should know why. It's because Shinichi Aniki is a Uchiha, while that old man you are talking about is only a Hyuga, a member of the branch family no less. Another Uchiha teenager standing on the side said with a smirk, now, Shin, don't be too hard on him, he is just a Hyuga after all. Shin looked back, and said helplessly, don't blame me Enji. I thought that since he is a Jonin, he would be able to take it and hit a little hard, I didn't expect him to be so weak. Enji sighed, you are too careless Shin, just knowing his identity as a Hyuga should be enough to understand that he would be weak, yet you went and did it. Shin chuckled, my bad. I shouldn't have forgotten that the Hyuga are pathetic. Hearing Shin and Enji's words, Ryama was angered, and shouted, don't you dare mock the Hyuga. Don't you dare mock the Hyuga, shouted Ryama in anger. Ryama's voice was very loud, and the few villagers who were not paying attention also looked, whispering among themselves. Being a Jonin, Ryama's hearing is naturally pretty good, so the whispering of the villagers does not escape his ears. Since the decline of Senju, the Hyuga clan has become the rival of the Uchiha clan. As members of rival clans, the shinobi of the two sides often look down on each other and sometimes get into arguments. However, the arguments have always been verbal and among the children or the lower-ranked shinobi. Of course, there have been battles and challenges between the members of the two clans, however, the information about those challenges has always been suppressed by the leaders of the two clans as well as the Hokage faction, so ordinary villagers are unaware of those challenges. Hence, this is the first time the villagers have seen a Jonin of the Hyuga clan being defeated by the Jonin of the Uchiha clan in a public place in such a manner, on a street full of people. At lower shinobi rank, the strength of Hyuga clansmen is generally higher than the strength of Uchiha clansmen. This is because the Hyuga are able to bring their Byakugan into play, however, the Uchiha are not able to do so much with their Sharingan. After all, everyone in the Hyuga clan is born with the Byakugan at the time of birth, but that's not the same with the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha have to endure emotional setbacks in order to awaken the Sharingan. However, as the shinobi rank increases, the situation becomes completely opposite. At the Jonin rank, the strength of Uchiha clansmen is generally higher than the Hyuga clansmen. This is because, generally only the Uchiha who have awakened their Sharingan can reach this strength, and because of suffering through emotional setbacks, they have a certain obsession with becoming stronger, which doesn't happen with the Hyuga clansmen. The senior management of Konoha is aware of this, therefore, they wouldn't have been very surprised by the result in front of them, but, the general populace of Konoha doesn't know this face, therefore, when they saw Ryama being defeated by Shin, they were surprised and can't help but talk about it. The news of Ryama and Shin's fight spread through the streets of Konoha like wildfire as more and more villagers gathered to watch the entertainment. The rumors naturally attracted the attention of not just ordinary villagers, but the Umbu and elite shinobi as well. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On one side the Umbu team led by Heiate and Yujeo arrived at the scene, on the other side, the figures of Kakashi and Asuma, as well as Kurone and Anko appeared on the scene. Looking at the argument, Yujeo said to Heiate, we should step forward and stop them before this argument escalates any further. However, before Heiate could respond, Asuma interjected and shook his head with a serious expression, this kind of thing, it's best if Umbu doesn't interfere in it. Otherwise, the situation will become more complicated. Kurone said to Asuma, but they are disturbing the others and spreading unrest, something has to be done about it. Kakashi sighed lightly, that's the problem, and explained, look at those two, they are members of the Konoha police force. If we or the Umbu interfere, they will put up the argument that we are interfering with the duties of the Konoha military police force. This is their jurisdiction, our interference will also involve us in the quagmire, as such we can't act carelessly. Their interference will be interpreted as the interference of the Hokage faction. If they support the Uchiha clansmen, then the Hyuga will be offended. However, if they support the Hyuga, the Uchiha will be offended. Therefore, they have to be very careful about what to do. Although there is some tension between the Hokage faction and the Hyuga clan, it's still not so serious because that matter is primarily related to the main family of the Hyuga clan. The members of the branch family aren't involved in this, and they don't want to do anything that will offend the branch family as well. And let's not talk about the Uchiha clan. Before Shinichi returned, the Uchiha clan was already very strong because of the presence of Shisui. And now that Shinichi has returned, the strength of the Uchiha clan has increased. Along with their strength, their arrogance has naturally increased, therefore, dealing with them is not so easy either. Anko shrugged, and said, the Uchiha won't relent, and that Hyuga kid doesn't seem to be capable of dealing with the two of them. So, you better think of something, or else this is going to escalate. Everyone couldn't help but nod at Anko's words, but no matter what they thought about it, they couldn't come up with any way to solve the situation without involving the Hokage faction in this. So, they decided to wait and watch for a while. On the streets, as more and more villagers arrived at the scene, Ryama realized that he couldn't continue this argument. Not only his reputation but even the reputation of his clan will be damaged. With this in mind, Ryama restrained his anger, and said, we will settle this matter some other time. Shin chuckled mockingly, humph what a pussy, already gave up, some dragon you are. Although I am quite curious, how are you going to settle this matter some other time? After all, you are all talk, you can only bark, you have no bite. Ryama was angered upon hearing Shin's mocking words, you. Shin smirked at Ryama's anger, and asked, what? You still wanna have a go? He was obviously trying to agitate Ryama. Accepting the fact that he won't be able to defeat Shin, Ryama took a deep breath to calm himself and turned around to leave. Seeing Ryama about to leave, Shin shouted, hey pussy, where do you think you are going? Ryama said, that's none of your concern, and continued to walk. Shin smirked as appeared before Ryama, and said, you seem to have forgotten something. I didn't say that you are allowed to go. Ryama frowned, do I still need your permission? Shin shrugged, although you are not capable enough, you are a jonin nonetheless and should be clear about the security regulations. You attacked the members of the Konoha military police force in broad daylight and disrupted our work of maintaining order in the village. For this, you have to come with us to the police station for further questioning. So, are you going to walk yourself, or should I help? Ryama was angered, now you are intentionally making things difficult. Intentionally making things difficult. Shin smiled ignorantly, and said, do you think that just because you are a member of the Hyuga clan you are free to do whatever you want? So, shut your trap and come with us. Of course, if you want to resist, I don't mind giving you a hand. Angie chuckled, but you don't have to be too worried. I will make sure to send a letter to your patriarch and ask him to come to the police station in order to free you after we are done figuring out your intention behind disrupting the order of the village. Ryama knew that the two Uchiha were intentionally creating trouble using false accusations. If he went with them, it would imply that their accusations are true. Realizing that he had no other choice, Ryama activated his Byakugan and prepared for a fight. Seeing Ryama's action, Shin's smirk widened. So, you have chosen to resist, huh? He activated his Sharingan, and said, the outcome isn't going to change. On the other side, Kurine frowned, now they are going too far. Asuma was also displeased, it seems we are left with no choice but to interfere. But if we are going to interfere, we need to come up with a solid excuse, said Kakashi, and added, if we stop the two of them, it will create discord with the Uchiha clan, and I doubt they will allow this matter to slide easily. Just when everyone racked their brain to figure out what excuse they could use, suddenly, Anko smiled and said, maybe we won't need to interfere after all. Look there, he has come. As Shin noticed that the person who arrived was Hyuga Kuroto, his expression darkened. It is rumored in the Uchiha clan that Kuroto is the only Hyuga who is not easy to mess with. There have been several instances of Uchiha confronting Kuroto for various reasons, and each time they have suffered defeat. And this isn't all, because Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui have a close friendship. Therefore, if the Uchiha tries to mess with Kuroto, they have to bear Shisui's anger too. This is why, upon encountering him, the Uchiha generally restrains themselves and tries not to offend him. Arriving at the scene of conflict, Kuroto looked around. He could see that although several high-ranking shinobi were present at the scene, no one was willing to take action and stop the Konoha military police force from harassing Ryama. Seeing this, he thought, as I thought, Shinichi's return will indeed cause some problems. For one, with the return of Shinichi, the Uchiha clan has become more daring. With the return of Shinichi, the number of Mangekyou Sharingan users has increased, and so has the strength of the Uchiha clan. With the increased strength, the ambitions have increased as well, or perhaps it would be better to say that the ambitions that were buried so far have been unearthed again. Sigh, do I really have to deal with this? Thought Kuroto with a sigh. Kuroto really doesn't want to deal with anything unnecessary at this point since most of his attention is focused on the creation of Rinnegan. But he also realized that he can't allow the Uchiha clan to continue as they are, otherwise, it will affect the political situation in Konoha, and that's not what he wanted to see either. It appears I will have to do something about these rising ambitions as well, such a troublesome thing, thought Kuroto with a helpless expression. After making up his mind, Kuroto once again looked around, then he looked at Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Enji, and said, despite being a member of the Konoha military police force, are you not aware of the village's security regulations? Uchiha Shin was confused, what are you talking about, and said, I broke no security regulation, it's that guy, he attacked me, a member of the Konoha military police force, and disturbed our work of maintaining security in Konoha, by helping him, you are doing same, do you want to come for questioning too? Kuroto shook his head, no, you are the one who broke regulations. You engaged in a meaningless conflict in front of Konoha Ninja Academy and disrupted the teaching environment of the school. The children are affected because of your meaningless fight. How are you going to explain your actions? Shin was taken aback by Kuroto's accusation. He looked at his feet, then in the direction of Konoha Ninja Academy, which is a few blocks away, with a confused expression, and asked, in front of Konoha Ninja Academy? Are you out of your mind? Seeing Kuroto confronting Uchiha Shin, Kakashi, and the others decided to step in. Kakashi appeared beside Kuroto, and whispered, Kuroto, don't mess around. Asuma nodded, and said, just take that guy and leave, don't try to confront them, now the situation is more complicated than it used to be. In this situation, we don't want to confront the Uchiha clan. Kuroto said with a smile, don't worry guys, I know what I am doing. Then he looked in Shin's direction and said, it seems that you have no explanation. In that case, there is only one thing to do. Leaving such words, Kuroto disappeared with a body flicker. Boom! Before anyone could react, Kuroto appeared in front of Shin and punched the guy. Nobody expected Kuroto would suddenly take such an action. Thanks to his activated Sharingan, Shin was able to keep track of Kuroto's movement, and subconsciously leaped back to dodge his punch. However, as he leaped into the air, Shin noticed the smirk on Kuroto's face and realized that something is wrong, not good. Poof! His doubts were proven right as the figure of Kuroto in front of him exploded into white smoke. Shin knew that the attack earlier was just a feint, and the next attack would be coming soon. However, it was already too late as he felt a chop at the back of his neck and lost consciousness. As the white smoke cleared, the figure of Kuroto holding the unconscious Uchiha Shin by the collar appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was silent and looked at Kuroto with different expressions. Some were taken aback, some surprised, some admired, and some panicked. Kakashi and Asuma looked at each with worried expressions. They didn't expect that Kuroto of all people would make such a bold move and attack a jonin of the Uchiha clan. He did it so easily. Ryama looked at Kuroto in surprise and shock. From the previous confrontation, Ryama realized that his strength is not enough to win against Uchiha Shin, and now that he saw Kuroto deal with the person in just 2 moves, he couldn't be more surprised. Not caring about anyone's reaction, Kuroto stared at Uchiha Enji, and said, you there. Enji was taken aback and took a step back. What? Tell your patriarch to come to the Konoha Ninja Academy and take him. Leaving such words, Kuroto dragged Shin and went back to the academy. Everyone looked at Kuroto dragging Shin, but no one dared to take a step forward and stop him. Not Uchiha Enji, not the rest of the crowd including Kakashi and the others. All they could do was look at Kuroto's disappearing back with various expressions. Some were shocked, some dazed, some happy, and some worried. Asuma looked at Kuroto's back and said with a sigh, this is going to be troublesome to deal with. Kakashi nodded with a complicated expression. Knowing Kuroto, Kakashi knew that Kuroto would have definitely thought this through. But Kakashi couldn't figure out Kuroto's thoughts. What's more troublesome is that Kuroto asked for the Uchiha Patriarch to come, not the captain of the Konoha military police force, or the deputy captain of the Konoha military police force. So, now things have become more complicated. Kakashi sighed and said to Asuma, let's go and inform Hokage-sama. We'll have to figure out a way to deal with this issue. The news traveled fast, and within an hour the entire village, including the Uchiha clan, was aware of what happened. Upon learning that Uchiha Shin was captured by Hyuga Kuroto and is currently detained at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the Uchihas became angry. Not only did Hyuga Kuroto detain a member of the Konoha military police force, he even went as far as to say, tell your patriarch to come to the Konoha Ninja Academy and take him, making the Uchiha especially angry. That damned Hyuga Kuroto, who does he think he is? He dared to drag Shin all the way to ninja school in the presence of hundreds of villagers. This will impact our reputation. That son of a bitch must have done this on purpose. He is trying to insult the entire clan, he must pay the price. Patriarch, we can't let this slide once again. At this rate, everyone will start to look down on us. We must find a way to teach him a lesson, said one of the members of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku thought about his words, then he looked at Shisui sitting in the corner. Fugaku is aware of the friendship between Shisui and Kuroto, and he is wondering what Shisui thinks about this matter. Feeling Fugaku's gaze, Shisui said, Patriarch, I will go and bring back Shin. Before Fugaku could reply, one of the members of the Uchiha clan shouted at Shisui, Humph. Are you going to protect him once again? Don't you see that he is making a fool of us? Do you still want to protect him? Shisui was taken aback, and tried to explain, I am just. However, he wasn't given the opportunity to complete his words as another member of the Uchiha clan interrupted him, don't bother explaining, you are trying to do what you have always done, but enough is enough. Shisui felt cold eyes from many Uchiha and he could feel that everyone was angry at Kuroto. Shisui looked at Fugaku, hoping that the patriarch would listen to him, but Fugaku had an indifferent expression. He too was unwilling to slide this matter so easily. He realized that it would be difficult to calm the clan this time. Hokage building. Hiruzen. I have a feeling that the Uchiha clan won't stay silent this time, and once they make a move, it will be difficult for him to resist them alone. Although Might Guy has some strength and will be able to help him if needed, it won't be enough. We have to prepare a backup if needed, said Elder Koharu with a thoughtful expression. I have already ordered Umbu squads to be on standby around the academy, so the situation shouldn't go out of control, replied Sandaime while looking through the window of his office. Leaning on the walls of Hokage office, Asuma said, I don't think that would be enough. The Uchiha clansmen have been acting strange since the return of Uchiha Shinichi. Who knows what they will do? Even this time, they were intentionally seeking trouble. Kakashi agreed with Asuma, yes, and added, fortunately, Kuroto decided to take action, otherwise, we would have to step in and that would have made the situation quite complicated. Jiraiya nodded, it seems so. No doubt, Kuroto's actions have offended the entire Uchiha clan, and Jiraiya was really angry at Kuroto. He even went as far as to scold Kakashi for allowing Kuroto to do what he did, and not stopping the conflict earlier. However, after thinking about the overall situation, he realized nobody other than Kuroto could have solved that situation. The return of Uchiha Shinichi has made the Uchiha prouder than ever, and in such a situation, Konoha really needs someone who can stand up and suppress the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Hokage can't do it personally, neither can the members of the Hokage faction, as that would mean discord between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. Most of the other people in Konoha don't have the required strength and background to be able to make a move. Only Hyuga Kuroto is the right person for this job. Kuroto has enough strength to defeat most of the Uchiha clansmen. His family background is strong, he has enough political influence, and most of all, Kuroto's friendship with Shisui makes him the perfect candidate for this job. Almost everyone participating in the meeting had the same thoughts as Jiraiya, except for Elder Koharu, who pointed out another fact. Don't forget, Uchiha Shinichi has also returned, and if my memory serves me right, Kuroto and Shinichi already had an unsettled matter before Shinichi joined the Akatsuki. What if he tries to make a move? Elder Koharu's words changed everyone's expression. Even Sandaime was worried now. The return of Shinichi has definitely weakened Shisui's influence on the Uchiha clan, so it won't be strange if Shinichi goes to the Konoha Academy, and if it is Shinichi who goes instead of Shisui, then the situation would get out of control. As for the possibility of Fugaku going, nobody even bothers to consider it, it just doesn't make sense. Just when everyone was worried, an Umbu walked in and reported, the Uchiha clan has sent Uchiha Shinichi to bring back Uchiha Shin. TCH, damn it. Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance, and asked, why not send Uchiha Shisui? The Umbu shook his head, implying that he had no idea. Sandaime sighed and signaled the Umbu to retreat. The Umbu followed Sandaime's order and retreated from the Hokage office. At this time, Jiraiya said with a sigh, it seems that they really don't plan to swallow this humiliation. Elder Koharu said, we should consider the worst possibility, and prepare accordingly. It seems we have no other choice, muttered Tsunade, and asked, Sensei, what did the Hyuga patriarch say about this? Hiruzen shook his head, nothing. Tsunade was taken aback, have they decided to abandon Kuroto? Hiruzen replied with a thoughtful expression, it's not impossible. Kuroto did have a conflict with the elders of the main family of Hyuga clan. They weren't able to do anything to him. It's possible that they want to teach him a lesson using this opportunity. Coward, muttered Tsunade under her breath. What the hell is up with the Hyuga clan? They were never like this. First the matter with Hizashi and now Kuroto. Have they really gone senile? Hiruzen shook his head. I am as clueless as you are. Then said, let's put the matter of the Hyuga clan on the side for a while. For now, focus on the matter of the Uchiha clan. They have sent Shinichi, and we have to take countermeasures. Jiraiya said, if a battle breaks out at the academy, the lives of children will be in danger. We have to consider this as well. At this time, Kakashi took a step forward, and said, in that case, let me handle this. Konoha Ninja Academy. Sasuke suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the canopy of a tree not far away with a frowned expression. Noting the direction of Sasuke's gaze, Neji whispered, so, you noticed too, huh? Sasuke nodded, yes. Then he looked around and said, dozens of ninjas have surrounded the academy, and they are using different means to partially hide their presence. I am just wondering who they are and why they have surrounded the academy. Neji answered Sasuke's doubt, they are Umbu. Umbu. Sasuke was taken aback, and questioned, but why would Umbu surround the academy? It doesn't make any sense. Neji shrugged, beats me. Then he looked in the direction of the gate of Konoha, and said, but I have a feeling, something bad might happen here, and they are here probably trying to prevent that from happening. Sasuke shook his head, no. I don't think so, and explained, if something bad was about to happen at the academy, then Iruka-sensei, my brother, and principal would have instructed us to evacuate. Since they did not warn us, it means everything is going to be fine. There must be some other reason why so many Umbu are present here. Neji sighed, I hope that's the case. Principal's office. After temporarily sealing Uchiha Shin's chakra, Kuroto handed him over to Iruka to keep a watch over him. Then he returned to his office and took out a notebook and continued to work on the designs of Type 2 biological armor that was left incomplete earlier. Kuroto didn't really care about the umbus surrounding the academy, nor did he care about the villagers gathered outside the gate of the academy. All his attention was on his notebook as he was completing the armor's design. After a week of testing and trial, Kuroto has figured out various shortcomings of Type I biological armor. Most of the shortcomings can be tolerated for the functionality, however, the fact that the chakra supply is unstable cannot be ignored at any cost. Because of this shortcoming of Type I biological armor, Karin's life is in danger. If any goes wrong, not only will she die, but even the 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyou Sharinon that are undergoing fusion will also suffer the backlash and end up being destroyed. Therefore, Kuroto can't take any risks. He has to deal with the shortcomings of Type I biological armor and complete the Type II biological armor as soon as possible. I suppose I should try to change the ratio of tissue I will be using for creating the Type II biological armor. Reducing Shodame-sama's tissues to 20% might improve the stability of chakra supply. Secondly, I can also try to change the network of tissues too for better conductivity of chakra. The network used in the Type I biological armor was too premature. Improving the network will also stabilize the chakra supply. To change the network and improve the transmission of chakra, the design of meridians will have to be refined as well. I wonder if I can use something other than umbilical cord for transferring the chakra from the Type I biological armor to her body. One after another, Kuroto thought of various changes he can make in the Type II biological armor. Because of various reasons, such as his Hyuga background, his history of working on clones and human bodies, and the recent effort of improving the yin seal, Kuroto has acquired extensive knowledge of the chakra meridians in the human body. He knows exactly which chakra meridian has what function, how much chakra it can withstand, and so many other things. Therefore, Kuroto feels that he will definitely be able to create a completely new chakra pathway for the Type II biological clone. Of course, the process will require a lot of trial and error, but he will be able to do it eventually. With this thought in his mind, he started to work on designing the chakra network for the Type II biological armor. He was only halfway through when Kuroto realized a major problem. There is no problem with the design or functionality, the problem is resources. Well, not exactly resources, but the funds required to acquire the necessary resources. Even if he were to delay the repair of Anchor Ventian, Kuroto still lacks the necessary funds to be able to acquire the resources for creating the Type II biological armor. As per Kuroto's estimation, a single Type II biological armor will cost at least tens of millions of ryo. As a researcher, Kuroto knows that there will be several mistakes in the development process, so the cost will definitely increase. It won't be a surprise if nearly 100 million ryo is spent. Kuroto doesn't have this kind of money in his hand at the moment, so he couldn't help but feel troubled. How am I going to find the necessary funds? He could try to earn the funds from the black market, but it would take a lot of time and Kuroto doesn't have so much time. Besides, if he were to get active in the black market, no doubt, Akatsuki will try to use every possible means at their disposal to trace him. He doesn't want to deal with Akatsuki at the moment, so the idea of using the black market was rejected. I'll have to figure out some other method, muttered Kuroto with a helpless expression. Whoosh, knock, knock. Just as Kuroto was busy thinking of a way to earn funds, suddenly there was a knock on the window of his office. Kuroto looked over and found out that the person who came was none other than Kakashi. Seeing him, Kuroto quickly closed the notebook and said, "Come in." Kakashi opened the window and walked in with a solemn expression. Looking at Kakashi's expression, Kuroto asked, "What happened?" Kakashi replied, "Just as we expected, things are going to get troublesome." "Troublesome," muttered Kuroto and asked, "What do you mean?" Kakashi took the opposite seat and explained, "We have received word, it won't be Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Patriarch to come to pick up Uchiha Shin, rather it will be Uchiha Shinichi." Kuroto was surprised by the information Kakashi brought, and muttered, "I am quite interested in knowing the identity of the spy you just mentioned." Kakashi shook his head, "I am sorry, this is something I can't tell you for the time being." Then he said, "But don't worry, that person is reliable and the information is accurate." Kuroto waved his hand, and said, No, I was just joking with you, obviously, I know that these secrets can't be revealed. Besides, he already knows the identity of the spy, and added after a pause, "Anyway, you were talking about Uchiha Shinichi." Kakashi nodded, "Yes. So, the Uchiha clan has sent Shinichi to bring back Uchiha Shin." And added in a worried tone, "The two of you had several conflicts in the past, so we can't deny the possibility that he will once again seek trouble." Kakashi continued, "If Uchiha Shinichi causes trouble, the lives of children at the academy will be in danger, so the two of us will have to work together to neutralize him." "Well," muttered Kuroto with a surprised expression. Before he could say anything, Kakashi interrupted him, "Kuroto, there is no time to think about it. His Mangekyou Sharinon ability won't be easy to deal with, so it would be safer this way." "Kuroto, there is no time to think about it. His Mangekyou Sharinon ability won't be easy to deal with, so it would be safer this way." Kuroto seemed to want to say something, but since Kakashi had made up his mind, so he decided to stay silent and nodded. With Kuroto's agreement, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked back towards the window and while looking, he spoke, "To be honest, I should be thanking you right now on behalf of the village." Kuroto was confused. "Thank me? Why? You took action and detained Uchiha Shin in such a high-profile manner. You did that to keep the Uchiha within their limits, asked Kakashi, then added with a sigh, Kuroto. I have to admit that when it comes to critical decision-making, you really surpass me. Kakashi was also present on the streets at that time, but unlike Kuroto, Kakashi hesitated to take any action. He decided to wait and watch as the situation unfolded because he wasn't sure of the consequences that his actions might have on the village. For all he knew, he might have become the cause of a civil war in Konoha. He didn't want to carry such a burden on his shoulder, so he stood in his place and dare not take a step forward. Although he understood that someone needs to stand up and stop Uchiha Shin, he still decided to wait and even decided to call Uchiha Shisui for help, but did not step forward personally, and this made him feel like crap. Unlike him, Kuroto didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he arrived, he easily dealt with Uchiha Shin, and even went as far as to drag him all the way to the academy and detain him there. That's why, this time, Kakashi decided to take some responsibility and help out Kuroto in dealing with the Uchiha clan. Kuroto did not Kakashi's thought. When he heard Kakashi's reason, he asked with a smile, then would you be kind enough to put some good word for me in front of Hokage-sama? I would appreciate it if he gave me some bonus. Kakashi smiled and shook his head. He didn't take Kuroto seriously. He thought Kuroto was just joking. Then his smile disappeared as he warned, the Uchiha clan is no longer the same as it was before. In the future, if you are dealing with them, please be cautious. Whoosh! Kakashi had just finished his words when Umbu suddenly arrived in Kuroto's office, and reported, Target has crossed the main market district. Soon he will be entering the academy. Kakashi's expression turned serious, and he asked, how many of them have come? The Umbu replied, Uchiha Shinichi has come alone. On Shinichi's side, he covered the entire distance at a slow walking pace. From the Uchiha district to the Konoha Academy, there was no sense of urgency in his pace. Of course, Shinichi did feel quite annoyed by the strange glances he received from the villagers along the way. They were looking at him with interest. There were signs of expectations and anticipation on their faces. Everyone wanted to know what he, an Uchiha, would do, but none of them dared to stop him or get in his way, probably because they were extremely scared of him. TCH. I didn't think too much about it earlier, but boss is right. The villagers really fear us. He thought and muttered to himself, obviously Uchiha are also working day and night for the betterment of the village. We have shed so much blood and sacrificed so much for Konoha, yet we get such treatment. This is really disheartening. Shaking his head, Shinichi decided not to pay them any mind and continued on his way. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the gate of Konoha Ninja Academy. When the onlookers discovered Shinichi, they immediately distanced themselves. Ignoring the onlookers, Shinichi opened the door of the academy and walked in. Most of the students at the academy were not aware of the stuff that happened in the village today. These children did notice that the streets around the academy are extraordinarily lively today, but they didn't know the reason behind it. Even if they asked the teachers, they did not get any response. Only a few children with keen observation skills noticed the serious expression of teachers since morning. But even they couldn't figure out the reason why the teachers were so serious. One such child was Uchiha Suzuki. He spotted Shinichi walking across the training field as he made his way towards the main building, and couldn't help but mutter in confusion, why is he here? It doesn't make any sense. Is he going to be teaching at the academy? Neji looked in the direction of Kuroto's office. He had spotted a few Umbu around the principal's office a while ago, and now that Uchiha Shinichi has arrived at school, everything has started to make sense. It's possible that a conflict might occur between Uchiha Shinichi and his sensei. Shinichi is a former member of the Akatsuki and he is very strong. It's no surprise that so many Umbu have gathered at the academy. Thinking of the possibility of the battle, Neji couldn't help but get worried. On the other side, after completing 1,000 punches on the wooden stake, Rock Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked Guy-sensei, what's next? There was no response from Guy. Although he stood beside Rock Lee, his mind was somewhere else. Rock Lee followed Guy's gaze and noticed that he was looking at Uchiha Shinichi with a solemn expression. Unaware of the reason why Uchiha Shinichi might come to the academy, and why Guy was looking at him, Rock Lee asked, Guy-sensei, what happened? Everything is fine, don't worry about it. Continue your training. Do 10,000 push UPS. Guy absent-mindedly gave these instructions, then looked in the direction of the principal's office. Rock Lee was confused because of Guy's behavior, more so because Guy wasn't wearing any weights right now. He couldn't help but wonder if Guy would be fighting someone today. Teacher's lounge. Tied to one of the chairs, Uchiha Shin shouted, this academy is done for. All of you are done for. Uchiha clan won't let go of this humiliation, just you people wait, they will be here soon, and when that happens, everything will be over for you. Iruka, the person in charge of keeping a watch over Uchiha Shin, endured his tantrum and looked through the window with an anxious expression. At this time, the gate of the teacher's lounge was opened and Itachi walked in. He had some documents in his hands that needed to be processed real quick. So ignoring Shin's shouting, he took his seat and started to work through the documents. Seeing Itachi, Shin shouted at him, Itachi, release me. Itachi didn't even lift his head as he replied, I have received word, Shinichi will be here soon and he will take you back, so don't bother me. As soon as he heard Itachi's words, Shinichi laughed out loud, Shinichi-san will be here? Ha ha ha. I guess it's not your lucky day. Heh. Very soon, that son of a bitch Kuroto will come here on his own and untie me. He will also beg for mercy. I want to see him repent before me as I beat the shit out of him. Itaka paid no mind to Shin and continued to do what he was doing. At this time, Iruka walked beside Itaki. He stood there for a while, hesitant to speak anything. Finally, he couldn't stand it and whispered, Itaka-san, you also work here, you should, also. Before Iruka could finish, Itaka raised his head and smiled at him as he said, don't worry Iruka-sensei, with Kuroto-san, everything will be alright, we don't have to worry too much about this issue, just do what we are supposed to do and leave the rest of the things to him. He always knows what he is doing, just trust him. Right. Iruka was left speechless. From the way Itaka spoke, it's evident that he highly respects Kuroto. Iruka couldn't understand what was going on. Hokage Building. The news of Uchiha Shinichi's arrival at the Konoha Academy has already been reported to Hokage. Currently, Hiruzen is standing on the roof of the Hokage building with his hands clasped behind his back as he quietly observed the Ninja Academy not too far away. Elder Koharu, Tsunadeheim, and Jiraiya are on his side, quietly watching everything happen. Although Kuroto, Kakashi, Shin, and Shinichi are the main actors, this is actually the first head-to-head confrontation of a Cold War between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. The outcome of this confrontation will affect the political climate of Konoha in the coming future, that's why everyone is highly nervous. Under everyone's watch, Shinichi made his way to the principal's office. Knock knock. Come in. As permission was granted, Shinichi walked inside the principal's office. Standing on the side, Kakashi put himself on high alert. If a fight were to break out, then he would have to immediately transfer Shinichi out of the village to make sure that none of the lives at the academy were endangered. Kuroto was unaware of Kakashi's thoughts. While remaining seated, he looked up, and upon finding that the person who came in was Shinichi, he asked, why are you here? I specifically mentioned for your patriarch to come if he wanted Uchiha Shin back. Damn it, Kuroto. Why do you have to provoke him? Thought Kakashi as he waited for Shinichi's response. On the outside, he looked calm, but inside he wasn't calm at all. Heck, he had already prepared his flying rage in Konoha and was ready to use it at a moment's notice. Shinichi laughed awkwardly, and explained, well, Patriarch wanted to come, but something came up, so you know. Hyuga District, Patriarch's Mansion. As the Patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi has of course learned the details of the conflict between Hyuga Ryama and the Konoha military police force a few hours ago. Even Hizashi didn't expect Kuroto would go as far as to directly detain Uchiha Shin. This information was simply beyond him. And now he is really worried about the overall situation. As Hizashi was anxiously pacing from one corner of his study to another, suddenly a member of the branch family arrived at the door, and reported, Hizashi-sama, Uchiha Shinichi has entered the Ninja Academy. I understand. Nodded Hizashi as he instructed the shinobi to retreat. As the person in question left, the door of the study was once again closed. At this time, Elder Aoyama said coldly, to provoke the Uchiha clan at such a time, humph, it's his own fault, he brought this upon himself. Hizashi sighed, why did he have to do that? Then asked anxiously, are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Elder Aoyama asked angrily, then what do you suggest? Should we confront the Uchiha clan head-on? Do not forget, with the return of Uchiha Shinichi they have 2 Mangekyo Sharinon Awakeners in their clan. Hizashi lowered his head and nodded, I know. Then added with a sigh, but this incident started with Ryama arguing with Uchiha Shin of the Konoha military police force. If we just sit back and watch things happen, it will have a great impact on our reputation. We are already under watch for a while, now if we don't do anything, what will the clans think of us? Elder Aoyama shook his head, we shouldn't care about these things at the moment. Right now, what's most important is to find information about the Tenseigan as soon as possible. As long as we find what the Akatsuki was searching for, we will have the necessary strength to face any enemy. At that time what Uchiha, what Hokage and what Akatsuki, the Hyuga will rise at the top. Hizashi was hesitant. Intellectually, he agrees with the 3 elders. After weeks of searching through the archives of the Hyuga clan, they have finally discovered some information about Tenseigan. So, he also understands the terrifying power this dojutsu may possess and acknowledges the fact that finding this dojutsu will really help the Hyuga clan to rise to the top. But emotionally, Hizashi feels that this is not the right thing to do. A while ago, in order to conceal the information about the Tenseigan and Otsutsuki clan they allowed Hizashi to be detained by the village which not only offended the Hokage faction but even the members of the branch family. Now, if they abandon Kuroto against the Uchiha clan, they will completely lose the trust of the branch family. Hizashi wanted to say that they should not abandon Kuroto, but upon seeing the determined faces of the 3 elders, he could only sigh and chose to remain silent as he thought, I hope that we can quickly find this Tenseigan, otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Principal's office, Konoha Ninja Academy. After explaining why the patriarch could not come, Shinichi asked, where is Shin? I should probably take him back with me. Ha ha ha, yeah right. Chuckled Kuroto as he ignored Shinichi and continued to deal with the paperwork. Shinichi didn't mind being ignored by Kuroto. Instead of bothering him again, he glanced at Kakashi on the side and sighed in relief. Hey, I am really lucky today. If he wasn't here, I am sure boss would have scolded me. Then he thought of something and raised his hand at Kakashi in greeting. Sup hey take Kakashi. Kakashi blinked his eyes in surprise. Huh. When Kakashi saw that instead of Shinichi intentionally provoking Kuroto, it was the other way around, he couldn't help but panic. However, contrary to what he expected, not only Shinichi was not offended, instead, he seemed to be happy about this entire thing and even smiled at him in greeting. Heck, even when Kuroto ignored his existence and left him standing, he wasn't offended. Instead of showing any signs of impatience or anger, it's as if Shinichi was willing to wait no matter how long it took. Kakashi really couldn't understand what was going through Shinichi's mind. Initially, Kakashi had expected that as soon as Shinichi entered the principal's office, he would start mocking Kuroto and humiliating him in an attempt to anger Kuroto so that he could take his revenge. But what's happening at the moment is completely opposite of what he had expected. For a moment, Kakashi even wondered, is he really Uchiha Shinichi, and carefully observed the guy to make sure that he wasn't someone else disguised as Shinichi. Kakashi's doubts are not unreasonable, considering the violent and impatient temper he showed back when they fought each other. Shinichi didn't know Kakashi's train of thought. When he noticed that Kakashi was staring at him, he smiled gratefully at the silver flash. It was thanks to Kakashi he wouldn't have to endure Kuroto's anger. He has to be someone else? That must be it. He can't be Uchiha Shinichi. Kakashi thought as his eyes shot open. Shinichi's actions were driving him crazy, and his doubts in regards to Shinichi's identity were becoming heavier. Such doubts remained in Kakashi's mind for the next few minutes as Kuroto continued to process the documents. While three people remained silent in the principal's office, the breaths of every other person involved, directly or indirectly, in this cold confrontation weren't calm. The Umbu, stationed just outside the principal's office, looked at each other in dismay and confusion. What in the world is going on inside? Similar thoughts were revolving in the minds of onlookers outside the academy. At this moment, the principal's office seemed to have become the hot spot. Everyone's attention was focused on this room, but no one other than Kuroto, Kakashi, and Shinichi knew what was happening inside. After a while, Kuroto finally finished what he was doing. Firstly, he put aside the file, then raised his head and looked at Shinichi as he said, "So you are here for Uchiha Shin, huh? He is detained in the teacher's lounge, come with me." Then got up from his seat and walked out of the principal's office with Shinichi closely following him. Looking at Kuroto and Shinichi's back, Kakashi was left stunned, and quickly chased after the two. Just because nothing happened here doesn't mean nothing will happen. Teacher's lounge. He has arrived, right? Soon you people will realize our horror. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to watch your miserable faces. Shin's arrogant voice could be heard from outside the teacher's lounge. Hearing the arrogant Uchiha's words, Kuroto glanced at Shinichi for a minute before walking into the room. As they entered the teacher's lounge, the three people spotted several teachers gathering in front of Shin, and they looked extremely angry. But Shin didn't seem to care. He continued to speak unscrupulously. It's as if he wasn't the one detained. Obviously, his arrogance inflated upon learning that Shinichi had come to take him back to the Uchiha clan. Just when the teachers were having a hard time restraining themselves, Shin spotted Kuroto and Shinichi, and immediately spoke, "Look, he is finally here. Hyuga Kuroto, you son." Before Shin could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck and lost consciousness. The one who knocked him unconscious was none other than Shinichi. After making sure that Shin could no longer speak anything for a while, Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully I made it in time. He was really worried that Shin would say something idiotic to Kuroto and offend him. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Shinichi exited the academy while carrying an unconscious Uchiha Shin on his shoulder and made his way toward the Uchiha district. What? There was no battle? Not even an argument? The Uchiha clan actually swallowed this humiliation. This is simply unbelievable. I think Hokage-sama must have done something so that the Hyuga Patriarch and the Hyuga Patriarch must have reached an agreement. Yes, this must have happened, that's why Uchiha Patriarch did not come in person. Makes sense. Hokage-sama wouldn't allow any conflict to occur at the academy. Yes, even if Uchiha Shinichi wanted to do something, he decided against it since children of all the clans go to the academy. The Uchiha wouldn't dare to offend all the clans at the same time, when this argument only involved the Hyuga clan. Such a discussion broke out in the village and everyone had different opinions as to why there was no argument between Uchiha Shinichi and Hyuga Kuroto. As for what exactly happened and why there was no conflict, that's something very few are aware of. Hokage office. Sandaime Hokage looked at Kakashi with a frown as he questioned, what exactly happened at the academy? Uchiha Shinichi did not try to make trouble, this is really surprising. The others present in the Hokage office also looked at Kakashi with doubtful expressions on their faces, waiting for his explanation. In the face of everyone's doubtful gaze, Kakashi could only sigh. He did not understand what happened at the academy either. How can he explain? But he had to say something, because other than Kuroto and Shinichi, only he was present in the principal's office. After a while of pondering, he spoke, I personally believe that this time the Uchiha clan doesn't seem to have any intention of making trouble. The entire time Uchiha Shinichi acted very politely, there was no aggression or annoyance in his tone and behavior. He treated Kuroto very respectfully. He spoke amicably even with me and Iruka-san. He even went as far as to knock Uchiha Shin unconscious when he saw Shin trying to provoke the teachers. What? Muttered Asuma in disbelief. Tsunade asked doubtfully, it doesn't make sense. If the Uchiha clan really had no intention of causing trouble from the start, so why did they send Uchiha Shinichi instead of Uchiha Shisui? Then she looked in the direction of an Umbu, and asked, "What's going on?" The Umbu shook his head. I don't understand what they are thinking. At this time, Elder Koharu spoke. "Hiruzen, I think you should be able to understand their behavior. Why did they decide to send Uchiha Shinichi? It seems the Uchiha clan is also learning from their past mistakes." Sandaime nodded. "Yes, I see two things that the Uchiha clan wanted to accomplish by sending Uchiha Shinichi," and explained. "First, as soon as we learned that Uchiha Shinichi would be coming to take back Uchiha Shin, we expected there would be some conflict and took measures accordingly. However, Uchiha Shinichi acted differently from our expectations, making us as well as the rest of the village realize that the Uchiha clan is not what we expect them to be. Second, they were treading waters, trying to figure out how vigilant we are against them, and to what extent we will go to take measures against them. And they have successfully accomplished both of their goals. This confrontation, they won fair and square." The other present in the meeting listened to Sandaime's thoughts and couldn't help but nod. This is the most logical explanation. Only Kakashi was different. He felt that something was still amiss, but he couldn't figure out what was amiss and could only stay silent in the end. At this time Tsunade asked, "So, what will be their next move?" Knock knock. Just as Tsunade asked this question, suddenly there was a knock on the door of the Hokage's office. An Umbu walked in and passed a letter to Hiruzen as he said, "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shisui came to deliver this letter." Everyone raised their eyebrows in surprise. Sandaime took the letter from the Umbu as he asked, "Did he say something?" The Umbu shook his head. "He only asked me to deliver this letter to Hokage-sama, and left after that." "I see, good work," nodded Hiruzen as the Umbu left the office. He opened the letter to read and soon his brows wrinkled in a frown. Jiraiya asked hurriedly, "Sensei, what's written in the letter?" Sandaime sighed as he passed the letter to Jiraiya and explained to everyone, "This is Uchiha clan's next move. Apparently, Uchiha Fugaku has requested me to organize a council meeting tomorrow morning." "That was fast," muttered Elder Koharu, and added after a pause, "Rather than creating a public spectacle, they want to address this matter behind closed doors." Jiraiya put down the letter and asked, "What are you going to do, Sensei?" Sandaime sighed, "What else can I do? Uchiha Patriarch has requested a council meeting tomorrow. It will have to be organized. Even if I am Hokage, I cannot refuse." Conference Hall, Hokage Building. Early morning of the next day, the patriarchs of various clans and the heads of various departments arrived and gathered at the conference hall of the Hokage Building for the council meeting proposed by the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Kuroto also received the invitation and arrived at the conference hall. Looking at the dignified expression of the members of the Elder Council, Kuroto shook his head and took his seat as he waited for the conference to start. Since the position of vice principal is helped by Atake, so he too took part in the meeting. As for Uchiha Shisui, well, he is recognized as the strongest shinobi in the 5 great shinobi villages, so he had the right to attend the council meeting as well. As all the members of the council arrived, the meeting started. Sandaime looked at Fugaku, asking him to state his purpose for holding the meeting. As Sandaime looked at Fugaku, he stood up, took a sharp glance at all the participants in the meeting, and spoke in a deep voice, "I propose that we hold elections for choosing Godame Hokage." Everyone was taken aback by Fugaku's words. The ones most shocked were none other than the members of the Elder Council. While coming to the meeting, everyone had assumed that the Uchiha clan would address yesterday's issue, and they knew that appeasing the Uchiha clan wouldn't be easy, but the situation is completely different here. After recovering from the initial shock, Elder Koharu asked, "Fugaku, what do you mean by hold elections to elect Godame Hokage?" "Fugaku, what do you mean by hold elections to elect Godame Hokage?" Fugaku looked Elder Koharu eye to eye and answered, "Is it so difficult to understand? I believe my words are quite clear." Elder Koharu shook her head, "No, I get what you are saying," and asked, "Why are you making such a proposal?" Fugaku answered in a matter-of-fact tone, "Former member of the Elder Council Shimura Danzo was chosen to be the acting Godame Hokage. However, he betrayed the village and used that position for his personal benefit. He even went as far as to commit many atrocities and defected brazenly. Since his defection, the position of Hokage has been vacant. Although Hiruzen-sama is doing Hokage's work, he is not the Hokage. Isn't it time we chose someone to be the Godame Hokage?" Hearing Fugaku's words, the conference room went silent for a while and one by one, everyone's gaze turned to Hiruzen. Noting everyone looking at him, Hiruzen nodded and said, "Right, it's time we officially elect the Godame Hokage." Elder Koharu was taken aback by Sandaime Hokage's response. "Hiruzen, what are you?" Hiruzen signaled Elder Koharu to stay silent for a while, then spoke to everyone in the conference. "The patriarch of the Uchiha clan is correct. After the defection of Shimura Danzo, there was a need for someone to stabilize the situation and deal with the aftermath. My experience as the former Hokage proved useful, so I took this responsibility upon my shoulders. Now that the overall situation has temporarily stabilized, it is indeed time that we officially elect the Godame Hokage." Indeed, Hiruzen does not want to see Uchiha in power. However, he wouldn't break the traditions and rules of Konoha to see that happen, because these rules and traditions guarantee the continuous inheritance of Hokage from one generation to another. If he breaks rules, then he really can't expect anyone else to follow these rules either. Perhaps Elder Koharu understood Hiruzen's thoughts and decided to remain silent. The other people attending the meeting were caught off guard. They didn't such an explosive topic to be brought up on the table and no one knew what to say. It was the Uchiha Patriarch who broke the silence. He looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Since Lord Hiruzen agrees that we have to elect the Godame Hokage, then it is time we select the candidates." He took a brief pause here, and continued, "As the Patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I hereby announce that I and the Deputy Captain of the Konoha Military Police Force, Uchiha Shisui, will be participating in the elections. Both of us have enough merits." As soon as Fugaku declared the candidates participating from the Uchiha clan, Elder Koharu immediately denied bluntly, "I am afraid that won't be possible as this goes against the rules. The candidates for the elections are selected by the Hokage, former Hokage, and the members of the Elder Council. A set of rules has been established in Konoha when it comes to Hokage elections. As stated by Elder Uditni Koharu, only Hokage, former Hokage, and the members of the Elder Council have the right to nominate the candidates. The nominated candidates then compete in the elections. Only Takubitsu Jonin and Jonin have the right to participate in the vote of confidence. The candidate who wins the vote of confidence is then elected to be the next Hokage with the permission of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This has been the precedent since the retirement of Shadame Hokage. Senju Tobirama became Hokage in this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen became the Hokage following these rules, and Namikaze Minato also ascended to the position of Hokage by following these rules. Although Shimura Danzo failed to officially become the Hokage, he too followed these protocols. These rules or protocols for the Hokage elections were created decades ago at the time Konoha was established, and they are the key to the Hokage's inheritance. So long as the members of the Elder Council have the right to select the candidates for the Hokage election, they can decide the person who will become the next Hokage. Therefore, even if Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Shisui wanted to participate in the elections, they needed the approval of the members of the Elder Council. The meaning behind Elder Koharu's words was quite clear. The members of the Elder Council are probably not going to choose him or Uchiha Shisui as the candidate, so he shouldn't get his hopes up. Realizing this, Fugaku sharply looked at Elder Koharu, and spoke, "That is indeed true. However, I believe that we need to change a few things taking into account the mistakes made by the Elder Council." Elder Koharu's eyes widened as she realized Fugaku's intentions behind using the term mistakes. Before she could speak anything in response, Fugaku had already spoken. The two previous candidates selected by the Elder Council are Orochimaru in the election of Yondaime Hokage, and Shimura Danzo in the election of Godame Hokage. Both of these decisions were big mistakes as Orochimaru harmed the orphans of the village and later defected. As for the deeds of Shimura Danzo, we all are well aware. It's a blessing that the other 4 villages did not put all the responsibility on our shoulders. Considering the poor track record of the current Elder Council, I cannot completely trust the candidates selected by the Elder Council. The lack of faith Fugaku displayed in the current Elder Council angered Elder Koharu. What angered her more was the fact that she really had no counter to his accusation. Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed tiredly. He and the Elder Council really cannot shrug off the responsibility. Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo were core members of the Hokage faction, and the damage they caused was really. Looking at the helpless expression of the members of the Hokage faction, the patriarchs of various clans whispered to each other. They had to take Fugaku's words into account. The candidates selected by the Elder Council are really not completely trustworthy. If they happen to again select someone like Orochimaru or Shimura Danzo, then everyone would be in big trouble. The doubts on the faces of the patriarch of various clans did not go unnoticed by Hiruzen's eyes. He could see a lack of trust and worry in their eyes. He realized that they cannot suppress the Uchiha clan from participating in the election, so he had no other choice but to compromise. If that's the case, then it will be allowed this time. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen relented, Fugaku smirked and immediately said, "Then it's decided that I and Shisui will be participating in the Hokage election. And I propose that we add another aspect to the election." Another aspect, thought everyone in the meeting as they looked at Fugaku with confused expressions. Fugaku didn't keep them clueless for too long and explained, "We need to add the aspect of strength. The threat of Akatsuki is always on our back, therefore, we need a strong Hokage, someone who can face them without any fear. Therefore, I propose that we organize a tournament of sorts between the candidates in order to test their strength." "This," muttered Elder Koharu in surprise. She didn't expect that Fugaku would put forward such an idea. She could see the reason why Fugaku would put forward such an idea. Uchiha Shisui is considered to be the strongest shinobi not only in Konoha but also in the 5 great shinobi villages. His strength is second only to the likes of Yama, Nagato, and Madara. And his being part of the election exponentially increases the chances of Uchiha coming into power. The Hyuga Patriarch sat silently as he noted the confident expression of the Uchiha Patriarch and the hesitant expression of Sandaime Hokage. He was a little saddened and couldn't help but think to himself, if only we had found the Tenseigan. This time, the Hokage faction has no other choice but to compromise and relax the restrictions. If they had found the Tenseigan, this would have become a golden opportunity for the Hyuga clan. With the power of the Tenseigan, he might have had an opportunity to defeat Uchiha Shisui. However, without the Tenseigan, there is no hope. So, he has no other choice but to watch silently as a bystander. The patriarch of the other clans had similar thoughts. Considering that they might have to face Uchiha Shisui, they lost hope. Since no one opposed Fugaku's proposal, Hiruzen, who had remained silent the entire time, finally nodded. Very well, then we shall include that aspect. And added in a majestic tone of voice, in the name of Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, I hereby nominate Heitake Kakashi as my candidate for the Godame Hokage. Uchiha District. Kanpai. Hey, I knew the village would give in. We finally have a chance now. That's right, there are 2 candidates from the Uchiha clan, while currently there is only a single candidate from the Hokage faction. Currently, we are in the lead, we will definitely win this time. Uchiha will finally have a Hokage, we have waited for so long to see this day. After Fugaku announced the result of the council meeting, the entire Uchiha clan was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Everybody in the Uchiha clan now believes that the position of Godame Hokage will definitely belong to the Uchiha clan. Looking at the elated and happy expressions of the Uchiha clansmen, Fugaku smiled lightly. The council meeting went exactly as he wanted it to go, and he is very satisfied with the results. There is no doubt about it, they are really afraid of offending us. In the previous council meeting, Fugaku saw through the facade of the Hokage faction and realized their weakness. After all, Shisui executed Mizuki in the presence of all the high-level personnel in the village, without anyone's permission, yet he was not reprimanded, and not even Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to rebuke Shisui for his actions. Precisely why, Fugaku dared to do what he did in this council meeting. And everything went according to his plan. Not only 2 candidates were selected for the election from the Uchiha clan, but the aspect of testing the strength of the candidates was also acknowledged. All the conditions are in our favor, muttered with a smile as he looked at all his clansmen. Fugaku noted Shisui standing at the corner of the hall with a silent expression. After giving it a thought, he called Shisui, and spoke. Shisui, although Hiruzen-sama has only nominated Heitake Kakashi, I have a feeling that at least 1 or 2 more candidates will be selected by them. Perhaps Tsunadeheim, or maybe Jiraiya-sama, if you face them, you must not restrain yourself. I understand. Nodded Shisui. Fugaku held Shisui's shoulder, and said, I gave you my word that we will fight for the Hokage's position fair and square, and that's what I am doing. So, I want you to make sure that you complete your words too. Do not forget, first and foremost you are an Uchiha. Shisui nodded. Rest assured Fugaku-sama. Personally, Shisui has no interest in becoming the Hokage, but if it's for the clan, he doesn't mind. Of course, the approach must be fair and square. As long as they don't try to cause disturbance and coup d'état, he will support the clan in their endeavors. Fugaku nodded with a satisfied expression. Somewhere in the forest of death. Whoosh, whoosh, ding, ding, ding. 2 figures shuttled through the forest of death as the sound of metal collision rang from time to time. The 2 figures were none other than the Sandaime Hokage and Heitake Kakashi engaged in a battle. Given his old age, the speed and strength displayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen were obviously not too good, but his extraordinary skills and rich experience were more than enough to cause a lot of trouble for Kakashi, who was not using Flying Raijin in this battle. Boom! As the roar of the explosion sounded, the figure of Sandaime Hokage was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Seeing this, Kakashi wasted no time and used a quick body flicker and appeared beside him, ready to end the battle. But just as Kakashi placed his kunao on Hiruzen's throat, the figure of Hiruzen turned into mud and trapped Kakashi. When did he use this jutsu? Kakashi couldn't help but think in shock. It did not do him any good when he heard the sound of something approaching him from behind. He wanted to retreat, however, his legs were trapped by the mud. Damn it, he muttered in frustration, as he channeled chakra into his kunao and disappeared. Boom! Just as Kakashi disappeared, Hiruzen's adamantine staff collided with the mud clone. Appearing on a distant tree, Kakashi apologized, it's my loss. I am sorry to have to disappoint you, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen retracted the adamantine staff, then spoke in a comforting tone, your performance is already very good. It's just that we have restricted you to not using Flying Raijin and 8 gates, so it's bound to get difficult for you. In my opinion, you are performing extremely well. Keep up this rhythm and you'll be able to defeat Fugaku. Kakashi nodded as he leaned his back on the tree and sighed. Ever since he was elected to be the Hokage candidate, Kakashi has upped his training. Aside from his regular training. Not only this, but Kakashi is also testing out the results of his training against Hiruzen, Tsunadeheim, Jiraiya, and Guy in regular mock battles and improving his tactics. Sandaime observed Kakashi for a while, and asked, how far have you come along on 8 inner gates? After recovering his breath, Kakashi replied, I can open up to the 4th gate without much trouble, the 5th gate is still not perfected. I see, muttered Hiruzen with a thoughtful expression. After a pause, he continued, Uchiha Fugaku was renowned as the Wicked Eye, he has the skills and experience to match that title. In Genjutsu, he is perhaps second only to Shisui. In my opinion, Fugaku's strength is undoubtedly that of a Kage, and when combined with his Sharingan, he will be tough. The only good thing is that he doesn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan, therefore, I believe that you will be able to defeat him with the help of Flying Raijin. Kakashi nodded. He wasn't too worried about the battle with Uchiha Patriarch. Hiruzen continued, but Uchiha Shisui, that kid's strength is on another level. Not only does Shisui have Mangekyo Sharingan, his unique Bobi Flicker Jutsu, and unmatched Genjutsu skills, but he has also mastered Senjutsu. Defeating him will be highly challenging. You will have to use all your skills and some more if you wish to defeat him. I know, nodded Kakashi, fully agreeing with Hiruzen. At this time, Hiruzen's gaze landed on Kakashi's blindfold and he sighed faintly. The lack of an eye is very disadvantageous for Kakashi and a flaw that no doubt Fugaku and Shisui will be able to exploit. While Hiruzen was thinking about what they could do about the lack of an eye, suddenly Kakashi asked, Hokage-sama, what about the other candidates? Was someone else chosen? Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade have refused to participate. Asuma is not strong enough, the patriarch of other clans doesn't want to come forward, and even the main family of the Hyuga clan is not showing any interest. It seems you are going to be the only candidate. Is that so? Kakashi groaned, and after a while of thinking, he said, Hokage-sama, I have someone in mind who can be a good candidate, and he will also be a very good solution to Shisui. Hiruzen quirked his eyebrow, you mean him? Kakashi nodded, yes, let him participate in the election, he will be able to restrain Shisui. In Konoha, there are no rules that restrict anyone from becoming the Hokage. Their background is irrelevant. It doesn't matter whether they are civilians or someone from the noble shinobi clans. Namikaze Minato is the best example. Despite being a commoner, he became Konoha's Yondaime Hokage. As long as the person is a resident of Konoha, has the necessary strength, contribution, achievements, and reputation, is selected by the members of the Elder Council, and successfully wins the election, they can become the Hokage. But there is an exception. There is a certain group of ninjas in Konoha who cannot by any means become Hokage. There is no rule that says that they cannot, it's just a unanimous understanding within Konoha that they cannot become the Hokage. This group is the branch division of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Since all the members of the Hyuga branch family are marked with the caged bird Junjutsu, their lives are always in the hands of the members of the main family. The Hokage's life can never be controlled by someone else, the village will never allow this, therefore, the members of the branch family will never be selected as the Hokage candidates no matter how capable or worthy they are. This is a unanimous understanding within Konoha. That's why, when Sandaime Hokage heard of Kakashi's proposal, he immediately denied it. Kuroto cannot be selected as the candidate. I believe I don't need to explain the reason why he cannot be selected. Kakashi nodded in understanding, I know the reason. And added, however, I still believe that he is our best bet. Sandaime asked with a frown, what do you mean? At this point in time, I cannot think of anyone other than Kuroto capable of restraining Shisui. No matter how much I train, I cannot see myself defeating Shisui, not when he decides to use that Susanoo of his. But with Kuroto in the game, explained Kakashi. You mean? Sandaime narrowed his eyes upon understanding the meaning behind Kakashi's words. He couldn't help but ponder a little. Seeing that Sandaime understood what he was talking about, Kakashi added, I had a conversation with Shisui a few days back, and based on that, I have concluded that Shisui doesn't really desire to become Hokage. The only reason he is taking part in the election is that he was ordered by the Uchiha Patriarch. Now if we request Kuroto's aid, then, the friendship between Kuroto and Shisui, he knows a lot about it. So, if there is anyone in Konoha who can eliminate Shisui from the election, it's undoubtedly Kuroto. Of course, Hiruzen doesn't think that Kuroto is strong enough to defeat Shisui in a head-on battle, but he does agree that if Kuroto were to fight Shisui, Shisui wouldn't go all out. In fact, there is even a possibility that he might admit defeat and withdraw. After a while of thinking, Hiruzen nodded, this approach is indeed feasible. Even Hiruzen couldn't come up with any other solution against Shisui. If Shisui were to go all out, then no one in Konoha is capable of defeating Shisui. But with Kuroto in the picture, even if Shisui cannot be defeated, he can be eliminated. And as long as Shisui is defeated, the rest of the election will be easy. Uchiha Fugaku isn't really that big of a threat. Hiruzen personally believes that with the help of Flying Raijin, Kakashi will definitely be able to defeat Fugaku. But there is still one issue, will he agree? After all, Kuroto gains nothing from helping them. There is no harm in trying to ask him. Answered Kakashi. You are right. Nodded Hiruzen, and added after a pause, let's try negotiating with him. As long as his conditions aren't excessive, we can agree. Principal's office, Ninja Academy. Looking at silent Kuroto, Itaki asked, Kuroto-san, have you given it a thought? About the elections? Kuroto sighed lightly and shook his head. The matter of the election came too suddenly. Currently, Kuroto's entire focus is on the Rinnegan and the Type 2 biological armor. He doesn't have enough energy to think about the elections. But the problem is, if he doesn't do anything about it, civil strife is likely to occur. As far as Kuroto knows, Hokage faction has no intention of allowing the Uchiha clan to take over the position of Hokage anytime soon. They may allow the Uchiha shinobi to become Hokage in the 6th or the 7th generation, but now, no chance. The only reason Sandaime-sama even agreed to the Uchiha Patriarch's demands is that he couldn't come up with any solution immediately in the council meeting, and believed that they would still be able to defeat the Uchiha clan in the final vote of confidence. And there is no doubt about it, in the final vote of confidence, the Uchiha clan really has no hope of defeating the Hokage faction. Let alone Fugaku, even Shisui despite everything he has for Konoha won't get the support of most of the Jounin. And there is only one reason, the fear of the Uchiha clan is rooted in the heart of Konoha shinobi. Besides, even if the political influence of the Hokage faction is not as strong as it was back in the day, because of numerous failures against the Akatsuki organization, it's still not something the Uchiha clan can fight against. Most of the other shinobi clans will undoubtedly support the Hokage faction over the Uchiha clan. And if talking about the strength of the Hokage faction, it's not that bad. Although old, Sandaime Hokage is still a force to be reckoned with. Then there is Tsunadeheim and Jiraiya, both of whom are Kage ranked in terms of strength. Not to mention Kakashi with his flying Raijin. The Hokage faction is more than strong enough to fight the Uchiha clan. The existence of the Uchiha clan keeps them at bay, but if push comes to shove, they will not hesitate. Most of the Uchiha clan, including Fugaku, don't seem to realize this. Unlike other Uchiha clansmen, Itachi is different. He has seen through the intention of the Hokage faction as well as the leaders of the other shinobi clans and is worried about the consequences. Kuroto-san, just when Itachi wanted to say something, he noticed Kakashi entering the office through the window. Noting Kakashi's arrival, Itachi immediately greeted the Hokage candidate and left the office. Obviously, he cannot discuss these important matters in front of Kakashi. After Itachi left, Kuroto looked at Kakashi. Well, did you want to talk about something? Without beating around the bush, Kakashi directly revealed his purpose of coming to meet him. Hearing Kakashi's reasons, Kuroto smiled. Did I hear that correctly? You wish for me to become one of the Hokage candidates? Kakashi nodded. Yes. Kuroto asked, may I ask why? He had already guessed the reason. He still wanted Kakashi to speak. And Kakashi didn't hide anything. You can eliminate Uchiha Shisui. I see. Nodded Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Kakashi asked, so, will you do it? Kuroto thought about it, and said, before I give my answer, I want to know, are you confident of defeating the Uchiha Patriarch? Kakashi nodded, yes. The Patriarch of the Uchiha clan won't be that problematic, so I believe that I can defeat him. Kuroto could see that Kakashi was actually taking Fugaku lightly. He thought about warning him, Kakashi, but decided against it. Instead, he asked, so, let's suppose that I work for you, what do I get in return? Anything, as long as it's nothing too excessive. Answered Kakashi. Kuroto's smile widened as he answered 100 million ryo. Huh? 100 million ryo you say? Kakashi was surprised. He assumed that Kuroto would ask for some secret or forbidden jutsu or perhaps higher political status as compensation. He even thought that Kuroto might ask for Hokage faction's help on the cursed seal Juinjutsu, but who would have thought? Kuroto's demand is entirely different. Instead of some jutsu or higher political status, Kuroto demanded money. Believing that he might have been mistaken, Kakashi asked, you said that you want 100 million ryo. Kuroto nodded, that is correct. And asked in confusion, is that too much? Kakashi shook his head, no, it's not too much, but are you sure you want money and not something else? Kuroto nodded, yes. Currently, I want money, all the money I can get. Might I ask why you need so much money? Asked Kakashi, a little confused. Oh nothing, just some personal stuff, you know, answered Kuroto with a smile. Of course, he isn't going to give any details to Kakashi, and Kuroto believes that Kakashi is smart enough to not pry deliberately. 100 million ryo is indeed a huge amount for an individual, however, for a great shinobi village like Konoha, it's not too much. Besides, if they can eliminate Uchiha Shisui at a small price of 100 million ryo, then it's a very good deal. Kakashi believes that Hokage-sama would agree, therefore, after a while of silence, he nodded, all right, you will receive 100 million ryo by the end of this week. Kuroto's smile widened, then we have a deal. His objective was completed, and Kakashi decided to take his leave. Well, I have to inform Hokage-sama about this, I will take my leave. Kuroto nodded, no problem. And as if he suddenly remembered something, he said, oh, and don't underestimate the Uchiha Patriarch, he might surprise you. The Uchiha Patriarch has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. He may not be as skilled as Shisui in using the Mangekyou Sharingan, but his abilities are powerful enough. Of course, Kuroto doesn't know all the abilities of Fugaku's Mangekyou Sharingan, but he does have experience against Fugaku's Taikyakuzu, and that thing is dangerous. Kakashi nodded with a smirk, don't worry. I believe that I can handle myself against the Uchiha Patriarch. Then left the principal's office. Clearly, Kakashi didn't take Kuroto's words seriously. In Kakashi's mind, compared to the threat of Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku poses no difficulty. Kuroto smiled seeing Kakashi's reaction and chose not to say anything. He did do his part and warned Kakashi. Whether Kakashi takes his words seriously or not is not up to him. Putting this problem at the back of his mind, Kuroto turned back to what he was doing. Not long after, another announcement was made by the Elder Council in regard to the election. Elder Yudin Koharo has nominated the current principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, Hyuga Kuroto, as the candidate for the Hokage election. In this way, Kuroto became the fourth candidate. As soon as this information was released, entire village was taken aback. Shisui, Kuroto, and Kakashi are often called the Sunin of the new generation, and now that they are part of the election, more and more people started to call them the Sunin of the new generation and garnered all the attention. From the patriarchs of the major shinobi clans to the commoners, everyone heatedly discussed the upcoming Hokage election. Even the Kages of other villages were interested in knowing who will be Konoha's Godame Hokage. It didn't take long for the news to reach the doors of the Uchiha district. Uchiha district. Are you serious? Hyuga Kuroto is the fourth candidate? But he is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, how can he be nominated? Does Hyuga clan support him? If they do support him, then they might free him. I beg to differ. I don't believe the main family has the guts to free him, perhaps this is the idea of that old hag. She might have thought of using him as a chip to restrain Shisui. Yes, it makes sense. If Shisui fights against Hyuga Kuroto, he won't go all out. They are really using all their means to restrain Shisui. One of the clansmen asked Fugaku, Patriarch, what should we do? If Shisui fights against him, then he might really. Fugaku shook his head. Don't worry, continue with your work. He was taken aback by Fugaku's calm tone, and thought, perhaps Patriarch has some plan in his mind. He wasn't mistaken. Fugaku indeed had a plan, and that was to use Shisui to divert the attention of the Hokage faction and the other nominated candidates. Originally, Fugaku believed that it would be Tsunadeheim or Jiraiya who would come forward. But even if it's Kuroto, there is no difference for him. In fact, this is better. The fact that Kuroto is nominated just shows that his plan has been working well. While everyone's attention is focused on Shisui, nobody is taking me seriously. I will be able to use this opportunity, thought Fugaku with a smile. Hyuga District. What? Kuroto was nominated by the Elder Council as the fourth candidate, exclaimed Elder Fukushige in shock. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Yes, nodded Hizashi with a tired expression. Did you play any part in this? Asked the second elder with a look of disbelief on his face. Hizashi shook his head. No, I just received the notice that he is the fourth candidate. I am as surprised as anyone. How is this possible? Muttered the elder Sada, and added after a pause, why would they nominate him, a member of the branch? If they wanted someone from the Hyuga clan to be nominated, then you should have been chosen. At this time, Elder Fukushige suddenly said with a happy expression, but this is a very good opportunity for us. Hizashi shook his head. We should all be clear that they won't make such a mistake. I believe they are using him as a countermeasure against Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, his chances are low. I am not talking about him, Hizashi. I am talking about you. If he can be nominated, why not you nominate yourself, Hizashi, said Elder Fukushige, and added, he is the countermeasure against Shisui. How sure are you against Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Fugaku? After pondering for a while, Hizashi said in a hesitant tone, I am not sure. If I had the power of Tenseigan, then perhaps. Forget it, sighed Elder Sada, and added, considering our current relationship with them, the Hokage faction will definitely not support us. Elder Fukushige nodded helplessly. This was such a great opportunity. If only we had more information on the Tenseigan. Kuroto's home. While the entire Konoha was enveloped in chaos because of the Hokage election, Kuroto didn't pay too much attention to this matter. All his attention was on the Type 2 biological armor. Let's see. I will have to design a new molder. Then, nutrient solution has to be optimized. Fusion solution has to be improved. Cell reagent has to be created for the needs. And all these things, one after another, Kuroto wrote the tasks he had to complete for Type 2 biological armor. While Kuroto was busy, Yui entered the room and asked, Kuroto-kun, are you really not going to go? This is a big matter. You have been nominated as one of the 4 candidates. You should discuss this with Patriarch. There is no need, said Kuroto with a smile. Then he looked up and asked, by the way, Yui, did you do what I asked? How are my odds? Even Yui was speechless at Kuroto's carefree tone, and sighed. Kuroto-kun, really? Even at such a time, rather than worrying about the elections, you are more interested in such trivial things? Unlike you, the others are working hard for the election. They are visiting other clans in order to get their support. Even Kakashi-san has already visited major clans. Huh? Since when did Kakashi start doing such boring things? Muttered Kuroto in surprise. He did not expect Kakashi to do such a thing, and sighed in fake disappointment. I am disappointed. Seeing Kuroto's overacting, Yui held her forehead and sighed. You really don't plan on doing anything, do you? Kuroto answered, well, I didn't say that. And added after a pause, I will do what must be done. Then he looked at Yui, and asked, anyway, so, as I was asking, what are the current odds? You will do what must be done, huh? Thought Yui with a smile. Then she looked at Kuroto and answered, well, I did inquire secretly, but the problem is, currently, there is no official notice on the list of nominated candidates. Therefore, the odds haven't been settled yet. But, well, I did catch whispers, and they are not in your favor. That means, for me, the odds are highest. Muttered Kuroto with a smirk. The odds are highest for you, which means that the villagers are least optimistic about you? How can you laugh about this? Shouldn't you be a little worried? Asked Yui in disbelief, and added in a dissatisfied tone, Humph, everyone is looking down on you. You need to show them that they are all wrong. You are just as good as anyone. In fact, you are better than others. Among the 4 candidates, one is considered the strongest shinobi on the side of the 5 great nations. The second person is renowned as the Silver Hunter because of the flying Raijinjutsu that he has mastered, while the third person is the patriarch of the strongest clan in Konoha. Compared to these 3, Kuroto doesn't have much reputation or glory. True, people appreciate Kuroto because of the results he has shown in the Umbu and Ninja Academy, but that is not enough to garner fame, reputation, and respect like Shisui, Kakashi, and Fugaku. Most of the populace of Konoha believes that it will be one of these 3 to become the Godame Hokage. Of course, Kuroto isn't bothered by what people think of him. But unlike Kuroto, Yui is not happy with how everyone is underestimating him. Seeing her dissatisfied expression, Kuroto spoke, Now, don't let them bother you. I was nominated as a candidate. Is that not enough? Are you not happy? Taken aback, Yui immediately looked at Kuroto, and said with a bright smile, "Of course, I am happy." Then she held Kuroto's hand and added, "Kuroto-kun, you are amazing, you are the first person in our clan to be nominated. I never imagined that one day you would reach such a height. Of course, I wish that you succeed and become better than anyone, but still, I am really happy seeing you like this. This is like a dream. If it is really a dream, then I do not wish for it to end. Who knows, you might even become the Hokage. I wonder what you will look like wearing that hat and Haori. I suppose now I will have to win the election to show you how I look while wearing that hat and Haori," muttered Kuroto with a smile. "Humph, but how will you win?" asked Yui, and pointed out, "You are not even visiting anyone. The vote of confidence is also very important, yet you are so carefree about it. If you wish to win, then you need the support of Jonins. Most Konoha Jonins are part of different shinobi clans, therefore, to obtain the support of Jonins one needs the support of those clans. This is the reason all the candidates including Kakashi and the Uchiha Patriarch are visiting different shinobi clans, asking for their support in the election." Hearing Yui's question, Kuroto shrugged, "There is no need to worry about these things. Hokage-sama and Koharu-sama will take care of it." Yui asked helplessly, "Then what are you going to do?" Kuroto answered with a smile, "Of course, I will stay at home and not disturb them so that they can do their work." Yui sighed, and asked, "Do you even want to become Hokage?" Kuroto remained silent. Considering the current situation, the chances that he will win the election are very small. The Hokage faction supports Kakashi, the Uchiha clan supports the Shisui and Fugaku. Unlike them, Kuroto doesn't have such support. Moreover, currently, he is extremely busy with his projects and has no time to put his attention on the Hokage matter. Besides, even if he does want to become Hokage, as long as Kakashi is the candidate that the Hokage faction supports, he won't be able to become Hokage unless he reveals his true strength. Which is a big no-no for him. Hokage's position is indeed a bit enviable, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not important enough for Kuroto to reveal his strength. Therefore, Kuroto has decided that for now, he will only watch and let things happen. In any case, officially, the election won't commence until the daimyo of the Land of Fire arrives in Konoha, and that will take at least a week, so he has enough time to plan things. A few days later, the daimyo of the Land of Fire safely arrived in Konoha, and it was finally the day the election started. For the first round, it was decided that there would be a battle between the candidates in order to test their strengths. Unsurprisingly, Kuroto and Shisui will be fighting, and Kakashi and Fugaku will be duking it out. The winners of the first round will compete in the second round of the election. All over Konoha, the villagers were discussing who would be the winners of the first round. It's debatable who the candidate with the most support is, but the candidate with the least support is undeniably Hyuga Kuroto. Whatever support Kuroto had earlier was lost. If it was Heitake Kakashi or Uchiha Fugaku, there was a possibility that Kuroto might win, as the strength of the three of them is somewhat relative, but against Uchiha Shisui? Not a chance. Almost no one thinks that Hyuga Kuroto will be able to win against Uchiha Shisui. A dark and secret room, somewhere in Konohagakure. Knock, knock. A figure appeared outside the secret room and knocked on the door. "Come in." As the approval to enter came, the figure opened the door and walked in. "Tsunade-sama, I have returned." Standing in the cover of shadow, Tsunade looked at the figure, and asked in a solemn tone of voice, "Did anyone notice you, Shizun?" Looking at the two people who seemed to be carrying an extremely serious aura, Izumi couldn't help but think, at such a critical time Tsunade-sama gave a mission to Shizun-san? What kind of mission was it? Considering the serious atmosphere, it has to be something that can affect the entire village. While Izumi was busy with her thoughts, Shizun replied, "There is a situation." Her tone was a bit panicked. She bit her lips and looked at the ground as she apologized. "Forgive me, Tsunade-sama. I could not complete the mission without alerting anyone. At the last minute, I encountered Yui, and she recognized me." "Huh? Shizun-san encountered Yui-san?" Izumi was taken aback, and thought, "Is the mission related to the Hyuga clan?" Boom! Izumi's thoughts were broken as a loud slam echoed in the room. Apparently, Tsunade had slammed her fist into the wall in anger. Damn him! How could Hyuga Kuroto do such a thing? He is one of the 4 candidates. Does he have no shame? Does he have no pride? Does he have honor? Looking at the furious Tsunade, Shizun was helpless, and slandered her shishao under her breath. "Aren't you the same? Unlike him, you are already a member of the Elder Council, yet you are doing such a thing." "Shizun," roared Tsunade in anger. Shizun hurriedly shut her mouth. Eep. Izumi looked at the two people in confusion and suspicion. She was unable to understand what was going on. She vaguely felt that this matter was related to the elections, but couldn't really understand the matter completely. Before she could try to understand the situation, Tsunade looked at her and ordered, "Izumi, leave us for a while. I must discuss this matter with Shizun alone. This is very important." "I understand, Tsunade-sama." Izumi nodded, and quickly left the room. Now that it was just Tsunade and Shizun, the shishao calmed her breath, and asked, "Explain to me, did you buy both games?" Shizun nodded earnestly, "Yes, as per your order. I bought both games." "Very good, it does not matter if you were spotted by Yui," nodded Tsunade in relief. Shizun asked in worry, "But Tsunade-sama, was it wise to bet such a big amount? It was borrowed money. If we lose, we will not be able to hide in the shadow of Konoha. We will have to run away." Tsunade folded her hands under her breast and spoke confidently, this time will be different. My win is all but assured. We just have to wait for a while, and all that money will be ours. We'll be rich. Looking at Tsunade's haughty expression, Shizun had a bad feeling. I just hope that nothing goes wrong. Kuroto's home, Hyuga District. I am home. Seeing Yui return, Kuroto lifted his head from the scroll, and asked, did you buy the game? Yui nodded, yes. Then muttered with a strange expression, Kuroto-kun, guess whom I met at the betting place? Who? Asked Kuroto with an absent-minded expression. Yui answered, Shizun. Puff? Kuroto was taken aback, what? Shizun you say? Yui nodded, yes, and for some reason she was disguised, which was strange. And added, what's weird is that she placed her bet on you. When I asked her if she was sure that she wanted to bet such a big amount on you given that your opponent is Uchiha Shisui, she ran away without giving a reply. Kuroto shrugged, only Kami-sama knows what she is thinking. Internally he couldn't help but slander Tsunade, tch, now she has become one of the elders, doesn't she have any bottom line? She is trying to profit. What's more troublesome is that she has placed her bet on me. She is sure to win this time, and if she wins, it's going to be bad luck for me. What do I do? Konohagakuer. Early morning of the day, people began to gather at the venue of the Hokage campaign from all over the village. The venue appeared to be a stadium with a large capacity. Because of the fermentation for the past few days, everyone was interested in the Hokage campaign and who would become the next Hokage. The streets were filled with banners supporting different candidates. Everyone was excited about the first round of the Hokage election. The adults were discussing the different advantages that each candidate brought to the table, the children were supporting their idols, and the vendors were roaming through the streets trying to sell their stuff. The village appeared so lively and full of energy as if in the midst of a festival. In the midst of all the excitement, under Jiraiya's lead, several people carrying a large sedan chair with the emblem of the Land of Fire slowly entered the stadium from the main entrance. As soon as they walked inside the stadium, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuditen Kohara came down and greeted the man sitting inside the large sedan chair. Daimyo-sama, thank you for sparing your precious time to watch the first round of the election. It's our pleasure to have you here. No worries, Hiruzen. The Hokage election is something I too care about. And since you sent me the invitation, it was natural for me to accept the invitation. Now, why don't you introduce me to the different candidates? I would like to personally know the people who will be leading Konoha in the coming years. Yes, of course. Nodded Hiruzen, and said, let's first get comfortable. Nodded Daimyo as he followed Hiruzen to the VIP section. In the VIP section, there are a total of 6 seats. Other than the Sandaime Hokage and the Daimyo of the Land of Fire, the 4 Kages of the other 4 great shinobi nations have also shown their interest in watching the matches of the first round of the Hokage election. On the other side of the stadium, any luck Neji? Asked Suzuki. Neji, with his Byakugan active, was searching for seats. As the 2 kids were looking for seats, suddenly they heard a familiar voice and looked in that direction. Naruto waved both his hands and shouted loudly, Neji? Suzuki? This way, this way. Come here quickly, there are still vacant seats here. Hearing Naruto's voice, both kids excitedly ran towards him. Although there is still a lot of time before the first round starts, the venue is already crowded with people. Everyone is excited about the tournament, so they are in a hurry to come to the stadium in order to get better seats for a better view. As Suzuki and Neji took their seats, Naruto asked, how is it? The view is good from here, right? Everything is visible. Neji nodded, indeed. Then he looked over the stadium and spoke, so many people have come to watch. That is natural, after all, this is related to the Hokage election. Spoke Suzuki, trying to find his father and brother in the stands. Naruto asked, Suzuki, Neji, who do you think will become the Godame Hokage? Neji replied without giving it a thought, of course, it will be my sensei. Suzuki snorted, no he won't, and added, humph, even the principal stands no chance in front of my Ota-san and Shisuyen-san. I am telling you, my Ota-san will become Hokage. Naruto looked at the venue and spoke, one day, I will also prove my strength just like them and become the Hokage. Everyone will recognize me. Neji looked around him in a daze, and spoke, I will work harder so that I can also prove my strength, and perhaps become the next Hokage. Before now, Neji always thought that the branch members existed only to protect the main family. But his sensei has time and time again proven that that's not the case. Not only did Kuroto become the principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy, but he was also nominated as one of the 4 candidates for the position of Godame Hokage. Seeing this, Neji realizes that he is more than just a member of the Hyuga branch family and that he has all the right to dream, a bigger goal. Now, Neji wishes to become the Hokage and protect the entire village, especially the Hyuga branch, so that everyone can learn what he has learned. Keep dreaming you too, spoke Suzuki with a mocking smile, and declared in a confident tone, although I am not very interested in becoming the Hokage, I will still become one for my clan, the 2 of you can take your turns after that. Hearing each other's declaration of dreams, the 3 of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Undoubtedly, the goal of all 3 children at this moment is to become Konoha's Hokage. Their reasons may be different, but their goals are the same. Lounge. Listening to the burst of cheers from the stadium, Yui walked to and fro in the room, and spoke in a panicked voice, really, such a big crowd has gathered. Oh, Kami-sama. I did not expect that so many people would come to watch this. Kuroto-kun, so many people have come to watch. While Yui paced around, Kuroto comfortably sat on the side. He was reading a book and did not seem to be affected by the crowd. Finally, Yui couldn't take it anymore and walked towards Kuroto. Kuroto-kun, don't get nervous, just do your best and enjoy. Results don't matter. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, just do your best. For me, you are the best. Seeing her stutter yet trying to give him a motivational speech, Kuroto chuckled and nodded softly. Got it. Knock, knock. At this time, the door of the waiting room was knocked, following which a man in a Chinin vest walked in and spoke. Hyuga Kuroto-sama, please get ready. The first match of the first round is about to start. Understood, nodded Kuroto and closed the book he was reading. Then he patted Yui as he said, all right then, I will be going. Wish me luck. All the best. Give it your all. Kuroto nodded with a smile, then walked towards the field. Walking through the passage leading to the fighting arena, Kuroto could feel gradually increasing cheers. As he came out of the passage and stood at the center of the arena, waves upon waves of cheers resonated throughout the stadium. It was as if the very ground was trembling from the excitement. Looking at the gathered crowd, Kuroto was amazed. Damn, I did not expect this many people to gather. But I suppose this does make sense. No doubt, the villagers have shown great enthusiasm towards the Godame Hokage election. Before the Godame Hokage elections, most of the villagers had no role. The candidates were nominated by the members of the Elder Council, while the Jonin-ranked shinobi were given the right to select the Hokage through voting. Even the villagers were concerned about this entire matter. They couldn't play any role. Before they knew it, the village had a new Hokage. True, they were made aware of the achievements made by the different nominated candidates, but that's it. They didn't even know how strong the candidates were relative to each other. But this time is different. Because of the Uchiha Patriarch's proposal in the council meeting, a competition was made part of the election in order to test the strength of the nominated candidates. And since the villagers were given the right to watch the tournament, as such a chance appeared before them, great enthusiasm was ignited in their hearts. After all, Konoha is a village of shinobis. Even if not everyone is a shinobi, they are inseparable from shinobi. Children yearn to become great shinobi and serve the village. Admiration and respect towards shinobi are engraved in the bones of most adults. Kuroto-san. Shisui's call broke Kuroto's train of thought. Kuroto looked towards Shisui, bowing to him. Kuroto nodded with a smile, Shisui, and returned the greeting. As both candidates raised their right hands and formed the seal of confrontation, gradually cheers dropped and the stadium became quiet. Including the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Hokage of the 5 great nations, everyone was looking at Shisui and Kuroto. Jiraiya was the referee of the match. He appeared in the area with a body flicker and explained the rules of the match. Then he looked at the candidates and asked, are the two of you ready? Shisui nodded. Be careful, Kuroto-san. Kuroto also nodded. Let's start. Seeing that both the candidates were ready, he nodded at them and signaled the start of the battle. Begin. As the signal to start the fight was given, Shisui was the first to make his move. He weaved the hand signs, and as he finished, several blurry figures started to appear around. Within a few short breaths, the entire arena was filled with hundreds of such figures. What's strange is that the blurry figures have the same appearance as Shisui, making it difficult to discern the real Uchiha Shisui. In the VIP stand, looking at the hundreds of figures of Uchiha Shisui in the arena, Reikage, Tsuchikai, Mizukage, and Kazekage stared at each other in surprise. The oldest Kage among them, the Tsuchikage, couldn't help but murmur in praise. Fast. He really lives up to his name. Shisui of the body flicker. Even Reikage had to admit that unless using his lightning chakra armor he won't be able to move as fast as Uchiha Shisui. A worried look flashed in the eyes of Hokage. Even if a shinobi of his village was earning the praise of the cages of other villagers, Hiruzen couldn't say that he was happy to hear it. From the beginning, Hiruzen was been extremely worried in regards to the match between Uchiha Shisui and Hyuga Kuroto. Earlier he thought that if Shisui were to fight while releasing water, the scene would become embarrassing. The cages and leaders of the other clans will realize that something has been set up behind the scenes. But considering the strength Shisui has displayed from his first jutsu, Hiruzen is now worried about the outcome of the battle, and couldn't help but think, will he be able to win this? On the other side of the stadium, with his Byakugan activated, Neji looked at the arena with a shocked expression. This, what kind of jutsu is this? As far as Neji can see with his Byakugan, every figure of Shisui had a chakra sign. It's as if all those hundreds of Shisui are shadow clones, but shadow clone jutsu cannot create so many clones. Besides, the hand signs Shisui used were different from the shadow clone jutsu. Neji is sure of this because he too has mastered that jutsu. Suzuki thought for a while, then said in an uncertain tone, perhaps Shisui Nii-san is using multi-shadow clone jutsu? I heard Nii-san mention that jutsu once. It's an A-ranked forbidden jutsu because it consumes 2 mu. Suddenly a voice interrupted Suzuki. Don't be an idiot, Suzuki. That's not multi-shadow clone jutsu. It's Shisui's unique body flicker, the very jutsu that earned him the moniker of Shisui of the body flicker. He turned around and exclaimed in surprise, Shinichi Nii-san, you did not go with the others. Shinichi shook his head distastefully. They are too noisy for my liking. Having witnessed the strength of Kuroto, Nagato, Madara, and Hirako, it has become difficult for him to tolerate the arrogance of his clansmen. In his view, they possess so little strength, yet have such arrogance, which is a disgrace in his eyes. Therefore, he prefers to keep his distance from the ignorant clansmen. Precisely why he chose to come here. Neji asked in surprise, body flicker jutsu? How can that be body flicker jutsu? There are so many of them, and each of them has a chakra sign. Sasuke and Naruto nodded in agreement with Neji and looked at Shinichi in confusion. The body flicker jutsu used by Shisui is completely different from the body flicker jutsu that they know. Shinichi did not bother to explain. Instead, he observed Shisui in the arena, and thought to himself, his speed is exponentially faster compared to what I remember. Is it because of Shodame-sama's cells? As far as Shinichi can remember, the last time he saw Shisui use his unique body flicker jutsu, he couldn't create these many shadows. Moreover, Shisui generally used his shadows in dim light. The jutsu wasn't as effective in the bright areas. But now, that's not the case at all. Not only Shisui is able to create hundreds of shadows, he is able to display such effectiveness in broad daylight, which surprised even Shinichi. On Kakashi's side, Asuma was surprised upon looking at hundreds of Shisui in the arena, and asked Kakashi, do you think Kuroto can win? Kakashi had no answer, and thought, is Shisui fighting to win? On the other side, Shizune looked at Tsunade with a pale expression. Tsunade-sama, will he be able to win? Tsunade was unsure. Shizune said in a panicked voice, maybe it would be best if we retract our bet on him, otherwise. Tsunade nodded, yes, it's possible that Shisui is fighting to win, go, retract our bet. On the arena, looking at hundreds of Shisui surrounding him, Kuroto grinned, unsheathed his kusanagi sword, and pointed at Shisui as he said, well then, let's have some fun. Hundreds of Shisui replied in unison, I'll try not to disappoint you Kuroto-san. I'll try not to disappoint you Kuroto-san. As the voice resounded through the stadium, all the figures of Shisui in the arena moved. They all rushed towards Kuroto. What happened? You've got to be kidding. I can't see what's happening there. The audience in the stands was stunned. They were unable to understand what was happening in the fighting arena. Konoha villagers have had the chance to witness many fights over the years, however, this is the first time they are watching a battle where their eyes are unable to keep up. Let alone ordinary villagers and the genins, the eyes of most of the chunin were unable to keep up with Shisui's speed either. Everyone has heard of Shisui of the body flicker, but only now they have come to personally realize what the title means. And before they could react, ear-piercing sounds echoed on the battlefield, causing everyone to painfully cover their ears. It's so loud. Shisui was moving faster than the speed of sound, so each of his movements was causing a sonic boom. VIP stands. Daimyo covered his face with his folding fan, and spoke in discomfort. I suppose this is to be expected from a shinobi competing to become Godame Hokage. Hiruzen sighed and did not entertain Daimyo. The scene at the arena is beyond his expectations. His entire brain was busy devising countermeasures to the situation in which Shisui wins this match. It seems the initial preparation was not useless. We might have to rely on that. Contestant waiting area. Jiraiya patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and said, it would be better if you mentally prepare yourself to face Shisui. Kakashi nodded with a solemn expression. The speed displayed by Shisui has greatly exceeded even Kakashi's expectations. He has known Shisui from their time in the Umbu, but Kakashi never thought that Shisui would become so fast. At this moment, even Kakashi dared not claim to be faster than Shisui despite having masterly flying Raijin. In the corner, Tsunade prayed while looking at the battlefield with a worried expression. Hyuga Kuroto, you must preserve, at least until Shizune gets the money back. On the side of the Hyuga clan, the moment the first sonic boom echoed in the arena, Hizashi subconsciously activated his Byakugan and looked at the fighting arena. Even he was surprised to find that he was unable to completely keep up with Shisui's figure. Sitting beside Hizashi, Elder Sada murmured with a relieved breath, Hizashi, fortunately you did not nominate yourself, otherwise, I really can't imagine. Hizashi nodded. Normally he should have been embarrassed or angry that his strength was being questioned, however, that did not happen, rather he was relieved. In his opinion, the words of Elder Sada are not mockery. He, himself, doesn't think that he has the ability to fight back such an opponent. He doesn't think that Kuroto has any chance either. Rather than embarrassing oneself and the clan, it is better to watch the battle from the sidelines and allow things to happen. Clang? His train of thought was suddenly interrupted as his ears picked up the sound of the collision of iron and iron. This sound wasn't very loud, and if not for having the sense of an elite jonin, Hizashi might have missed it. Taken aback, he focused his gaze on the arena and soon his face couldn't hide his surprise as he saw the cause of such a sound. The expected scene of Kuroto being knocked unconscious by Shisui did not occur, rather, a sharp metallic collision echoed through the stadium. The first metallic collision was soon followed by the second, then the third, then the fourth, and soon an iron symphony was played from the arena. It was the sound produced by the collision of Kuroto and Shisui's weapons. Hizashi couldn't believe what he was seeing. Countless afterimages of Shisui were attacking Kuroto from all directions at sonic speed. However, Kuroto was elegantly defending against all of them with precise and sharp movements. No matter how many Shisui attacked Kuroto, they couldn't get past his defense. Seeing such a scene, Hayashi's expression became solemn. Before he could get used to this scene, the situation in the fighting arena changed. Having defended against Shisui's onslaught for a while, Kuroto decided to make his move. Immediately, he disappeared from where he stood, until a while ago, and shuttled across the arena while leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Now Kuroto was on the offense and Shisui had to defend. In the audience, Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, kept looking left-right and up-down as he shouted with a frustrated expression, "Damn it! I can't keep up at all." Of course, he knew that there was a vast difference between his strength and the strength of the two people fighting in the arena, only now he has come to realize that the difference is this big. If he can't keep up with their movements even with his Sharingan, how will he react against them if he were to face any of them? Neji was no different from Sasuke and looked at the arena in shock. He has always been proud of his strength and speed. But seeing the strength of his sensei and the former vice principal, he realized that all this time, he was a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. With his strength and speed, let alone fight someone like Kuroto and Shisui, he can't even be a bystander in their fight. He would end up dying and not even understand how he died. Different from the frustrated Sasuke and shocked Neji, Naruto was amazing. He stared at the ongoing confrontation in a daze. Will I have to surpass them if I want to become the greatest Hokage? Looking at the reactions of the three kids, Shinichi smirked. Internally, he couldn't help but think, everyone is this shocked already. I wonder what will happen if they learn that these two are not even half serious. On the other side, Rock Lee's eyes were sparkling in awe and fascination as he looked at the field. He couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, so strong? Kuroto-sensei and Shisui-sensei are so strong. Let me tell you a secret, Lee, said Guy with a smirk. What secret? Asked Lee, looking at Guy. They haven't used their full strength. Both of them are much stronger, answered Guy with a smile. Unlike most of the audience, Guy had no problem keeping up with Shisui and Kuroto. He has long adapted to such high-speed and high-intensity battles. Therefore, he was able to see that neither Kuroto nor Shisui had used their full strength yet. Lee was taken aback, and he asked in excitement, Guy-sensei, can shinobi become this strong with just physical skills? Sitting beside Rock Lee, Guy flashed a bright smile as he answered, of course. Anyone can become strong so long as they work hard. Lee's eyes brightened, and he asked, Guy-sensei, can I also become strong? Guy showed his nice guy pose and nodded. Of course, the two of them have worked hard to have such strength. If you wish to become strong like them, then you must also work hard, and you must believe in yourself. This is what the youth is all about. Shisui, why don't we take this up a notch, said Kuroto as the blade of his sword clashed with Shisui's sword. Shisui nodded. Lightning started to flash around him and Shisui's speed once again increased. Shisui was using lightning to increase his action speed and reaction speed. Noting the flashes of lightning, Kuroto's smile widened. That's what I am talking about immediately. Chakra burst out of his body like a raging flame, as his speed and strength increased. Kuroto was using the 8 inner gates to increase his strength and speed. As soon as the two candidates increased the intensity of their battle, the stadium was in an uproar. Boom, 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 loud explosions rang as the ground and walls started to crack. In the stands, the audience screamed in excitement and panic. The battle between Shisui and Kuroto was affecting the environment around them, and the stadium was the first to suffer. Within a short few moments, the pillars supporting the stands started to crack and collapse, causing the audience to panic. The shinobi responsible for maintaining the order protected the civilians, but the damage to the stadium was continuously increasing, causing the captain to shout in anger, where is the ceiling division? What's taking them so long? Tell them to hurry up or the entire stadium will collapse. Fuinjutsu, 4 purple flame formation. Fuinjutsu, 4 purple flame formation. Instantly, the fighting arena was covered in a 4 purple flame formation, and the commotion in the stands finally subsided. The spectators who were injured were sent to the infirmary, and the collapsed rubble was cleared. Even if order was restored in the stands, the battle between Kuroto and Shisui continued and the audience's shock did not diminish. They never expected that just watching the battle between two Hokage candidates could be so dangerous. This is really another level. Such a thought flashed in the minds of all the spectators as they compared this battle with the battles of the Chunin exams that they see quite often. VIP stands. Although Sandaime was displeased with all the ruckus, he did not criticize anyone. The change just now was too sudden, let alone the ceiling division and the shinobi responsible for maintaining order. Even he was taken aback. At this time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire spoke in a nervous tone of voice. Witnessing such a battle is really dangerous. Sandaime smiled wryly. Please forgive us. It was a mistake on our part that such a ruckus occurred. Appropriate measures have been taken. There won't be any problem going forward. Daimyo nodded. It's all right. And added, but I must say, those two seem to be really strong. It's reassuring that Konoha has excellent ninjas. Sandaime explained proudly, the ones fighting are Uchiha Shisui, from the Uchiha clan, and Hyuga Kuroto, from the Hyuga clan. Both of them are excellent and trustworthy. Daimyo nodded with a smile. I see. The stronger Konoha is, the more prosperous the Land of Fire will be. Therefore, Daimyo's concern towards Konoha is not just for show, he is genuinely concerned. More so when the terrorist organizations are more and more active in the elemental nations. Daimyo hopes that Konoha's Hokage is someone who can stand up to the leaders of these terrorist organizations so that the Land of Fire remains safe. Hiruzen turned his attention back on the battle between Shisui and Kuroto as he wondered, this is strange, since when did Kuroto's strength improve so much? Or was it always this good and we never realized it? I might have to ask Kakashi. Although Shisui's relentless and violent attack did surprise Hiruzen, what really baffled him was Kuroto's response to these relentless attacks. This entire time, Kuroto has been effortlessly dealing with Shisui's offensive. As if it's nothing and he is used to it. At this time, Kaze Kage Pakura said, such a battle. I am afraid only those with dojutsu can have, right? I don't want to admit it, but yes, replied Reikage in response to Kazekage's question. I, while using the lightning chakra mode, can move with such speed. However, such delicate movements and precise attacks are not up his alley. The amount of information that he perceives at such a fast speed is too much for him to be able to process in such short intervals of time, and even if he can react fast enough, it wouldn't be elegant enough. This is something only shinobi with dojutsu Kekkai Genkai can do. Their every movement, every attack, and every strike are made after careful analysis. Such an enviable talent Konoha has. Sighed Oniki. In everyone's eyes, Uchiha Shisui and Hyuga Kuroto are testing their skills, but in Oniki's vision, two Konoha shinobi are simply showing off their strength. And people like him cannot help but envy Konoha for having such capable shinobi in their village. Unlike Reikage and Tsuchikage, Mizukage had a calm expression. He is aware of the true strength of the Shisui and Kuroto, therefore, he does not react much to their current fighting. Even with the support of lightning stimulation, moving at such a fast speed for so long is a bit difficult for Shisui. Soon, people started to notice that the number of figures was decreasing. Of course, despite the number of figures decreasing, the intensity of the battle continued to increase. Because of the impact generated by the clash between Kuroto and Shisui, cracks continued to spread throughout the arena. If not for the timely use of Fuinjutsu, for purple flame formation, the stadium would have reached close to collapse by now. Candidate waiting area. Feeling the constant tremors, Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter in amazement. He has been able to hold on for so long? Moreover, that chakra covering him, it's really... Kakashi explained, just like me. Kuroto has been mastering 8 inner gates. Although his use is a little different from how Guy and I use these gates, but the effect is similar, that's why he is able to keep up with Shisui. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. I see, that makes sense. As one of the Sunnins, Jiraiya understands the power of 8 inner gates. So, when he learned that Kuroto had also learned to open the 8 inner gates, he quickly accepted Kuroto's strength. With that forbidden taijutsu, it is indeed possible. But, there's still something amiss in all of this. He thought inwardly. Jiraiya has a feeling that they have been overlooking something, but he cannot point it accurately what's amiss. Whoosh! Tsunade-sama, I am back. At this time, Shizun appeared with a panting breath and gave her a smile that meant it was a success. Good, nodded Tsunade and breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, she felt that the god of gambling must be helping her this time. If not, Shizun wouldn't have succeeded at such a critical moment. While Tsunade was pleased, Shizun was surprised to find that the battle between Kuroto and Shisui was not finished. The match isn't finished yet. Just as Tsunade was about to answer Shizun's question, clang! Suddenly a crisp metallic sound echoed. Then a rotating broken blade flew high into the sky. Everyone's gaze was attracted towards that broken blade. As the broken blade pierced the ground, the spectators were shocked to find that the broken blade was part of Shisui's tanto. What's more shocking is that the shard edge of Kuroto's sword was resting on Shisui's neck. That is the fight over. Uchiha Shisui's tanto is broken. Hyuga Kuroto's sword is resting on Uchiha Shisui's neck. Does that mean Uchiha Shisui lost? Hyuga Kuroto won. Didn't Uchiha Shisui have the upper hand? The sudden change surprised the audience, and the Uchiha clansmen were more shocked. They did not expect such an end to the battle. Caw, 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 caw. Suddenly, the cawing of crows was heard all over the stadium. And soon everyone was once again surprised to find the body of Uchiha Shisui turning into a murder of crows and dispersing into the air. Oh, it turns that was Shisui's crow clone technique. Damn, for a moment I thought that Shisui lost. How is that possible? Compared to Shisui, Hyuga Kuroto ain't that good. Heck yeah, he should be proud that he has been able to hold on for this long. Looking at the surreal scene of countless crows in the sky, the morale of Uchiha Shisui supporters was immediately at its peak. Kuroto smiled and sheathed his sword as he raised his hand, and shouted, fight, fight. Instantly, something that nobody expected happened. An infighting broke out among the crows flying in the sky as they... 2 murders of crows covered the sky above the stadium as they fought amongst themselves. The light in the stadium was dimmed, countless black feathers were continuously swirling in the sky, and a reddish hue started to cover the arena, giving it a surreal scene, as if an illusion. Naruto scratched his head with a puzzled look. What's happening? Neji tried to explain, but he did not know how to explain either. He was certain that the crows were not genjutsu as he is able to perceive their chakra with his Byakugan. However, he couldn't deny that everything looked so surreal. Different from Naruto and Neji's confusion, Sasuke was taken aback. They are fighting amongst themselves? Why? Did Shisui Nii-san lose control of them? The other Uchiha clansmen sitting in the stands had a similar doubt. Fugaku and Shinichi instantly understood the reason behind such a strangeness, and explained, it's not that there is infighting among the crows, rather, there are 2 different murder crows fighting each other. Neji asked in surprise, meaning sensei also uses crow summons. Shinichi nodded, seems to be the case. It was exactly as Shinichi had guessed, there were 2 different murders of crows fighting each other. One was summoned by Shisui, while the other was summoned by Kuroto. It's just that Kuroto had cleverly mixed his summoned crows with Shisui's, so it was difficult to identify which crow was summoned by Kuroto and which one was summoned by Shisui. thud, 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 poof, 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 poof. As the battle became fiercer, the bodies of dead or injured crows started to fall on the ground with muffled sounds and they continued to disappear, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke. It didn't take long for their number to dwindle. By the time all the crows had disappeared, the figure of Shisui also collapsed on the ground, panting and injured. There were several tears and cuts on his body. Shisui tried to get up once again, however, his body was weakened and he didn't have any energy left. Sigh. Kuroto-san. It seems this is my defeat. It was difficult to determine why and how Shisui got injured, but the fact of the matter is that Uchiha Shisui wasn't in the state to be able to continue the fight and admit defeat. Shisui, you really get careless sometimes, said Kuroto with a sigh, then helped Shisui get up. Shisui Nii-san actually lost. Sasuke muttered in shock, and asked in disbelief, but how? It doesn't make any sense. He has yet to use his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto and Neji had similar doubts. Shinichi answered, the answer is quite obvious. From the beginning, the entire battle was in in Hyuga Kuroto's hands. The Kenjutsu battle and the battle between their summons were a distraction all along. The real weapon here was the poison that worked before Shisui could use his Mangekyo Sharingan. Poison. Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji muttered in shock. Shinichi nodded, yes. You, kids, may not know this, but your principal is a poison master, and he is very creative with his poisons. Sasuke was not satisfied, but how can he defeat Shisui Nii-san with poison? He has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shinichi shook his head. Mangekyo Sharingan is not an omnipotent kid, just accept this fact. Neji asked, but, when did sensei use poison? Was it in the sword? Shinichi shrugged, I am not certain either, but my guess is, that red hue we saw a while ago was the poison all along, and it was being constantly dispersed on the battlefield. Although I am a little confused about how he dispersed the poison without alerting Shisui and the rest of us, he did it anyway. As the concentration of the poison increased in the air, it gained a reddish color. Once the poison was dispersed, Hyuga Kuroto's win was all but assured. All he needed to do was stall the battle until the poison took its effect on Shisui, and Shisui could no longer fight. This just shows how dangerous he can be in a battle. It was exactly as Shinichi had guessed. Slowly and steadily a poison that he prepared himself was covering the arena through the battle. Once inhaled, under normal conditions, this poison will only cause mild hallucinations as everyone in the stands experienced, but under high-speed movement, it will have dire effects affecting the decision-making and movement ability of a person just like it did with Shisui. Although Shisui has the strength of a super cage, he did not take into account the possibility of Kuroto using such poison for the battle, hence he lost. It's as simple as that. Of course, not everyone was able to understand the exact cause of Uchiha Shisui's abrupt defeat. VIP stands. As the result of the first battle became clear, Sandaime finally breathed a sigh of relief. By now, he also understood the entire course of the battle and how the poison Kuroto dispersed in the air was his real weapon. He isn't sure whether Kuroto and Shisui had made pre-arrangements for such a battle, but the result is what he desired. 0 million ryo were not spent in vain. Sandaime thought as he looked at the figure of Kuroto and Shisui in the arena. At the same time, Jiraiya and Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the battle between Kuroto and Shisui was full of ups and downs and ended a bit too abruptly, it was finally back on track and produced the result that they desired. On the other hand, Shizune and Tsunade were not as happy as the others. Shizune was in tears and stared at the two people with a blank expression. If we hadn't withdrawn our money we bet on Kuroto-kun, then. Tsunade's lips twitched and she tried to explain, but then she remembered that she still placed a bid in Kakashi's favor, which was a sure win opportunity, and said, don't worry. Well, so what if we did not win anything? We did not lose anything either. Now, Kakashi is also there, and he is sure to win, so, we will still make a lot of money and we will be able to pay back our debts. As the result of the battle was announced and the four-purple flame formation was removed, the cheers of the crowd erupted. The loudest and most excited were definitely the Hyuga clansmen. The moment Shisui conceded defeat, and the result of the battle was announced, almost all the Hyuga clansmen stood up in excitement, clapping, hooting, and shouting praises for Kuroto. Although Kuroto has only won the first battle of the first round of the Hokage election, this is still enough to take the Hyuga clan over the moon. After all, the person Kuroto defeated was none other than Uchiha Shisui, someone unanimously considered to be the strongest weapon of the 5 great shinobi villages. By defeating Uchiha Shisui in a one-on-one battle, not only Kuroto proved that the Uchiha clan is not invincible, but he also saved the falling reputation of the Hyuga clan. Looking at the happy and excited faces of his clansmen, Elder Fukushige became gloomy. Unlike the members of the branch family, he was feeling bitter about Kuroto's win. Hyuga Kuroto may have won against Uchiha Shisui and brought great honor to the Hyuga clan. However, this achievement is made by a member of the branch family who is out of the control of the main family. Kuroto's win is nothing more than a harsh slap in the face of the main family that has been trying to discredit Kuroto. The cheers of the excited clansmen are a mockery? Based on the result of this battle, even if Kuroto fails to become the Godame Hokage, his popularity and reputation in the hearts of Hyuga clansmen and Konoha villagers will definitely increase, and it will become more difficult to control Kuroto in the future. Damn it! How did I not realize earlier that his existence is the biggest threat to our authority, muttered Elder Fuchsige while gnashing his teeth in anger. Of course, even if angered and frustrated, the thought of killing or eliminating Kuroto never once crossed his mind. The reason? Elder Fuchsige may not realize it, however, the seed of fear was deeply rooted in his heart. He may not want to accept it, but more than anger towards Kuroto, there is fear in his heart. He is afraid of Hyuga Kuroto. Unaware of Elder Fuchsige's thoughts, Kuroto smiled as he looked at the excited crowd, then bowed lightly. After that, he and Shisui turned around and returned to their waiting room. Waiting room. As soon as he entered the waiting room assigned to him, he was stunned to find Yui in tears. He looked at her with a confused expression, and said, "Look at you crying and embarrassing yourself. I won? Shouldn't you be happy?" Struggling to wipe her tears, Yui shook her head. I am happy, these are tears of joy and relief. I am just so happy that I couldn't hold back." Kuroto shook his head with a smile. "It's just a win, nothing to get so worked up about." Then pulled her into his embrace, and caressed her back. There. With her hands around Kuroto's neck, Yui looked at Kuroto with her moistened eyes and nodded. "It may not be anything special for you, Kuroto-kun, but for me, it's very important. Everyone is cheering for you, this makes me so happy. If this was enough to make you cry, I wonder how you will deal with these things in the future. If I were to become Hokage, you will have to get used to it," said Kuroto with a chuckle. I think I can try," nodded Yui with a giggle, as she stared into Kuroto's eyes and leaned in for a kiss that Kuroto quickly reciprocated. While the two lovers were having an intimate moment, the gate of the waiting room was pushed open, and several people walked in. They were none other than acquaintances of the two. Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, Kurane, Anko, Shizune, Hayate, Yujeo, as well as Neji. "Oh my god, Kuroto, how did you?" But as soon as they saw Kuroto and Yui in each other embrace, several people blushed. And Kurane hurriedly covered Neji's eyes, much to the confusion of the young Hyuga. As soon as the couple noticed their friends barging into the waiting room, they stopped and separated. Kuroto was fine, not affected even if caught in an intimate moment, but Yui was embarrassed, and Anko's teasing only made it worse for her. After this short episode of getting caught, everyone congratulated Kuroto for his win over Uchiha Shisui and then returned to the stands since the next match would be starting soon. On the way to the stands, whoever saw Kuroto congratulated him for his win. Kuroto hadn't realized it, but after becoming a Hokage candidate his reputation shot up in Konoha, and almost everyone was enthusiastic to greet him. Compared to the enthusiasm of the other stands, the atmosphere in the Uchiha stands was a little weird. Even if Fugaku had prepared himself for such a result considering Kuroto and Shisui's friendship, the others in the Uchiha clan were not ready for such a result. The Uchiha clansmen had yet to recover from the shock of Shisui's defeat. They hadn't expected their strongest clansman to be defeated in such a manner. Having suffered several humiliations at the hands of Hyuga Kuroto over the years, the Uchiha have come to a unanimous agreement that Kuroto is strong and difficult to deal with. However, if his strength is considered, it's definitely weaker than their strongest. Yet, Kuroto defeated Shisui? And they really have nothing to blame him because they didn't think that the result would be any different if they replaced Shisui in the arena. Sigh, most of the Uchiha clansmen sighed in defeat. Shisui is already defeated, even if they don't want to accept it, the result won't change. With that on the side, the eyes of all the Uchiha landed on the back of their patriarch. Fugaku-sama, everything is up to you now. Patriarch-sama, please show everyone why Uchiha clan is the strongest. Show them why you deserve to be the Hokage. Shouldering the hope and expectation of his clansmen, Fugaku slowly got up, and said, "Rest assured, this time, the position of Hokage belongs to Uchiha clan, no one can stop that from happening." Then he turned around and looked at the arena. Just as he was about to go for the battle, Mikoto held Fugaku's hand, and lightly spoke from behind, "Don't overwork yourself, and may the fortune of war be with you." "All the best, Ota-sama," added Kiyomi. Fugaku nodded lightly, then disappeared from the stands with a body flicker and then suddenly appeared in the arena as he spoke in a deep tone of voice, "Hey, take Kakashi, come forward, it's time for us to start as well." VIP stands. My, the Uchiha patriarch is quite enthusiastic about this battle it seems. Praised Daimyo with a smile. Sandaime chuckled lightly, "It seems so." Internally, he was a little embarrassed with the way Fugaku appeared in the arena and openly issued a challenge to Kakashi. On Kakashi's side, he had just returned from Kuroto's waiting room and was about to make his way towards his waiting room when Fugaku's voice reached his ears. "Hey, take Kakashi, come forward, it's time for us to start as well. It seems he can't wait to fight me," he muttered, looking at the Uchiha patriarch standing in the arena. "Yes," nodded Jiraiya, then he patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and said, "Be careful of Genjutsu." Kakashi nodded solemnly. Having used Sharingan for years, Kakashi couldn't be more aware of the abilities of the Sharingan, therefore, he knows what measures to take in order to deal with the Uchiha. At this time, Tsunade walked over and gave him a small slug. "Hide this inside your clothes. With this, not only your injuries will be healed, but you won't lack chakra either as I will provide it to you." Kakashi was a little hesitant. Won't this be against the rules? And what would happen if he finds out? Treating injuries is still acceptable, however, providing him chakra? That would definitely violate the rules. It's just a summon, Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui also used them, so there is nothing to fret over. Besides, there is no rule that prohibits such conduct, so it will be fine. What's important is that you defeat him, explained Tsunade. Thinking of the responsibility that he shoulders, Kakashi nodded with a serious expression. I understand, Tsunade-sama. After giving the slug to Tsunade, Tsunade held his shoulder, and spoke in a terrifying tone. Remember, you cannot lose this game at any cost, understand? Taken aback by her terrifying expression, Kakashi hurriedly nodded. Yes. Whoosh! With the sound of metal cutting through the wind, a kunao suddenly was on the field. Whoosh! Only a moment later, with a silver flash, Kakashi's figure appeared at the center of the field as he caught the kunao and looked at Fugaku with a serious expression. It's time for the second battle of the first stage of Godame Hokage elections. The Hokage campaign is different from the Chunin exams. Here, even if the Hokage candidates restrain themselves, the environment around them will still be affected, and if the stadium is destroyed because of their carelessness, they will be held responsible and will have to pay for the repairs and maintenance. So, having learned their lesson in the previous match, the ceiling class did not dare to be careless this time and activated the 4 purple-black formation at the start of the match. As soon as the 4 purple flame formation was activated, Jiraiya, the referee, explained the rules, and then gave the signal to start the match. In the arena, as soon as the match started, Kakashi immediately took out dozens of kunao marked with flying Raijin and threw them in all directions. Standing opposite Kakashi, Fugaku did not stop him, and he was not surprised by Kakashi's move. Rather, this was within the scope of his predictions and he patiently stood with his Sharingan activated as he memorized the position of all the flying Raijin kunao. Even if all the kunao are not marked with the flying Raijin, by recording their position, he won't be taken by surprise that easily. As candidates who were meant to fight in the first stage of the Godame Hokage elections, both sides studied each other before the battle, so they can anticipate the tactics that their opponent might adopt in the battle. Having made the preparations, Kakashi took out one more kunao from his shinboi bag, and as he took his battle stance, he reminded Fugaku, I am going to make my move, be careful Fugaku-san. Fugaku snorted coldly, less talking more fighting. He didn't need Kakashi to remind him, he can perfectly capture Kakashi's movements with his Sharingan. Whoosh! Kakashi's body sank, and he disappeared with a silver flash. Soon, the sound of metal clanking could be heard as sparks flew all over the battlefield. Ding! 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 Seeing Kakashi relentlessly attacking Fugaku, Jiraiya looked a little worried. Fugaku's performance so far is somewhat similar to Kuroto's from the previous game. Although he is a bit passive up until now, Fugaku has effortlessly resisted Kakashi's relentless attacks with minimal and critical movement. Looking at such a scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder, the insight provided by the 3-tomo Sharingan, can it reach such a level? Noting Jiraiya's worried expression, Tsunade said from the side, have some confidence in Kakashi, he is Minato's disciple after all. Jiraiya shook his head, it's not that I don't have confidence in Kakashi's skills, and added after a pause, I just feel a little uneasy, as if things would not go the way we have planned. Don't tell me you were intimidated by Fugaku's abilities. Tsunade raised her eyebrows in surprise, then she tried to calm Jiraiya's nerves. Well, even if he is skilled, he has been the patriarch of the Uchiha clan for over a decade now, that means he has been away from the front lines for so long, he must have lost that touch. On the other hand, Kakashi has been on constant edge, sharpening himself. It will go down exactly as we have planned. I hope that you are right, Tsunade. Nodded Jiraiya with a sigh as he continued to observe the battle between the two candidates. In regards to Fugaku's talent and close-quarter combat abilities, Jiraiya never once doubted them. All dojutsu users are good at taijutsu and kenjutsu, even if they don't train too much, not to mention Fugaku is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan with years of experience, his skills are definitely top-notch. But Fugaku's close-quarter combat skills did not worry Jiraiya, because Kakashi is no slouch either. He has what it takes to best Fugaku, but Jiraiya can't help but get worried thinking of the degree of insight displayed by Fugaku. After completing a series of attacks to no avail, Kakashi disappeared and reappeared at a distance, panting lightly while looking intently at Fugaku. On the other hand, Fugaku, with calm breathing, looked unaffected, and grinned slightly as Kakashi retreated. So that was the extent of flying Raijin you have mastered up until now. I must say, compared to Yondaime, you are not up to the mark yet. Kakashi sighed lightly as his expression became solemn. He did not expect that his attacks wouldn't even tire Fugaku. Kakashi expected that even if he wouldn't able to defeat Fugaku in the first round of attacks, he would at least be able to force Fugaku to expose one or two flaws and use that to weaken his combat effectiveness. However, things did not go as he wanted. Not only his plan failed, but he also wasted a lot of chakra in vain. It appears that the burden of flying Raijin is not small. The anterior muscles of your left thigh and the biceps brachii of your right arm has started to spasm. Your body has yet to adapt to such high-speed spatial travel. You seem to be overwhelmed because of the continuous use of flying Raijin, said Fugaku, accurately pointing out what Kakashi was trying to ignore. Kakashi's face darkened upon hearing the older Uchiha's words. The fact that Fugaku can accurately notice the state of his muscles under his shinobi gear from such a distance surprised Kakashi. Before Kakashi could think too much, Fugaku put the kunao back in his shinobi bag, then started to weave the hand signs, and spurted out, fire style, majestic fireball jutsu. Boom! Instantly, a sea of fire capable of turning the entire arena into ashes surged towards Kakashi. Different from Fugaku's expectations, this time, Kakashi did not use Flying Raijin to avoid the sea of fire, rather, he weaved the hand signs, and slapped the ground, earth-style, multi-mud wall. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, a series of mud walls rose from the ground, blocking the sea of fire to move any further. In the face of the majestic fireball, although the mud walls looked small, however, they did not falter, and stood upright, stopping the fire to attack Kakashi. Fugaku's eyes turned as he paid attention to his surroundings as two kunao appeared in his hands. There is a strong possibility that Kakashi might use Flying Raijin using the cover provided by the two jutsu and take him by surprise. No, rather than it being a strong possibility, Fugaku seemed certain that Kakashi would do so, but there was no silver flash around him. Just when Fugaku thought that Kakashi might have missed this opportunity, suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked. Crack! And the figure of Kakashi jumped out from the crack in the ground. Wah! Fugaku was caught off guard. But of course, he is not so weak that he would be defeated by such a small mistake. The insight of his Sharingan allowed him to react in the nick of time, and using the kunao in his right hand, Fugaku stabbed Kakashi. However, kunao pierced Kakashi, something that Fugaku hadn't expected to happen. Rather than blood, lightning came out of Kakashi's body and attacked Fugaku. A lightning clone? Then where is the real Hatake Kakashi? Thought Fugaku as he tried to resist the paralysis caused by the lightning. He did not have to wait as another sound of crack reached his ears. Crack! The ground behind him cracked and Kakashi's figure jumped out of it with a kunao in his hand. He was going straight for Fugaku's back, attempting to deliver the finishing blow to the paralyzed Fugaku. As Kakashi's figure approached Fugaku's back, the audience held their breath in nervousness and excitement. A satisfied smile appeared on Sandame's wrinkled face. He is quite certain that the person standing in the arena is the real Fugaku, not a clone. We won. Jiraiya and Tsunade thought in excitement. Sasuke looked fearful. No, Tio-san. Even Kakashi in the field looked elated as he approached Fugaku's back. It's done. Everyone had the same thought, Kakashi is the winner. But Kuroto didn't think so, especially not when he saw the changing pattern in Fugaku's eyes. The next moment, something that no one had expected happened. A roar that shook everyone's soul resounded through the battlefield. Roar, roar. As the soul-shaking roar resounded through the arena, the audience in the stands tensed up, their bodies couldn't move and their hearts started to beat faster and faster. It was instinctual fear. Followed by the roar, a red phantom made up of chakra was projected out of Fugaku's body, and took the form of Robcage Susanoo, protecting the paralyzed Fugaku from Kakashi's attack. Ding! The kunao in Kakashi's hand collided with Fugaku's Susanoo and stopped. It couldn't break the defense of Susanoo, and the kunao along with Kakashi was knocked away by the Susanoo. Knocked to the ground, Kakashi did not care about the pain and looked at the Susanoo projected out of Fugaku's body with shock clearly apparent in his eyes. He had a bewildered expression as he muttered in disbelief, Susanoo. He is no stranger to Susanoo, time and time again he has seen different Susanoo. Shisui's Susanoo, Shinichi's Susanoo, Homazbai's Susanoo, Madara's Susanoo. So, he knows that Susanoo can only be used by the Uchiha once they have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. For him to be able to use Susanoo, it means, he too has VIP stand. As soon as Susanoo made its appearance, Sandame stood up from his seat and looked at the arena with an astonished face. Daimyo doubtfully glanced at Sandame. Noting the expression on his face, he guessed that perhaps the changes in the arena were unexpected and too shocking for Hiruzen. He looked to the side and noted that the other cages were also shocked. The display of Susanoo can only mean that Uchiha Fugaku has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and this means that another difficult person has appeared in Konoha. The cages felt conflicted. While their villages are in difficult conditions because of Akatsuki's threat, one after another, geniuses are blooming in Konoha. For a moment, the cages even thanked. If not for the existence of Akatsuki, they would have been the ones facing these geniuses on the battlefield. Damn it, my doubts were not without reason. It turns out that he already has the Mangekyo Sharingan, muttered Jiraiya with a solemn expression. He had doubts previously. How come the behavior of the Uchiha clan changed so much with Shinichi's return? It stands to reason that Shinichi shouldn't be able to balance out the influence of Shisui on the Uchiha clan, yet, the Uchiha clan became so tough. Most of all, Uchiha Fugaku, who generally acts in restraint and caution, suddenly became so active and even proposed the Godame Hokage election. Now everything makes sense. Before Shinichi's return, the Uchiha clan was balanced by Fugaku and Shisui, and Shinichi's return broke that balance. Standing next to Jiraiya, Tsunade had a look of disbelief. Uchiha clan, there are actually 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. While the Senju clan is on the verge of extinction, her being the last remaining member of the clan, the Uchiha clan is prospering more than ever. It's difficult for her to accept such abnormal prosperity of the Uchiha clan. There are as many as 6 Uchiha in the world who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Such a thing did not happen even in Uchiha Madara's time. Shizun walked beside Tsunade, and asked in a light voice, Tsunade-sama, should I make another trip and withdraw our bet? Tsunade answered sharply, don't be in such a hurry. Have you forgotten what happened in the last match? The winner won't be decided until one party is defeated. Kakashi hasn't given up, how can we give up? But we won't be in the position of giving up once the winner is decided. If Uchiha Fugaku wins we would lose all the money. That's 10 million ryo, muttered Shizun anxiously. Although she believes in Kakashi, his opponent is the Uchiha Patriarch. No matter how good, the possibility that Kakashi will be able to win this match is not very high. Kakashi has no other choice but to win this match, said Tsunade, and while looking at the arena, she added, I have been gambling for years, so I can analyze when I will win, and when I will not, so trust my experience. The same experience that has put us in debt time and time again, muttered Shizun under her breath. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she asked, did you say something Shizun? Shizun hurriedly pointed at the arena and said, look Tsunade-sama. Kakashi-san is getting up. Tsunade looked back towards the arena and Shizun breathed a sigh of relief. As Uchiha Fugaku used Susanoo, the Uchiha clan roared in excitement. Their cheers resounded through the arena. The nervous Sasuke also stood up in excitement, and while pointing towards Fugaku he exclaimed, look Naruto. Tioyu-san also has Mangekyou Sharingan, and that technique he is using, it's Susanoo? I knew Tioyu-san was the strongest. Naruto asked in confusion, but his Susanoo is different from Shisui-sensei's Susanoo. Sasuke explained in a know-it-all tone, the color of everyone's Susanoo is different. Is that so? Muttered Naruto lightly. He wasn't talking about the color of Susanoo when he said different. What he was referring to was the different feeling he got from Fugaku's Susanoo compared to Shisui's Susanoo. Although quite subtle, there is a slight difference in the breath of the two Susanoo. But Naruto did not understand this feeling, and did not know how to explain, so he remained silent. Sasuke did not care about Naruto's confusion, and turned to Shinichi next to him. Shinichi Nii-san, look, just like you and Shisui Nii-san. Tioyu-san also has the Mangekyou Sharingan. Shinichi grinned to himself as he thought, your old man is not the only one in your family with the Mangekyou Sharingan, even your stuck-up Geritsu older brother also has those eyes. Thinking so, Shinichi looked at Sasuke's Sharingan, and sighed, this kid might also. Sasuke is only a little over 10, and he already has a Tutomo Sharingan. Considering his talent, it wouldn't be strange if he too awakens those eyes under stimulation. Then there is also that young lady Uchiha Kiyomi, she doesn't seem to be half bad either. It's really a family of monsters, muttered Shinichi as he shook his head. At this point, he won't even be surprised if he was to hear one day, Uchiha Mikoto has also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Back to the arena. Unlike the Uchihas in the stands, Fugaku, standing in the protection of the ribcage Susanoo, wasn't happy, rather he appeared to be displeased, extremely displeased. He had been prepared to reveal the fact that he had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan in the Hokage election, but there is a certain order of things, and he did not want to reveal it in such a situation where he is pushed to the corner and left with no choice but to use the power of Mangekyou Sharingan. Damn it! Fugaku gnashed his teeth in anger. In his vision, the fight against Kakashi was supposed to be the stage he would use to showcase the strength and majesty of the Uchiha clan, and he planned to defeat Kakashi without having to resort to Mangekyou Sharingan. Then as the winner, he would reveal the existence of his Mangekyou Sharingan. However, his plans were thwarted by Kakashi. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. He even cursed himself for getting caught by Kakashi's rhythm in the battle. The flying Raijin Kunao spread through the arena were a trap from the start. He wanted me to think that he would use only that jutsu, and I was fooled. Damn it. Kakashi's plan was quite similar to Kuroto's. Kuroto used himself as the bait to attract Shisui's attention, and the poison he slowly dispersed in the arena was the real weapon. Similarly, Kakashi used the advantage brought by the flying Raijin to attract Fugaku's attention and he hid underground using earth-style jutsu biding his time for the perfect opportunity to make an attack. He knew that because of the reputation of flying Raijin, I would pay special attention to it, so he planned to use a less dangerous and less versatile jutsu to make the real attack while using the more dangerous and more versatile jutsu to distract me. But it's a pity. Unlike Kuroto, Kakashi did not have complete knowledge of his opponent's abilities. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. By the time Fugaku finished analyzing Kakashi's tactic, Kakashi also got up from the ground and looked at his opponent solemnly. After the initial shock, Kakashi regained his composure. So, it seems the Uchiha clan has 3 Mangekyou Sharingan awakeners, he thought, and muttered, all the more reason I cannot lose this match. Kakashi shoulders the trust and responsibility of continuing the will of fire and carrying forward the legacy of former Hokage. If he were to lose here, not only him but even the people, Sandaime Hokage, Sunin Jiraiya, and Tsunade, as well as his friends and companions, who support him, will lose. Given the current precarious situation of the shinobi world, a good Hokage is needed to unite and protect the village. Kakashi isn't sure whether the Uchiha Patriarch is up to the mark. The arrogance and lonely nature of Uchiha will definitely create a distance between them and the rest of the village. If Uchiha Fugaku were to become the Godame Hokage, there is a strong possibility that another catastrophe will break out in Konoha, and there is no guarantee that the village will be able to recover this time. Konoha cannot be handed over to Uchiha Fugaku. Such a thought appeared in his mind, as Kakashi's expression became resolute. By now, the paralysis effect on Fugaku's body has disappeared, and he could move normally. He looked at Kakashi standing opposite to him, and spoke in a cold tone, Kakashi, it seems I underestimated you. But not anymore. After speaking these words, Fugaku took a step forward and slowly approached Kakashi step by step. With each step, the form of Fugaku's Susanoo evolved and the pressure it exerted on Kakashi increased. Within a few seconds, it transformed from the initial ribcage stage to the half-body stage with bones, muscle and armor. Facing the pressure exerted by the half-body Susanoo as Fugaku approached him, Kakashi breathed heavily. It wasn't just Kakashi, but almost all the people in the stands were breathing heavily, their hearts were beating rapidly and they were looking at the red phantom of chakra as if facing death. Many were also reminded of Homusubi's Susanoo since the color and appearance of Fugaku's Susanoo matched with Homusubi's. Kakashi thought the same for a moment. However, there were a few differences. The most important detail that differentiated the two was the absence of Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Yatta no Kagami in Fugaku's Susanoo. As if seeing through Kakashi's fear and nervousness, Fugaku grinned. In front of these eyes, anything you do is meaningless. Feeling the pressure radiating from Fugaku's Susanoo, Kakashi took a deep breath as his eyes regained focus. Suddenly, lightning flashed on his right arm, and it soon spread through his body. Under the stimulation of lightning chakra, the cell activity in Kakashi's body increased. Although the effect wasn't as good as the lightning chakra armor used by Yondaime Reikage, it wasn't far off. On Kuroto's side, looking at lightning crackling all around Kakashi's body, Kuroto narrowed his eyes with a thoughtful look. Kakashi's affinity with the lightning chakra nature is really exaggerated. Perhaps I can use his cells to create the lightning chakra clone. The development and cultivation of earth chakra nature are almost complete, so Kuroto has to focus on the next clone. Lightning clone is the next, and he has to work on it as soon as possible. Over the years, Kakashi has shown an extremely high affinity for the lightning chakra, not to mention the purple lightning, a single chakra nature transformation he creates after the Fourth Great Shinobi War. If Kuroto didn't guess incorrectly, then the strength of Kakashi's purple lightning should be as good as Darui's black lightning. Taking everything into account, Kakashi's cells are a very good option for the lightning chakra clone. As Kuroto was thinking about future prospects, the situation on the battlefield changed. After pushing the lightning chakra to the limit, Kakashi did not hold back and used another outrageous jutsu. 8 inner gates formation. The gate of opening, open. The gate of healing, open. The gate of life, open. The gate of pain, open. One after another, Kakashi opened 4 gates as a terrifying chakra burst out of his body. As everything unfolded before his eyes, Jiraiya clenched his fist tightly. He could see Kakashi's resolve. At this time, Kakashi is prepared to die. Having lost his Sharingan, Kakashi's vision is unable to keep up with speed when he uses lightning to coat his body. There is a strong possibility that he might die because of using that jutsu. What's more, on top of coating his body with lightning, Kakashi also used the 8 inner gates formation and opened 4 gates. If his vision could barely keep up with his speed with lightning coat, now, with the speed boost provided by the 8 inner gates, there is no way he would be able to see. What's more troublesome is that he lacks an eye, and even if he can get past these problems, there is another issue. Will his body be able to handle such pressure? Muttered Tsunade with a worried expression. Using lightning stimulation places a huge toll on the body, and using 8 inner gates on top of that is definitely not something a normal person can bear. It wouldn't be surprising if Kakashi's body starts to destroy from within. Terrifying lightning zapped around Kakashi, cutting winds swirled around him and a huge burst of chakra was wrapped around him, giving him the look of the god of lightning. Facing such a Kakashi, even Fugaku felt a little dread in his heart. Just when Fugaku thought that this would be the end, Kakashi grinned at him as he spoke. Since I am already here, then I might as well use every last ounce of my strength before I die. The gate of limit, open. Suddenly, the pressure exerted by Kakashi increased. At the same time, blood leaked from his nostrils. He is willing to die just to stop me. If Fugaku felt a little dread earlier, then now he was filled with anger. You bastard! Are you even willing to sacrifice your life just to stop the Uchiha clan from becoming the Hokage? Why? Why can't Uchiha become Hokage? Why? Kakashi representing the Hokage faction, and Fugaku carrying the hopes of the Uchiha clan. Both sides realize that they carry the hopes and burdens of the people supporting them. Therefore, neither of the two has the option of losing this fight. This is why Kakashi is willing to risk his life in order to defeat Fugaku and stop the Uchiha clan from ascending to the role of Hokage. Seeing Kakashi's determination to die just to stop the Uchiha clan from ascending, rather than being afraid, Fugaku was furious. He felt that Kakashi was treating him as the enemy of Konoha from whom the village must be protected at all costs, even if he has to sacrifice his life. He has been used to restraining his emotions, however, at this time, Fugaku couldn't control himself and roared in anger. Why? To Fugaku, this isn't fair. The Uchiha clan is one of the founding clans and has always worked hard to protect the village, yet they are always treated as if they are the enemy. Despite being one of the 2 founding clans, Uchiha has been restricted in Konoha, and excluded from the village's political circle. No matter how many achievements the Uchiha shinobi make, they are never properly rewarded for their work. Even now, when the Uchiha clan is so strong, the village still refuses to recognize them for their effort. Fugaku can't accept this. Intense killing intent was welling up in his heart. Since Kakashi was willing to sacrifice his life, Fugaku decided to completely destroy Kakashi. Along with Kakashi, he decided to destroy all the restraints and shackles imposed on the Uchiha clan. Feeling Fugaku's killing intent, Kakashi knew that there is no room to back down, and urged all his strength. Stance. As the atmosphere of the arena became solemn, the cheers died down and the audience held their breath. Everyone could feel that the moment of decision has come. Both Heitake Kakashi and Uchiha Fugaku have gotten extremely serious. Just when the crowd was waiting for both candidates to make their move, something unexpected happened. For some reason that most of the crowd couldn't understand, Kakashi suddenly closed his only eye. Naruto asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did Nii-chan close his eyes? At this rate, he won't be able to see anything." Sasuke answered with a proud smile, "It's because he is afraid of my Shishiu's genjutsu." Neji nodded, "That does make sense." However, Shinichi shook his head. Given how violent the chakra around Kakashi is, he doesn't need to be afraid of some normal genjutsu. Unless it's something as extreme as Itachi's Tsukuyomi, or Shisui's Kota Amatsukami, normal ocular genjutsu won't work on Kakashi. Kakashi had completely different reasons behind closing his only remaining eye. Shizun asked the same question as Naruto. Tsunade answered solemnly, "Kakashi's visual senses cannot keep up with his speed. Doesn't that make it all the more reason for him not to close his eyes?" asked Shizun, more confused. Jiraiya shook his head, and explained, "The amount of information a single eye will be able to capture is not enough, and it will create a problem for him, so instead of relying on the half-assed visual sense, it is better to completely discard them and focus all the attention on the perception of chakra and killing intent." "Huh? Can he actually do that?" Shizun was taken aback. "He seems to know what he is doing," muttered Tsunade, and added, "He really is Yellow Flash's disciple and White Fang's son. If he is given more time to grow, there is no doubt he will surpass both of them together." Shizun gulped, "Those are some big names," and asked, "Tsunade-sama, do you think Kakashi-san can win?" Tsunade sighed. If he knew about Fugaku having the Mangekyou Sharingan in advance, he would have definitely prepared a counter-strategy, but now, it's hard to say. The reason it's hard to say is that they don't know the abilities of Fugaku's Mangekyou Sharingan. Back to the arena. As the momentum of both sides reached their peak, both sides issued their attacks. Kakashi was faster. As if the god of storms, wrapped in thunder and lightning, he dashed towards Fugaku's Susanoo. Although Kakashi is extremely fast, Fugaku could capture his figure with his Mangekyou Sharingan and decided to fight speed with speed. He closed his eye, and as he opened it again a burst of chakra broke out. Amaterasu. Instantly, a black flame appeared on Kakashi's body. Kakashi's figure was drowned in the black flames. The lightning and winds surrounding his body couldn't put up a fight against black flames and were quickly swallowed. Whoosh! Feeling the danger, Kakashi did not dare to resist the black flames and immediately used flying rage to avoid them. As Kakashi disappeared, the flames shot everywhere in the arena. It even reached the 4 violet flame formation and started to burn the enchantment, creating holes in it. While the enchantment squad tried to deal with the holes in the 4 violet flame formation, the disappeared Kakashi appeared behind Fugaku and rushed toward the man. Still wrapped in thunder and lightning, as he rushed towards Fugaku, he quickly gained momentum and used that to land a solid blow on the red Susanoo from behind. Boom! Crack! A thundering impact resounded in the arena as cracks appeared on Susanoo. The ground beneath his feet wasn't any lucky either as it shattered inch by inch. Fugaku staggered forward and barely stabilized himself to prevent his fall. Looking at the degree of damage, Fugaku couldn't help but take a cold breath. Although he knows that the defense of Susanoo is not unbreakable, he never considered Kakashi to have the ability to break that defense. Tsunade sighed in disappointment. She was thinking that if she had taught her signature move to Kakashi, perhaps he would have completely destroyed Fugaku's Susanoo with that single attack. Alas, there is no helping it now. Still though, as long as Kakashi keeps holding himself, breaking through Fugaku's Susanoo is not impossible for him. The only problem is, Kakashi's body won't be able to hold it for that long. But of course, they have a solution. At this stage in the battle, Tsunade no longer cared about being found out and directly started to transfer the potent Yang chakra to Kakashi through the small slug hidden in his body. The chakra transferred by Tsunade re-energized Kakashi to some extent as he tried to make the second attack. Although the black fire spreading through the arena was making his soul palpate, he gritted his teeth to curb the fear and continued the offensive. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive noises resounded through the arena as the shockwaves shook the entire Colosseum. Even the 4 violet flame formation didn't prove to be of much help in resisting the shockwaves and the resulting vibrations produced when Kakashi's fist collided with Fugaku's Susanoo. The vibrations traveling through the ground shook the pillars, causing them to start collapsing as the foundation of the Colosseum started to weaken. Hurry up, use Earth-style jutsu to strengthen the pillars, otherwise, the entire Colosseum will collapse. Unlike the previous battle between Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui where both the candidates restrained themselves, the battle between Heitake Kakashi and Uchiha Fugaku is more serious with higher stakes. Therefore, the two candidates aren't restraining themselves and fighting with everything they have. Hardly anyone in the crowd, the ordinary villagers, has witnessed a battle of such intensity in their life. What's more troublesome is that the 4 violet flame formation is no good. Several holes have appeared in the formation, which has affected the shielding, isolating, effect of the formation. Normally anything that touches the curtain of the 4 violet flame formation turns to ash. However, the black flame used by Uchiha Fugaku is different. Instead of disappearing into nothingness after being burnt by the violet curtain, it is burning the curtain itself, causing holes to appear in the formation. The sealing department is troubled. They have tried everything, but nothing seems to work. They are barely managing by creating layers upon layers of 4 violet flame formation such that as one layer gets destroyed, another layer is made in order to protect, but this approach is highly taxing on chakra reserves. Even the 5 cages are amazed at the power of the unusual black flame. These black flames reminded them of the unusual golden flame used by Homu's Yubi of Amatsukami. However, the black flames are clearly different and perhaps more dangerous. Yondaime Mizukage couldn't help but shiver in fright as he recalled the time he almost died after being burnt by the black flame. Itake never expected his Shishio to have the same power as him. Looking at the black flames spreading through the arena, a worried expression appeared in his eyes. He was worried for Kakashi, and the situation that might develop following Kakashi's defeat. Yes, Itake has already foreseen the outcome of this match. Among all the people present in the Colosseum, perhaps Itake understands Amaterasu and its power better than anyone. That's why, the moment he saw his Shishio Amaterasu, Itake knew that this match will be won by Fugaku. No matter how hard Kakashi tries to change the possibility, it was just a matter of time before he loses his fighting power and collapses. I suppose Kuroto-san will be the one. Boom, boom, boom. The fight still continued as Kakashi has yet to give up. Despite the constant pain he was suffering from, he continued the onslaught. Faced with the barrage of attacks at such a high speed, Fugaku could only defend passively, relying on the absolute defense of his Susanoo to resist Kakashi's high speed and high power attack. Even though Kakashi was constantly damaging the Susanoo, he was unable to completely destroy it. Highly frustrated, Kakashi shouted in his heart, Why doesn't it break? Didn't Fujin cut through that guy's full-body Susanoo with just a bone blade? Yet I am unable to break even half-body Susanoo? Why? Have I still not reached that level? Why? Looking at Kakashi relentlessly attacking him, Fugaku couldn't help but frown. How is his body able to bear such a burden for so long? It shouldn't be possible. Even Reikage wouldn't be able to bear such a burden. It might have made some sense if he was an Uzumaki or Senju, but he is not, so why? Fugaku realized that something is wrong with the situation. No matter how inhuman Kakashi's body has become due to training, bearing the burden of using light chakra mode as well as 8 inner gates at the same time is not possible for anyone. With a frown, Fugaku focused his gaze on Kakashi. Although it is difficult to accurately see the flow of chakra in Kakashi's body because of the terrifying chakra surrounding him, upon focusing to the limit, Fugaku was able to notice a different chakra signature merged with Kakashi's stomach. That's it, muttered Fugaku as he realized the reason behind Kakashi being able to continue for so long. This different chakra signature was not only healing Kakashi, but it was also supplying him with chakra allowing him to continue the onslaught for so long. So, they really plan to use every possible method to defeat me, thought Fugaku furiously. But Fugaku isn't worried, rather, he is relaxed. Now that he knows the cause of Kakashi's inhuman prowess, he can deal with it without any problem. On Kuroto's side, similar to Fugaku, Kuroto has also noticed the presence of foreign chakra in Kakashi's body. Considering the color of the chakra, Kuroto knew that Tsunade was supplying chakra to Kakashi. Witnessing the terrifying battle, Yui couldn't help but ask nervously, Kuroto-kun, can Kakashi-san win this match? Kuroto shrugged. Hard to say, but one thing is certain, if he can't win within the next 10 to 15 seconds, then he would lose, because he wouldn't be able to hold on longer than that. What? Yui was taken aback, and asked, but doesn't it look like that Kakashi-san has the upper hand? Kuroto shook his head. Certainly it looks like Kakashi has the upper hand, however, that's not the case. Because of Tsunade's help, although Kakashi has been able to hold on for so long, it's a pity he still couldn't defeat Fugaku because he doesn't have any attack that is strong enough to fully shatter Fugaku's Susanoo. He has been trying to stack damage to destroy Fugaku's Susanoo, but that's not working since the Uchiha is putting more and more effort into defending himself. Moreover, Kakashi is also running out of the area that he can use to gain momentum. The black fire has covered almost the entire arena. The flying Raijin Kunao spread through the arena have been burned so he can no longer use flying Raijin. Therefore, even if it appears that Fugaku is defending passively, and Kakashi is attacking relentlessly, causing the audience to mistakenly think that Kakashi has the upper hand, however, the reality is different. From the moment Uchiha Fugaku used Amaterasu, Kakashi's defeat was set in stone. It was only a matter of how long, muttered Kuroto with a sigh. Just as Kuroto had predicted, within the next 10 seconds, Kakashi's painful screams were heard through the arena. Looking at the collapsed Kakashi, as his body burned, Kuroto sighed and wondered, now, how will Sandaime-sama deal with this situation? Kakashi collapsed as the black flames of Amaterasu burned him. Fugaku sighed. He is not proud of the way he won this fight. He was pushed to this extent and barely won this fight. It's too embarrassing. Taking deep breaths, Fugaku braced himself as he closed his eyes tiredly and dispersed the Susanoo. The stinging pain he was feeling in his eyes, as if thousands of needles were being poked in his eyes, reminded him that he has overdone it. The thought of using this opportunity to kill Kakashi did cross his mind, however, his rationality quickly dismissed the idea. It's not that Kakashi cannot be killed, but he must not be the one to do it, and not here in front of the entire village. After he ascends to the position of Konoha's Godame Hokage, the life and death of Heitake Kakashi will be in his hands. He will think about what to do with the young man at that time. In fact, as long as Kakashi is willing to accept his defeat and serve him in future, Fugaku would be willing to forgive him. After all, Kakashi is an important asset for the village with his flying Raijin. Fugaku definitely doesn't want to dispose of such an asset. With such a thought in his mind, Fugaku extinguished the ever-burning black flame spread through the arena, and Kakashi's painful screams finally died down as he lost consciousness. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately as the black flames were extinguished, the 4 violet flame formation was removed and Tsunade, Jiraiya as well as others came to his side and hurriedly gave him emergency medical treatment. Fugaku did not intervene with them and stood silently. VIP stand. Looking at the injured and unconscious figure of Kakashi, Sandaime muttered with a bitter expression, "This is troublesome." Kakashi did not win against Fugaku, now the arrangements they have made in advance are completely useless. But Hiruzen can't blame Kakashi, after all the young man had done everything he could. Even if Hiruzen was in Kakashi's place, the result wouldn't have been any different. Thinking of the problem he has before him, Hiruzen sighed. "Sigh, it seems we really underestimated Fugaku." "Kakashi-kun really lost," muttered Yui in surprise. She also realized that the black flames used by Uchiha Patriarch are extremely dangerous. "It's a pity," spoke Kuroto as he shook his head, not at all surprised by the result of the battle. This was within his expectations. The result might have been different if Kakashi had taken his warning seriously. But then again, had Uchiha Patriarch used his Mangekyou Sharingan Genjutsu at the start, the fight would have ended in less than 30 seconds. There are too many ifs that could have changed the result of the battle, but the fact of the matter is, Kakashi lost and Uchiha Fugaku won. This is already a fact, and cannot be changed. As the result of the fight between Kakashi and Fugaku became clear, Sasuke jumped excitedly. "He won? He really won? Tio-san won this fight?" Naruto quickly asked. "Sasuke, is he going to become Hokage?" Sasuke immediately nodded. "Of course, Tio-san will become the next Hokage." In Sasuke's heart, his father is the strongest, no one is more deserving of Hokage than him. Neji snorted. "Don't be too quick to make such a judgment, Sasuke. My sensei is still there. It won't be your father, the one to become the Hokage will be my sensei." Taken aback by Neji's words, Sasuke looked at him with sharp eyes. Neji wasn't afraid and looked back. Immediately sparks flew between the two kids. Uchiha stands. He won? Patriarch won. Humph, that is to be expected of Patriarch, after all, he has the Mangekyou Sharingan. I am surprised that Heitake Kakashi was able to hold on for so long. It doesn't matter, in the end, Heitake Kakashi was defeated by Fugaku-sama, and now he will become Konoha's Hokage. Uchiha will finally have a Hokage. The Uchiha are extremely happy because of the victory of their Patriarch. And now that Fugaku has defeated Kakashi, they don't have any competition. Hyuga Kuroto is nothing to be worried about. VIP stand. At this moment, an Umbu appeared beside Hiruzen and informed him, "Hokage-sama, the damage to the Colosseum is quite substantial, it will take some time to complete the repairment work." Hiruzen nodded with a relieved breath. "I understand." Sandaime Hokage has one thought at this moment, no. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Kuroto cannot be allowed to fight. He is not certain whether Hyuga Kuroto will be able to defeat Uchiha Fugaku, and even if he was certain, he wouldn't take such a big risk this late in the game. Things have to be changed, a different approach is required here, thought Hiruzen as he looked around the Colosseum. Dozens of shinobi were tirelessly working to repair the damage. Looking at such a scene, Hiruzen instructed the Umbu, "Notify everyone that the Colosseum is seriously damaged, so the next stage will have to be postponed until the repairs are completed." "As you command," the Umbu nodded and disappeared. Soon, the information reached everyone in the stands. Although a few people had their doubts, most of the audience accepted the decision. Because the Colosseum is indeed damaged. If another such battle were to occur, there is a strong possibility that the Colosseum would completely collapse, and that would be extremely dangerous. As the information about the next stage being postponed reached the stands, the audience began to leave the Colosseum in groups of 2 and 3. While orderly leaving, they couldn't help but discuss the details of the 2 fights that they got to see today. "Ha ha ha, man. I really did not expect that I was able to see the legendary Susanoo with my own eyes. It's not as surprising for me. I had assumed that we would be able to see the power of Uchiha's Susanoo, although I had expected that it would be through Uchiha Shisui, not Uchiha Fugaku. Yeah, who would have thought that the patriarch of the Uchiha clan would also have the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan? He is indeed an exceptional shinobi. I heard that not even the Uchiha clansmen knew about this. I would say that buying the tickets was not in vain, both the fights were super exciting. But man, the first fight, it was exciting, but it was also hard to understand. I still don't get how Hyuga Kuroto defeated Uchiha Shisui, it was just too sudden, it doesn't make any sense. It's not your fault, buddy, as we are just ordinary villagers. There was a jonin who was sitting next to me and he told me that even for him, it was quite difficult to understand what exactly happened at first, but he did make a guess. I see, so what exactly happened? So, it's like this. Similar conversations were unfolding everywhere. Undoubtedly, the 2 fights of the first stage of the Hokage election were an eye-opener for the audience. Compared to these fights of the Hokage election, the Chunin exams held twice a year appear to be children's games, and everyone couldn't help but want to talk about it more and more. And the ones most excited to talk about the 2 fights are none other than the Uchihas and the Hyugas. After the first stage of elections, it's quite clear that the next Hokage will either be an Uchiha Fugaku or Hyuga Kuroto. In other words, either an Uchiha or a Hyuga. If it was in the past, the Hyuga clansmen would definitely choose to avoid any conflict with the Uchiha clan, but now it's different. Hyuga Kuroto defeated Uchiha Shisui fair and square in the first stage of the Hokage election, and he is one of the 2 candidates likely to become Godame Hokage. The Hyuga clansmen feel that if they become meek or admit defeat in front of Uchihas, then it would weaken Kuroto's momentum in the final stage, so even if they were a little nervous, they gritted their teeth and chose to face the Uchihas head-on. On the side of Uchiha, many clansmen were angry and frustrated as they felt that Shisui's defeat was unjust, and this led to some friction between the 2 clans. But with the timely intervention of the village authorities and restraint from the patriarch of both clans, 2 sides were forcibly held back and returned back to their districts while swearing and cursing each other. Uchiha District. Uchiha Shin, who was humiliated by Kuroto a few days ago, complained, "Patriarch, why didn't you let me settle the account with that damn Hyuga? I would have taught him a lesson." After returning to his usual stern demeanor, Fugaku instructed, "Before I become Godame Hokage, none of you are allowed to make any trouble. I don't want you to give anyone any reason to pick our faults, understand? No mistakes are allowed." Although Fugaku feels that the Hyuga clan won't be able to make any big waves, out of caution, he still chose to exercise restraint on his subordinates. Fine, but Fugaku-sama, after you become Godame Hokage, I will definitely settle the account with that guy. No one has ever come this close to becoming Hokage, and none of the Uchiha clansmen wants to do anything that would become a hurdle for Fugaku. Therefore, Shin willingly nodded and agreed to exercise restraint for a while. Hyuga District. If Kuroto were to become Godame Hokage, I can finally show off to that damned Uchiha, spoke one of the older Hyuga shinobi with a smirk. Another older Hyuga said with a smile, "Back when I heard that Kuroto has become the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, I knew that he would have great achievements in the future. Oh man, I was right." Humph, you are talking about the day he became principal. I knew that he would have great achievements in the future the day I saw him introduce him to me as a baby. His eyes had a sense of clarity you cannot expect from a child. Oh, stop it, you two. It doesn't matter how early either of you realized that he would have great achievements. What's important is now. Where is he now? I want to congratulate him on his win, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Come to think of it, I did not see him after the fight, and Yui-chan too. Give the young ones some privacy, the 2 of them must be together celebrating. It would be impudent to intrude on their private time, said another older Hyuga with a perverted smile. Smack. What was that for, wife? Suddenly everyone laughed. While an amicable discussion was going on among the Hyugas, Kuroto and Yui had rushed to the betting stand to collect the money they won. Somewhere outside Konoha, standing on the edge of a cliff, Obito looked towards the distant Hokage rock. The Godame Hokage election is undoubtedly a major event that concerns all the major and minor organizations and groups in the shinobi world. As the biggest opposition to the authority of the 5 great shinobi villages, Akatsuki is definitely paying special attention to this matter. The leaders of Akatsuki aren't sure if there would be some traps set up by a Matsukami in Konoha to ambush them, so only Obito and Zetsu were responsible for keeping a close watch, as both of them are incredibly difficult to kill. At this time, Zetsu came out of the ground and spoke. First stage of the Godame Hokage election is completed. The ones to make it to the next round are Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Fugaku. As for the second stage, it was temporarily postponed because the Koloworm is badly damaged. Is that so? Muttered Obito with an absent-minded tone. For some reason, the word Hokage always hits him deeply, and he would end up remembering the dream he has long buried in his heart. Zetsu added with a smile, who would have thought that the informant you developed in Konoha would end up becoming one of the 2 candidates? If he continues to give us what we want, then perhaps we will be able to get more information on them, and maybe we will also be able to get our hands on Kyuubi without much trouble. Obito nodded absent-mindedly, yes. Noting Obito's absent-minded tone, Zetsu commented, "You seem a bit strange today." Zetsu's words pulled him back to God, and he snorted, "Humph. I was just thinking how pathetic Konoha has become that they would select someone like Kuroto to be one of the candidates." Zetsu glanced at Obito and added, "I was right, you do seem strange today. You are angry for some reason." "Angry? And me?" Startled, Obito hurriedly shook his head, and explained, "Why would I be angry? I am just laughing at the ridiculous situation before me. When we were in the academy, that guy couldn't even win against me, and now he has become a Hokage candidate. Isn't this absurd?" Zetsu shrugged, "I don't think so. He did defeat Uchiha Shisui using his wit. Sometimes, strength isn't everything. Perhaps he has the brains to be Hokage, that's why he was nominated." "You?" Obito was taken aback by Zetsu's words and did not know how to counter him. Zetsu once again spoke, "Yes, you are behaving very strangely today." Hokage office. After taking a few puffs of smoke from his tobacco pipe, Sandaime Hokage took a deep breath, and asked, "How is Kakashi's condition?" Tsunade sighed, and answered, "Kakashi's body, it was burned too much. All his muscles are damaged, and several bones aren't intact either because of the burden that they had to endure. But well, I did use everything I know in treating him, so he is out of danger, and will make a full recovery." "But?" Jiraiya asked in worry, "But what?" "It will take some time for him to recover," answered Tsunade. "How much time to be exact?" questioned Sandaime. Tsunade spoke, I can't say for certain, but normal recovery should take at least 2 to 3 months under proper care. 2 to 3 months, exclaimed Jiraiya in shock, and added, this time is a bit. Tsunade shrugged, his injuries are serious, the fact that he can recover is already a miracle. Nodded Hiruzen with a complicated expression. Elder Koharu sighed, we really underestimated Uchiha Fugaku. Hiruzen nodded, yes, I was shocked too. For a moment, I couldn't even believe my eyes and thought that perhaps someone had put me under a genjutsu. Who would have thought that Fugaku would hide something so important for so long? Considering the arrogant and domineering personality traits of the Uchiha clansmen, deliberately concealing the existence of one's Mangekyou Sharinan is indeed surprising. After all, Mangekyou Sharinan represents power. The Uchiha revere power. After a while of thinking, Jiraiya spoke, if you ask me, I think Uchiha Fugaku probably awakened his Mangekyou Sharinan before Uchiha Shisui, perhaps during the Third Great Shinobi War. We can't know for sure, but it is possible, nodded Hiruzen, and added, but unlike Shisui and Shinichi, Fugaku chose to conceal this fact. I have reports from Umbu that even the Uchiha clansmen were surprised when Uchiha Fugaku used Susanoo. They were not aware of this information either, which means that not just from us, Fugaku probably concealed this fact from his clansmen too. Jiraiya nodded and thought about the reason why Fugaku chose to conceal this information, maybe because of Orochimaru and Minato. By the end of the Third Great Shinobi War, although Konoha barely managed to win and lost a lot of manpower, Minato and Orochimaru shined a lot in it. The high-end combat power of the Hokage faction was just too much, and considering the prejudice the two sides have against one another, it is not a surprise that he chose to keep his Mangekyou Sharinan a secret. Then came Kyuubi's attack on the night the previous Jinchurikyu Uzumaki Kushina gave birth to Naruto. The people in power were aware of the fact that Kyuubi did not break the seal on its own. There was someone behind the incident and someone controlled the fox to create havoc in Konoha that led to the death of hundreds of shinobi. Although no one spoke about it openly, internally, everyone was suspicious of the Uchiha clan. After all, Uchiha is capable of controlling tailed beasts. In such a situation, if Fugaku had revealed his Mangekyou Sharinan, he would have been under suspicion and held responsible for the death of all the people. So, he chose to keep his secret a secret. But now the situation is completely different. Not long ago, the real culprit behind Kyuubi's attack was revealed. It's none other than Uchiha Madara from the Akatsuki organization. The current Uchiha clan is thriving, and their strength and reputation are at their peak. Moreover, the Hokage election seems to be the right opportunity to reveal the existence of his Mangekyou Sharinan in order to demonstrate his strength and show that he is capable of protecting the village so that people would pass their vote to him. While everyone was thinking of Uchiha Fugaku and his Mangekyou Sharinan, Asuma suddenly spoke, I don't think we need to worry about how, why, when, and where Uchiha Patriarch awakened his Mangekyou Sharinan. Currently, we need to worry about the Godame Hokage election. What are we going to do about it? In the face of Asuma's question, everyone became silent and sighed. Nobody seemed to have any idea. Elder Koharu looked at Sandaime Hokage, and asked, Hiruzen, are we really going to allow Uchiha Fugaku to become Konoha's Hokage? This is really troublesome, muttered Hiruzen with a helpless expression. Despite being the longest-serving Hokage of Konoha, and having rich experience in dealing with all kinds of problems, Hiruzen is really stumped at this moment as he has no good solution to their current predicament. This is the main reason why he hurriedly postponed the next stage under the excuse of the Colosseum's damage. Uchiha Fugaku or Hyuga Kuroto, muttered Jiraiya, and shook his head, neither of them is a good option Hyuga Kuroto would have been acceptable if not for that damned cursed seal on his forehead, spoke Tsunade as she shook her head. And Uchiha is not completely unacceptable, but there are certain requirements, and Uchiha Fugaku doesn't fulfill those requirements, added Elder Koharu. At the very least, the Uchiha that become Hokage must value Konoha over Uchiha. The Hokage faction is currently facing a multiple-choice question, with Uchiha and Hyuga as the answer. The problem is, neither option is correct for them. Asuma spoke once again, even if neither of them is unacceptable, we don't really have any say in the matter. We have to make do with what options we have. Since Uchiha Fugaku is completely unacceptable, it has to be Kuroto, although that cursed seal is problematic. What other choice do we have? It's either him or the Uchiha. Jiraiya shook his head, it's not so simple. Considering the current state of the shinobi world, how can the position of Hokage be entrusted to someone whose life and death are in someone else's hands? The safety of Konoha can be compromised, the safety of Naruto might be jeopardized. Making him Hokage is too risky. If it's the main family of the Hyuga clan, I don't think we need to worry. They are already afraid of him, and I doubt that would change once he becomes Hokage, and we can try to negotiate things with the Hyuga Patriarch. Even if the cursed seal cannot be removed from his forehead, we can try to make them give up the control on him. Spoke Asuma with a thoughtful expression. He didn't think that they have to worry about the main family of the Hyuga clan. I doubt whether it's really possible to make them give up the control. Moreover, Hyuga are not the only ones we have to worry about. Even if they dare not do anything to him on their own accord, there is always a possibility that someone else will coerce them, spoke Tsunade as she shook her head. Elder Koharu nodded, yes, the life and death of Hokage should not be in someone else's hands. Asuma sighed, I know, but as I said, do we really have any other option? Kakashi has already lost? So, we have to make do with what we have in front of us, and added, the next fight is between Kuroto and Uchiha Fugaku. I don't know whether he will be able to defeat the Uchiha Patriarch the way he defeated Uchiha Shisui, so we must make our move while we have time, otherwise, it will be too late, and what everyone fears the most might happen. In the face of Asuma's reasoning, everyone was left speechless. At this moment, Sandaime finally spoke. Asuma is right, we have to make do with what options we have and compared to Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Kuroto is the only option to go. Tsunade asked, even if that's the case, there is still a possibility that he might not be able to win against Uchiha Fugaku. I doubt that the same method will work on him, that man will definitely take precautions against poisons. Hiruzen nodded, I know and spoke, but there is nothing to be worried about because the two of them won't be fighting each other. Elder Koharu asked in confusion, what do you mean? I don't know whether Hyuga Kuroto can win against Uchiha Fugaku, but I know that he cannot lose. If he loses, then nothing can stop the Uchiha from becoming Hokage, so Hyuga Kuroto cannot lose, at any cost, and added after a pause, therefore, I will make sure that he doesn't lose. More confused, Elder Koharu asked, and how are you going to ensure that he doesn't lose? By making sure that there is no fight between them, answered Sandaime with a smile. Tsunade immediately understood the meaning behind Hiruzen's words, and asked, you mean to say that you want to skip the next fight and directly move to the voting phase? Sandaime smiled, indeed. Uchiha clan may have caught them by surprise with their strength and beat the Hokage faction in the first stage of the Hokage election, however, politics is not their stage and has never been their field of expertise. Uchiha District. Patriarch, this was specifically customized for you, spoke one of the Uchiha clansmen as he respectfully handed over a black piece of cloth to Fugaku. Confused by his subordinate's actions, Fugaku received the black cloth and unfolded it. Other than the emblem of fire, the characters of Godame Hokage, the black piece of cloth also had the emblem Uchiha clan on it. This is, muttered Fugaku in surprise. Patriarch, this is the Hokage Haori, how is it, do you like it? Asked another Uchiha clansman. After a moment of thinking, Fugaku tried the Haori and found that it fit him well, the size is right, and the feel is good too, I like it. Fugaku did not think that there is anything wrong with him wearing the Hokage Haori this early, or with the fact that his subordinates went as far as to customize Godame Hokage's Haori for him. In Fugaku's view, his ascent to the position of Konoha's Godame's Hokage has been assured, and it's only a matter of time before Sandaime Hokage steps down and he takes charge of the village. With this in his mind, Fugaku did not take off the Haori, and sat down at his position as he questioned one of his subordinates. So, did you confirm what I asked you to? When will the next fight? The Uchiha in question replied, although there is no official statement from the Hokage building, so we can't know for sure. I did ask the shinobi repairing the Colosseum, it should take about a week or two to finish the repair and strengthen it for the final fight. A week or two, murmured Fugaku with a thoughtful expression. 1 week seemed a bit too long for him. Fugaku did not want to wait this long. After he revealed his Mangekyou Sharingan and defeated Kakashi, he felt that sweet taste of power that was almost in his hands. And now he can't wait to become Hokage. But of course, even if he doesn't want to wait that long, Fugaku doesn't have much say in the matter, so, he could only sigh and wait. After a while of thinking, he asked another question, are there any movements from the Hyuga clan? The Uchiha Jonin shook his head, the Hyuga clansmen were celebrating Hyuga Kuroto's victory, but there was nothing eye-catching. Fugaku nodded, good, and ordered, but keep a close eye on them. I don't want anything beyond my control to happen until the elections are finished. We understand, Patriarch. There was a collective nod from all the Uchiha clansmen attending the meeting. With that out of the way, Fugaku thought about another problem as for Hyuga Kuroto, and ordered, call Shisui and Suzuki. I want to have a few words with the two of them. Fugaku didn't think that Hyuga Kuroto would be able to pose any threat to him, but out of caution, he decided to ask a few things about him. There are a few things that he will have to deal with when fighting Kuroto, so it's better to be prepared. Shisui has all the information he needs, and Suzuki will be able to tell him a few things about the giant boar that Hyuga Kuroto gave to his disciple. It's possible that Kuroto might use that giant boar in the fight. Fugaku needed to make sure that he was ready to face that monstrosity should a need arise. A while later, Shisui and Suzuki were brought into Fugaku's study. The moment Suzuki saw Fugaku in Hokage Haori, he became excited, and asked, Ota-san, will you be wearing this when you become Hokage? As Fugaku answered with a smile, he did not notice a trace of worry in Shisui's eyes. Different from Suzuki who became excited, Shisui was stunned. There are still 2 stages left in the Hokage election, yet Fugaku has already draped the Hokage Haori as if he has already become Hokage. It's quite evident that Fugaku is really eager to become Hokage as soon as possible. Such behavior made Shisui uneasy about the future. Hokage office. Sarutobi-sensei, although using this approach the Uchiha clan can be defeated, however, will they accept their defeat? They have 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. I doubt Uchiha Fugaku would be willing to compromise this time. Precisely because the Uchiha clan has these many Mangekyou Sharingan awakeners, we must ensure that they don't ascend to the position of Konoha's Hokage. Their arrogant and cold nature will cause suffering to Konoha, answered Hiruzen in a firm tone of voice, and added, we must do everything to ensure their defeat. The thought that the Uchiha clan should not be part of Konoha's political circle has been deeply rooted in the minds of Sandaime Hokage and Elder Kohara, therefore, they are unwilling to accept an Uchiha as Konoha's Hokage. They fear that Konoha will face unprecedented trouble once Uchiha comes into power. I know what you mean, sensei, but I am asking, what if they refuse to accept such a defeat? Jiraiya has no doubt that the Uchiha clan won't be able to put up much of a fight in the voting phase. After all, the Konoha military police force has repeatedly offended other clans while carrying out security work. Moreover, politics is really not their forte, so their defeat is all but ensured. However, the problem is, what would happen after they are defeated? After all, they are making changes in the election procedure by skipping the fight between Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Fugaku. It won't be surprising if a conflict breaks out between the two sides. Jiraiya's question made everyone silent. At this time, Elder Kohara spoke in a melancholic tone of voice. If Danzo was here, he would have encouraged you to attack Uchiha in advance in order to solve the future conflict with the Uchiha. If only he hadn't done something so stupid. Sigh, there is no use talking about him. Sighed Hiruzen tiredly. He had to agree, although Danzo was too radical at times, he was really convenient. He didn't feel any shred of hesitation while carrying out those kinds of tasks. Seeing that everyone was worried, Hiruzen took a deep breath, and spoke, for now, we can only take one step at a time. For now, let's focus on making Hyuga Kuroto Godame Hokage. About the conflict with the Uchiha clan that may happen in the future, we can think about it at a later date. We have some time on our hands. In Sandaime's eyes, compared to Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Kuroto is someone negotiable and persuasive. If he has to make a choice between Kuroto and Fugaku, he would obviously choose Kuroto. This is not even a question. Based on how much he knows the young Hyuga, Hiruzen feels that Kuroto doesn't seem to be greedy about political power or status, although, it is a bit strange that Kuroto loves money too much. It's not intolerable. In fact, this shortcoming in Kuroto is quite welcomed. It would have been very troubling if Kuroto desired nothing. He would become completely unpredictable. Elder Koharu asked, Hiruzen, have you really thought about it? Is he reliable? Will he remain the same after he becomes the Hokage? Jiraiya and Tsunade also looked at Hiruzen. Both of them accept that Hyuga Kuroto is a loyal shinobi of Konoha, and they recognize his achievements and talent. However, power can corrupt people. Danzo is the prime example. What would happen if Kuroto became completely different? Hiruzen thought about it for a while, and answered, I will have a conversation with him to better understand his mindset. And of course, we won't be transferring all the power to him, and added after a pause, additionally, I will also sign an agreement with him that will limit his tenure as Hokage. When his tenure is over, I will have Kakashi succeed him. Tsunade asked, but will he agree to these conditions? Hiruzen wasn't sure, but he had to try. Konoha Hospital. Looking at the figure of Kakashi wrapped up in bandages from head to toe, Kuroto shook his head, and asked, was it worth it? And did I not warn you to be careful and not underestimate him? Yet you. Kakashi sighed, I know, but I really couldn't think of anything else at that time. He understands that he really underestimated Uchiha Patriarch. Precisely why he risked his life in order to defeat Uchiha Fugaku. He had no other option. Kakashi believed that only by defeating Fugaku in front of the entire Konoha would they be able to restrain the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. He tried his hardest, and put everything into that fight, but he failed. And now it is more difficult to stop the Uchiha clan. Looking at Kakashi's guilty expression, Kuroto sighed, anyway, what's done is done, there is no changing it now, so don't think about it too much, focus on recovering. After a while of silence, Kakashi spoke, Kuroto, you are the only person left. You must do something. Kuroto chuckled, Hummy, the deal was to defeat Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku is another thing. Of course, I don't mind working on Uchiha Patriarch, however, the price will increase. Kakashi assumed that Kuroto was just teasing him, and shook his head as he spoke in a serious tone of voice. Kuroto, this is no time for that, you have to cough. Do. Fine. I will do what I can. You don't need to think too much. I believe Sandaime-sama will have some solution. Spoke Kuroto with a smile. In fact, Kuroto had already foreseen this situation. And he has also thought of a few solutions to solve this situation, but of course, he won't be discussing these things with Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, and sighed, but still, this is really troubling, more so for you, it would be very difficult to win against him even for you. Did I not have a way against Shisui? I believe that I will be able to figure out something against the Uchiha Patriarch too, spoke Kuroto with a reassuring smile. In fact, if it's Kuroto, even without Tenseigan, he has several methods of defeating Fugaku. He has Senjutsu, then he also has Toyotama, Ryuamayaku. Besides, Kuroto doesn't believe Fugaku would have as deep an understanding of Mangekyo Sharingan as him. There are a lot of ways he can use to win, especially now that he is aware of both the powers of Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Although most people would find it difficult to deal with Amaterasu, not him since he knows how to deal with those flames, so overall, he is not that worried about the fight. If he has to win, then he can easily win. The only problem is, he will have to expose his strengths. Forget it. Sandaime-sama has still not said anything, so I won't be doing anything for now, let's wait for his call, thought Kuroto. After a while, Kuroto left Kakashi's ward. In addition to visiting Kakashi to check up on his condition, Kuroto had one more purpose behind coming to meet him. He wanted to use this opportunity and collect Kakashi's tissues. The development and cultivation of Earth Chakra Nature clone is almost complete, so he has to plan ahead. Naturally, now he has to think of the next clone he is going to create. There are only 2 chakra natures left. Lightning and Yang. It cannot be Yang clone yet since Kuroto is still understanding the Yang chakra nature and experimenting with Hashirama cells. He is not confident in successfully developing the Yang clone at this point, maybe in the future, but not now, so the next clone has to be the lightning chakra nature clone. Normally, Kuroto would have chosen someone like Derui with a lightning-based Kekii Genkai, since that way it would be easier to develop and cultivate the lightning clone to the optimum strength and state. However, he doesn't need to worry about these things now. Over the course of the past decade, he has made continuous progress in the field of cloning. At the same time, he has rich experience in developing Kekii Genkai and Kekii Tota from scratch. Therefore, he doesn't need to necessarily take cells of someone with Kekii Genkai. Kuroto believes that as long as he is given enough time, he will be able to develop most of the Kekii Genkai from scratch. Of course, the likes of Sharinon, Byakugan, and Rinnegan are not counted as they are exceptions, and cannot be learned. So, anyway, what he is trying to say is that as long as he gets the cells of someone with high affinity towards a chakra nature, he will be able to create the kind of clone he wants. And going by this standard, there are a lot of targets whose cells Kuroto can use. For instance, Kakashi and Sasuke in Konoha. Then Yondaime Reikage and Derui from Kumigakuer along with many Kumigakuer shinobi with high lightning chakra affinity. It's easier to obtain Kakashi and Sasuke's cells for him. However, he did not want to choose Sasuke's cells. For one, Sasuke is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, and Kuroto has no intention of messing with him. For another, his fire clone, that is Tsukii clone already carries the blood of Uchiha. If he creates another clone of Uchiha descent, the concentration of yin chakra would become too high and the balance he wants to maintain will be disturbed. Therefore, by process of elimination, Kakashi is the better choice. It's not that he cannot obtain the cells of Reikage or Derui, but that would be troublesome, and he doesn't want to do anything too troublesome at this time. Besides, Kakashi is already a very good choice since he has a very good affinity for lightning chakra. But of course, even if Kuroto has chosen not to take the cells of Reikage, this doesn't mean that he is not paying attention to Reikage. The only difference is, rather than his cells, Kuroto is planning to steal his jutsu, the very same jutsu that gives him his strength, the infamous lightning chakra mode. There are 3 factors responsible for Reikage's strength: physical strength, lightning chakra affinity, and the mastery of lightning chakra armor. Kuroto doesn't need to worry about the aspect of physical strength. His physical strength is much higher than Reikage, and Kakashi's cells have the necessary affinity for the lightning chakra. The only thing that he needs to pay attention to is the lightning chakra armor used by Reikage. As long as the third requirement is fulfilled, he would be able to complete the development and cultivation of lightning chakra clone easily. Now how do I get my hands on the lightning chakra armor of Kumigakuer? He thought as he carefully sealed the samples of Kakashi's cells in a sealing scroll and left Konoha Hospital. The 100 million ryo he received from Sandaime-sama in exchange for defeating Shisui, and the money he made from betting in the previous stage have earned him the funds that he was lacking. And Kuroto is planning to immediately invest all the money in his project Godhood. Currently, his primary focus is the Type 2 biological armor for Karin and the lightning chakra clone. And he is going to immediately start working on both projects. But of course, there are still a few things waiting for him to attend. Just as Kuroto exited the Konoha hospital, suddenly, an Umbu appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Hyuga Kuroto-sama. Hokage-sama has summoned you, please come to his office. Kuroto nodded. I understand, please lead the way. Sandaime-sama's summon is something he expected, although he is a bit surprised that it came too early. It seems Hokage-sama is really worried. Hokage office. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Asked Kuroto as he entered the Hokage office. Yes, please have a seat. Spoke Hiruzen as he pointed at the sofa in front. After Kuroto sat down, Sandaime did not beat around the bush, and directly spoke. Kuroto, the Elder Council has reached the decision, you are going to be appointed as the next Hokage. After he had spoken, Hiruzen carefully observed Kuroto's reaction. He wanted to see what kind of reaction Kuroto will have upon learning such a piece of information. Initially, he appeared to be taken aback, but he quickly recovered, and shook his head. I am sorry, I refuse. He had thought of a lot of reactions that Kuroto might show, however, Kuroto's reaction was completely different to what he expected. For a moment, Hiruzen couldn't believe what he heard, and asked, What did you say? I am sorry, I refuse. What did you just say? Asked Hiruzen with a shocked expression. There is hardly anyone in Konoha who wouldn't want to become Hokage if presented with the opportunity. After all, becoming Hokage is the dream of every child. Therefore, when Kuroto refused his proposal, Sandaime couldn't believe his ears. Kuroto shrugged, and spoke again, I am sorry Sandaime-sama, but I refuse to accept the position of Godame Hokage. Don't take it the wrong way, it's not that Kuroto doesn't want to become Hokage. Back when he was in his early teens, he had indeed dreamed of becoming Hokage. His desire of wanting to become Hokage stems from his admiration for Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato. So, Kuroto would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted to accept the offer presented by Hiruzen. However, he knows that now is not the right time, as being bound to the position of Hokage may create problems for him, and it would be too tiring to deal with Konoha's affairs while continuing his plans. There are a lot of things on his plate at the moment: the Type 2 biological armor, the Rinnegan project, the lightning chakra clone, Hashirama Cell's implantation in Shinichi and Itake, along with many other things that he has to take care of, so he can't spare much energy for Hokage's work. It's not that he doesn't want to be Hokage, it's just not the right time. What's more, once he becomes Hokage, Kuroto would be stepping into the bright light. The reason his plans have gone unhindered so far, it's that he has always remained in the shadows and has attracted much attention to himself. For people like Nagato, Obito, and Zetsu, Hyuga Kuroto is just the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy, not someone who needs their special attention. However, once he becomes Hokage, everyone will start watching him, they will study him, and prepare countermeasures against him. There is even a possibility that someone might discover his secrets and plans. Kuroto doesn't want to take such a big risk so easily, as it can create problems in his project godhood. You refuse to accept, muttered Hiruzen in shock. He was puzzled, and asked, Hyuga Kuroto, don't you want to become Hokage? I remember you once told me that you wish to become someone like Minato, so why refuse? Kuroto answered with a smile, to become someone like Minato-sama, I don't necessarily need to become Hokage. And added, moreover, after dealing with Konoha Ninja Academy for the past few years, I have come to realize that these management things might not be my cup of tea. It takes a great deal of effort just to take care of Academy anymore, and I wouldn't know what to do. To put it in simple terms, becoming Hokage would be troublesome. And I don't like trouble. True, troublesome. Hiruzen did not expect such an answer from Kuroto. He was speechless, and spoke in an annoyed tone of voice. It would be more accurate to say that you have become too lazy by remaining in that office of yours. You are a Konoha shinobi, so you must bear the responsibility of protecting the village. And becoming Hokage is also part of this responsibility. You cannot shirk off this responsibility just because you find it troublesome. Hiruzen is really uncomfortable at the moment. He never considered the possibility that Kuroto would refuse. Therefore, all the planning he has done to use the position of Hokage as bait and step-by-step lead the discussion in the direction he wanted has become completely useless. Now, rather than leading the discussion in the direction he wants, he has to find a way to convince Kuroto to become Hokage, which is giving him a headache. Hearing Sandame's words, Kuroto spoke slyly. If it's the talk about taking the Hokage's responsibility, I think Tsunadeheim and Jiraiya-sama deserve it more. You are really? Hiruzen sighed upon hearing Kuroto's words. If Jiraiya or Tsunade were willing to take charge and accept the responsibility of Konoha's Hokage, the Hokage faction wouldn't be facing such a predicament. Sandame tried to convince Kuroto with talk and reasoning. However, Kuroto remained unmoved. Being repeatedly refused, although Hiruzen was a bit annoyed and angry, he started to feel that Kuroto was really suitable for the position of Hokage, and once again spoke, Kuroto, given the current situation, I really cannot allow you to refuse. You were nominated as one of the candidates, and you won against Uchiha Shisui. Since you have already come this far, then you have to accept the responsibility of Hokage. You have no other choice. But I am not the only Hokage candidate, muttered Kuroto with a playful smile. Hiruzen was speechless. And he doesn't know what to do anymore. If Kuroto refuses to become Hokage, they really don't know what they will do. At this rate, Fugaku would be the one to ascend to the position of Konoha's Godame Hokage, and they, the Hokage faction, don't want such a thing to happen. Hiruzen racked his brain and tried to think of a method he could use to convince Kuroto. Just when he felt helpless as nothing was coming to his mind, he suddenly thought of something, and spoke. Old rules. 100 million ryo. Kuroto was taken aback as his eyes sparkled. 100 million ryo. However, the color soon returned to normal, and he shook his head. What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? How can something so important be bought with money? Hiruzen squinted. The unnatural sparkle in Kuroto's eyes didn't go unnoticed. However, Kuroto still refused. This can only mean, is it too little? Kuroto spoke in. I don't understand what you are talking about. Tone, little? I am afraid you are misunderstanding something, Hokage-sama. I see, nodded Hiruzen, and spoke after a minute of silence. How about 120 million? Hokage-sama, this isn't about money. Still not enough. What about 130 million? Hokage-sama, this is really 140 million. This matter concerns Konoha and the rest of the shinobi world. Money can't. Oh come on kid, just how greedy are you? Spoke Hiruzen in annoyance, and added, you must become Hokage. Using my authority as Sandame Hokage of Konoha, I am entrusting you with the mission of becoming Konoha's Hokage, and you must complete it. Then he added after a pause, the rank of this mission is SSS, a mission that has never appeared before, therefore, you are allowed to name your price. 200 million ryo in hard cash for accepting the mission, and 10 million ryo will be my monthly salary, spoke Kuroto after a while of thinking. 200 million ryo in advance and 10 million ryo per month, muttered Sandame and gritted his teeth. All right, you have got your deal. However, you have to work hard during the election campaign. I don't want to hear any complaints. I can work hard now that I have a motivation. nodded Kuroto with a smile as he stood up. Just before he turned around to leave, Kuroto suddenly said, "By the way, Hokage-sama, I will not be dealing with all the paperwork as well as management affairs. You must employ someone to deal with those things. Don't worry, the Elder Council will manage these things." Nodded Hiruzen. In fact, this is exactly what he wanted. This way, even if Kuroto is the Hokage, he wouldn't have too much power in his hand. After reaching an agreement, Kuroto left the Hokage office. Hokage office. A while after Kuroto had left, Elder Kohara and the others came to the Hokage office and asked, "Hiruzen, how did it go? Did he agree?" Hiruzen had a strange look on his face. He wasn't sure how to explain what happened. Elder Kohara misunderstood upon noting Hiruzen's silence and asked, "Did he not agree to our terms?" Jiraiya felt the same and said, "Sarutobi-sensei, those conditions are actually too tight. I think there should be no harm in relaxing it a little bit. As Hokage, he should have some power in his hand." I think there would be nothing wrong with that either," added Tsunade. Everyone realizes that they really don't have any other option at the moment. Rather than handing over the entire authority to the Uchiha clan, it would be better to transfer some power to Kuroto. Sandaime shook his head. That wouldn't work. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Elder Kohara was confused and asked, "What exactly does he want then?" Tsunade and Jiraiya were also puzzled and looked at the man in question. Hiruzen sighed and explained, "That kid, he did not want to become Hokage at all. I had to spend 200 million in advance and promise him a salary of 10 million ryo to convince him. And even after that, he did not want too much power. The kid straight off refused to deal with the paperwork and management affairs." What? Tsunade froze in place. Why did I not think of this method? Having reached an agreement with Hyuga Kuroto, Sandaime Hokage released the details about the next stage of the Hokage election. The next stage is going to be the vote of confidence? What about the fight between Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Fugaku? Such a question rose in people's minds as they read the notice pasted on all the notice boards. This was a surprise for many, and obviously, not everyone was willing to accept such a decision. The Uchiha clansmen are of course angry with such sudden changes. Obviously, none of them except for a few, the ones who are aware of the reality, believe that Hyuga Kuroto would be able to defeat their patriarch in a fight, so they have regarded their patriarch as the next Hokage of Konoha. But of course, they are also aware of the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the rest of the Hokage faction don't want Uchiha to ascend to power, and now that Heitake Kakashi has been defeated by Fugaku, the people of the Hokage faction don't have many options, so they are using unfair means and bending the rules of the Hokage election just so that they can defeat the Uchiha. Dissatisfied with the sudden changes, Fugaku burst into the Hokage office. "Sandaime-sama, what is the meaning of this?" Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Fugaku in confusion as he asked, "What do you mean, Fugaku? I am afraid I don't understand what you are talking about." Fugaku glared at Hiruzen and roared in anger, "Don't try to play a fool, you perfectly understand what I mean? Why was the second stage of the battle cancelled, and now the vote of confidence? I will never agree to this." Hiruzen owed as if he just understood, and smiled as he explained, "Fugaku, you see, the vote of confidence, it is part of Konoha's tradition and the very foundation of Konoha's power system. Only the person who has won the vote of confidence will ascend to the position of next Hokage." Fugaku shook his head and pointed out, "But did we not reach an agreement in the previous Konoha council meeting and set new rules for elections? Everyone had agreed to it, so how can you change it all of a sudden without informing the council?" Sandaime did not deny Fugaku, and nodded, "Yes, you are correct. The first stage of the election was going to be a test of strength." Fugaku immediately questioned, "So then how can you?" Answered Hiruzen, "However, it was never stated that there will be a battle between the winners of the first stage." And added after a pause, "Moreover, the purpose of the battle was to test the strength of candidates, which both you and Hyuga Kuroto passed. Your strength is recognized, so naturally, the next stage is the vote of confidence." "No, that can't be." Everyone agreed with the new rules. The candidates who won in the first round were supposed to fight for the position of Hokage, retorted Fugaku, but there wasn't much confidence in his words. Hiruzen shook his head, "No, that's not the case," and added, "Perhaps someone exaggerated some things, leading to mass confusion. Only the first battle between the candidates was decided, and there was no decision in regard to the battle between the candidates who won the first round." Fugaku was at a loss. How can this be? Noting Fugaku's expression, Sandaime spoke in a serious tone, "Fugaku, you must understand that Hokage election is not Chunin promotion exams. To become Hokage, strength and wit are of course important, but these are not the only conditions. Unless someone is recognized by the people of Konoha, they cannot become Hokage. After all, to be Hokage means to be accepted by the people of Konoha as their leader. Therefore, the vote of confidence is extremely important and no aspirant can cross this stage." Fugaku said coldly, "Sandaime-sama, this was not agreed upon." Feeling Fugaku's cold gaze, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and spoke, "As I have said, some things just cannot be changed, and if you still doubt my words, you check the records of the previous council meetings. There was only a promise of including the aspect of combat in order to test the strength. There was no decision in regards to the vote of confidence." Seeing Hiruzen's confidence, Fugaku frowned and recalled the details of the previous council meeting. Damn it, it seems that he had planned this from the beginning. It was indeed as Hiruzen has said, although the Hokage faction had agreed to include the aspect of strength, there was no mention of how much part it will play in the elections. Feeling that he overlooked such an important detail, Fugaku was annoyed. But it couldn't be helped. That was the first time Fugaku had openly challenged the authority of the Hokage faction, so obviously, he was extremely tensed and overlooked some of the important details. Because of his carelessness, a loophole was left. Now Sandaime has taken advantage of the loophole to bend the rules of the Hokage election, and this infuriated him. Noting Fugaku's anger, Hiruzen knew he couldn't stimulate him too much, and said, in any case, the vote of confidence is going to be held, and that's final. Nothing is going to change this. I believe that as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, you should have no problem against Hyuga Kuroto, right? Fugaku gave Hiruzen a cold look, then left the Hokage office without saying a word. As the door of the Hokage office was closed, Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he appeared calm and collected facing Fugaku, deep down, Hiruzen was extremely nervous. But be that as it may, as the leader of Konoha, he couldn't show weakness in front of Fugaku. Fortunately, Fugaku is still the man he has known for years. Even if angry and dissatisfied, he still chose to compromise. Of course, Fugaku's compromise is not without reason. He believes that even in the vote of confidence, Hyuga Kuroto, who is only a member of the branch division of the Hyuga clan, shouldn't be able to put much of a fight against him, who is the patriarch of the strongest clan. Therefore, even if the fight between him and Hyuga Kuroto has been cancelled, he will still win the election. And so the two sides started to build momentum for their respective candidates. The Uchiha clansmen started to campaign for the patriarch. It was a sight to behold as the proud and arrogant Uchihas lowered their heads in front of the other clans and asked for their support in the vote of confidence. Of course, the Uchihas weren't the only ones campaigning for political support. The Hokage faction was also doing everything they can to make sure Hyuga Kuroto wins the election. In the midst of these campaigns, one of the main protagonists, Hyuga Kuroto, was not present at all as he had long since left the village without alerting a soul, and made his way to Confrontation. Kuroto isn't worried about the Hokage election. Ever since Sandaime Hokage struck a deal with him, Kuroto knew that the position of Hokage is his. When it comes to political maneuverings, there is hardly a single soul in Konoha who would be able to win against Sandaime Hokage. Therefore, the position of Hokage is going to be his. Of course, Kuroto isn't much interested in the position of Hokage at this time. His focus is on his projects. The Hokage election is just a side quest, not the main quest of the storyline. Confrontation. Looking at the figure of Karin squirming on the operation table, Kuroto's forehead wrinkled in tension. Not long ago, a large gray patch appeared on the pure white body of Type I biological armor worn by Karin. Upon checking the state of the armor with his Tenseigan, it became clear that the tissues were in a state of necrosis, and the Yang chakra is completely exhausted in the gray areas. This armor is already reaching its limit, muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression as he recorded his observations. The armor reaching its limit is nothing too surprising since Kuroto had expected this scene long ago, but it happened a bit too early, and he was caught off guard for a moment. Fortunately, he had made a lot of preparations in advance while he was in Konoha. He has earned the required funds in the past few weeks, so he can focus on the research and development of Type II biological armor without having to worry about money. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto once again looked at the tired Karin, and after carrying out a brief physical examination, he questioned her, "Do you feel any swelling in your eye sockets?" Karin shook her head. "Not anymore." "That's good," nodded Kuroto. After observing Karin's eye sockets with his Tenseigan, Kuroto noticed that the two pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in her eye sockets are in the middle of a fusion state. Although the fusion is not yet completed, there is some progress. Most importantly, the yin chakra of both eyes is rapidly merging together and giving birth to a stronger yin. At the same time, the yang chakra from Karin's body is being sucked out rapidly, which is also the reason why the Type I biological armor experienced sudden degradation. Kuroto predicts that it should take about a month or two for the initial phase of fusion to complete. After that, the second phase of fusion will start, which will be the fusion of the yin and the yang chakra. If the yin and the yang chakra in her body continue to merge together, soon, the yin-yang chakra will take birth in Karin's body, and she will start to understand the creation of all things. This will be the completion of the second phase. And finally, it will be time for the third phase. In the third phase, the yin-yang chakra in her body will undergo qualitative improvement. Only after the qualitative improvement reach a certain stage, the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in her eye sockets will mutate into the Rinnegan. Through these stages, Karin will constantly need the support of Yang chakra. It's quite obvious that she cannot rely on the Type I biological armor. It isn't capable of fully supporting her through the first stage, let alone the second and the third stage when the need for Yang chakra will drastically increase. Therefore, it is imperative for Kuroto to immediately start working on the next biological armor. With these thoughts in his mind, Kuroto sent Karin back to her living quarters and started to work on the Type II biological armor. The designs of the next armor were already ready. He had spent quite a lot of time perfecting the designs. Although the design and structure are somewhat complicated, with his experience of working on the Type I biological armor, there shouldn't be much problem. Konohagakur, Land of Fire. Shikaku-san, then I'll take my leave, spoke Kuroto as he got up and bowed to the patriarch of the Nara clan. The Jonin commander of Konoha accompanied Kuroto to the entrance of the Nara clan and reassured the young Hyuga with a smile, "Rest assured Kuroto-kun, the Inoshikacho will make careful choices in the vote of confidence." Although Shikaku did not explicitly state that the Inoshikacho would support him, he did drop a few subtle hints which were enough for Kuroto. Satisfied, Kuroto walked out of the Inoshikacho district and proceeded towards the next location while accompanied by Shizune. Walking beside Kuroto, Shizune complained, "Kuroto-kun, do you finally understand how tiring this ordeal is?" and added, "You have been hiding for so long, and the entire work was dropped on our shoulders. Because of you, we have suffered so much." Kuroto apologized with an awkward smile, "I am sorry, Shizune-san." "What?" Shizune was taken aback by Kuroto's apology and blushed in embarrassment. Looking at Shizune's embarrassed expression, Kuroto asked in confusion, "What happened?" Shizune quickly recovered, and waved her hand, "Oh, nothing. It's just that I am not used to you being so polite to me." Kuroto's eyes flashed for a moment, before returning to normal and he spoke, "I understand, in that case, I will talk with you normally." Shizune nodded with a smile, "Yes, that's better. It seems I need to be more careful." Fortunately, Shizune-san did not think too much about it. If it was someone else, they might have realized that I am not the real Kuroto-san, but someone else acting as him in his absence, thought Kuroto to himself. This person, impersonating Kuroto, is none other than Uchiha Itachi. As stated previously, Kuroto has quietly left Konoha to deal with more important matters, and Itachi is acting in place of Kuroto. With Itachi's chakra control, no one can discern that he is not Hyuga Kuroto, but Itachi still needs to work on interaction, lest the cover will be blown because of small discrepancies. Just as Kuroto and Shizune were walking out of the Inoshikacho district, they bumped into Uchiha Fugaku and his followers who were making their way towards the Inoshikacho district. Noticing his fellow Hokage candidate, Fugaku coldly snorted, not even attempting to hide the animosity. "Oops, we encountered the wrong people," Shizune exclaimed in her heart as she looked at the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. The domineering image of the Uchiha clan has been deeply rooted in the hearts of Konoha shinobi. Although Shizune has been under Tsunade's influence for years, she isn't that affected when facing Uchiha clansmen. A part of her still doesn't want to deal with these prideful and arrogant people. Shizune feared that a conflict might break out between the two sides, especially with Kuroto's reputation. After all, the young Hyuga has repeatedly fought against the Uchiha clansmen over the years. Kuroto was also a bit surprised to see the Uchiha patriarch, and thought, "Not good, I can't stay in front of them for too long. If they activated their Sharingan, it will be problematic." Although a little flustered, he calmed his nerves and quickly left. As for Fugaku's hostility, Kuroto did not pay much attention to it. If it's Kuroto-san, he wouldn't have paid them any mind. Besides, it's not like Tioyu-san has any chance of winning. Since he is the eldest heir of the Uchiha clan, so Itachi has the duty of supporting Fugaku. Although Itachi is busy impersonating Kuroto, his shadow clone is working tirelessly to garner the support and favor of other clans. Precisely why, Itachi knows that his father doesn't have any chance of winning the vote of confidence. There is a subtle difference in the treatment that he received when he visited a clan as Uchiha Itachi and Hyuga Kuroto. It's not that he was mistreated, or people behaved rudely, it's just there was a sense of alienation. Something he did not feel when he visited as Hyuga Kuroto. Such a difference in other people's behavior made him realize that his father really had no chance of winning the elections. What's more ironic is that the Uchiha clan isn't defeated by Hyuga Kuroto or the Hokage faction that is supporting him from the shadows, rather, they are their own cause of defeat. Someone who hasn't made their way into their people's hearts has no chance of becoming their leader. Itachi has a doubt in his heart. He is puzzled why his fellow clansmen are unable to see something so obvious. Their pride and arrogance have blinded them so much that despite possessing the eyes that are a reflection of one's heart, they are unable to read other people's hearts. Sigh. I wonder what will be their reaction once they are defeated. Itachi is deeply concerned about the future of the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha continued to walk on the same road, it would be a dead end for them. Think of the dark possibility. Itachi's chest tightens. Kuroto-san, please protect the Uchiha clan. In the blink of an eye, 1 week passed. During this week, the Uchiha clan continued to mobilize their clansmen and visited all the clans in Konoha in an attempt to garner as many votes as possible. To this end, they even went as far as to send their clansmen to visit all the jonins of commoner background. The actions of the Uchiha clan surprised everyone in Konoha. No one had expected such behavior from the proud and arrogant Uchihas. Be that as it may, decades of estrangement cannot be changed overnight. The Hokage faction has maintained its connections among all classes of shinobi for generations. Through overt and covert exchange of interests, almost all the shinobi have ties with the Hokage faction. Additionally, the branch members of the Hyuga clan are also putting a lot of effort into soliciting votes for Kuroto, so even though it appears that Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Kuroto are on the same level and competing fiercely for each vote, in the eyes of discerning people, the outcome has already been decided. Because many people have already predicted the outcome of the vote of confidence, they are also worried about the possibility that the Uchiha clan wouldn't be willing to accept their defeat, and might launch a coup d'état. Sandaime has the same worry. Therefore, in addition to dealing with the matters of the Hokage elections and the general village affairs, he is also taking countermeasures to deal with a possible rebellion. On the bright side, Hiruzen has made the Uchiha clan put their entire focus on the vote of confidence, causing all their clansmen to be busy soliciting votes for their patriarch. In the dark, Hiruzen is secretly communicating with the patriarchs of the major shinobi clans, actively preparing for war and devising effective strategies to deal with the possible rebellion that may be launched by the Uchiha clan following their defeat in the vote of confidence. So, even though the current Konoha is in a bright, cheerful, and lively state, undercurrents of war, massacre, and bloodshed are surging in the dark. Despite being the center of all these events, the original Kuroto is nowhere to be found in Konoha as he is still present in his floating castle. Of course, even if he is absent in Konoha, this does not imply that he is unaware of the upper currents and undercurrents in the village. Through regular reports from Itake, Shisui, and Naomi, Kuroto has a solid grasp of the village's situation. Anchor Vantian. Having read the regular reports sent by his 3 subordinates in Konoha, Kuroto shifted his gaze to the large nutrition tank. In the large nutrition tank, a newly created biological armor was floating. Compared to the crude and rough Type I biological armor, the Type II biological armor is new and improved, its design is much more refined, it's nicely structured, and has a better appearance. Compared to the previous model, this model has a carefully crafted and intricately designed internal chakra meridian system for better, more stable, and safer chakra transfer from the armor to the wearer's body. Based on his calculations, Kuroto expects cubic efficiency in chakra transport, which is definitely a qualitative leap. And that's not all. Type II biological armor has another added feature. It has an exoskeletal muscular structure that increases the wearer's physical attack power. This means that the wearer not only has more chakra to work with, but they also have a higher attack power in each of their attacks. Kuroto even believes that the strength of a genin wearing this armor will easily surpass a chunin, and an experienced chunin wearing the Type II biological armor will be able to fight a jonin on equal terms. There won't be too much improvement for a jonin in terms of physical attack power, however, they will have access to an external chakra supply which will definitely prove to be useful. The Type II biological armor is revolutionizing, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that the added exoskeletal muscular structure has transformed the Type II biological armor from just a source of external chakra supply to a veritable armor that can be used in battles between shinobi. Kuroto's expectations from the Type II biological armor are high. After all, this is not a semi-finished product that was prepared hastily in order to cope with a sudden emergency. Rather, it is the crystallization of his knowledge of biotechnology and chakra that he has acquired in the past 2 decades of his life. Kuroto wouldn't say that the Type II biological armor is perfect, but it is definitely a one-of-a-kind masterpiece that can immediately overturn the shinobi world. Feeling proud of his creation, Kuroto turned around and looked at the 5 nutrition tanks on the other end of his laboratory as a faint smile appeared on his face. In addition to creating the Type II biological armor, Kuroto has also put his time and effort into creating the lightning chakra nature clones. The result of his effort is clearly visible in the form of 5 undeveloped clones floating inside the nutrition tanks. If you have money, there are a lot of things you can do without having to worry about the matter of funds, and since he has earned a lot of money because of the recent events in Konoha, he is not hesitant to openly splurge to speed up Project Godhood. Aside from the matter of funds, Kuroto has to say that his and Kakashi's cells have very good compatibility. He did not have to create thousands of samples in order to obtain the fused cell, just a few hundred were more than enough. Although the 5 clones have yet to develop completely, based on the monitoring data, he is assured of their quality. All 5 clones are going to be high-end goods, and he probably won't have to put much effort into training this clone. Anyway, it will still take a few weeks for the lightning chakra nature clone to be ready for training and cultivation, so he doesn't need to think about it. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto turned back towards the Type II biological armor, and after making sure that everything was all right with it, and it was fully developed, he drained the nutrient solution and left the cultivation chamber with it and called for Karin. After removing the Type I biological armor, Kuroto got a better look at Karin's overall physical condition. The little girl has been under too much burden these past few months. Because of being constantly sucked out of chakra, she has become quite weak and lost a lot of weight. Although not to the extent of the skinny Nagato back when he hadn't implanted the Hashirama cells, she is slowly reaching that stage as the demand for yin chakra supply is increasing. Looking at Karin's dull complexion and painful expression, Kuroto sighed softly and while caressing her head gently, he spoke, "Karin, you have been working very hard." Having earned Kuroto's affection and praise, Karin smiled with some difficulty as she said, "Kuroto-sama, I can still hold on, it's not that difficult." Kuroto nodded, "I know, you are a really strong girl." Then said, "But don't worry, it will be relatively easier for you from here on. I have completed the Type II biological armor." "Really? That's great." Karin's expression brightened immediately. The Type I biological armor was starting to lose effect, as it was no longer that effective in supplying chakra, so the burden on her body was continuously increasing. But now that the Type II biological armor is completed, it will be much easier for her. After cleaning up her body, Kuroto made Karin wear the Type II biological armor. As Type II biological armor started supplying her with chakra, Kuroto documented the changes, and asked, "How do you feel?" After a while of silence, Karin exclaimed in surprise, "Kuroto-sama, this one, it's really good. So much chakra is flowing into my body." And, it's much more comfortable to wear, it doesn't hurt. Kuroto nodded, the chakra supply is tripled. And added after a pause, and its design will allow more range of movement. After he was done recording everything he wanted, Kuroto instructed Karin, try walking, let's see how it fares, and also try to test the muscle strength. Karin followed Kuroto's instructions. After a seamless walk and a few short sprints, she performed a few hops. She spoke in an excited tone of voice, Kuroto-sama, this is so good. After putting on the Type 2 biological armor, it's as if my strength has suddenly increased. Kuroto nodded, that is natural. This was all within his expectations. After all the tests were completed, Kuroto called back Karin and checked her state with his Tenseigan. The timing was perfect, and everything is set, at least, the next 2 stages should proceed without a hitch. A few days later, while fiddling with the pieces of instruments he had arranged in this remote cave, Kuroto glanced at unconscious Karin with a dignified expression on his face. 5 days after she started using the Type 2 biological armor, Karin suddenly fell into a coma and showed no signs of regaining consciousness. And that wasn't all, her blood pressure and body temperature had also become abnormal. It was constantly changing, and reaching levels normally impossible. Based on his observations, Kuroto was certain that these changes were occurring because the eyes have entered the final stage of fusion, and now it was time for final qualitative change. Kuroto did not know what can happen during this qualitative change. This is the first time Rinnegan is being birthed in such a way, so even though he had prepared all the countermeasures, he couldn't say that nothing out of expectations will happen. Since he did not want his floating castle to get damaged, so Kuroto decided to bring Karin to a remote and isolated island, and the two have been living on this remote island since then, waiting for the completion of the final stage. With a tired sigh, Kuroto activated his Tenseigan, and once again observed the unconscious Karin. The concentration of yin-yang chakra has increased in Karin's body, and even though the presence of the power of creation of all things is not that obvious, it is continuously increasing. Even if Karin is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and has unmatchable vitality, there is still a limit to how much burden she would be able to bear. Therefore, at this time, he can only hope that she will be able to hold on, and not collapse midway. Let's hope that everything proceeds smoothly. He muttered and slowly backed away. The final stage of the fusion has begun, and things will definitely get chaotic. Time passed minute by minute, and before he realized it, several hours had passed already. During this time, Kuroto kept a constant watch over Karin's physical data. He was able to feel the increase in the concentration of yin-yang chakra in her body. It increased so much that it started to overflow from her body. Feeling the overflowing yin-yang chakra, Kuroto was taken aback. What? How could it overflow? Just as Kuroto frowned, another abnormality occurred. The body of Karin resting on the stone bed suddenly started to rise up into the air. He did not have much time to react, as uncontrollable chakra flowed out from her body and released a heart-wrenching roar. Roar? Followed by the roar, muddy red chakra started to leak out of Karin's body, and soon took the form of a giant warrior with an evil aura surrounding it. Kuroto immediately recognized the familiar Susanoo he had fought against a few months ago, and he couldn't help but wonder in shock, how could Danzo's Susanoo appear now of all time? Nobody answered his question as the scenery started to change. With the appearance of muddy red Susanoo, the originally silent cave was no longer silent. The muddy red Susanoo seemed uncontrollable and attacked the surroundings as if trying to escape. The walls and ceiling of the cave broke under relentless attacks from the Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. Not wanting to suffer from Susanoo's relentless attacks, Kuroto distanced himself from Karin. Just as he had retreated backwards, another unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a scream was issued from Karin as the chakra of a different color started to flow out of her body. This time it was chakra of golden color. Within a few instants, the golden chakra transformed and took the form of a giant golden warrior that looked as big as the muddy red Susanoo. These two chakra phantoms spanning over hundreds of meters started to fight each other. Looking at the scene, Kuroto was taken aback. The hell? Second Susanoo. It's obvious that the second Susanoo's is Uchiha Hideki's, and Kuroto couldn't understand why both the Susanoo have suddenly appeared at this time. Boom, boom. Under the attacks of the two full-body Susanoo, the ceiling of the cave completely collapsed. As the smoke and dust settled, the sky became clear and the moonlight fell on the floating body of the unconscious Karin. Roar, roar. In the darkness of night, both Susanoo stood face to face, and let out roars that shook the island and once again started to fight each other. One with clawed fists that were covered in degrading aura, and the other with a golden sword covered in golden flames of Ashahimimai. The birds and animals living on the island were taken aback and started to flee far away from the cave in fear. While the battle between the two Susanoo started, Kuroto continued to think, and after who knows how long it took to rack his brain, he suddenly realized something. Wait, don't tell me, is it possible that those two pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon haven't truly fused, and right now they are fighting for control? The fact that both Susanas have appeared for no reason shows that the two pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, that seemed to have unified physically, haven't unified spiritually. Kuroto knows that both pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon have an alive characteristic in them, and right now, they seem to realize that the result of the birth of Rinnegan will lead to the death of either both of them or at least one of them. Therefore, they are fighting for control and trying to defeat the other one, so that can stay alive and evolve. After all, neither of them wants to die. Understanding this, Kuroto knew that Karin wouldn't be able to complete the fusion on her own. He must lend her a hand. Since neither of you wants to die, then let me help you. With this in mind, Kuroto weaved a few hand signs, as a sign chakra swapped around his body. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. After entering the Tenseigan Chakra Mode, Kuroto hovered in the air, and as he searched for Karin, he found that she seemed to have lost all control at this time, and clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. He wasn't angered at Karin, rather, he was angered at the two Susanoo who were fighting for control. The two Susanoo have overpowered Karin's will and manifested without her approval. The annoying of this entire situation is that the two Susanoo are not only trying to defeat the other party, but they are also trying to overpower Karin and take control over her. I see, so that's how it is, he muttered. So long as I am here, I won't allow anyone to interfere, and added as he clenched his fist. Boom! Instantly, uncontrollable force burst in from all directions as it acted on the two Susanoo, pushing them back inside Karin's body. After Kuroto succeeded in preventing the two Susanoo from confronting each other, he used Shinra Tensei on both of them in an attempt to forcefully merge them together so that both of them could fuse on a spiritual level. Roar! Roar! The two Susanoo let out a violent roar of resistance as they were forcefully pushed together by the invisible force acting on them from all directions. Despite being aware of the disparity in strength, neither of the two chose to surrender and struggled to fight back. Seeing such a response, Kuroto frowned. This is completely out of my expectations. If it's just fighting and defeating these two Susanoo, Kuroto has no problem. In Tenseigan Chakra Mode he can easily defeat both of them together with little effort. However, he has to make sure that Karin doesn't get hurt as a consequence, and that the pair of eyes in her eye sockets don't get damaged either, otherwise all trouble he went through in the past few years would be for naught. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Boom, 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 boom. While both Susanoo tried to fight back, the earth and mountain shook. Just when Kuroto was a little unsure of what to do, he suddenly noted that the muscular structure of the Type 2 biological armor had expanded and swelled up. This sudden change can only mean one thing: Overload mode? Has it already come to this? Muttered Kuroto in a gloomy tone of voice. Overload mode is a special feature of the Type 2 biological armor. Once the armor detects that the host's life is in danger, all the seals will be released and an incomparably huge amount of chakra will be transferred to the host in a short period of time at the cost of the armor's self-destruction so that the host can survive the life and death crisis. The fact that the Type 2 biological armor has independently activated the overload mode undoubtedly means that Karin's life is in danger, and Kuroto must solve the problem fast, lest Karin will die because of chakra exhaustion, and the creation of Rinnegan will remain a pipe dream. I have a minute or two in my hand, muttered Kuroto with a solemn expression. Being the creator of Type 2 biological armor, Kuroto knows very well that the overload mode of the armor can last a few minutes in normal situations, and about a minute or two in the worst situation. The current situation will be defined as the worst of the worst, so at most, it will last about a minute, and it will become completely useless after that. The two Susanoo were not showing any sign of exhaustion, their source of chakra being Karin and by extension, the Type 2 biological armor. Kuroto knew that time was running out, and he must stop the two Susanoo before it was too late. I guess, there is no room for hesitation anymore. With such a thought, Kuroto made up his mind. His eyes turned cold, and as he decided to no longer hesitate, several truth-seeking orbs manifested behind him. Kuroto raised his hand, and immediately all the truth-seeking orbs flew towards his right hand and started to revolve around it at a constant speed. It did not take long before they started to merge together. As Kuroto injected his Tenseigan chakra into the final merged larger truth-seeking orb, suddenly a golden ray of light extended from his hand and shot up into the sky. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Boom! Carrying the golden sword of light in his hand, Kuroto stared at the two Susanoo indifferently. He is aware of the price of eliminating the two Susanoo. They are the embodiment of the visual prowess of both pairs of eternal Mangekyou Sharinon. If they are eliminated, the two pairs of eyes that have physically fused will weaken and lose much of their visual prowess. This loss can significantly impact their spiritual fusion and affect their evolution into the Rinnegan. Be that as it may, Kuroto must put an end to their fight by eliminating it because the consequences of not doing so are more troublesome. The two Susanoo are rapidly sucking out chakra from Karin's body, and if they continue to do so, even with the overload mode supporting her, she will die. Kuroto can't allow Karin to die at such a time. He needs her to be alive as his last insurance in case he fails in the first attempt of the Chimera ritual. With that in mind, Kuroto coldly looked at the two Susanoo and spoke. Since both of you do not wish to surrender obediently, then there is only one option for you. Die. Shay. Boom. He slashed the golden sword of light and cut both the Susanoo from below their waists. The two Susanoo tried to resist, but the power of the golden wheel reincarnation explosion that is made up of several truth-seeking orbs and extremely powerful Tenseigan chakra is not something they can resist or fight against. And so, under the cutting power of the golden sword of light, both the Susanoo were instantly chopped in half. Click, click. The upper half immediately turned into chakra and disappeared into the air, while the overlapped parts below the waist started to merge together and shrank inside Karin's body in an attempt to survive. As both Susanoo disappeared, Karin's body, which was floating in the air, fell back on the stone bed and passed out again. HAAA. While taking deep breaths, Kuroto dispersed the Tenseigan chakra mode and hurried towards Karin with a worried expression. He had to make sure that she was all right. As Kuroto made his way towards Karin, he couldn't help but think, I hope the remaining visual prowess and chakra supply is enough for the evolution. From a distance, he could see that the medical equipment connected to her body was either broken or destroyed, so getting real-time accurate data of her body would be a little difficult. Be that as it may, he noticed that Karin's breathing seemed to have returned to normal, and different from a while ago. She is taking deep and gentle breaths. Moreover, the Type 2 biological armor has also exited the overload mode midway, which means her life is no longer in danger. At the same time, all the yin-yang chakra and the power of creation of all things that was overflowing out of her body had also stopped and slowly returned back to her body. This is another good news. Noting these details, Kuroto had calmed down and quickened his pace. As soon as he arrived near the stone bed, the first thing Kuroto did, after checking Karin's physical status including her heart rate and her pulse rate, was to open her rightly shut eyelids and check the status of the pair of eyes in her eye sockets. Although the pair of eyes were still eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, the pattern on it had become rather complex, and there were obvious signs telling him that it was close to evolving. This scene reminded Kuroto of the time when Danzo's pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon was close to evolving into the Rinnegan. Is there a need for a trigger for the evolution, something that would impact her emotionally? He wondered looking at the sleepy Karin. Based on his memory of the canon, Hyuga Kuroto awakened his Rinnegan under emotional stimulation by the death of his brother. I wonder. While Kuroto was a little distracted, the pattern inside Karin's eye became more and more distorted, and soon straight lines of lilac color started to appear in them. Noting this change, Kuroto froze. It seems there is no need for emotional stimulation. It wasn't just Karin's eyes that were changing, even her body seemed to be changing little by little, and the presence of yin-yang chakra was soaring in her body. As Kuroto patiently watched everything, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Karin's body once started to float into the air. The good thing is, this time it isn't followed by the manifestation of Susanoo or anything, rather, Karin's floating body is enveloped by a pillar of lilac chakra. At the same time, Type 2 biological armor once again entered the overload mode. Although Kuroto appeared a little worried about these sudden changes, since he did not feel any danger, he decided to step back a little and decided to not take any action. He did not plan to do anything that would interfere with the changes in Karin's body. Karin's body is undergoing qualitative changes. This is the key step for the evolution of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon into the Rinnegan. This is also the step that would determine success and failure. His interference wouldn't help, he just hopes that Karin can succeed. As he continued to wait, he was able to feel the indescribable chakra emanating from her body. Suddenly, Karin, who had been in a coma for so long, regained consciousness. Huh? Where am I? Kuroto-sama. Initially panicked because of being at an unknown location, but as she noticed Kuroto standing not far away, she calmed down and looked at him. It appears that you have regained consciousness. Currently, you are. Midway through the explanation, Kuroto stopped as if the cat caught his tongue. The reason for his silence is none other than Karin floating in the air. Her eyes, that have been shut for the past few months, have finally opened, and what's surprising is that there is no scarlet or black in them, rather, it's a mysterious and powerful lilac. It's the color of Rinnegan. Kuroto was stunned, and as he gazed at the pair of lilac eyes an unreal feeling surged in his heart. It took him years to create this pair of Rinnegan, and a lot of money, time, and effort was spent. Despite all the work he had put in, Kuroto was mentally prepared to accept the failure, because of the loss of visual prowess a while ago when he destroyed the two Susanoo. Unexpectedly, the Rinnegan still appeared, and its birth was so plain and normal. There was nothing noteworthy except for the pillar lilac of chakra that had enveloped Karin. After confirming again and again that the pair of eyes in Karin's eye socket is indeed Rinnegan, Kuroto exclaimed in excitement, I created a pair of Rinnegan. He is excited not only because he is the creator of the third pair of Rinnegan, but also because with Rinnegan in his hand, metaphorically, he will have another chance of undergoing the Kekii Genkai absorption ritual should he fail in his first attempt. Looking at Kuroto's excited face, Karin was happy and realized that she had opened her eyes. Just as she was about to speak something, the pillar of chakra surrounding her vanished and she fell on the stone bed. Ouch. She rubbed her head slightly, and looked around in amazement. Kuroto-sama. I can once again see things, and this time, it's very clear, too much clear in fact. Kuroto nodded, I know, and instructed as he approached Karin, for now don't do anything, just lay down on the stone bed, and let me take a good look. Following Kuroto's instruction, Karin lay down on the stone bed and opened her eyes so that Kuroto could clearly see her eyes. After studying the pair of eyes in Karin's eye sockets, Kuroto nodded, this is the real deal. Although the pair of Rinnegan appears a little weaker compared to Nagato's Rinnegan, this is entirely normal. After all, this pair of Rinnegan has just been born, and Karin is too young. Moreover, Kuroto also damaged its visual prowess by destroying the two Susanoo with his Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. Despite these things, the fact that it was successfully born is already a miracle in itself, so why care about the fact that it is not as powerful as Nagato's at this point? Given enough time and nourishment, it will reach that level. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto nodded to himself as he looked at Karin and asked, how do you feel? Karin spoke in a tired voice. I can see things much more clearly, it's just that seeing too much hurts my head and it gets dizzy. Kuroto nodded. Headache and dizziness are normal, don't worry too much. You will have to learn and adapt. Rinnegan puts a lot of burden on its users. So, the user needs to be mentally and physically strong enough, otherwise, using Rinnegan will be extremely burdensome for them. Nagato is a prime example. His body was sucked dry with each use of Rinnegan. If not for the fact that Uchiha Madara had sealed the Rinnegan after transplanting it to Nagato, the kid might have instantly died. Compared to Nagato, Karin is much better, but be that as it may, she is still too young, and it will take some time for her to adapt. As per Kuroto's expectations, Karin should be able to effortlessly use the power of Rinnegan by the time she becomes an adult, but before that, she will have to carefully use the power of Rinnegan, otherwise, she too will become like the shriveled Nagato. Of course, Karin has the support of Type 2 biological armor, so long as she wears that armor, she should be fine for the most part. Otogakuer. Kukiyos, Edo Tensei. As soon as the name of the jutsu was called, 2 fun formulas engraved on the ground lit up in a color of green and blue. As the glow intensified, 2 coffins marked with Sho and Ni rose from the ground. Click, click. As the lids of coffins opened, 2 corpses, wearing red and blue shinobi armor from the Warring States era, were revealed. These 2 are none other than the Shodaime Hokage Senju Hashirama and Nidaime Hokage Senju Tobirama, who have been dead for decades but have been returning to the world of living again and again because of being summoned through the Edo Tensei Jutsu. At this time, a figure covered in a black cloak walked out of the darkness and stood in front of the 2 coffins. As he removed the hood of his black cloak, his appearance became clear. This person is none other than Yakushi Kabuto, who disappeared from Konohagakure not long ago. It seems he has returned to Otogakure and has been mastering the Edo Tensei Jutsu. And from the looks of it, he has reached a considerable level of mastery in this jutsu as he was able to summon the Shodaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage of Konoha. Walking in front of the 2 coffins, Kabuto looked at the 2 Edo Tensei with a smile, finally mastered it. With a content expression, Kabuto released the summon and allowed both coffins to sink back into the ground. Poof, poof. With that done, Kabuto turned around and walked towards another chamber, hidden deep inside the underground laboratory. Kabuto had a solemn expression as he walked inside the secret chamber. He glanced at the Kumigakure shinobi, bound by chains and hanging upside down. It's time, he muttered and cut the chains that bound the man, and allowed him to fall on the floor. On the floor, a series of fun symbols much similar to the ones outside were engraved. These fun symbols seem to be making a ritual circle, and from the looks of it, the Kumo shinobi is meant to be sacrificed while performing the ritual. Glancing at the terrified Kumigakure shinobi as the man begged for mercy, please, just kill me, I beg you. Kabuto ignored the man's plea for death and started to weave the hand signs, Kukiyos, Edo Tensei. As the hand signs were completed, the fun symbols started to emit an ominous glow. Ayah! Immediately, the Kumo shinobi, wrapped in chains, screamed in pain and agony as the whispers of dead resounded through the hall. Unperturbed by the whispers of the dead, Kabuto watched as the soul of the Kumo shinobi was sucked out from his body by some unnatural force, and an uncountable number of talisman paper appeared from the ritual circle as they started to wrap his body from head to toe. In less than a second, the man had become a human chrysalis. By the time everything subsided, only a large pupa-shaped being, wrapped in talisman paper, was left before Kabuto. What? This is different, thought Kabuto as he stepped forward and started to remove the talisman papers. He was not surprised when he noticed that the person wrapped inside the talisman paper was the same Kumigakure shinobi. The only difference was that the man is now dead as his soul has been sucked out. However, there is a problem. Why did it fail this time? Yes, the jutsu had failed. The soul of the shinobi was drained. However, the person Kabuto wanted to summon did not come. This wasn't supposed to happen. Kabuto frowned, then carefully checked the entire process of summoning the dead. After he had repeatedly confirmed that he did not make any mistake, Kabuto made a wild guess to explain his failure. And thinking of this reason, Kabuto showed an unnatural gleam of joy on his face. It seems Orochimaru-sama is not dead. The person he was trying to bring back to the world of living is none other than Orochimaru. After losing contact with Orochimaru, Kabuto became anxious, fearful, and desperate. It was as if he had lost his path and the meaning behind his existence. He had to do something and find Orochimaru, and that's what he did. Kabuto disobeyed Orochimaru's order of monitoring Naruto and Sasuke in the Konoha Ninja Academy and made his way to the Land of Sound. After quietly returning, Kabuto mobilized the entire force of Otogakure to search for any trace of Orochimaru throughout the shinobi world. However, their search was for naught as they couldn't find the slightest clues of where Orochimaru is and what happened to him. And this is a big problem. It must be understood that except for a very few people, there is hardly anyone in the shinobi world who can make Orochimaru disappear so silently and so secretly. It's either Akatsuki, Amatsukami, or Danzo. There has been no news from Orochimaru for so long. He must have had an unlucky encounter with either of those 3 powerhouses. If Orochimaru-sama was either captured or sealed by either of those 3 powerhouses, rescuing him would be difficult. I must find a way, thought Kabuto as he made up his mind. But of course, confronting either of these 3 powerhouses is not something he can do at the moment considering his mediocre strength. No, we must get stronger, muttered Kabuto as left the underground laboratory and summoned the Sound 4. Looking at Tenso, Kimimaro, Haku, and Hyuga one by one, Kabuto ordered, "Stop the search for Orochimaru-sama." Kimimaro questioned with a frowned expression, "Why?" Kabuto immediately explained the ins and outs of the matter. "I think I have an idea of what happened to Orochimaru-sama. Although he is not dead, he is not in a very good state either. He was either captured, or sealed by a difficult enemy. It must be someone from Akatsuki, Amatsukami, or Danzo." Tenzo was taken aback. "What? Kabuto-san, you aren't joking, right? These names hold a lot of weight in the shinobi world, and their small Otogaku doesn't have enough power or resources to fight these people. Let alone Akatsuki and Amatsukami, just fighting Danzo might result in the annihilation of Otogaku." The other three had similar thoughts. Knowing the doubts of the Sound Four, Kabuto spoke, "I know, if we want to rescue Orochimaru-sama, we must have sufficient strength so that we can negotiate with these powerhouses. Therefore, I want the four of you to put your efforts into strengthening yourselves." The Sound Four nodded. "We understand. There is still a problem, but how do we do that?" Kabuto took out 4 scrolls from his shinobi bag and handed one to each of the Sound Four as he explained. Orochimaru-sama had multiple secret laboratories. Out of those, 4 laboratories were top secret. I want each of you to go to one of these laboratories and try to find something there. Orochimaru carried out extensive research on the 4 of you. It is time to use the results of that research. We must inherit the results of Orochimaru-sama's research and strengthen ourselves. Only then we will have the qualification to negotiate with those powerful enemies. Everyone nodded and received the scrolls handed by Kabuto. Holding the scroll of the North Laboratory, Kimimaro looked at Kabuto and asked, "And what about you? What are you going to do?" "Me," muttered Kabuto as he adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and chuckled, "I must go somewhere." Although Kabuto was smiling, the Sound Four noticed Kabuto's determination to die. Haku was worried for Kabuto and looked at the others. Kimimaro and Hyuga remained silent. Tenzo, the oldest of 4, asked after a while of hesitation, "Where are you going, Kabuto-san?" "You don't have to be concerned about it," spoke Kabuto as he turned around and disappeared into the forest. "This time I am ready to face death." The moon cast its pale glow upon the serene forest, its cold light seeping through the slender gaps in the lush canopy above. The resulting mosaic of dappled illumination painted the ground with alternating patches of brightness and darkness, creating a soothing ambience in the quietude of the night. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A soft rustling sound accompanied a gentle breeze, stirring a fallen leaf from its resting place on the forest floor. Amidst this subtle commotion, 3 silhouettes emerged, moving swiftly and purposefully through the interplay of light and shadow. Their figures seamlessly blended with the natural surroundings, their steps carefully calculated to avoid any disruption to the tranquil atmosphere. These 3 people are none other than Shisui, Itachi, and Shinichi. They received Kuroto's instruction and hurried over in the middle of the night. Resisting his urge to yawn, Shinichi muttered, "It's the middle of the night, what could be so urgent that boss called us at this time? There must be a reason, otherwise, Kuroto-san wouldn't have called us." "So, less talking and more running," spoke Shisui as he speeded up. Keeping up with Shisui, Itachi spoke after a moment of thought. "Kuroto-san instructed us to meet at his secret laboratory in the Forest of Death. I believe this has something to do with the implantation operation. Perhaps, it's time for me and you to also have the cells of Shodame-sama implanted in our body." "Oh, is it finally that time? Great. I can't wait, let's speed up," spoke Shinichi in excitement. Ever since his intense battle with Obito, his eyesight had been steadily deteriorating. Despite his extended stay in the village, he had struggled to adapt. Shinichi really can't accept the fact that he is quite powerless at the moment. Frustrated by the limitations it imposed upon him, he found himself growing increasingly desperate, yearning for an eye transplant with a sense of urgency surpassing even that of Itachi. Aware of Shinichi's desire to recover the visual prowess, and the dangers of the Hashirama cell's implantation operation, Itachi warned him, "Shinichi-san, you have to be mentally prepared for failure as well." "Failure? What do you mean? Is there a problem with boss's implantation technology?" asked Shinichi, a little confused. Shisui took over the conversation. "It wouldn't be wrong to say that Kuroto-san's implantation technology should be the best in the shinobi world, but the problem comes from the cells of Shodame-sama. Their vitality is just too much for us. So, even though the chances of success are high, the possibility of failure is not small either." Although a little surprised, Shinichi did not care, and asked another question. "So, what happens if the operation fails?" Shisui spoke in an uncertain tone. "Maybe, the best result will be to turn into a tree." Shinichi's expression froze. "A tree? What the hell?" Itachi added from the side, "To be more accurate, if we fail, then our body will be swallowed by the cells of Shodame-sama, and we will die, while our body will become a tree." Shinichi glanced at Shisui and Itachi, and chuckled, "Both of you are trying to mess with me, right? You just want to scare me so that I make a fool of myself." Shisui shook his head. "We wouldn't be joking about something so serious, Shinichi," and added, "This is based on my personal experience. When I was undergoing the implantation operation, Kuroto-san gave me Tsukai's pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in order to increase the success rate of the operation." "Wait, you are telling me that girl has eternal Mangekyo Sharinon?" asked Shinichi in surprise. Kuroto once mentioned to him that there are only 2 methods to solve the problem of Mangekyo Sharinon losing its light with each use. The first method is the implantation of Shodaime Hokage cells, while the other method is to further evolve the Mangekyou Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Shisui nodded lightly, yes. Shinichi knew that Tsukiyai's Mangekyou Sharingan was different from the others, but he did not expect her eyes to be eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, so all this time she has been using the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Anyway, as I was saying, the implantation operation is extremely dangerous. Even though I had Tsukiyai's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to help me, I was still unable to completely suppress Shodaime-sama's cells. They went berserk. Even now, the memory of the incident where the Hashirama cells wreaked havoc within his body sends shivers down Shisui's spine. Itake, having been present during the incident, interjected with a recounting of the events, saying, I was there too. The uncontrollable Hashirama cells absorbed Shisui-san's chakra, transforming into towering trees that grew wildly out of control. They burst through the confines of the laboratory, crashing down to the ground in a frenzy of growth and power. Itake's words painted a vivid picture of the overwhelming chaos that unfolded during that harrowing ordeal, further emphasizing the magnitude of the situation and the danger they had all faced. Shinichi was taken aback, and asked, so, how did you survive? After taking a deep breath, Shisui answered, somehow I managed to hold on because of Kuroto-san, Itake, and Tsukiyai. While Itake took care of the trees that broke out of the laboratory, Kuroto-san supported me mentally. Of course, it wouldn't have been possible without Tsukiyai's eyes. Is it really that dangerous? Muttered Shinichi somewhat nervous. Shisui nodded, yes. You had Tsukiyai's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Its visual prowess must be stronger than your Mangekyou Sharingan. Compared to that, my eyes, which have lost most of their visual prowess, are far weaker. Doesn't this mean my chances of survival are even lower? He added, imagining himself as a tree. Before Shisui could answer, Itake spoke. Theoretically speaking, our chances of survival are indeed lower than Shisui-san's. Suddenly I don't feel very excited about this ordeal, muttered Shinichi, somewhat afraid of the consequences of failure, and asked, do you think boss would have arranged Tsukiyai's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan for us too? Maybe, muttered Itake, if he has, then perhaps our chances of success will be higher. I hope he does, spoke Shinichi. Shisui said, there is no need to think too much, it's Kuroto-san we are talking about. He must have prepared something so that both of you can survive. Shinichi and Itake nodded out of trust in Kuroto. With that said, the three stopped discussing and proceeded forward. Underground Laboratory, Forest of Death. As Shisui, Shinichi, and Itake entered the secret laboratory they noticed the presence of another person beside Kuroto. This person was wearing a standard Amatsukami cloak with a Taijutsu symbol on the chest, and a white and black mask that appeared to be quite similar to Yama's mask. The three Shinichi, Shisui, and Itake were confused about the identity of the person standing beside Kuroto. They were unable to feel any chakra from the person, therefore, they did not know who the other party was. While Itake and Shinichi quietly observed the person, Shisui asked, Kuroto-san, who is this person? It is a new member. Kuroto nodded with a smile, yes, this person is the newest recruit of Amatsukami. Her name is Samsara, her chakra nature is yin-yang, and she is here to assist me with this implantation operation. Samsara, yin-yang. The trio of Shisui, Shinichi, and Itake looked at Samsara in surprise. This is the first time they have heard of anyone in the organization that represents a dual chakra nature, therefore, they are quite intrigued as to who the other party is, and what kind of powers she has. The newest member of Amatsukami introduced by Kuroto is none other than Uzumaki Karin. She had succeeded in awakening the Rinnegan just as Kuroto desired, so the name Samsara and the chakra nature yin-yang are most suitable for her. After Karin successfully awakened the Rinnegan, Kuroto performed a comprehensive inspection of her body as well as the newly born pair of dojutsu. Because of the baptism of the yin-yang chakra, Karin's physique has significantly improved compared to before. Although the yang chakra in her body is not as potent as the yang chakra contained in Shodaime Hokage's cells, it's still better than before and the changes in her body are quite obvious. Physically, she seems to have become relatively strong. Something else that intrigued Kuroto is that the awakening of Rinnegan did not create any problems for Karin. The pair of dojutsu seemed to be limiting themselves to not put too much burden on Karin. Initially, Kuroto had planned to suppress the Rinnegan with Funjutsu, so that Karin could slowly master its power as she grew up, but after he learned that the Rinnegan were limiting themselves, he did not suppress them. This is something he has experienced as well with his pair of Tenseigan. When Kuroto did not have enough strength to bear the full power of his Tenseigan, his dojutsu suppressed itself to not put too much burden on his body. Since the pair of Rinnegan in Karin's eyes is limiting itself, therefore, the current Karin is unable to use most of its powers. The attractive and repulsive attacks, that is, Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin are barely usable. Other than these two techniques, Karin is capable of creating the black receivers but not too many at the same time, and she is also able to absorb others' chakra, but only upon close contact. As for the relatively powerful jutsu like Chibaku Tensei, Tenge Shinsei, the Six Paths Jutsu, or Rine Tensei no Jutsu, Karin is not yet capable of using those jutsu. And let's not talk about the super powerful Rinnegan jutsu like the true Chibaku Tensei and the unique techniques like Madara's Limbo, Border Jail, Suzuki's Amen Otoshikara along with other such jutsu have shown no signs of manifesting. In this regard, Kuroto is not in a hurry. After all, Karin is barely 11 years old, and it's only been a few days since she awakened her Rinnegan. It's natural that she won't be able to use these jutsu right from the get-go. In order to use those powerful techniques, Karin needs to master her Rinnegan, and for that, she needs to put her time and effort into training. While Kuroto was thinking of creating Karin's training plan, Shinichi's disappointed words broke him out of his train of thought, and here I thought she was Tsukii. Man, what a letdown. Tsukii. Taken aback, Kuroto asked, we are here for your implantation operation, why would she be here? Shinichi helplessly scratched the back of his head, yeah, makes sense. Then he approached Kuroto and asked, boss, I heard from these two that the implantation operation is pretty dangerous stuff, will I be able to survive it? Shisui told me that the last time, you transplanted Tsukiai's eyes in him while carrying out the operation, and that really helped him survive. Is it possible for me to be able to use Tsukiai's eyes? I will definitely pay back the favor to her when I get the chance in the future. Although silent and calm on the surface, Itake also looked at Kuroto with an expectant gaze. Compared to Shinichi, who has only heard of the dangers of the Hashirama cell's implantation operation, Itake was a witness to the real thing. Therefore, he is more aware of the dangers, and he is also worried about whether he will be able to survive that thing or not. I see, so that's what you are worried about, muttered Kuroto as he smiled and patted Shinichi. Don't worry, you won't be needing Tsukiai's eyes, I have made other arrangements, so it will be safe. Oh, nodded Shinichi, and asked curiously, so, what is the success rate? After pondering for a while, Kuroto replied, the success rate is more than 90%, that is, Shodame-sama's cells will definitely fuse with your cells. However, you will have to consciously will it while bearing the immense pain. So, if I take this factor of consciously willing into account, the survival rate falls down to 25 to 30%. Huh? Not even 50%, exclaimed Shinichi. Kuroto smiled, and reassured, although the survival rate is not that high with your individual effort, however, with the presence of Samsara, even if the operation fails, you won't die, she is here to make sure that the operation completes without a hitch, so don't worry too much. Is that so? The trio of Shinichi, Shisui, and Itaka looked at the silent Samsara with skeptical eyes. Although the Type 2 biological armor makes her look a little older, she is a child nonetheless. Shisui, Itaki, and Shinichi could see that Samsara is not very old, hence their skepticism. Under the yin-yang mask, Karin blinked, curiously looking at the three members of the Uchiha clan who are her seniors in the organization. Before bringing Karin to the underground laboratory in the Forest of Death, Kuroto had briefly explained to her the ins and outs of Amatsukami, therefore, she knows that the three Uchihas in front of her are all members of Amatsukami and her seniors. But because Karin lacked an understanding of the world, Kuroto also instructed her to watch and listen more and speak less, therefore, despite her lively and outgoing personality, she was trying her hardest to stay quiet. While Karin was trying her hardest to stay silent and watch everything around her, her silence was interpreted as disinterest by the three Uchiha. They assumed that she had no intention of talking at all. A little dissatisfied, Shinichi muttered, we are from the same organization, it's understandable that you can't reveal your identity, however, shouldn't you at least greet us? Ah, right. I should have done that. Karin muttered to herself in an inaudible voice. She wanted to leave a good impression and thought of the best method of greeting her seniors. Should I wave my hands? Or maybe I should walk up to them and greet them with a light bow. Would that be too much? Maybe I should nod from here. It's a pity that she got so entangled thinking about how she should greet her seniors that she completely forgot about greeting them. Because she was wearing the Type 2 biological armor as well as the yin-yang mask, her entanglement wasn't perceived by Shinichi. In his eyes, Samsara gave no response to his doubt and indifferently ignored him. Not only Shinichi but even Shisui and Itake also had the impression that Samsara was highly arrogant and indifferent to them. Obviously, Kuroto saw through the situation and smiled as he shook his head, and did not try to clear up the misunderstanding. For him, Karin is his last trump card, so he doesn't her to interact too much with the other members of the organization. If not for the fact that he really needed her to help this time, Kuroto wouldn't have brought Karin for Shinichi and Itake's Hashirama cell's implantation operation. Alright, that's enough chit-chat, we don't have much time on our hands. Let's move over to the operation. Shisui, I will leave you to keep a watch outside, and the three of you will come with me, spoke Kuroto as he turned around and started to carry out the preparations for the operation. Leave it to me, Kuroto-san, nodded Shisui and started to walk towards the exit. Shinichi, Itake, and Samsara also nodded and followed Kuroto. While walking beside Samsara, Shinichi looked over. Initially, he did not notice anything strange, however, when he glanced at her the second time, he felt something strange, and as he moved a little closer to her for a better look, he suddenly noticed that her eyes looked exactly the same as Nagato's. Lavender colored with ripples in it. Taken aback, Shinichi exclaimed, R.I. Rinnegan. R.I. Rinnegan. Following Shinichi's exclaim, Shisui and Itake also noticed the ripple pattern in Samsara's eyes, and muttered in shock, what? The Rinnegan. Bulletin. Alert, Shinichi stared at Samsara, and asked, hey, why do you have Rinnegan? Are you Nagato? No, you can't be Nagato, are you one of his pain? For Shinichi, who worked as an undercover in the Akatsuki organization for more than a decade, Rinnegan is the worst nightmare. He can't even count the times he had those horrifying dreams of tragically dying at the hands of Nagato after his undercover identity gets exposed. In all those dreams, the last thing he would see before waking up covered in sweat would be Nagato's indifferent eyes. That lavender color and ripple patterns are no less than a nightmare for him. This is why, when he saw the same color and pattern in Karin's eyes, he was so taken aback, and asked such absurd questions. Are you Nagato? No, you can't be Nagato. Are you one of his pain? Samsara was stunned. She did not know who is Nagato and who are his pain, therefore, she did not know how to respond to Shinichi's questions. Shisui and Itachi looked suspiciously at Samsara. Although neither of the two joined the Akatsuki unlike Shinichi, they have also seen the Rinnegan from a distance during the several confrontations between Konoha and Akatsuki and Amatsukami and Akatsuki, therefore, both of them know what Nagato's Rinnegan looks like. So, when they noticed the pair of Rinnegan in Samsara's eyes, they were no less surprised than Shinichi. Of course, unlike Shinichi, neither of the two thought that Samsara was Nagato or any of his pain. They didn't think Nagato would be able to accomplish such a feat in Kuroto's presence, not to mention Kuroto introduced Samsara to the three of them, so, it's obvious that the person is not at all related to Nagato, but still, the fact that Samsara has Rinnegan still stunned them. Kuroto chuckled at Shinichi's reaction, and assured him, don't worry. Samsara is not Nagato, nor is she any of his pain. Hearing Kuroto's words, Shinichi also realized the problem. Samsara couldn't have been related to Nagato. If she was, she would have been killed or captured by Kuroto long ago. Right, she couldn't have been Nagato. My bad. After taking a relieved breath, Shinichi asked, but, boss, what's up with her eyes? Are they also? Kuroto nodded lightly. Yes, it's exactly as you have guessed. Our Samsara also has a pair of Rinnegan just like Nagato. At this point, Samsara finally found a chance and nodded. So, it's really Rinnegan. The three Uchiha were extremely shocked at this moment, but how can she have Rinnegan? Didn't Nagato have it? Looking at their stunned faces, Kuroto smiled. Who told you guys that there can only be one pair of Rinnegan in the shinobi world? The three Uchiha did not know how to answer Kuroto's question. Although no one said that there could only be one pair of Rinnegan, considering how legendary these eyes are, they never thought there would be another pair out there. The primary reason why the Akatsuki organization can threaten the Shinichi world is actually Nagato's Rinnegan. Rinnegan is the eyes of the Sage of Six Path, and they are so rare that up until now, except for the Sage of Six Path, the only known person to have these eyes is Nagato. But it turns out that's not the case. Other than Nagato, there's also Samsara who has a pair of Rinnegan. What's more shocking is the fact that she is also a member of Amatsukami. Learning such unbelievable information, Shinichi, Shisui, and Itachi are obviously in shock. Anyway, now that you all know that she is not Nagato, let's get back to what we are here for. Shisui, I'll leave the outside security to you. As for the rest of you, come with me, said Kuroto as he once again turned around and walked deeper into the laboratory with Samsara closely following him. No wonder she is so indifferent to us. She has Rinnegan, it makes sense, muttered Shinichi as he looked at Samsara's back. Then he looked at Shisui and Itachi, and asked, is this the first time both of you have met her? Nodded Shisui and Itachi. Let's not talk about meeting her. Up until a while ago, they did not even know that someone with the code name Samsara existed in the Amatsukami. You know, there's one thing I have always wondered, where the hell does boss find these monsters? Muttered Shinichi as he folded his arms over his chest. Shisui and Itachi had bitter smiles on their faces, and spoke, it's not just you Shinichi, the entire shinobi world has the same doubt. Sujin, Fujin, Dojin, Tsukihei-san, and now Samsara. They appear mysteriously and disappear mysteriously while the entire world continues to search for them. Shinichi nodded with a chuckle, haha, this is really the boss's style. But now that I think about it, it's not so bad. It doesn't matter how and where the boss finds them, what we know for sure is that each time these people have appeared, they have helped us in one way or the other. And having monsters like these in the organization feels a lot more reassuring, like, at the end, there will be someone to help you. Itachi nodded, I know that feeling. At this time, Shisui said, okay both of you, if we start talking about Kuroto-san, the entire day will pass, but our conversation won't end. So, let's stop here, and start doing what we came here for. Both of you go, Kuroto-san and Samsara are waiting. Meanwhile, I'll keep a guard outside. Shinichi and Itachi nodded, okay. And with that, the three separated. Looking at the cold instruments in the operating room, Shinichi asked a little worried, boss, do we really need these many things? I feel a little worried. Shut up and lay down, said Kuroto as he pointed at one of the two operating tables. Itachi took a deep breath and as per Kuroto's instructions, he lay down on one of the operating tables. Seeing this, Shinichi had no choice but to obediently lay on the operating table as well. While the two were resting, Kuroto started preparing the fusion fluid, and spoke, keep one thing in your mind. I and Samsara can only guarantee that Shodame-sama's cells won't kill you, but whether you can make them subdue or not will entirely depend on your own abilities. Shinichi said with a smirk, if Shisui can do it, so can I. Itachi also nodded, I understand. Receiving Itachi's response, Kuroto glanced at him for a moment but chose not to say anything. Different from Shisui and Shinichi, Itachi also had the option of using another pair of Mangekyo Sharinon to gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Coincidentally, his father is alive, and he happens to have a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon. If Itachi were to use his father's eyes, he would have solved the problem of his Mangekyo Sharinon. Kuroto thinks that Itaka must have considered this option, and Kuroto is right. Itaka did consider the option of using his father's eyes. He can see that the current situation in Konoha is not very good. The Uchiha will undoubtedly lose in the vote of confidence, and once this happens, there is a very strong possibility that a coup d'état will occur in Konoha. If a coup d'état were to occur, the fate of the Uchiha clan and his father would be very tragic. They have no chance of winning against Kuroto. Instead of letting his father bear the infamy of initiating a rebellion and dying in disgrace, it would be better to end his life by his own hands. This way, at least his father's reputation can be preserved, and Sasuke will be able to carry forward the Uchiha clan with a fresh start. He will have to bear Sasuke's hatred, and the crime of slaughtering his own father, but that's fine with Itaki. And if not for the presence of Kuroto, Itaki would have definitely made up his mind. Kuroto's presence makes Itaka believe that Uchiha will have a better way of this complicated situation. Therefore, Itaka chose the difficult and life-threatening option and opted to implant the Hashirama cells, so that if a day comes when he has to confront his father, he will not covet his father's eyes. He will keep them safe so that Sasuke can use them in the future should he awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. With his back to the only source of light in the room, Kuroto looked at the syringe in his hand, and gently flicked it, causing the trapped air bubbles trapped within the needle tube to rise to the top. Then with a firm grip, he pressed the plunger slightly, forcing the bubbles out of the syringe until only the clear fusion fluid remained inside it. As Kuroto carried out the preparation, Shinichi strained to speak weakly. "Boss, please don't make such sounds, it's really scaring the shit out of me." "Shut up." Kuroto reprimanded Shinichi in annoyance. Up until now, Kuroto did not realize that this reckless and carefree Uchiha is so afraid of medical equipment and operation. Compared to Shinichi, Itaka was much better. He lay silently and adjusted his mood without caring about what was happening around him. Outside the underground laboratory, Shisui is watching. Inside the operation room, Kuroto and Samsara are present. In the presence of these people, at least Kuroto and Shisui, Itaka can drop his guards and disguises, and fully concentrate on mentally preparing himself to suppress and fuse the Hashirama cells. It did not take long. Soon, Kuroto was done with all the preparations, and with the help of Samsara, he connected the equipment to Itaki and Shinichi so that he could have a real-time display of their physical data while the two underwent implantation operation. At the same time, Kuroto started explaining the procedure to the two Uchiha. "Firstly, I will inject this fusion solution into both of you. Then, while the fusion solution takes effect, I will inject a small batch of the most active cells of Shodame-sama in your body." He paused for a while and added, "Keep in mind that the fusion solution will stay effective for only the first couple of minutes. Therefore, these first couple of minutes are the best time for the two of you to suppress those cells and initiate fusion. Right timing must be grasped." "Okay," nodded Shinichi and asked cautiously, what happens if we fail to suppress the implanted cells within that time?" Kuroto shrugged. "The attempt will fail, and we will have to start over." Shinichi nodded nervously. Understood." Noting Shinichi's nervousness, and seeing that even Itaki was a little pressured, Kuroto decided to once again address this issue. "You both don't have to worry that much. In fact, failure is pretty normal and nothing to be afraid of. As long as the two of us are here, nothing will happen to the two of you." After reassuring them, Kuroto decided not to delay anymore and immediately started the operation. Before Shinichi and Itaki even realized it, the fusion solution was already injected into their bloodstreams. Now the two of you will feel your blood capillaries swelling, which will cause pain, and a rapid increase in the heartbeat is natural as the blood flow will increase. Of course, sweating and these things will also happen, but don't worry, these abnormal reactions are the sign of the presence of fusion fluid in your arteries. Remember, only your Mangekyou Sharingan can suppress Shodame-sama's cells and initiate fusion with them. Don't worry about the loss of visual prowess. Even if both of you have lost much of visual prowess, it's not that important at the moment. What's important is the yin chakra. The process of suppression and fusion with Shodame-sama's cells is the fusion of yin chakra in your body with the yang chakra in those cells. As per Kuroto's instructions, Itaki and Shinichi activated their Mangekyou Sharingan. Looking at the different patterns in Shinichi and Itaki's eyes, Samsara was amazed. Although Kuroto transplanted two different eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, she never used their powers. Therefore, she was really amazed to see these eyes in use. While Samsara was busy admiring Itaki's and Shinichi's eyes, Kuroto injected the carefully processed Hashirama cells into their bodies. As soon as the cells entered their body, both Shinichi and Itaki shouted in pain. Arg. Being trained shinobi, both Itaki and Shinichi have excellent tolerance towards pain. Be that as it may, when the Hashirama cells entered their body, neither of them could resist the tearing pain and cried out. This just goes to show how much pain the two Uchiha are suffering from at this moment. If not for the fact that their hands and feet were tied up, both of them would be rolling over the operation table. Samsara was startled by their sudden screams and subconsciously stepped back. Kuroto stood, quietly watching the two Uchiha with a serious expression as time passed second by second. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had already passed. The fusion fluid will remain effective only for half an hour. That time has passed, yet Itaki and Shinichi were screaming intermittently as if they had lost their mind and will. Finally, she couldn't take it, and asked in a worried tone, Kuroto-sama, are they going to be okay? Should I? Kuroto shook his head, wait for a while, I will tell you when to help them. Okay, nodded Samsara and quietly stood beside him, waiting for Kuroto's instructions. After a few more minutes passed, Kuroto's brows tightened. With his Tenseigan, he saw signs of Hashirama cells running amok in Itake's body. Immediately, he instructed Karin, hurry, absorb some yang chakra from his body. Samsara immediately pressed her left hand on Itake's chest, and with the help of Rinnegan's ability to absorb chakra, she started to suck out the yang chakra from his body, until Kuroto instructed her to stop. Before Samsara had any time to take a deep breath, signs of yang chakra running amok appeared in Shinichi's body. Seeing this, Kuroto immediately instructed her, hurry up, absorb from his body as well. She is inexperienced in tackling such emergencies. She panicked and hurriedly put her other hand on Shinichi's chest and started to suck out the raging yang chakra from his body. While Itachi and Shinichi's pain eased, Kuroto's brows tightened, and he made a decision, it seems I have to help them. Immediately he reached out and pressed his hands on Itachi and Shinichi's foreheads, and activated his Tenseigan's power to dive inside their consciousness. Entering their consciousness plane, Kuroto looked at the two exhausted people, and asked indifferently, is this everything you got? Itake's plane of consciousness. In the bleak and dark place of Itake's consciousness, Kuroto's arrival was like a beam of light that descended from heaven. It pierced through the curtain of hopelessness and dispelled all the darkness inside. Kuroto-san, muttered Itachi with a tired expression. While continuing to hover in the air, Kuroto looked at Itachi and muttered, you don't seem to be doing too well. Itachi sighed, and answered with a bitter expression, I am sorry Kuroto-san. It seems I am unable to do it. Kuroto was disappointed. Is this the extent of your determination to protect your family and your clan? You should be aware of the path the Uchiha clan is taking, and what will happen after the vote of confidence occurs. In that situation, the Uchiha clan will require you to be there, but how will you be there? How will you protect the Uchiha clan if you can't even protect yourself? Itachi looked down, and muttered, it's just so difficult. And added with a painful expression, this is difficult. Protecting my clan is difficult. Protecting the village is difficult. Everything is difficult. I am tired of continuously facing these difficulties. Kuroto was taken aback by Itachi's sudden outburst and realized that no matter how perfect he is, no matter how excellent he is, Itachi is a child nonetheless who has been burdened with heavy responsibilities from the moment he was born. Be that as it may, Kuroto cannot allow Itachi to give up, and spoke, it's unbelievable to see you give up and admit defeat. Very well, if you want to give up on the difficult path, then so be it. You will be using your father's Mangekyou Sharinon, and the difficult path, the one involving the implantation of Shodame-sama's cells will be left for your younger brother Sasuke. Itachi was taken aback when he heard Kuroto's words. No, that can't be. Given Sasuke's talent, Itachi believes that it won't be strange if he were to awaken the Mangekyou Sharinon. If he does awaken those eyes, Sasuke will also need their father's eyes to awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharinon. Obviously, Itachi has known about this all along, and here comes the problem. If he were to fail now, he will have to choose the easy option, and leave the difficult option of undergoing the implantation operation to his younger brother Sasuke. How can he allow such a thing to happen? I cannot allow myself to fail this thing, otherwise Sasuke will have to bear this excruciating pain. No, I haven't given up yet, spoke Itachi with a newfound determination. Kuroto nodded with a smile, very well. I will be waiting outside. Show me that your determination is not baseless. Shinichi's plane of consciousness. The exhausted Shinichi raised his head and looked at Kuroto bathed in light, and muttered with a chuckle, boss, you are so dazzling. Stop playing dead, and get up, spoke Kuroto. Shinichi shook his head with a tired expression, it's difficult for me. I am tired. You know, I have been living on the edge for the past decade. I can't do it anymore. Is that so? Muttered Kuroto, and nodded. Very well, if that's the case then forget it. I guess you are trash after all. Shinichi looked at Kuroto in surprise. He didn't expect that Kuroto would directly label him as trash. Feeling Shinichi's surprised and suspicious gaze, Kuroto explained, if you can't succeed in this operation, then your visual prowess won't be restored. Without your visual prowess, you barely have any strength. Doesn't that mean you are just trash? And added with a chuckle, I pity Uchiha Kuromi. She gave up her life for you, but here you are, nothing more than trash. It seems you have completely forgotten about her. I guess she didn't really mean much to you, right? Moreover, it's been so long, obviously, you don't care about her anymore, am I right? Boss, do you have to be so cruel? Spoke Shinichi as he struggled to get up with every ounce of strength he could muster. Kuroto remained silent and watched as Shinichi got up from the ground, and complained, did you not say that even if we fail in the first attempt, we can try again? I am not in the right mood at the moment, perhaps we should try this after a while. Kuroto shook his head, forget what I said, it seems me telling you this has backfired. You seem to have developed a mentality that failures are acceptable. With this mentality, let alone one or two, even hundreds of attempts will result in failure. So, here's the deal, this is your only chance. If you fail now, then that's it. There won't be a second attempt, you will be discarded like a piece of trash. The yang chakra in Hashirama cells is the representation of the ultimate life force. Only with the strength of the soul, that is, willpower, which is visual prowess, can a person contain this life force. So, the success of the implantation operation is directly linked to a person's willpower. The primary factor is willpower, other factors come into play later. If one has the necessary willpower, one will succeed even without any resources, just like Madara, but if they don't have the willpower, no matter how many resources are provided, they will still fail. This is because, if a person has a retreat, then their willpower will weaken, and by extension, their visual prowess will weaken. Hearing Kuroto's words, Shinichi nodded after a while of silence. All right, I will do my best. Kuroto nodded, and as he turned around, he spoke, I will be waiting outside, don't let me see your ugliness. I don't want to discard you, but if you fail, then that's it. Leaving such words, Kuroto left. Just as Kuroto left, the dazzling light that dispelled the darkness in Shinichi's plane of consciousness also disappeared. As darkness started to cover him once again, Shinichi started running, attempting to catch up with the disappearing light. Operation Room. Huh? This is, muttered Samsara in surprise. She was surprised to find that the raging yang chakra in the bodies of Itachi and Shinichi was starting to calm down. Retrieving his consciousness back to his body, Kuroto instructed Samsara, all right, stop absorbing chakra. Samsara hesitated a little but followed Kuroto's instructions and immediately stopped sucking out the yang chakra from their bodies. With that out of the way, Kuroto injected another dose of fusion fluid into their bodies. Although injecting the second dose would put more burden on their bodies, it will make things a little easier for the two. As the second dosage of fusion fluid took effect, the operation room returned to silence. This time, Itachi and Shinichi were unusually quiet. They clenched their teeth and silently bore the pain. Except for the occasional grunts, both of them kept their eyes closed and feigned sleep. Kuroto kept a watch on both of them. Although he acted cold and indifferent to them a while ago, he does care. And he could see that both of them were fighting desperately. After a while, Samsara exclaimed in surprise, Kuroto-sama, they have found a way. Kuroto nodded with a smile, indeed they did. And instructed, transfer back the absorbed yang chakra. As Samsara returned to the yang chakra she has absorbed from Itachi and Shinichi, the confrontation between yin chakra and yang chakra in their bodies once again became intense. Kuroto could once again notice squirming under their skin. Both of them were desperately resisting the Shodame-sama's cells and stopping their bodies from transforming into tree branches. Their body temperature, heart rate, blood pressure, and other physical factors reached beyond abnormal levels. Kuroto-sama, their situation is once again getting worse, will they be able to hold on? Should I help them and absorb the extra yang chakra? Kuroto shook his head, no, let them be. He could see that they were actively trying to merge with the Shodame-sama's cells, and he believed that it wouldn't take them very long to succeed. And just as Kuroto expected, soon, Itachi and Shinichi's physical factors started to return to normal levels, and the squirming under their skin also started to subside. Looking at the two Uchihas, Kuroto couldn't help but smile. Truly, the Uchihas were born to create miracles. One of the most difficult things in this world is the fusion of yin and yang chakra, yet here are two Uchiha, right before him who managed to accomplish such a thing. As long as they are given the right stimulation, they can surpass everyone's expectations, muttered Kuroto as he looked at their scarlet and black eyes shining brilliantly. This kind of brilliance is somewhat different from the previous coldness. At this time, Samsara spoke, I can feel the power of creation of all things from them. Kuroto nodded with a chuckle, this means both of them succeeded. Only when the yin and yang chakra unite to form yin-yang can the power of creation of all things take birth, so the fact that Samsara could feel the presence of the power of creation of all things inside Shinichi and Itachi's bodies means that they have succeeded, and the implantation operation was a success. Kuroto glanced at Samsara who was a little out of breath, and instructed her, all right, your work is done, so you can rest now, leave the next thing to me. She awakened the Rinnegan just 2 days ago, and Kuroto brought her to the underground laboratory in the Forest of Death to help him in the implantation operation of Shinichi and Itachi. Using Rinnegan's power is obviously burdensome for her. He could see that she was tired and needed to rest. Okay, nodded Samsara and moved to one of the corners of the lab. A while after Samsara walked away, Shinichi and Itachi woke up one after another. Did I succeed? Murmured Itachi as he sat up. Unlike Itachi, Shinichi activated his Mangekyou Sharingan's ability to backtrack his body a few instants to check whether he succeeded, and exclaimed excitedly, awesome, my visual prowess has returned, and my vision has also recovered. Noting Shinichi's actions, Kuroto immediately scolded him, idiot, what do you think you are doing? Immediately deactivate your Mangekyou Sharingan and lay down. Although your visual prowess has returned, that doesn't mean you are well enough to immediately use it. Your bodies are extremely tired, and you need a few days of rest to recover back to normal. Shinichi scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded with a smile, oh, okay boss. At the same time, after Itachi confirmed that his vision had recovered and his visual prowess had also returned, Itachi turned over, got off the operation table, and bowed to Kuroto, sorry for worrying you, Kuroto-san. While undergoing the implantation operation, for a moment, Itachi was indeed discouraged and might have failed this thing. It was thanks to Kuroto, who appeared in his plain consciousness like a ray of hope and illuminated his darkened mood, that Itachi managed to regain his composure and confidence and steeled himself to succeed. Kuroto waved his hand lightly, don't worry about it. Itachi nodded, then he turned around and bowed to Samsara, thank you for taking care of us. Although he was not in the right state at that time, he could feel Samsara helping him by sucking out the chakra from his body. Samsara's actions eased his pain. If not for Samsara's actions, Itachi might have had to endure more severe pain, and he might have failed. Therefore, he is really grateful to this new member of the organization. Even if she is indifferent and doesn't speak much, she seems to care about them. Under Samsara's mask, Karin blushed in embarrassment and looked down. She did not know how to respond. She did not expect to receive a bow from Itachi and such respect from someone older and senior in the organization. Itachi took Samsara's silence as her indifference, and without paying it any mind, he retreated back. He believed that she had accepted his gratitude, and did not want to make it difficult for her. Similar to Itachi, although Shinichi was not as formal, he also expressed his thanks to Samsara. Same as Itachi, Samsara remained silent and did not say anything. This time, Shinichi was not dissatisfied, and thought to himself, she helped us, yet she doesn't care about it at all. Really, she is as difficult to deal with as Nagato. Are all Rinnegan bearers the same? Cold and indifferent. At this time, Kuroto instructed Itachi and Shinichi, all right, both of you, return to your clan, and make sure not to use your Sharingan for the next few days. Give your body and spirit time to recover completely. Understood. Nodded Itachi and Shinichi. After tidying up things in the laboratory, everyone came out. Seeing everyone coming out, Shisui hurriedly asked, Kuroto-san, how did it go? He was on watch and did not know what happened inside, therefore, he was a little worried. Kuroto nodded. It went pretty smoothly this time. Shinichi laughed as he wrapped his arm around Shisui's shoulder. Shisui, were you worried? Why were you worried? Do you think such a simple implantation operation would be difficult for me and Itachi? Shisui ignored Shinichi's complacent behavior and took a relieved breath. Kuroto looked at the sky and instructed the three Uchiha, all right, you three, the situation in the village is rather tense, so don't stay out for too long. Immediately return to the Uchiha district and stay vigilant. Yes. Shinichi, Shisui, and Itachi nodded and disappeared using body flicker jutsu. Finally, alone with Kuroto, Karin removed her mask and spoke, Kuroto-sama, they are so easy to get along with, it's just that. I did not say anything, will they hate me? Kuroto shook his head, and explained, don't worry. The three of them are quite different from the rest of their clan, so they won't care about such small things. Next time you meet them, you should greet them properly and get along with them. But do remember, they respect strong, so to earn their respect, you must work hard. Karin nodded, I understand. As the three Uchihas were returning to the Uchiha district, Shinichi suddenly stated, I think Samsara is very strong, her abilities might not be inferior to Nagato's. Hearing Shinichi, Shisui, and Itachi were surprised and looked at him curiously. They wanted to know the reason why Shinichi believed that Samsara was as strong as Nagato. Shinichi explained, while we were inside the laboratory, I tried to perceive her, but for some reason, I couldn't find any useful information. Something on the outer layer was cutting off my perception. It wasn't her Amatsukami cloak blocking me, it was something else. This kind of thing has only ever happened once, when I tried to perceive Nagato. Shisui and Itachi were taken aback, and looked at each other with widened eyes. Are you serious? They are aware of Shinichi's sensory skills. They are undoubtedly best in the current Uchiha clan. Even with such mastery, he couldn't find a thing about Samsara. This is indeed mind-boggling. The surprise wasn't over for Shisui and Itachi, as Shinichi continued in a hushed tone. What's more surprising is that although I am unable to sense anything about her, she is able to read everything about me. Her sensory skills are way stronger than mine. We aren't on the same level at all. Is that so? Muttered Shisui in surprise, and noting Shinichi's hushed tone, he couldn't help but ask, are you worried about something? Shinichi chuckled helplessly, even now, I can feel her perception covering us, she is watching us, our every move. Itachi was stunned, this shouldn't be possible, unless she is following us. They have already left the forest of death, and they have entered the village. The distance from the underground laboratory is at least a dozen kilometers, such a long distance, no one's perception can cover such a distance. Shisui turned around, and after watching his surroundings for a while, she said, we aren't being followed either. Shinichi sighed, don't doubt my words. I am saying this because I can feel it even now, all three of us are in her perception, and she is watching us. Shisui was puzzled, but how can someone have such an exaggerated perception? It's a bit too much. It would have been different if it was because of Byakugan, but she has Rinnegan. Does Rinnegan also have a long-distance sight like the Byakugan? I don't know, maybe they have. Nagato also had such exaggerated perception, muttered Shinichi with a thoughtful expression, and added in a helpless tone, I don't know where boss finds these monsters. The more he understands the depths of a Matsukami, the more shocked he becomes. At this time, Itachi stated, since Kuroto-san recruited her into the organization, she must be trustworthy. When they were in the laboratory, Itachi glanced at Samsara quite a few times, and he keenly noticed the way Samsara was looking at Kuroto. Just from that way of looking, Itachi can determine that she is trustworthy. The reason being, he is familiar with that way of looking, because he too looks at Kuroto in the same way, in admiration. He and Samsara respect Kuroto and look up to him, and wouldn't betray Kuroto, therefore, he believes that Samsara is trustworthy. Shisui also nodded in agreement, right, I think so too, so instead of worrying about these things, why don't we think about how to deal with the trouble we are about to face in a few days? Yeah fine. It's not like I don't trust her or anything. I was just telling you about her abilities, muttered Shinichi and added with a shrug, as for the matter of trouble, what's there to discuss? No matter what angle you look at, the boss is the most suitable choice to be Godame Hokage. Anyone else wouldn't sit right with me, and I don't think anyone else is capable of dealing with all the troubles. Shisui and Itachi nodded together. Yes, both of them have the same thought. In their view, only when a strong, neutral, and open-minded Hokage like Kuroto leads the village will they be able to end the gap between the Uchiha clan and the village. Continuing such a discussion, the three Uchiha made their way towards the Uchiha district. Forest of Death. Karin suddenly opened her eyes, and said, Kuroto-sama, they have safely returned to their homes. Good work. Nodded Kuroto as he patted Karin. Karin smiled shyly for being praised. He. She was happy that she could be of some use to Kuroto. She has trained hard for this. Suddenly she remembered something, and spoke, Kuroto-sama, but there is a problem. Shinichi-san was able to notice that I was watching them. Kuroto shook his head, it doesn't matter. And added, but you must train more so that no one can notice you in the future, understand? Karin nodded obediently, yes. In addition to her special physique that can heal others' wounds upon bite, Karin is also capable of using the mind's eye of the Kagura, allowing her to sense anything from exceptional distances, making her a human-shaped radar. In the canon, Sasuke used Karin's sensory abilities to lock Danzo's accurate position and carried out his surprise attack. After that, during the Fourth Great Shinobi War, Karin could sense that Sasuke was close to death and that someone with a nasty chakra, Kabuto, was with Sasuke. And now that she has awakened the Rinnegan, Karin's mind's eye of the Kagura has become stronger. Despite being only 11 years old, she can cover the entire Konoha within her perception, and her perception is invisible to most of the shinobis. Only those with exceptional perception skills like Uchiha Shinichi can notice her perception at this stage, and that too only because they were in close contact with her for a while. If not for that, feeling her perception is very difficult. Since they have safely returned, we should also go back, stated Kuroto as he took Karin back to Anchor Ventian. Noon of the next day, Kakashi came to visit Kuroto. Kuroto was surprised to see Kakashi visit him, and after welcoming him into the house, he asked, "Are you sure you should be walking this early?" Kakashi nodded, "It's fine. Under Tsunade-sama's careful treatment, my injuries have almost healed." Under normal circumstances, it would have taken more than 2 to 3 months for Kakashi to recover from his injuries, but because of Tsunade's treatment, Kakashi has completely recovered in such a short span of time. This clearly shows that Tsunade has put a lot of effort into healing Kakashi. In fact, she has used quite a lot of chakra from her yin seal to heal Kakashi as fast as she has done. Kuroto nodded, "All right if you say so." Then he poured a cup of tea for Kakashi and asked, "So, you have come to visit me just after being released from the Konoha hospital. I wonder what brought you here." Kakashi muttered as he looked down, "I don't know." Kuroto raised his brow, "You don't know?" Kakashi nodded with a sigh, "After I was discharged from the Konoha hospital, I did not know where to go or what to do. I was just walking, and before I knew it, I was in front of your house." Kuroto blinked, "Is that so?" Nodded Kakashi as he took a sip of tea. Kuroto did not know how to respond to Kakashi. The two sat in silence as they drank tea. Suddenly, Kakashi spoke, "I am sorry." Kuroto asked, "What for?" Kakashi replied as he raised his head, "I heard about your agreement with Hokage-sama." "Oh," muttered Kuroto. Kakashi continued, "It's unfair to you." Kuroto shook his head, "Not really. It would have been unfair if I wanted the power, but truly, I have no such desires. Besides, I received appropriate compensation. So, there is no need for you to apologize." Hearing Kuroto's response, Kakashi stopped apologizing. Instead, his expression became solemn as he said, "We have to be prepared. There may be a coup." Kuroto nodded, and glanced at Kakashi. In fact, Kuroto believes that the main reason why the vote of confidence has been postponed so long was to give Kakashi time to recover from his injuries so that they could easily deal with the Uchiha clan. After pondering for a while, Kuroto asked, "Is the date finalized?" Kakashi nodded, "Tomorrow Sandaime-sama will release the notice, and the day after tomorrow will be the vote of confidence." "Well, that's fast," muttered Kuroto in surprise. He assumed that Sandaime-sama would delay for a while, but he did not expect that just today Kakashi would be released from the Konoha hospital, and the day after tomorrow would be the vote of confidence. This can only mean one thing, Uchiha clan must be putting pressure on him. Kakashi stared at Kuroto, and said with a smile, "Kuroto, by this time 2 days later, you will be Hokage, Godame Hokage of Konoha." "Godame Hokage of Konoha," muttered Kuroto a little dazed. 2 days later, the entire Konoha village fell into a frenzied excitement. After the crowing of the rooster at dawn, people began to leave their houses in the early morning and made their way towards the Hokage building. As they shuttled through the streets and alleys, the groups of 2s and 3s became a steady stream of people. The laughter of children, the giggling of ladies, the arguments and discussions along with the cries of vendors could be heard, creating a lively and enthusiastic atmosphere. "What do you think? The Uchiha or the Hyuga? Which one will become the next Hokage?" "I think it should be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Makes sense, after all, he has the Mangekyou Shurinan." "Yes, the Mangekyou Shurinan of the Uchiha clan is really strong. Others don't stand a chance." But didn't Hyuga Kuroto defeat Uchiha Shisui?" He too possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan, but he lost. That is to say, Hyuga Kuroto might not lose. But I feel that his chances are not that high. The one who is more likely to win is Uchiha Fugaku. After all, trickery can only take you so far. In front of absolute power, it can't help much. It's a pity the last round was cancelled, otherwise, we would have been able to see an amazing battle. The focus of everyone's discussion is naturally the next Hokage. Whether Uchiha or Hyuga, most of them are ordinary villagers who have no way of obtaining inside information, and they do not understand the mentality of the top level of Konoha. Therefore, for them, the Uchiha Patriarch, who has a Mangekyou Sharingan, has a higher chance of winning compared to a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Kuroto. Listening to the discussions of the villagers passing through the streets, Uchiha Shin, in charge of maintaining the law and order, grinned happily. Undoubtedly, the battle between Fugaku and Kakashi has elevated the prestige of the Uchiha clan, and the villagers have come to realize the power that the Uchiha clan possesses. Proud and happy, Shin glanced at the Hokage rock as his eyes swept past the Shadame, Nidame, Sandame, and Yondame. He muttered with an ecstatic grin, the Uchiha clan will finally have a Hokage? Fugaku-sama has really done it. At this moment, a large group of shinobis dressed in all black walked through the main street with an imposing aura. As everyone noticed the arrival of this large group of shinobi, they took 2 steps back and made way for this group of shinobi. Some villagers even went as far as to lower their heads in awe and respect. The Uchiha clan, someone muttered in the crowd. That's right, this group of shinobi is none other than the Uchiha clan. The one walking at the forefront of the group is Uchiha Fugaku. Carrying a proud fierce smile, he made his way towards the Hokage building. Beside Fugaku, his wife Uchiha Mikoto, and their 3 children Itaki, Suzuki, and Kiyomi are present. After that Shisui and Shinichi. Behind Shinichi and Shisui are the other senior shinobi of the Uchiha clan, including elite Jonins, and special Jonins. Noting the arrival of his patriarch and fellow clansmen, Shin bowed to Fugaku. I wish patriarch the best of luck. The position of Godame Hokage is yours to take. Fugaku nodded lightly. Feeling the majestic aura exuding from Fugaku, Shin became more respectful, and after another deep bow, he took a step back. As he saw everyone looking at his father in awe and respect, Suzuki felt happy in his heart. We are indeed the strongest. He thought as a proud smile graced his face. As his tender age, his understanding of what Hokage actually means and signifies is quite superficial, but this does not prevent him from enjoying the way everyone's awe-inspiring gazes and fearful looks. I must also work harder. I cannot allow Otosama's reputation to be affected because of my lack of ability. He is going to become Hokage, and as the son of Hokage, I must also become exceptional, thought Suzuki as determination to work harder than anyone else took root in his heart. Not long after the Uchiha clan had passed, another large group of shinobis appeared as they made their way towards the Hokage building. Different from Uchiha's black, these were dressed in white that matched the color of their pupils. Looking at the incoming ninjas with Byakugan, Shin muttered to himself in annoyance, be proud while you can, and enjoy all you can. From tomorrow, I am going to make sure that you guys keep your head bowed in front of Uchiha. The ones incoming are the Hyugas, known for their unique Byakugan Kekkai Genkai. Walking at the forefront is none other than the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Behind Hayashi are the elders of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Although they were reluctant to support Kuroto in the Hokage campaign, at Hisashi's insistence, they had no other choice but to come even if unwillingly. This is the first time someone from the Hyuga clan has come so close to becoming Hokage, and Hayashi did not want to miss such an opportunity. Behind the elders of the main family, Hinata and Hanabi were walking with their caretakers Ko and Natsu. These 4 are followed by a group of elite Jonins, and special Jonins from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. The one leading the branch family is obviously Hizashi, and walking beside him are his wife and excited Neji. After Hiruzen and Kuroto reached an agreement, Sandame decided to release Hizashi. After all, Kuroto was about to become the Godame Hokage. If they continued to detain Hizashi, it wouldn't look good for the prestige of the new Hokage. Anyway, as the Hyuga clan passed by, Shin was surprised. He did not come. There was no sign of Kuroto in the Hyuga group, and this made Shin feel a bit weird. Kuroto's home. While arranging Kuroto's hair, Yui murmured in a worried tone, Kuroto-kun, do we really need not arrive early? Today is the vote of confidence. We can't be late for such an important thing. What if they start without you, and you lose because we were not there on time? Obviously, Yui is unaware of the agreement. Kuroto smiled. Why are you panicking? The main protagonist always arrives at last. So there is no need to worry. They won't start without me. If you say so, muttered Yui. As Yui looked at Kuroto's handsome face in the mirror, she was dazed for a moment. Kuroto-kun? Will your face be carved on the Hokage rock as well? Of course. Nodded Kuroto with a smile. To be honest, she is still not used to the fact that Kuroto is one of the 2 people who are likely to become Godame Hokage of Konoha. There are times when she is walking through the streets or going somewhere, and people enthusiastically greet her with respect, making her unsure how to react. Everything feels surreal, as if a dream. It's all because of Kuroto-kun. Unexpectedly, you have so far. There was a time when you couldn't even defeat me, and now you might even defeat the Uchiha Patriarch and become Hokage. Yui suddenly lowered her head with a foolish smile. Kuroto asked curiously, why are you smiling? Yui answered, I am thinking of choosing the best sculpture in the shinobi world for sculpting your face on the Hokage rock. Bang bang. As the fireworks spread colorful burst in every direction, the bustling square in front of the Hokage building came alive with an electric atmosphere. The air was thick with anticipation and excitement, as a multitude of voices melded together, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the very core of the bustling gathering. The harmonious convergence of diverse voices created a symphony of sound, akin to a resounding crescendo that surged through Konoha. The collective murmurings, exclamations, and cheers blended into a unified chorus, ascending into the open expanse above. Like mighty thunderclaps punctuating a serene and cloudless sky, this tremendous sound wave echoed persistently, enveloping the surroundings with undeniable energy. As the air crackled with excitement and the resounding echoes filled the square, the atmosphere pulsated with an intoxicating blend of joy, anticipation, and reverence. It was a momentous occasion, the day the Godame Hokage of Konoha will be chosen. Perched atop the roof of the Hokage building, Jiraiya surveyed the bustling square, brimming with celebratory fervor, and couldn't help but reminisce, murmuring, it feels just like the last time. Back then, Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru were the celebrated figures. Fresh from the conclusion of the Third Great Shinobi War, the Konoha villagers poured their enthusiasm into the Yondaime Hokage election, resulting in a day as vibrant as the present one. Recalling those memories, Jiraiya's lips curved into a faint grin. Beside Jiraiya, Tsunade focused her attention on Uchiha Fugaku, also standing on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Observing Fugaku's confident expression and the intensity of his smile, Tsunade's brows furrowed. It wasn't the outcome of the vote of confidence that concerned Tsunade, but rather the aftermath of Fugaku's loss. The more confident a person is, the harder they fall upon failure. Handling an irrational Fugaku would prove challenging. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade understands better than most that the Uchiha are driven by intense emotions. If their emotions spiral out of control, there is seemingly no limit to what they might do. It would have been manageable if it were solely Fugaku, but standing beside him are Shisui and Shinichi. Considering the possibility of an Uchiha rebellion, Tsunade perceives a bleak future. After all, facing 3 Mangekyou Sharingan users, Fugaku alone being troublesome enough, not to mention Shisui and Shinichi with their enigmatic Mangekyou Sharingan abilities, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. I can only hope that Fugaku won't rebel immediately. Tsunade thought inwardly with a sigh. How long will it take for him to arrive? Asked Hiruzen with a frown. It was getting late, the time to start the vote of confidence was almost there, yet there is no sign of Kuroto. This dissatisfied him a little. We have already sent a team to escort Kuroto-sama. He must be arriving any time, answered the Umbu. Hiruzen nodded lightly, then glanced at Fugaku not far away from the corner of his eyes. Although he has taken the worst situation into consideration and prepared countermeasures accordingly, Hiruzen can't help but feel uneasy. The Uchiha family possessing 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan simultaneously is an unprecedented occurrence in Konoha's history. Even the Shodaime Hokage, who founded the village, never encountered such a challenging situation. Hiruzen reckons that even if the Yondaime were still alive, it would be difficult to contain the Uchiha clan's ambitions in the present day. Moreover, the power of the Hokage faction has diminished compared to earlier times. The Uchiha Patriarch's victory over Kakashi, who is considered the most skilled among the younger generation in front of Konoha's villagers during the first phase of the Hokage election, further complicates matters. With the announcement of the Godame Hokage's appointment today, the future of Konoha remains uncertain. Even the Sandaime, who had the longest reign as Hokage, cannot predict what lies ahead for the village. Sensing Sandaime's discreet glances, Fugaku spoke in a deep, commanding tone. It is time. Let us commence. A Jonin, responsible for overseeing the proceedings of the Hokage campaign, spoke with a pleasant smile. We are still awaiting the arrival of Hyuga Kuroto-sama. Please bear with us for a little longer. Fugaku expressed his displeasure with a disdainful snort, remarking, if he hasn't arrived yet, it can only be assumed that he has chosen to withdraw from the vote of confidence. The MC, sensing the tension, forced a somewhat awkward smile and responded, but we cannot make assumptions unless Hyuga Kuroto-sama explicitly states his decision. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd gathered at the square, prompting the villagers to instinctively retreat to the sides, creating a several-meter-wide passage amidst the bustling square. The occupants of the Hokage building swiftly caught wind of the shift in the atmosphere and turned their gazes towards the unfolding scene. There, they beheld Hyuga Kuroto, accompanied by Hyuga Yui, leisurely strolling towards the Hokage building along the path naturally formed by the parting crowd. Kuroto's countenance remained composed, almost as if he were unaffected by the weight of being one of the Hokage candidates. In contrast, Yui's face flushed with embarrassment, and under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, she followed Kuroto with her head lowered and took small, hesitant steps. The slight disarray in the movement of her hands betrayed her nervousness at that moment. Finally, he has arrived. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over the members of both the Hokage faction and the Hyuga clan, as Hyuga Kuroto stepped onto the scene, dispelling any concerns they had harbored. Their worries had been in vain. Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze upon Kuroto, his expression betraying a mixture of uncertainty and contemplation. Having escorted Yui to the rooftop of the Hokage building, Kuroto and Yui proceeded to bow respectfully to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who was positioned on the viewing platform adjacent to the building. Then, Sandaime, in a resounding voice, declared to the assembled villagers in the square, I hereby announce the official commencement of the vote of confidence for the election of Konoha's Godame Hokage. In response to Sandaime's announcement, a massive ballot box was carefully maneuvered by several Umbu operatives and placed at the main entrance of the Hokage building. The ballot box, standing at half a person's height, bore intricate engravings of various sealing techniques. Despite the penetrating vision of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, even they could not discern what was transpiring within the impenetrable walls of the box. With the arrival of the ballot box, the line of Jonin, which had formed in an orderly fashion, commenced the voting process. In accordance with Konoha's tradition, all active and retired Jonin, as well as special Jonin, are eligible to participate in this vote of confidence. However, the number of participating ninjas was relatively small. The Jonins, who serve as the commanding officers, constitute the backbone of Konoha's 10,000 plus ninjas, yet their proportion in relation to the overall number of Konoha ninjas is quite low. The scarcity of Jonin is precisely why both factions in the campaign prioritized the favor of the renowned shinobi clans. These clans are considered great due to their extensive history, access to abundant resources, and vast knowledge that creates an optimal environment for training and cultivating Jonin-level ninjas. These distinguished clans possess a wide range of ninjutsu and secret techniques developed by their ancestors. These techniques have been refined and enhanced over generations, while their battle tactics have been tested and proven on war fronts. Additionally, some clans even possess unique abilities known as Kekkai Genkai. In comparison, individuals from commoner backgrounds have a relatively low representation among Jonin, and it is rare for them to attain the status of elite Jonin. Of course, figures like Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are exceptions to this trend, but there is a very good reason they achieved such remarkable strength. It's not just their innate talent that enabled them to reach such levels, it's also because of the proper nurturing they received. However, not every commoner has been fortunate enough to receive the same opportunities as these few exceptional individuals. Consequently, Jonin of commoner origin often have certain shortcomings or flaws that prevent them from advancing beyond the rank of special Jonin. In fact, it is accurate to say that the majority of special Jonin hail from commoner backgrounds. This rank was established to provide commoners with a chance to rise through the ranks. During the vote of confidence, it is relatively easy for any clan, regardless of its size, to present a few Jonin members. Among the diverse range of ninjas from various clans, a significant number have retired either due to disabilities or old age. However, despite their retirement, they retain their Jonin status and are fully entitled to participate in the vote of confidence. As the voting continued, a sudden commotion erupted in the square. The cause of the uproar was the sight of a large group of Uchiha clan Jonin walking towards the ballot box at the main entrance of the Hokage building. Oh my god, there are so many Jonin in the Uchiha clan, exclaimed one bewildered observer. Are all these Uchihas Jonin? Could it be some kind of mistake? Questioned another in disbelief. Don't be foolish. The Sandaime-sama is observing from above, and there are Umbu ninjas diligently verifying the tickets next to the ballot box. It's impossible for the Uchiha clan to resort to such low-level tricks, retorted a villager, dismissing any doubts about the Uchiha clan's integrity. In the past, the villagers had always heard that the Uchiha clan was the foremost clan in the village, but they had never truly grasped its power. Ordinary villagers lacked an intuitive understanding of the clan's strength. However, witnessing the gathering of Uchiha clan Jonin in such numbers to put their vote in the ballot box, the villagers finally realized that the Uchiha clan was indeed deserving of its status as the most powerful clan in the village. From the rooftop of a tall building overlooking the square, Sasuke pointed towards the approaching Uchiha Jonin and addressed his friends Naruto, Neji, and others who were with him. He exclaimed, "Do you see them? Those are all the Jonin from my clan." Naruto let out a sigh and replied, "Sasuke, your clan has so many powerful individuals." Neji furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by the sheer number of Uchiha Jonin gathered. It exceeded his expectations. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan doesn't have a large number of individuals who possess awakened dojutsu. Only those with exceptional talent are capable of awakening their eyes. This is why almost all Uchiha shinobi who possess dojutsu are considered elite. As long as they survive and continue to grow, their Sharingan will eventually evolve into the three-tomo Sharingan, signifying their strength reaching the level of Jonin and elite Jonin. Following the decline of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan became the strongest clan in Konoha, both in terms of the quality and quantity of Jonin. This is the very confidence that fuels their rebellious murmurs. If not for this strength, the Uchiha clan members would not be constantly discussing rebellion. In reality, even this exaggerated number of Uchiha Jonin is a result of secret restrictions imposed by the Sandaime-sama on the Uchiha clan. Many Uchihas who are observing from the sidelines already meet the necessary requirements for promotion to the ranks of Jonin or special Jonin. However, due to various reasons, they have been kept at the level of Chunin or elite Chunin. Observing the staggering number of Uchiha Jonin, Hinata nervously tugged on Neji's sleeve and asked, "Neji Nii-san, will Kuroto-sama?" Neji furrowed his brow but reassured Hinata with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, Hinata-sama. Sensei, he will definitely not lose." Sasuke pouted at Neji's words and retorted, "Don't be stubborn, Neji. Just wait and watch. The one who will win the vote of confidence and become the Godame Hokage will be my Otosan." On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku observed the Uchiha members voting in groups below. A smirk formed on his lips as he cast aggressive glances towards Kuroto, Sandaime-sama, and the elders. He then gave orders to those around him, including Mikoto, Itaki, Shisui, and Shinichi, saying, "You all go down and vote as well, RAOE." Mikoto nodded in agreement, and she and Itaka proceeded to descend first, followed by Shisui and Shinichi. They swiftly made their way towards the ballot box to cast their votes. Observing 4 more Uchiha Jonin heading to vote, Tsunade glanced dissatisfiedly at Sandaime-sama. She wanted to express her frustration and question why he had promoted so many Uchiha clan members to the rank of Jonin. Sandaime let out a sigh and shook his head. He had no other choice in the matter. The Uchiha clan had numerous ninjas who met the requirements for promotion to the rank of Jonin. Although he had implemented restrictions, there were limits to how much he could restrain their advancements. This predicament had begun when Shisui and Shinichi awakened their Mangekyo Sharinon one after another. Subsequently, more individuals within Amatsukami and the Akatsuki organization appeared with Mangekyo Sharinon. Since then, something has changed within the Uchiha clan. They had all thrown themselves into intense training and diligent work, resulting in a visible increase in their overall strength over the past decade. If not for the fact that several elite Uchiha members had been killed or kidnapped by Amatsukami and Akatsuki, the numbers would be even higher. It was also possible that 1 or 2 more awakeners of the Mangekyo Sharinon had emerged within their ranks. Following the Uchiha clan's display of strength, a large group of Hyuga clan members made their way towards the ballot box, seemingly determined to regain momentum. Like the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan also boasted a significant number of Jonin members. However, in contrast to the Uchiha clan, the majority of Hyuga clan members present were special Jonin. Among the crowd, there were many elderly individuals with gray hair, some of whom required assistance from attendants to walk. A particularly frail-looking lady, who appeared to be well over 100 years old, trembled as she moved, relying on the support of 2 Hyuga clansmen to navigate. Witnessing this scene, Fugaku directed a mocking glance towards Kuroto. However, Kuroto remained unfazed, maintaining a calm expression on his face. Hizashi, in his efforts to ensure that the Hokage would be chosen from the Hyuga clan, had gone to great lengths. He even invited retired individuals with limited mobility and physical disabilities to participate in the voting process. These elderly Hyuga clan members had gathered here to cast their votes in support of Kuroto. Observing this display of loyalty, Kuroto couldn't help but smile. Once the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had completed their voting, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Jonins from other major clans, as well as those from civilian backgrounds, stepped forward one by one to cast their votes. Despite the ongoing tension and nerve-wracking nature of the situation, there was a sense of order, and the voting process proceeded smoothly. Notably, even the Jonins who were currently on duty or away from Konoha due to mission assignments had made arrangements to ensure their votes were accounted for. They had entrusted their votes to trusted individuals acting as proxies. As a result, almost all of the Konoha Jonin, regardless of their circumstances, were able to participate in the crucial vote of confidence. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Fugaku's gaze fixed upon the ballot box, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. A long-desired smile gradually spread across his face. His heart raced with excitement as the final vote was dropped into the box. Accustomed to suppressing his emotions, Fugaku couldn't contain his elation. The Sharinon in his eyes instinctively activated, a visible sign of his intense emotions. His body trembled slightly, his breath growing rough with the surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Throughout the voting process, Fugaku had meticulously observed every detail, silently keeping track of the votes that favored his candidacy. By combining the votes of the Uchiha clan with the support he had garnered from other shinobi clans through discreet hints, he was confident that he held a significant lead over Hyuga Kuroto, surpassing him by at least 20 votes. Even if there were slight errors during the voting and counting processes, Fugaku remained assured of his victory. The margin of error was substantial, providing him with a sense of certainty in his imminent triumph and Hyuga Kuroto's defeat. As the voting period came to a close, a hushed silence fell over the once bustling square. All eyes were fixed upon the ballot box, be it the eager villagers, the vigilant Konoha ninjas maintaining order, or the shadowy figures of the Umbu operatives quietly patrolling the area. The anticipation was palpable as everyone awaited the announcement of the vote's outcome. Sandaime, addressing both Kuroto and Fugaku, spoke solemnly, "The voting has concluded, and now it is time to begin the vote counting process." "Okay." Kuroto nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his readiness for this crucial stage. Fugaku, on the other hand, remained silent but nodded humbly, his mind already occupied with the decisions he would need to make once he assumed the mantle of Konoha's Hokage. With the consent of the 2 candidates, several staff members approached the ballot box, prepared to meticulously examine and tally the votes, determining the ultimate victor of this closely watched election. On the viewing platform at the opposite end, Godame Kaze Kage Pakura turned to the other Kage assembled alongside her, posing a question that had been on her mind. "Who do you think will emerge victorious, Uchiha Fugaku or Hyuga Kuroto?" Pakura, being a covert member of Amatsukami, possessed a certain level of insight into the internal dynamics of Konoha. However, her query was fueled by curiosity rather than any inside knowledge. She simply wished to gauge the opinions of her fellow Kage. Responding with a chuckle, Sandaime Tsuchikage remarked, "Hehe, isn't it evident?" Having spent the past few months in Konoha, Oniki had become well acquainted with the political landscape of the village. From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to cancel the fight between Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Fugaku upon learning that Fugaku too possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, and instead opted for the vote of confidence, Oniki had discerned the likely outcome of the vote of confidence. The conversation shifted as Yondaime Reikage interjected, "Tsuchikage, are you saying Uchiha Fugaku will lose?" questioning Tsuchikage Oniki's insinuation about Uchiha Fugaku's potential loss. "I said no such thing." Oniki, maintaining a sly smile, evaded a direct response. I nodded as he mused to himself, expressing his hope for Uchiha Fugaku's victory. "I hope Uchiha Fugaku can win." The Reikage's reasoning was straightforward. In order for the 5 Kages to effectively combat the Akatsuki organization, none of them could afford to be weak. While acknowledging Hyuga Kuroto's impressive abilities, especially his wit in defeating Uchiha Shisui, the Reikage remained uncertain whether such tactics would suffice against the formidable opponents from the Akatsuki. His experiences had taught him that, in the face of absolute strength, meticulous planning could easily crumble. In comparison, Uchiha Fugaku's strength, bolstered by the possession of the Mangekyou Sharingan, appeared more reliable for facing the Akatsuki. Deep in thought, Yagura contemplated the potential consequences of Uchiha Fugaku's defeat. The massive number of Uchiha Jonin who had just voted showcased the clan's power, bolstered by 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. Their collective strength even surpassed that of some shinobi villages. If the Uchiha clan were to lose the election, unrest and upheaval seemed inevitable. Under normal circumstances, Sandaime would be unwilling to take such a risk. However, Yagura speculated on whether Sandaime, unaware of Kuroto's true strength, would choose to compromise and relinquish the position of Godame Hokage to the Uchiha clan. As the other Kage listened to Yagura's whisper, each displayed a distinct expression. Oniki scoffed, being the one most acquainted with Hiruzen's shrewd nature. He doubted that the former Hokage would easily give up. I maintained a pensive countenance, nodding in agreement. The Kaze Kage, Pakura, chose to remain silent, wearing a subtle smile, refraining from offering her own thoughts on the matter. On the rooftop of the nearby building, Naruto excitedly pointed towards the Hokage building. "Look, they are going to open the ballot box," drawing attention to the imminent opening of the ballot box. Sasuke and Neji, activating their respective dojutsu, the Sharingan and the Byakugan, focused their intense gaze on the box. Tioyu-san will soon become Hokage. The anticipation and longing on Sasuke's nervous face were evident as he expressed his belief that his father, Fugaku, would soon ascend to the position of Hokage. For Sasuke, this moment held great significance, as his father's victory would not only fulfill his personal desires but also solidify the Uchiha clan's standing in Konoha. The one who becomes the Godame Hokage will be Kuroto-sensei. Neji, on the other hand, possessed unwavering confidence in Kuroto. He firmly believed that the one who would emerge as the Godame Hokage would be Kuroto. Amidst the palpable anticipation, the diligent efforts of the staff culminated in the swift completion of the ticket counting process. The meticulous workers wasted no time and promptly ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building, presenting the compiled voting results to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen received the crucial document with a mixture of curiosity and solemnity. The weight of this responsibility, knowing that the fate of Konohagakure hung in the balance, was evident in his expression. With measured composure, he carefully perused the voting results, his eyes scanning the figures that would determine the course of the village's leadership. In this pivotal moment, the atmosphere surrounding the rooftop became charged with suspense. All eyes were fixed on Hiruzen, eagerly awaiting the announcement that would reveal the chosen as the next Hokage. After a fleeting moment of anticipation, Sandaime wore a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting both pride and satisfaction. With a voice that resonated throughout the rooftop, he declared, "The results of the vote of confidence have been tallied." The weight of those words seemed to hang in the air, and Fugaku's posture stiffened as he prepared to step forward, anticipating his own name to be called. His mind was already crafting the words he would speak upon assuming the revered mantle of Godame Hokage. Yui, standing by Kuroto's side, clutched his sleeve tightly, her anxiety manifesting as a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Every second felt like an eternity as she anxiously awaited the outcome. Unlike Yui, Kuroto exuded a confident smile as he observed the scene unfolding around him. In his eyes, the outcome of the election had already been determined long before the voting process commenced. To him, the entire electoral procedure is a mere formality, devoid of any real suspense or concern. Elder Koharu, Jiraiya, Tsunade Haim, along with other members of the Konoha Council focused their gaze upon Hiruzen, their collective breaths held in anticipation of the impending announcement. Sensing the collective anticipation, Sandaime, in his role as the voice of the village, did not prolong the suspense. After inhaling deeply, he proclaimed to the assembled crowd, "The victor of this vote of confidence is none other than Hyuga Kuroto." In an instant, jubilation erupted among the ranks of the civilian background ninjas and the Hyuga clan members alike. The air was filled with resounding cheers and thunderous applause, their excitement permeating the atmosphere as they celebrated the triumph of their chosen candidate. Amidst the jubilant uproar that enveloped the scene, Uchiha Fugaku's initial elation transformed into a stunned silence, his face etched with disbelief. His mind seemed to struggle to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. Without warning, a surge of fury overcame Fugaku, his voice cutting through the celebratory atmosphere. I demand a recount of the ballots. His outburst abruptly halted the cheers, causing all eyes to shift towards him, a mixture of surprise and curiosity on the faces of those present. Hiruzen with a creased brow, confronted Fugaku, his tone tinged with a hint of concern. Fugaku, do you doubt the integrity of our village? Before Fugaku could respond, Mikoto reached out and clutched his sleeve, her touch a plea for restraint. Fugaku's seething anger was momentarily quelled as he locked eyes with Hiruzen, silently conveying his meaning. Recognizing Fugaku's meaning, Hiruzen deliberated for a brief moment, then nodded. Very well, if you have doubts, you may conduct a personal recount of the votes. An eerie hush enveloped the rooftop as Fugaku proceeded towards the ballot box, the weight of the onlookers' silent gaze intensifying the gravity of the moment. No one dared to utter a word as they anxiously awaited the outcome. As Fugaku closed the distance to the ballot box, his inner voice echoed with determination. No, this cannot be. The votes were in my favor. They must have manipulated the count. There is no way I could have lost. It's inconceivable. The radiant smile that adorned Yui's face tensed, overshadowed by Fugaku's doubts regarding the vote's outcome. For Yui, the prospect of Kuroto ascending to the position of Godame Hokage was nothing short of a dream exquisite and fantastical. Despite the sweetness of this dream, she couldn't help but feel an undercurrent of unease, particularly now with Fugaku approaching the ballot box. Her nerves were palpable as she tightly gripped Kuroto's cuffs, seeking solace in the touch of Kuroto's hand. In a soothing voice, he reassured her, don't worry. Yui nodded, though her anxious gaze remained fixated on the ballot box. As Fugaku steadily approached the ballot box, a semblance of calm washed over him. He had come to realize that there couldn't possibly be any discrepancies in the vote of confidence results. Exposing any foul play would be far too easy, especially considering the Uchiha members he had discreetly arranged to be part of the staff responsible for ballot inspection. However, a troubling question lingered: why had he, the expected victor, suffered a defeat? Doubt seeped into Fugaku's mind as he arrived at the ballot box. He contemplated whether one of the shinobi clan who had pledged their support had betrayed him. Seeking answers, he turned to the Uchiha individuals he had positioned within the ticket-checking team. Their somber expressions and swift head-shaking only deepened his frustration. Ignoring them, Fugaku meticulously examined each vote cast by the jonin, his countenance composed, albeit seething with growing anger. Unbeknownst to him, his fury turned his Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan, its crimson radiance mirroring his inner turmoil. These treacherous people. Fugaku's inner voice thundered, his anger transmuting into an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The palpable killing intent emanating from him permeated the air, causing even the nearby Umbu operatives to brace themselves and the Uchiha clansmen involved in the vote-counting process to instinctively recoil in fear. In their eyes, the chakra coursing through Fugaku had turned as icy as the depths of winter, sending shivers down their spines. Boom! In a fit of rage, Fugaku forcefully overturned the long table on which the tickets were arranged, his heavy breaths punctuating the charged atmosphere. With seething eyes, he glared at the distant clan patriarchs who had insinuated their allegiance to him, now avoiding his piercing gaze. Gritting his teeth, Fugaku's voice dripped with icy contempt as he coldly shouted, "You traitors! I will ensure you understand the consequences of deceiving the Uchiha clan." The result was a stark departure from his expectations. It wasn't a marginal difference of 1 or 2 votes, nor even a moderate gap of 10 or 20. Instead, it amounted to several dozen votes, revealing a chilling reality. Hardly anyone, aside from the Uchiha clansmen themselves, had cast their vote in his favor. Such a scenario could only arise from one situation: each and every individual who had privately pledged their support had treacherously betrayed him. Fugaku, ensnared in a web of deception, not only felt defeated but also deeply humiliated. As someone accustomed to restraining his emotions, he could no longer contain his anger. The weight of being manipulated fueled the flames of his fury, shattering his emotional restraint. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, realization dawned upon Kuroto as he observed the seething Fugaku below, brimming with murderous intent. He cast a knowing glance at the Sandaime-sama standing beside him and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "It appears that you went a step too far, Sandaime-sama." Undoubtedly, Hiruzen employed subtle tactics during the vote canvassing process to ensure stability within the Uchiha clan and buy time to handle potential rebellions. These methods clouded Uchiha's judgment and led Fugaku to believe that victory in the vote of confidence was assured. However, the issue lay in Sandaime's actions, for he had gone beyond merely securing Kuroto's win. Instead, he orchestrated a resounding defeat for the Uchiha clan, perhaps to push them to relinquish any aspirations for the position of Konoha's Godame Hokage. This extreme outcome could only be explained by the village's employment of certain means, such as ambiguous remarks made by certain people to Fugaku, leading him to believe he was being supported and encouraging him to invest more effort into his campaign. In pursuit of his own agenda, Sandaime had gone to great lengths to humiliate Fugaku, a territory he shouldn't have stepped into, in my personal opinion, muttered Kuroto, shaking his head at the foolishness of it all. It was a foolish move to toy with the pride of the Uchiha clan and manipulate them like puppets, even for someone as indecisive as Fugaku. Such treatment would undoubtedly push him toward rebellion. Indeed, this crushing defeat had shattered all hopes of the Uchiha clan to rightfully claim the position of Godame Hokage. In doing so, the village willingly abandoned negotiations and passively acknowledged the Uchiha's inclination to rebel, thus initiating preemptive measures and positioning the Uchiha as their target. The village's actions had relinquished any opportunity for a peaceful resolution. In Kuroto's perspective, Sandaime-sama's judgment was clouded by his deep-seated distrust of the Uchiha clan, preventing him from finding a better solution to the problem at hand. Kuroto believed that when Fugaku proposed restarting the campaign for the Godame Hokage, the village should have set aside its prejudices and supported Shisui as the ideal candidate. Despite not being formally trained by the Hokage faction, Shisui was technically a member and had unquestionable loyalty to their cause. Furthermore, he was widely regarded as the strongest combatant among the 5 great nations, making him an excellent choice. However, the main hurdle in considering Shisui is Kota Amatsukami, an incredibly powerful genjutsu capable of subtly manipulating the will of others without their awareness. This raised concerns about the need for heightened caution around Shisui if he were to become Hokage. Despite these concerns, Kuroto firmly believed that if Shisui assumed the Hokage mantle, there would be no need to worry about Kota Amatsukami being misused. Additionally, it would have prevented the situation from escalating to its current extent, alleviating the strain placed upon the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the deeply ingrained prejudices and biases that had developed over the course of a decade were not easily dispelled. It was precisely due to these lingering prejudices that the village found itself in its present predicament, and Sandaime missed the opportunity to choose a candidate like Shisui who could have been accepted by both sides as the Godame Hokage. As the Uchiha clansman standing by the ballot box approached Fugaku, he inquired, "Patriarch-sama, what should we do now?" Fugaku, fully aware of being ensnared in a meticulously crafted conspiracy, merely turned his head to cast a frigid glance at the occupants of the Hokage building. With an ice-cold tone, he curtly replied, "Let's go." Leading his clan members, Fugaku departed with an air of authority, without bothering to exchange pleasantries. Observing Fugaku's departure, Kuroto couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. The problem lies not only with Sandaime-sama but also with the Uchiha patriarch, who failed to discern such a straightforward scheme. He truly isn't suited for this role, Kuroto lamented. He couldn't comprehend why Fugaku believed that merely revealing his Mangekyou Sharingan in public and earning admiration by defeating Kakashi would automatically guarantee acceptance and support from members of all clans for his bid as the next Hokage. Shaking his head in disappointment, Kuroto recognized the grave consequences of such misjudgment for someone aspiring to assume the momentous responsibility of Hokage. Such a miscalculation can prove fatal, he thought to himself. As Fugaku and the rest of the Uchiha clan vanished from sight, Sandaime-sama once again declared Kuroto's victory in the vote of confidence. Before he could continue, Yui's jubilant cry interrupted him. "Congratulations, Kuroto-kun. You have become Hokage. You truly are Hokage now." Her eyes welled up with tears as she expressed her heartfelt wishes. At that moment, Sandaime approached Kuroto, ceremoniously draping him with the Godame Hokage Haori and taking off his own Hokage hat to place it upon Kuroto's head, an act met with a smile from the newly appointed Hokage. After the formalities were concluded, Sandaime addressed Kuroto, saying, "Kuroto-kun, from this moment onward, you are the Godame Hokage of Konohagakure. Please govern with care and protect our village." Instantly, the square erupted with applause and cheers. Overwhelmed by the moment, Kuroto, now adorned with the Hokage Haori and the Hokage hat, found himself momentarily dazed as the resounding applause and jubilation filled his ears. Surprisingly, here I am, the one who was left in the village by Orochimaru as a spy due to the seal on my forehead, now standing as the Hokage. Kuroto marveled inwardly. The realization of his newfound position sparked a curious thought in his mind: what kind of expression would grace Orochimaru's face when he learns that his former subordinate has ascended to the esteemed role of Godame Hokage? Would the legendary Sunin be stunned into silence? Regardless of the response, Kuroto's rise to Hokage served as a testament to his growth, as well as a stark reminder of how far he had come from his days under Orochimaru's tutelage. As the distant sound of firecrackers echoed through the air and the cheers of the crowd reverberated across the village, Madara stood at the edge of a cliff outside Konoha village, wearing his distinctive red and black mask. Beside him stood Hyuga Aoki, who had recently defected from Konoha. However, Aoki's calm and unsupported standing posture indicated that he was not the real Aoki, but rather a puppet that closely resembled his original body. Despite Shinichi's disruptive actions, Aoki managed to form an alliance with the Akatsuki organization. In exchange for providing information about Yama, the Amatsukami organization, and the Otsutsuki clan, he received a powerful puppet as a valuable asset. With his Byakugan activated, Aoki observed the scene from a distance, and a smile played on his lips. "It appears that the Godame Hokage has been elected," he remarked. The Byakugan embedded in the puppet's eye sockets did not belong to Aoki himself. It had been taken from the Hyuga elder whom Aoki had assassinated a few years ago during his ill-fated attempt to access the forbidden section of the Hyuga clan's domain. However, due to the considerable distance, even with the high purity of the Byakugan, Aoki was unable to discern the exact situation atop the Hokage building. He could only surmise from the jubilant cheers and celebratory noise that the Godame Hokage of Konoha had been officially announced. As the two figures silently observed the village below, the air hung heavy as the two former Konoha ninjas stared at the distant village where a new chapter of history was unfolding. Madara turned his gaze towards Aoki. Who do you believe has the highest likelihood of being elected? He inquired curiously. Aoki didn't even ponder for a moment and responded confidently, it must be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He paused, a subtle chuckle escaping his lips. There is no chance for a member of the branch family, bound by the cursed seal and fated to live as mere servants, to ascend to the position of Hokage. A bird in the cage would never be allowed to soar the skies, it would always be chained within the cage. While Aoki's tone held a hint of amusement, his eyes conveyed his utmost seriousness. Having been part of the Hyuga branch family himself, he understood the political standing of branch members within the Hyuga clan and the village as a whole. To put it bluntly, they were deemed inferior, sometimes even beneath the status of civilian ninjas. With this knowledge, Aoki was convinced that a branch member could never emerge victorious over the formidable Uchiha clan patriarch and secure leadership through the vote of confidence. Madara nodded, contemplating Aoki's words. Recollections of his time in the ninja school resurfaced, reminding him that Hyuga Kuroto, even back then, had shown little promise in terms of surpassing him. He acknowledged the unlikelihood of Kuroto's victory, as he was unwilling to accept the idea that someone he had easily bested in the past could rise to the position of Hokage. While Madara personally held a disdainful view of the significance of the Hokage title, he still found it preposterous to imagine someone like Hyuga Kuroto assuming such a prestigious role. The notion simply defied all reason in his eyes. Hyuga Kuroto can never become Hokage, Madara thought, scoffing at the idea. As the two ninjas stood atop the cliff, certain of their thoughts, Zetsu emerged from the ground. With half of his body peering out, he delivered the news. The Godame Hokage of Konoha has been chosen. Well, let's go. There's nothing more to see here. Madara nodded, ready to depart. Aoki concurred, his body levitating into the air. Observing the apparent lack of curiosity from Madara and Hyuga Aoki, Zetsu was momentarily taken aback and questioned, aren't the two of you interested to know who the Hokage is? Or is it that you already know who the Godame Hokage of Konoha is? What is there to know? Isn't it glaringly obvious? Madara retorted. The Uchiha clan strategically placed Shinichi within our organization and successfully retrieved him. Shinichi possessed extensive insider information of Akatsuki, which the village now has access to. This compelled us to abandon our previous hideouts and establish new ones. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku revealed that he, too, possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the appearance of 3 Mangekyo Sharingan users in the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no choice but to make compromises. His disdain for Hyuga Kuroto's potential ascension to the Hokage position was not solely based on personal contempt. Madara took into account the Uchiha clan's contributions and their current enigmatic strength, which shaped his assessment of the overall situation. Zetsu responded to Madara's reasoning by shrugging and chuckling. The Uchiha clan shares your sentiment, but unfortunately, you all are mistaken. The victor this time is Hyuga Kuroto of the Hyuga branch division, and he has been appointed as the Godame Hokage of Konohagakure by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Epsilon. Madara was caught off guard by the revelation. Even if Madara was wearing a mask and even if the Aoki before them was a mere puppet, Zetsu could still sense their shock and disbelief at this unexpected outcome. Without even needing to inquire further about how such a turn of events came to pass, Aoki reacted with a fierce expression, shouting in disbelief, "No, this cannot be. It's absolutely impossible. Hyuga Kuroto cannot become Hokage. Why did he become Hokage? How did he become Hokage? This is impossible." The burden of the caged bird's cursed seal lay heavily upon the branch members, relegating them to the role of servitude under the main family's control. They were denied freedom and treated as mere instruments of service. No matter the talent or strength possessed by a member of the branch division, they were deemed disposable in the eyes of the main family. Their destiny seemed unalterable, trapped within the confines of their predetermined existence. This was the belief Aoki had developed over the years. Driven by this belief, Aoki embarked on a quest for the Tenseigan, defecting from the village in a desperate bid to liberate himself. He saw no other means of escape. However, the unexpected turn of events saw Hyuga Kuroto, another member of the branch family, rise to the position of Godame Hokage through the vote of confidence. Despite his branch family status, Kuroto was embraced by the masses as their leader. This reality shattered Aoki's deeply ingrained beliefs. Kuroto's achievements seemed to suggest that with enough skill and hard work, one could break free from their predetermined fate. They could open the cage and soar freely. No, he is nothing more than a loyal dog, obedient to the clan's orders. How could he be superior to me? Superior to Aoba? No, I will never accept it. I am the one who defied fate. Aoki roared with anguish, the denial of something he had believed in so strongly causing him immense pain. Inwardly, Madara seethed with frustration as his breathing became heavier. That weakling managed to defeat Shisui, Kakashi, Fugaku, and rise to the position of Hokage? How is this even possible? Something must be amiss. Though he kept his thoughts to himself, his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. Madara could not come to terms with the fact that Hyuga Kuroto, of all people, had become the Hokage. The clash between their deeply held beliefs and the reality before them left both Aoki and Madara grappling with an intense sense of disbelief and resentment. Observing the slightly tumultuous emotions of the two individuals even through their masks and puppets, Zetsu shrugged nonchalantly. No matter how much you complain, it won't change the fact that Hyuga Kuroto is the Godame Hokage of Konohagakure. It would be wise for both of you to accept this reality quickly so that we can adapt our plans accordingly. After a considerable amount of time, Madara and Aoki managed to regain their composure and come to terms with the situation. Madara spoke up unexpectedly, his ascension to the Hokage position may not necessarily be a bad thing for us. Aoki smirked in agreement. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen has made a foolish move. He refused to acknowledge that his and his brother Aoba's unfortunate destinies were simply due to their own inadequacies. Instead, he redirected his anger and placed the blame on Sarutobi Hiruzen's alleged stupidity. In his mind, there must be another reason why Hyuga Kuroto could become Hokage, and that reason was Sarutobi Hiruzen's folly. He believed that the world was at fault, not him. Having accepted the reality of Kuroto's newfound status as Hokage, Madara and Aoki realized that it presented them with a valuable opportunity to sow chaos within Konoha. The defeat of Fugaku Uchiha had undoubtedly fueled dissatisfaction within the Uchiha clan, a clan boasting 3 wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It wouldn't take much to ignite the Uchiha clan's rebellion. By appointing Kuroto as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already set the Uchiha clan on edge. All they had to do now was wait, and it was highly likely that an Uchiha rebellion would erupt in the near future. Once the Uchiha clan, armed with 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, rose in rebellion, it would inevitably lead to a cataclysmic battle, one that could reverberate throughout Konoha. Whether the Uchiha clan emerged victorious or the village prevailed, the impact on Konoha would be devastating. The Godame Hokage chosen that day might very well be the last Hokage of Konoha village. The realization of this potential outcome fueled Madara and Aoki's determination to exploit the situation and inflict a severe blow upon Konoha. In the mansion of the Uchiha clan, Itaka stood silently in the sprawling yard, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. The atmosphere around him was tense and filled with an air of despair. Ever since his father's defeat in the Hokage election, the Uchiha clan had descended into a frenzy of emotions, resembling a volatile barrel of oil ready to ignite at any moment. Even without actively listening, Itaka could hear the faint echoes of curses and bitter remarks drifting through the streets surrounding the mansion. The voices belonged to his fellow clansmen, their anger and disgust directed towards the village resonating painfully in his ears. Itaka couldn't shake off the weight of those curses, which sounded harsh, heart-wrenching, and impossible to ignore. The situation has escalated to this point. Our future looks bleak, Itaka murmured, his face clouded with a deep sense of gloom. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor of the yard. Without turning around, Itaka could discern from the softness of the footfalls that it was his beloved younger brother, Sasuke, rushing towards him. As expected, Sasuke arrived by Itaka's side in a flurry, tears streaming down his face, and asked with a bewildered expression, "Nii-san. Nii-san, why did Toyu-san lose the election?" Itaka let out a sigh and gently flicked Sasuke's forehead. "Sasuke, you're already training to be a ninja. Ninjas shouldn't shed tears so easily, don't cry so readily in the future." Sasuke paid little attention to Itaka's remark and persisted with his questioning, his voice filled with confusion. "But Toyu-san awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and our clan has served the village faithfully for decades. We were also the founders of Konohagakure. Shouldn't they have voted for him?" Though young, Sasuke had picked up on the constant stream of curses and resentful remarks from their clansmen towards the other villagers of Konoha. It had made him realize that the Uchiha clan had been deceived and that a significant conspiracy was at play during the vote of confidence. Itaka spoke softly, trying to convey the complexity of the situation. "It's a very complex matter, Sasuke. You'll understand when you grow older." Sasuke pouted, unconvinced. "It's not complicated at all. The Hokage should be the strongest ninja in the village, right? That way, they can protect the village." Itaka was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's response. After a brief pause, a warm smile graced his lips as he ruffled Sasuke's hair affectionately. His gaze drifted into the distance, lost in his own thoughts as he murmured, "Yes, Sasuke, the Hokage should indeed be the most powerful ninja in the village. It's not complicated at all." Somewhere in the Uchiha district, inside an izakaya, Shinichi found solace in passing his time there instead of the usual training grounds. I am really bored." The recent prohibition imposed by Kuroto on the use of Sharingan for the next few days had disrupted his routine. "Well, can't do anything about it," he thought, shaking his head as he raised his cup and took a sip of sake and sighed in relief. This is some good stuff." However, his solace and peace were interrupted by the cursing of his clansmen. "I want to eliminate those traitors who betrayed our Uchiha clan." One Uchiha voiced his frustration, the bitterness evident in his words. "They are just pawns of the village. It is the village itself that orchestrated the betrayal against us Uchiha," another Uchiha said in a voice filled with resentment. "You're right. With an incapable and cunning bastard like Sarutobi Hiruzen in power, our Uchiha ninjas won't even have a chance at becoming Hokage," added another. The disdain and resentment these Uchihas held for the village was palpable and obvious. Perhaps due to the effects of sake, the Uchiha clansmen within the izakaya were more candid and sharp with their curses than what could be heard on the streets. The curses grew louder and carried their anger, frustration, and resentment. "Children," thought Shinichi, shaking his head, and he continued to enjoy his sake. He remained unfazed by the surrounding abuse and curses that filled his ears. Suddenly, Uchiha Shin, visibly intoxicated, stumbled his way over to Shinichi, holding his cup. He slurred, "Shinichi-san, you're here drinking too?" Shinichi glanced at the drunken Shin, frowned, and responded, "Aren't you supposed to be on patrol right now? Why are you here drinking?" "Patrol?" Shin hiccuped, his words slurred. The assholes treats us Uchihas like monkeys and expects us to serve them? Well, they can kill my ass. Shinichi shook his head, dismissing Shin's drunken ramblings, and continued to drink his sake in peace. Undeterred, Shin continued, I know you're unhappy too. Don't worry, the patriarch won't let those bastards get away with it. Shinichi replied casually, he has already lost the election. What more can the patriarch do? The patriarch, you, and Shisui. We Uchiha possess 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharinon. So what if we lost the vote of confidence? With the 3 of you, we can seize control of the village directly. Shin exclaimed, downing more alcohol with each word. Shinichi turned his head to look at the intoxicated Shin and asked, isn't it better to stay alive? Shin, not hearing clearly, swayed unsteadily and asked, huh? What did you just say? It's nothing, Shinichi replied, regaining his composure, no longer paying attention to the inebriated Shin. Coup d'etat? In Shinichi's eyes, the current Hokage, Hyuga Kuroto, is the most formidable shinobi alive. Not only is he the strongest, but he is also the leader of a Matsukami, an organization so formidable that even the 5 great shinobi villages have to rely on them to fight Akatsuki. The idea of rebelling seemed like a certain suicide to Shinichi. In fact, he believed that choosing suicide would be an easier path, at least in death, he would have control over his fate. Actually, the boss doesn't need to take action personally. With just Samsara alone, we Uchiha are done for. Not to mention Fujin, Tsukii, Dojin, and Sujin, and on top of that, all the Konohagaku are ninjas. You fools are rushing towards your own demise. Don't drag me into it. Shinichi expressed his disdain toward the idea. Hyuga District. In stark contrast to the anger and bitterness within the Uchiha clan, joy permeated the atmosphere. Laughter echoed through the streets, and Neji, too, wore a face adorned with pride and happiness ever since the Sandaime announced Kuroto as the Godame Hokage. Neji. Hizashi sternly called out to his son, noticing his momentary distraction. Otusama. Neji quickly snapped back to attention, straightening his posture and sitting upright on his knees. Observing Neji's return to his meticulous sitting position, Hizashi nodded with satisfaction before speaking earnestly, from this day forward, you are not just a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. You are also the disciple of the Hokage. Your every word and action represent Hokage-sama, so you must exercise strict self-restraint. You mustn't bring unnecessary trouble upon Hokage-sama by following in the footsteps of others. Neji lowered his head and replied, yes. Seeing Neji attentively listening, a smile appeared on Hizashi's serious face. He took great pride in his decision to have Neji become Kuroto's disciple, believing it to be the most correct choice he had made in his life. He is well aware of the significance of being the Hokage's disciple. It is not just an honor but also an opportunity to change one's fate, a chance to fight against the confines of being a caged bird. When his son, with exceptional talent, was branded with the mark of the caged bird, Hizashi was consumed by despair. He even harbored dark thoughts, contemplating the unthinkable act of harming Hinata. At that moment, he recognized that Neji's fate had been sealed, destined to be controlled by members of the main family who were far less gifted and weaker than him. However, with Kuroto assuming the position of Godame Hokage, the fate of many people underwent a transformation. And the one who benefited the most was undoubtedly Neji, Kuroto's sole disciple. In accordance with the village's traditions, the Hokage's disciples are the natural successors to the position of Hokage. In other words, Neji, who was previously distant from the possibility of becoming Hokage, now possessed the invaluable qualification of being a future Hokage candidate by virtue of being Kuroto's disciple. Gazing at his son, who had matured and grown increasingly handsome, Hizashi looked ahead with anticipation, whispering, Neji, I think, you may no longer be a bird confined to a cage. You may have a chance to spread your wings and soar high. Putting the Hokage hat on the desk, Kuroto approached the window. Prior to today's vote of confidence, the previous Hokage, Sandaime Hokage, had already relocated his personal belongings. From this moment forward, Kuroto was the rightful owner of the Hokage office. Although Kuroto had visited this office numerous times before, it was his first appearance as the official owner. Therefore, everything in the room felt simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar to him. 2, 8, 16, 24. After a brief moment of observation, Kuroto discovered the presence of 24 diligent Umbu operatives stationed near the Hokage's office. This indicated that 6 Umbu squads were responsible for covertly securing his office. After cross-referencing the defense map of the Hokage building in his possession, Kuroto confirmed the accuracy of his perception. Indeed, 6 Umbu squads were discreetly safeguarding the Hokage office. TCH, it's quite troublesome. Kuroto muttered with a hint of frustration, slowly sinking back into his chair. The formidable defense setup undoubtedly posed significant challenges for him in terms of sneaking out and disappearing unnoticed in the future. This was one of the reasons why he had been reluctant to assume the position of Hokage. Nevertheless, he had to accept the reality and find a way to circumvent this issue. Knock, knock. Abruptly, a gentle knock resounded at the door. Kuroto rubbed his forehead and nodded. Come in. Kakashi entered, holding a confidential document, and respectfully bowed to Kuroto, Hokage-sama. Kuroto waved his hand helplessly and said, Must we still maintain such formalities when it's just the two of us? Kakashi and Kuroto were not only shinobi from the same generation but also long-standing colleagues. It would feel strange for Kakashi, of all people, to address him as Hokage-sama. Observing that Hyuga Kuroto did not let his new title inflate his ego, Kakashi nodded with a smile and replied, "Very well then, I'll continue addressing you the way we always have, Kuroto." Kuroto nodded appreciatively and asked, "So, what brings you here? Has something occurred?" Kakashi shook his head. "Nothing noteworthy has transpired." He paused briefly and explained, "However, now that you are Hokage, it is essential for you to be acquainted with certain top-level village secrets. Although you may already be aware of several, it is customary to go through the formalities." Kuroto murmured, "I see." Now intrigued to know the nature of these secrets Kakashi was about to divulge. Kakashi nodded. "Here are the documents," he said, placing the classified papers on Kuroto's desk. Kuroto picked up the document and casually inquired, "What is this?" Immediately, Kakashi's smile vanished, and he adopted a solemn expression as he responded, "Kuroto, the document in your hands is perhaps the most highly valued document at this moment." I wonder what it entails," murmured Kuroto as he began reading the document. The last time Kakashi mentioned something as top secret, it was related to Uchiha Izumi, the double agent. Although Kakashi had not disclosed the agent's identity, Kuroto was well aware of who it was. Now, with Kakashi again using the term top secret, Kuroto's curiosity was piqued. As he delved into the document's contents, Kuroto was taken aback. The front page displayed the words, Amatsukami Organization Analysis Report. Observing Kuroto's silence, Kakashi walked up behind him and elaborated, "This report represents 8 years of exhaustive analysis of the Amatsukami organization. It encompasses every facet we know about Amatsukami, its members, their jutsu, combat styles, specialties, preferred chakra, and even the Kekkei Genkai they possess. Essentially, it encompasses everything we have witnessed or learned about them thus far." Kuroto nodded lightly, feeling the strangeness of having an entire document dedicated to his own organization, and how it was deemed the highest level secret by Konoha. Kakashi paused for a moment, then added, "Now that you have assumed the role of Hokage, your inevitable encounters with Amatsukami necessitate a complete understanding of their organization. Therefore, I urge you to thoroughly read this report." Intrigued by Kakashi's serious demeanor, Kuroto began reading the analysis from a first-person perspective. It focused on Yama. Noting that Kuroto was engrossed in reading the analysis report on Yama, Kakashi spoke. "Yama is the leader of Amatsukami and likely the most formidable entity in the shinobi world, surpassing even Nagato in strength. There is a strong possibility that he is an ancient being who has resided in the shinobi world through unknown means, taking an interest in current events. And, while no evidence of his presence or involvement has been found, approximately 8 years ago, during our time in the same Umbu squad, Yama suddenly became active," Kakashi continued. "We investigated this brief period of Yama's activity and discovered that Yama single-handedly completed up to 70% of missions in the black market at an alarming speed. His efficiency and accuracy were astonishingly high. The missions he undertook mainly involved confrontations, extensive tracking, and travel. Even if you and I were to tackle these missions, it would undoubtedly take us significantly longer compared to Yama's rapid completion. This discrepancy in speed suggests that he possesses the extraordinary ability to fly at tremendous speeds and potentially knows a space-time jutsu akin to the flying Raijin technique." Kuroto smiled as he questioned upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, "Such antiquated matters have also been thoroughly investigated." Kakashi nodded solemnly. "Yama possesses enough power to exert influence over the entire shinobi world. Even if he isn't an enemy, it is crucial for us to be attentive to every aspect concerning him. Currently, we haven't determined the exact reason behind someone of his position and authority undertaking numerous missions. Yamanaka Inoichi-san suggested that he might be refining a jutsu or tactic, which is a plausible and valid argument. I, too, believe that this rationale is entirely possible." Kuroto nodded and inquired, "Is this the consensus among everyone?" Kakashi nodded in response. "Sandaime-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Elder Koharu, and I all share Inoichi-san's analysis." He chuckled and added, "However, Tsunade-sama firmly insists that Yama completed these missions out of an obsession with money. Of course, her argument lacks credibility. How could that be possible?" Cough cough. Kuroto coughed, adopting a serious expression. "Sometimes, Tsunade-sama presents unreasonable arguments. It's inconceivable for someone like Yama to be obsessed with money." Kakashi nodded in agreement, also finding it implausible for someone as formidable as Yama to traverse the shinobi world solely for financial gain. There must be another motive. Observing Kakashi aligning with his thoughts, Kuroto internally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but think, that old woman truly possesses keen perception. Shifting his focus back to the analysis report, Kuroto turned the page and discovered that it only contained records of information related to Yama's combat capabilities. Both records provided detailed and straightforward descriptions of Yama's battles with Nagato, along with numerous speculations about the abilities employed by both combatants. "Is that all?" He couldn't help but ask Kakashi. "This is too little information. Moreover, half of it is inaccurate and mere conjecture." Kakashi sighed helplessly and nodded. "Apart from those few months of activity, Yama rarely surfaces in the shinobi world. The only 2 instances where his battles were witnessed are documented here. Furthermore, both battles were against Uzumaki Nagato, whose strength surpasses comprehension. Approaching them during combat is incredibly perilous. Gathering any information about Yama has been an arduous task, and half of it remains mere speculation. At our level, we are unable to ascertain the nature of his jutsu. Ah, nodded Kuroto, internally smirking with pride. Hey, as Kuroto turned the page, the next name that appeared before his eyes was that of Sujin from the Amatsukami organization. Having witnessed firsthand the clashes between Sandaime Hokage and the shinobi of Kirigakure, Kuroto found the description of Sujin's battle style, tactics, and jutsu to be far more intricate. Kakashi spoke. Undoubtedly, you should already be familiar with him, considering your unfortunate encounter with him nearly 8 years ago. Kuroto nodded. Yes, he and Homusubi suddenly materialized before me and Shisui, subjecting us to a chilling freeze. Of course, this fabricated story served as a cover for Kuroto and Shisui's actual deeds. Kakashi concurred. Indeed. It's highly likely that Sujin is a skilled shinobi hailing from the extinct Yuki clan of Kirigakure. His mastery over ice release Kekii Genkai and water release jutsu is extraordinary, enabling him to engage Sandaime-sama on equal footing. Additionally, he possesses an enigmatic technique that transforms him into a colossal dragon-like creature, capable of summoning an oceanic phenomenon in the sky. Only through the combined efforts of Yondaime Mizukage in his perfected Jinchuriki mode and elite shinobi from Kirigakure did they manage to compel his retreat. Furthermore, there exists a possibility that he engaged several members of the Akatsuki organization during Orochimaru's tenure. Not only did he confront them head-on, but he also emerged from the encounter alive, underscoring his formidable prowess and extensive combat experience. Kuroto nodded, perusing the description of Sujin. Even without Kakashi's information, Kuroto possessed intimate knowledge of the enigmatic shinobi named Sujin. His gaze fixated on the term unidentified and he inquired with a faint smile, so, we still have no inkling about his true identity. Kakashi sighed, regrettably, no. Even the denizens of Kirigakure remain clueless as to Sujin's origins. Over the past 2 decades, during the era of the Village of the Bloody Mist, numerous shinobi defected from the village, making it arduous to distinguish friend from foe. Moreover, in that era, those possessing Kekii Genkai were relentlessly persecuted by Kirigakure authorities following the coup d'état. As a result, many concealed their true identities and their affiliations with Kekii Genkai-bearing clans. Consequently, ascertaining Sujin's potential identity proves to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Kuroto acknowledged, absorbing the information. About the situation in Kirigakure, nobody possessed a deeper understanding than Kuroto himself. During the days when Yagura was clandestinely manipulated by Obito, uprisings erupted in Kirigakure almost every month. Even now, the village struggled to recover from the scars of civil wars, making it unsurprising that the true identity of Sujin remained elusive. With this knowledge in mind, Kuroto shifted his focus to the section concerning Homusubi within the file. In comparison to the previous information on Sujin, the details regarding Homusubi were notably more extensive. It was evident that the village placed considerably greater importance on Homusubi than on Sujin. The circumstances surrounding Homusubi are rather exceptional. There are 2 individuals bearing the name Homusubi within the Amatsukami organization, 1 male and 1 female. The male Homusubi possesses a crimson Susanoo and is known to wield special spiritual weapons called Totsuka no Tsurugai and Yatta no Kagami. These spiritual artifacts harbor unimaginable power, with Totsuka no Tsurugai capable of sealing anyone within an eternal drunken dream and Yatta no Kagami possessing the ability to reflect all enemy jutsu. Diverging from the male Homusubi, the female Homusubi manifests a golden Susanoo of grander proportions, akin to that of Shisui's. Moreover, her Susanoo is enveloped in a golden flame, searing with intense heat, capable of incinerating chakra itself. Only tailed beast chakra-infused water release or senjutsu chakra-infused water release can withstand the potency of these golden flames. What's truly remarkable is that she can wield these golden flames even outside the realm of her Susanoo. In addition to Susanoo, both individuals possess their own unique Mangekyo Sharinon abilities, much like Uchiha Shinichi. Though we are unaware of the full extent of their abilities, we do know that one of the male Homusubi's capabilities is a genjutsu that entraps victims within a world under his complete control. Time flows at his whim within this genjutsu, which he employs to torment his adversaries. This ability is exceptionally treacherous, as I personally experienced its horrors during the War of the Best, explained Kakashi, his expression clouded with bitterness. The hours of torture he endured still lingered vividly in his memory. Kuroto nodded as he directed his attention towards the comprehensive description of both Homusubi individuals. The description contained similarities between the Susanoo of male Homusubi and that of Fugaku, as depicted in the 2 pictures. The resemblances extended beyond color and encompassed their shape. However, the possession of Totsuka no Tsurugai and Yatta no Kagami was noted as a distinguishing factor. Kakashi further shared his perplexity, stating, I find this rather peculiar as well. The Susanoo of male Homusubi and Uchiha Fugaku bear striking similarities. According to Shisui's account, the Susanoo of 2 individuals should not be reminiscent of each other due to their distinct chakra signatures. Curious, Kuroto glanced at Kakashi and queried, what are your thoughts? Why are they so alike? Kakashi shook his head and replied, we possess limited knowledge concerning the Uchiha clan and their Susanoo, making it difficult to draw any conclusive explanations for their similarities. In truth, a lingering doubt resided within Kakashi's heart, unspoken to anyone. There existed a possibility that the male Homusubi had a close blood relation to Uchiha Fugaku, which could account for their comparable chakra signatures. The male Homusubi might be Fugaku's unknown sibling or even Fugaku's eldest son, Itake. However, Kakashi had meticulously examined all available records, which showed no evidence of Fugaku having a sibling. Furthermore, at the time the male Homusubi first appeared, Itake was merely 8 or 9 years old, making him an implausible candidate. Therefore, Kakashi remained uncertain and chose not to share this possibility with others. He had no desire to unjustly implicate the young Uchiha heir. Nodding in understanding, Kuroto posed another question: are there any speculations regarding their potential identities? Kakashi mumbled to himself, it could be anyone. After a pause, he continued, one possibility is that the female Homusubi is Uchiha Naori, who operated during the era when Sandaime and the other elders were young shinobi. According to available information, she met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances. He added, as for the male Homusubi, it could be either Uchiha Ryota or his brother Uchiha Hideki, both of whom were abducted by a Matsukami a few years ago. However, these are merely conjectures, and there is also a chance that these assumptions are incorrect. It is plausible that both the male and female Homusubi are individuals presumed dead during the First, Second, or Third Great Shinobi War. The Uchiha, it seems, have a way of resurfacing after all. As Kakashi concluded, a hint of melancholy clouded his demeanor. Nodding thoughtfully, Kuroto acknowledged, those are reasonable guesses, I suppose. The possibility that the Uchihas of a Matsukami were hidden within the Uchiha clan was not entertained by the village, which was a wise and logical approach. The current Uchiha clan consists of 3 Mangekyo Sheri non-users, none of whom are Homusubi. This fact is widely acknowledged. If the 2 Uchihas from a Matsukami were indeed concealed within the Uchiha clan, the clan would have a total of 5 Mangekyo Sheri non-users. With such formidable power, it is likely that the Uchiha clan would have revolted long ago. However, the absence of any such rebellion suggests that Homusubi and the other Uchiha are not harbored within the Uchiha clan. With this thought in mind, Kuroto turned the page and came across the section dedicated to Fujin. Due to Fujin's involvement in the battle against numerous members of the Akatsuki during their attempted Konoha collapse plan, and the extensive witnesses from Konoha, his section contained substantial information. It was repeatedly emphasized that Fujin possessed a mastery over several Kekkai Genkai. Notably, Magnet Release, Shikatsumayaku, and Typhoon Release were mentioned. Interestingly, the information regarding Scorch Release and Byakugan, which Kuroto had desired to remain undisclosed, was absent. Although he couldn't fathom why Kurone omitted it, he felt relieved by its absence. Observing Kuroto's growing interest in Fujin, Kakashi inquired, would you like to hear my personal assessment of Fujin? Kuroto nodded in agreement and replied, please, go ahead. Kakashi shared his perspective, stating, Fujin is not just strong, but incredibly powerful. Without a doubt, he is the second strongest member within the Amatsukami organization. Kakashi's assessment was accurate. The strength of the Fujin clone indeed ranked second within Amatsukami. However, this ranking was subject to change with Karin acquiring the Rinnegan. Nonetheless, at present, it remained a fact. After all, the devastating power of the all-killing Ash Bones was nothing to be taken lightly. Even though the Fujin clone could only utilize this power partially at the risk of self-destruction, it undeniably stood as one of the most perilous abilities in the shinobi world. Nodding in understanding, Kuroto perused the content regarding Fujin. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the section about Dojin. Although this segment lacked substantial information, it contained a sentence that revealed everything one needed to know about Dojin. Dojin is Deidara of Iwagakur. Kakashi clarified, despite his denial, this fact remains undoubtedly true. All relevant information about Deidara is stored in the corresponding archives. Feel free to explore it at your convenience. Kuroto nodded and closed the analysis report, expressing his satisfaction. This report is impeccable. As for the true reason behind his satisfaction, perhaps that's something only Kuroto understood. After closing the Amatsukami analysis report, Kakashi turned to Kuroto and spoke, we have instructed Deidara to make contact with the Amatsukami. If there is any communication with them, you will be notified. Got it? Nodded Kuroto. Kakashi continued, one more thing to keep in mind, now that you are Hokage, the members of Amatsukami may directly approach you to discuss certain matters. Therefore, you must be prepared in case you suddenly encounter them. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kuroto was momentarily intrigued and thought to himself, yes, now that I consider it, being the leader of Amatsukami and Hokage at the same time is unexpectedly advantageous. I can bypass involving too many people in my decisions and interactions, omitting trivial details. While Kuroto pondered the advantages of his dual identities, Kakashi proceeded, there is one more matter we hope you can figure out. Figure what out? Asked Kuroto, not comprehending Kakashi's implication. The main family of your clan appears to be engaged in undisclosed transactions with unknown external forces. Moreover, Amatsukami is also involved in this, explained Kakashi, with an air of concern left unsaid. He knew Kuroto would grasp his meaning. Kuroto nodded, I will do my best to address this. Having personally fought against Otsutsuki Toneri's puppet to rescue Hizashi, Kuroto was well acquainted with the intricacies of the situation. However, this matter involved the Otsutsuki clan and the secrets of the Tenseigan. Personally, Kuroto did not want Konoha to become entangled in this affair either. Hence, Kuroto decided to assist the main family in concealing the matter. As for the threat posed by Toneri to the shinobi world, Kuroto would have to deal with him as well. However, to confront Toneri, he needed to lure him out, and for that, suitable bait was required. Surveying the entire shinobi world, there were few entities or individuals suitable to act as bait. The giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan was one such bait, but the predicament lay in its current control by Aoki. If Kuroto wished to use the giant Tenseigan as a lure for Toneri, he first had to acquire that treasure. And in order to obtain the Hyuga clan's giant Tenseigan, Kuroto had to first entice Aoki out, or else all efforts would be futile. The stage is being prepared, I hope the actors won't delay in assuming their roles, Kuroto ruminated to himself. Aside from being engrossed in the creation of the Rinnegan, one of the primary reasons why Kuroto allowed the situation in the village to escalate to this extent was to delay his intervention and let those who sought chaos take the bait. They needed an opening to strike, and Kuroto was deliberately providing them with an opportunity while he pursued his own objective. The dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan presented the perfect chance for these individuals, and Kuroto believed they would not remain idle this time. As Kuroto contemplated these matters, Kakashi suddenly produced another set of papers and handed them to him, saying, "This is a comprehensive list of all the Umbu operatives, including detailed descriptions of their abilities. Take a look and select a suitable shinobi for your Hokage Guard platoon." "Hokage Guards," muttered Kuroto with a furrowed brow, shaking his head in disagreement. "No, that's unnecessary. I don't want guards around me." The presence of the Umbu operatives already posed a headache for Kuroto within the Hokage office. He did not desire another team constantly trailing him for the sake of his security. A with ring above. Kuroto shrugged. "Kuroto, you should be well aware of the current situation. If the Uchihas, if someone intends to act, I will be their primary target. As the Hokage, my safety is not merely a personal matter, it holds great importance for the village. Therefore, I cannot be stubborn in this regard, and I must promptly establish a Hokage Guard platoon." The formation of a Hokage Guard platoon was a customary practice in the ninja world. Every cage in a shinobi village had their personal team of guards. Furthermore, the situation in Konoha was undeniably complex. After contemplating for a while, Kuroto finally nodded. "All right, fine." With Kuroto's agreement, Kakashi was satisfied and departed from the Hokage office. Once Kakashi had left, Kuroto began perusing the pages, contemplating whom to select for the task. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an idea. "Knock, knock. Come in," Kuroto called out, as 4 familiar faces appeared in his office and stood before him. These 4 individuals were none other than Kurenai, Yujeo, Heiate, and Anko. Observing their presence, Kuroto spoke. "I have gathered the 4 of you here to discuss something. I am considering transferring all of you to the new Hokage Guard platoon. Do any of you have objections?" Anko blinked in surprise. "Huh? Really, Kuroto-kun?" Being a member of the Hokage Guard platoon meant a promotion. Not only was it an immense honor to be the Hokage Guard, but it also presented an opportunity to access new information and experiences that were not available even to Umbu members. Before Kuroto could respond to Anko's question, Kurenai whispered softly, "Anko, mind your manners. He is the Hokage now." Anko nodded in response and bowed to Kuroto, saying, "Please forgive me, Hokage-sama." Unlike Kakashi, who had already ascended to the highest position and was about to become the chief advisor, Anko was still an ordinary special jonin. Therefore, with Kurenai's reminder, she swiftly realized that the Kuroto standing before her was no longer the student or fellow squad member from their childhood. He was now the Godame Hokage, the leader of Konoha. Kuroto smiled and waved his hand, reassuring them, "It's all right." He added after a brief pause, "I value your opinions, so please feel free to express yourselves. If any of you genuinely wish to become part of the platoon, let me know. And if any of you are not interested, please also inform me." Anko was the first to nod, saying, If it means being your guard, count me in." "No problem." Kurenai, Yujeo, and Heiate also nodded, following Anko's lead. "We have no objections either," they concurred. Kuroto nodded in satisfaction and stated, "From this moment onward, the 4 of you are members of the Hokage Guard platoon. You will be directly responsible for my safety and must obey all my orders. I assume that all 4 of you understand this." "Yes," the 4 of them replied in unison. Kuroto smiled with a content expression, saying, "Very good." After contemplating for a moment, he turned to Kurenai. "Kurenai, you shall be the captain of the Hokage Guard platoon." Among the 4, Kurenai possessed the greatest strength and experience, making her the most suitable candidate for the role of captain in the Hokage Guard platoon. Kurenai nodded, responding, "As you command." With that, the new Hokage Guard platoon, consisting of Ui Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, Gekko Heiate, and Uzuki Yujeo, was officially established, with Kurenai assuming the position of captain. A figure traversed through a cavern veiled in a dense mist. With each step forward, the mist gradually dissipated, thinning out and revealing a radiant light at the cave's far end. Unperturbed by the sight, the figure continued their unhurried approach towards the cave's exit. Exiting the cave didn't take long, and as the figure emerged into the open, the brilliant sunlight showered upon them. Having spent the past few days in the darkness of the cave, the sudden exposure to such intense brightness instinctively compelled the figure to shield their eyes with their hands. The excess light caused discomfort, overwhelming their senses. After a while, the figure's pupils adjusted to the light, and they cautiously withdrew their hands, only to discover that their vision remained blurry. It must be due to the lingering mist, the figure mumbled to themselves, intending to wipe away the moisture from their glasses. However, at that moment, they hesitated. Upon removing their glasses, the figure realized something astonishing. Their vision was unexpectedly clear, even clearer than ever before. Overwhelmed by the clarity of the world seen directly through their unaided eyes, the figure couldn't help but express their surprise and delight. Could this mean that senjutsu has the potential to cure myopia? They pondered aloud, their mind filled with wonder. This figure was none other than Yakushi Kabuto, who had ventured into the Ryokai cave days ago, determined to attain the senjutsu mode even at the cost of his life. Undoubtedly, Kabuto possessed an extraordinary talent for senjutsu, mastering it within an impressively short span of time. Even the venerable White Snake Sage herself marveled at Kabuto's aptitude for senjutsu. Naruto, being a reincarnation of Asura and inheriting the Sage of Six Paths' physical prowess, stood apart. On the other hand, Kabuto, originally an ordinary shinobi, managed to swiftly grasp the intricacies of the senjutsu mode. This exceptional accomplishment astounded even the White Snake Sage, who briefly entertained the notion that the senjutsu mode of the Ryokai cave was tailor-made for Kabuto. Within a few days of dedicated practice, Kabuto not only honed the skill of absorbing natural energy but also learned to instantly enter the senjutsu mode without the need for prolonged stillness to gather the surrounding natural energy. Presently, Kabuto's mastery of senjutsu surpassed that of Jiraiya and Naruto, placing him on par with the esteemed first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It is crucial to note that Kabuto's extraordinary achievement was not a mere stroke of luck. Even within the canon storyline, following Orochimaru's demise, Kabuto inherited his mentor's legacy while embarking on a quest to unravel the meaning of life. In his pursuit, Kabuto went to great lengths, incorporating the cells of others into his own body, which tainted his chakra and resulted in a malignant chakra composition. Indeed, to master senjutsu, it takes more than purity of heart and unwavering determination, it requires a body that harmonizes with nature. Kabuto's ill-fated decision to integrate the cells of Orochimaru and his test subjects tainted his body, creating a disharmony that contradicted the necessary conditions for senjutsu mastery. Nevertheless, Kabuto defied the odds and achieved mastery in senjutsu, showcasing his exceptional talent in this art. Unlike his canon counterpart, Kabuto did not engage in such misguided actions in this particular world, allowing his achievements here to surpass those of his canon self. Kabuto clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through his body. It was an unprecedented level of power he had never experienced before, elevating him to heights previously unimaginable. Closing his eyes and attuning himself to his surroundings, Kabuto could sense the omnipresence of natural energy, permeating the heavens and earth. Despite acknowledging that its density paled in comparison to the abundance found within the Ryokai cave, Kabuto couldn't help but be amazed by the sheer ubiquity of natural energy. Now that the senjutsu mode has been mastered, Kabuto murmured to himself, stowing his glasses away in his shinobi bag. The utmost importance lies in finding Orochimaru-sama, he declared, his determination resolute and focused. Otogakuer, the land of sound. After Kabuto returned to Otogakuer, his first course of action was to summon the Sound Four, Orochimaru-sama's most loyal subordinates. In addition to the main laboratory in Otogakuer, there were 4 major laboratories scattered across the land of sound, with each of the Sound Four assigned to search for one of them. It was time to hear the results of their search. Kimimaro was the first to report, stating, "The laboratory I searched contained research on various funjutsu and kinjutsu." Tenzo spoke up next, saying, "The one in the south was focused on Orochimaru-sama's Chimera Jutsu and the Chimera Buds." Haku produced a few scrolls and informed them, the laboratory in the west had research related to cloning technology. Yugo then spoke, his voice tinged with hesitation, the one in the east had research pertaining to different types of cursed seals. Sensing Yugo's conflicted state of mind, Kabuto questioned him, "Did you find something significant in the laboratory?" After carefully considering his words, Yugo responded, "Orochimaru-sama may no longer be present in the shinobi world." Kabuto shook his head, asserting, "No, I can confirm that Orochimaru-sama is not dead." Yugo interjected, clarifying his previous statement, "I didn't mean to imply that Orochimaru-sama is deceased. What I meant is that his physical body may have perished, but he is still alive, in a suspended state of sorts." The others furrowed their brows, seeking further clarification. Yugo continued to explain, "Through the use of cursed seals, Orochimaru-sama not only sealed his chakra within us, but also a portion of his soul. By merging these fragments of his soul, Orochimaru-sama's essence can be restored." Haku questioned, "But how can we merge these souls?" Yugo shrugged, stating, "It's not overly complicated. Once the seal is released, the corresponding fragment of his soul can be extracted. However, we will need a strong body capable of accommodating Orochimaru-sama's soul." Beta. Kimimaro inquired, "How strong does the body need to be?" Yugo shook his head, unable to provide a definitive answer. "I cannot say for certain, but the stronger the body, the better." Without hesitation, Kimimaro spoke up, offering his own body. "In that case, use my body. I am the strongest among us, and my body should be perfectly suited for this purpose." However, as soon as Kimimaro finished speaking, he coughed up blood and experienced an intense burning pain in his chest. Realizing that Kimimaro's condition had worsened, Kabuto intervened, "Let's use my body instead. It should be safer." The others nodded in agreement, accepting Kabuto's suggestion. With the decision made, Kabuto approached Tenzo and Haku, pressing his hands against their necks. He proceeded to unseal the cursed seals implanted in their bodies, absorbing Orochimaru's chakra and a fragment of his soul that had been sealed within them. Hyuga Kuroto's house. After closing the document in his hand, Kuroto massaged his forehead in frustration. It had only been a few days since he assumed the position of Godame Hokage, yet he was already experiencing a tinge of melancholy. Despite delegating the daily administrative duties to the advisory elders, there were certain government documents that only he, as the Godame Hokage, could sign. This required him to spend a considerable amount of time signing various official papers every day. Beyond the realm of work, his personal life had also been significantly affected. In the past, he could roam the streets freely, indulging in any activities he desired, without drawing much attention. However, now, whenever he stepped foot outside, people along the way would bow and greet him respectfully, which greatly annoyed him. Previously, if he wanted to slip out of the village unnoticed, he could easily leave behind a shadow clone. But as the Hokage, his every word, action, and decision garnered intense scrutiny. There were numerous responsibilities he had to attend to, making it risky to rely solely on a shadow clone. After all, a clone might not be equipped to handle certain matters, and if its true nature was exposed, it would cause chaos. Sigh. What should I do? Kuroto muttered, turning his gaze towards the window. Even though darkness had fallen, his Hokage platoon faithfully guarded his residence from the shadows, further adding to his discomfort. Sometimes, having overly diligent subordinates can also be troublesome. In truth, the 4 members of his platoon were still the best option. When Kuroto had shared his choice of the Hokage platoon with Elder Hiruzen and Elder Kohara, they had expressed concerns about the perilous state of the world and suggested selecting a more capable platoon. However, Kuroto had remained steadfast in his decision, disregarding their advice. It wasn't that he couldn't have chosen others, it was simply too much of a hassle. Ideally, Kuroto would have preferred to have Shinichi, Shisui, Itaki, and Naomi, but unfortunately, that option had been rejected. Consequently, he settled for Kurane, Hayate, Yujeo, and Anko. Nonetheless, the Hokage platoon was merely a formality and carried out missions of limited significance. They did not offer substantial protection for the Hokage. Kuroto pondered on historical events that had proven the uselessness of the Hokage platoon time and time again. Where was the Hokage platoon when the Shodaime Hokage fought against Uchiha Madara? What use did they serve when the Nidaime Hokage sacrificed his life to stop the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers? Where were they when the Yondaime Hokage sealed the Kyuubi inside his son, Naruto? Even during the Sandaime Hokage's battle with Orochimaru, the Hokage platoon remained ineffective and played the role of commentators rather than protectors. History had repeatedly demonstrated that the Hokage platoon could not genuinely protect the Hokage. It was evident that the Hokage, being the strongest shinobi in the village, would encounter threats that the platoon couldn't handle. They would merely perish in vain. Thus, instead of selecting stronger shinobi, it was better to choose individuals who were reliable and easily controlled. In this regard, Kurane, Hayate, Yujeo, and Anko were the ideal choices since they possessed trustworthiness and were easily manageable. Regardless, I must find a solution to this predicament, Kuroto muttered, contemplating the challenges brought about by his Hokage status. At the same time, an unidentified figure clandestinely breached Konoha's outer wall. Who goes there? A vigilant Konoha shinobi questioned, observing the figure cloaked in darkness. However, before the shinobi could react or raise the alarm, he was overcome by a sudden bout of dizziness and swiftly lost consciousness. Having dealt with the Konoha shinobi, the cloaked figure surveyed the illuminated village below and remarked to himself, "The security seems quite stringent. Well, it hardly matters." With a sly grin, he vanished in an instant. Due to the heightened tensions surrounding the Godame Hokage election, security measures around the village had been doubled, resulting in an increased number of patrolling shinobi. Nevertheless, the cloaked figure remained unaffected by the heightened security, slipping through undetected and arriving at the village center within a few minutes. Taking cover within the canopy of a tree, the cloaked figure cast his gaze upon Kuroto's house across the street and chuckled softly. "Hey, it's been a while since I last came here. Things have certainly changed," he mused. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared once more, reappearing at the gate of Kuroto's residence. No longer concealing his presence, he boldly entered the courtyard of Kuroto's house. Huieish? Huieish? Predictably, he was intercepted, with the 4 members of the Hokage platoon surrounding him from all sides, their weapons poised menacingly. One of them demanded, "Identify yourself." The cloaked figure raised both hands in a gesture of non-aggression and replied, "I mean no harm." Kurane spoke firmly, "Lower your hood." The cloaked figure complied, revealing his face. Yakushi Kabuto. The former Umbu members recognized him as the former teacher at Konoha Ninja Academy who had mysteriously vanished several months ago. They were taken aback by his sudden appearance in Konoha and questioned him skeptically, "What are you doing here?" Facing the platoon's doubts, Kabuto responded calmly, "I merely seek an audience with Godame Hokage-sama." Anko scoffed at the prospect of allowing a traitor to meet the Hokage and refused, "Since when can a traitor like you meet Hawk?" But before she could finish her words, Kuroto's voice that came from inside the mansion cut her off, "Allow him in." The 4 members of the Hokage platoon exchanged glances and reluctantly stepped back. Kurane spoke, "All right, go." Although this unconventional method of meeting the Hokage was highly irregular, especially considering Kabuto's status as a rogue shinobi, Kuroto's personal directive left them with no alternative but to grant him entry. Without hesitation, Kabuto entered Kuroto's house from the main gate. Imagine a traitor of the village entering the house of the Hokage from the main gate. Isn't that something new? Spoke Kabuto as he stepped into the house. So, you have mastered senjutsu, no wonder you were able to navigate here without any trouble, Kuroto remarked with a knowing expression. Kabuto was taken aback by Kuroto's words and asked cautiously, "You can tell that I have mastered senjutsu." Kuroto responded, not denying Kabuto's statement, yes, I do have some knowledge about senjutsu, so I noticed. He then shifted the conversation, probing further, and asked, "So, what brings you back to Konoha? Sneaking into the village late at night and coming directly here. I am curious to know what prompted you to take such a significant risk." A faint smile played on Kabuto's lips as he replied, "It is not me who wishes to speak to you, Hokage-sama. Someone else desires an audience with you." With that, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his pupils, expression, and aura underwent a profound transformation. It was as if a different being had taken control of Kabuto's body. Kuroto instantly recognized the distinct aura and blinked in surprise. "Orochimaru-sama." As Kuroto identified the individual, raspy laughter resonated. "Kuroto-kun, who would have thought that while I was preoccupied with something else, you would end up becoming the Hokage?" "Well, circumstances led me here," Kuroto replied, a tinge of concern furrowing his brow. "However, I did not anticipate seeing you in this state. Have you taken over Kabuto's body?" He shook his head slightly, correcting himself. "No, it seems the two of you are coexisting within the same body." Orochimaru chuckled, as sharp as ever. "Kuroto-kun." A teasing smile graced Kuroto's lips. "The fact that you are willing to coexist with someone suggests that you have made a grave mistake, isn't that right, Orochimaru-sama?" Recalling the abrupt disappearance of Kabuto from the Konoha Ninja Academy without any prior notice or statement, and Orochimaru's ignominious predicament where he is compelled to coexist in Kabuto's body like a parasitic entity, Kuroto understood that Orochimaru must have committed a grievous error, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a deplorable state. Back when they were still aiding Danzo in the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual, Orochimaru had set his sights on Danzo's perfect physique, and to obtain it, he went as far as clandestinely implanting a cursed seal inside the old man, aiming to corrode his soul using natural energy and seize the perfect body. It's regrettable that Orochimaru overestimated himself and underestimated both Danzo and the power of the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual. The cursed seal Orochimaru secretly embedded in Danzo's body not only failed to erode his soul but also enabled Danzo to some extent, successfully complete the ritual and become an exemplary shinobi, which further wrought havoc upon the 5 great shinobi villages. Had it not been for Kakashi severing the chakra absorption network outside the volcano, Danzo was determined to fully absorb the chakra of 1500 shinobi, even if it meant their demise. Should he have succeeded, there was a high likelihood that the yin and yang chakra within his being would have melded completely, potentially awakening the Rinnegan on that day, leading to even greater turmoil. Fortunately, none of those cataclysmic events came to pass, and Kuroto managed to put an end to Danzo before he could unleash any substantial devastation upon the shinobi world. Moreover, it's not as though Kuroto gained nothing from that entire debacle. Alongside the invaluable data, Kuroto also procured a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which he later fused with his existing pair to create a pair of Rinnegan for his backup plan. Given his subsequent acquisitions, Kuroto harbored no anger towards Orochimaru for the trouble caused. Instead, he was intrigued to discover what had truly befallen Orochimaru to leave him in such an ignominious state. Hearing Kuroto's derision, Orochimaru remained unperturbed and calmly confessed with a sigh, "I had an unfortunate encounter with Shimura Danzo not long ago." Orochimaru's words caught Kuroto off guard. He hadn't anticipated Orochimaru's straightforward admission. As Kuroto expressed his surprise, Orochimaru continued, "The rumors he spread regarding a flaw in his soul were all false. His condition appears to be perfectly intact, and as for his strength, I dare say it is second only to that of Yama of Amatsukami and Nagato of Akatsuki, and he definitely surpasses them in terms of the threat level." "Why am I not surprised?" nodded Kuroto, making no effort to conceal his astonishment. He added, "However, he seems to have vanished. The 5 great nations have been collectively searching for him for the past few months, yet there have been no traces thus far. Do you happen to know his whereabouts or what might be the cause of his disappearance?" "Maybe Amatsukami." Orochimaru pondered silently, opting not to disclose their involvement in this matter, as it could potentially bring about future complications. As far as Orochimaru was aware, the higher UPS in Konoha seemed to have some affiliation with Amatsukami. If their connection to Danzo's affair were revealed, it might also expose Orochimaru's involvement. Moreover, aside from the 5 great shinobi nations, there was a possibility that Amatsukami would also target him, a predicament he wished to avoid in his current state. With that in mind, Orochimaru nonchalantly shrugged and responded, "I have no inkling of his whereabouts or the possible cause of his disappearance." "I see, well, that's a letdown," Kuroto nodded, his expression pensive. He then changed the subject, "In any case, what brings you to Konoha? Furthermore, why are you here to meet me?" "I am here to retrieve something of utmost importance," Orochimaru answered with a solemn demeanor. "Retrieve something?" Kuroto murmured, his confusion evident. He glanced toward the main gate and queried, retrieve what exactly? On the night when Konoha was attacked by the Akatsuki organization, I left a fragment of my chakra in Anko's body in the form of a cursed seal. I intend to reclaim that chakra. I hope you don't mind my retrieving it, Orochimaru explained. The matter of the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed upon Anko was not a secret within Konoha. Most of the higher UPS were aware of it. However, unlike others, Kuroto knew the true capabilities of that cursed seal and how Orochimaru could exploit it to steal someone else's body. Currently, Orochimaru was coexisting with Kabuto, and he undoubtedly required a new vessel. Anko, being a viable candidate, made Kuroto somewhat skeptical of Orochimaru's intentions. Observing Kuroto's suspicious expression, Orochimaru offered a helpless smile and reassured, you needn't be suspicious. I merely wish to retrieve my chakra, I have no ulterior motives this time. Orochimaru's words held no falsehood, he genuinely had no hidden agenda. His primary purpose in coming, or rather, sneaking, to Konoha was to reclaim his chakra and the portion of his soul sealed within Anko's body. It wasn't just Anko. Over the past few days, Orochimaru had retrieved all the chakra he had imbued into others' bodies. Although this would diminish his chances of attaining eternal life, he remained resolute in his decision. The reason behind his determination to recover his chakra from others' bodies stemmed from his realization of his own weaknesses after nearly succumbing to Shimura Danzo's assault. Orochimaru had come to understand the vulnerabilities within his soul caused by employing the living corpse reincarnation jutsu. While the living corpse reincarnation jutsu granted him immortality, it rendered him exceedingly susceptible to soul-based attacks. This was evidenced by his feeble resistance against Danzo's technique, which had nearly claimed his life. Consequently, upon regaining consciousness, his first priority was to retrieve his chakra and soul fragments from the bodies of others. Contemplating Orochimaru's words, Kuroto mused, if he harbored ulterior motives, he could have pursued them without disclosing his intentions to me. Since Orochimaru-sama has directly approached me, it appears he truly has no hidden agenda. He nodded and called for Anko, Anko, come inside. Following Kuroto's command, Anko arrived in the courtyard and cast a frown in Kabuto's direction. She sensed a peculiar familiarity emanating from him but struggled to articulate it, regarding him warily. Turning to Kuroto, she queried, Kuroto-kun, what do you want me to do? Kuroto replied, just remain here for a while. Kabuto is going to nullify the cursed seal on your neck. Nullify the cursed seal. Anko muttered in surprise, her gaze skeptical as she observed Kabuto. Can this traitor truly accomplish such a feat? Her doubts were not unwarranted, even Tsunadeheim had been unable to mitigate the effects of the cursed seal. Anko questioned Kabuto's capability to resolve it. Yes, he can, Kuroto affirmed. Though still harboring doubts, Anko, trusting Kuroto, refrained from further inquiry and nodded, saying, very well. She stood her ground, fixing her gaze upon Kabuto. Kabuto, embodying Orochimaru, wasted no time and approached Anko with a benign smile. As he reached her, he pressed his hand against her neck, cautioning, you might experience some discomfort. He then began to absorb the chakra infused within the cursed seal. Anko nodded as she felt the cursed seal warm under Kabuto's touch. Meanwhile, utilizing his Byakugan, Kuroto scrutinized the entire process. He witnessed the foreign and restless chakra residing within Anko's body converge toward the cursed seal on her neck before transferring into Kabuto's form. As Kabuto siphoned off all the chakra, Anko suddenly felt drained, succumbing to unconsciousness and collapsing onto the ground. Simultaneously, along with the absorbed chakra, Orochimaru gained access to Anko's memories, acquainting himself with the tense situation festering within Konoha. A sly grin crept across his face as he locked eyes with Kuroto and taunted, it appears your predicament is quite precarious, Kuroto-kun, tisk, tisk, the looming possibility of the Uchiha's coup d'etat. I wonder what you intend to do about it.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.